Despite never having eaten a single meal, he weighed 200 pounds. Her husband despised her for being fat and ugly. They had been married for 8 years, and he had never touched her. Every attempt to appease him only resulted in beatings. This time, however, brought the girl final release. The 200-pound body exploded on the ground. The onlookers showed no pity. They only mocked the mess. Only her younger brother held the body, grief-stricken, but he was mute, unable even to cry. They were indeed siblings. One fat and ugly, the other mute. The surrounding gossip made him want to kill everyone. Suddenly, a figure approached. He bent down, carefully studying the mute boy's delicate features. The boy's soft skin and red lips brought a lewd expression to the man's face. The mute boy felt like prey targeted by a viper. The onlookers knew the man was a notorious bully who had ruined countless young boys and girls. Just as the bully reached out to take the mute boy away, Mu Wushuang, who had just fallen to her death, suddenly came back to life. She got up and grabbed the man's paw. She flung the pervert 30 meters. The fat girl's resurrection stunned everyone. What shocked them even more was Mu Wushuang's terrifying fighting prowess. She calmly rubbed her back. Then she noticed the glowing vermilion bird jade pendant on her wrist. She remembered dying with the traitor while trying to retrieve this national treasure. As a top agent, she had perished with the traitor. Could this be reincarnation? Before she could react, her brother embraced her. Her revival made him grin from ear to ear. But looking at the adorable boy before her, Mu Wushuang's smile turned mischievous. The most important thing now was to tease this cutie. The younger, innocent boy blushed instantly. Suddenly, the original owner's memories flooded Mu Wushuang's mind. The delicate beauty before her was her younger brother, and she was not only a good-for-nothing, but also considered a cultivation cripple in everyone's eyes. Mu Wushuang was speechless. A plot too outrageous for television was her reality. But so what if she started from the bottom? She was a 21st century ace agent. From now on, anyone who dared to bully her would learn the meaning of living hell. As soon as she finished speaking, the scumbag who had kicked her appeared, looking for trouble. You damn hag, you're tough. Falling from the 6th floor didn't kill you. Mu Wushuang retorted, you look like cow dung. The original owner was blind to like such a dog. The 4th prince, humiliated by the acknowledged waste, became enraged. He threatened to cut out the fat pig's tongue. But Mu Wushuang borrowed a pineapple from her neighbor. She smashed it into the dog's face, leaving a 30-centimeter gash. The scumbag, still defiant, received another pineapple projectile. Mu Wushuang dusted her hands. Slapping your face is a reward. You should be grateful, you dog. The 4th prince, terrified, wet himself. Hiding behind his entourage, he declared, the Duke's household is suspected of treason. I act on the Emperor's orders to arrest these rebels. Someone seize them. There's a handsome reward. But the chubby girl, hands on her hips, didn't know the meaning of opponent. After all, arrests require evidence. Suddenly, a female voice cried, the evidence is here. The crowd anticipated more drama. 2 women, seemingly papaya-obsessed, rushed forward. Leading them was Mu Mingxian, the Duke's second daughter. She held evidence of her grandfather's treason. Behind her was Mu Mingxue, the eldest daughter, a scheming white lotus. Both had severed ties with their grandfather. Mu Wushuang, the third daughter, was shocked. Her sisters were betraying their family. The crowd buzzed. Even his granddaughters testified. It seemed the old Duke's treason was confirmed. Their betrayal was to gain their grandfather's tiger talisman. The eldest knew he had secretly given it to the useless third daughter. She said that as long as Mu Wushuang obediently surrendered, she could plead with the emperor for her. Otherwise, she'd sent her to be buried with her grandfather. Upon hearing this, Mu Wushuang snorted coldly. Then, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. The slap sent the eldest sister rolling on the ground 80 times. My fiery horse, you little shrimp dare threaten me? The last person who dared to threaten me, their corpse was already chopped up and fed to the dogs. Mu Wushuang's powerful aura made her feel incredibly terrifying. So, the White Lotus immediately changed her tune and started playing the sisterly love card. The chubby girl thought, I'll just pretend I'm not seeing this performance. After all, you can't even begin to understand the joy of tearing apart a White Lotus. The brainless second sister, beside herself with rage, pulled out a 40-meter-long whip and charged forward. Protecting her beloved younger brother, she decided to bear everything for her older sister. Just as the whip was 0.1 millimeters from her brother, the chubby girl, with superhuman speed, slowly caught the whip. I definitely have to protect my brother from my older sister, Mu Wushuang, then backhanded her with a thorny vine, instantly binding the second sister tightly. The chubby girl didn't expect her past life's powers to have crossed over with her. Seeing this, her brother's face was filled with adoration. Then, Mu Wushuang pointed at the fourth prince and his lackeys, saying, "All you little shrimps, come at me together." The humiliated second sister was now furious. She was just about to go fight Mu Wushuang when a sinister voice suddenly came from the crowd. The three old geezers from the factory, who were with them, said, "No need for the second miss to get involved. This old man will take care of these two weaklings for you." The chubby girl put her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence. "Nobody can stop me today." But just as she was about to make her move, someone stopped her. The mute boy was very worried about his sister's safety. This stirred Mu Wushuang's girlish heart. She started fussing over her beautiful brother, pinching and cuddling him. The three old geezers were instantly dumbfounded. "Wushuang, you have some nerve. How dare you ignore us?" A sneer curled Mu Wushuang's lips. A sleeping cat doesn't show its claws. "Do you take me for paper, tiger?" In an instant, she was enveloped in countless golden lights. The vermilion bird seal in her hand also emitted a purple light. Immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning struck the earth. Dozens of silver-winged creatures appeared in the sky. These were the violent, fifth-order demonic beasts, the raging gale hawks. The onlookers were instantly scared witless. Mu Wushuang leaped, immediately mounting the leader of the demonic beasts. "I was just trying to summon them. I didn't expect my past life's abilities to have crossed over too. And they've even improved significantly." Everyone began to murmur. Fifth-order demonic beasts could only be summoned by those who had reached the Spirit Master realm. The Marquis's genius, Mu Ningxue, was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Diagram realm. Moreover, all these demonic beasts were now subservient to Mu Wushuang. This was something only a legendary summoner could do. Could it be that the Mu family was about to produce a second genius? The three on the viewing platform were instantly dumbfounded. Mu Wushuang glared at the three of them. "Where's all that bravado from before? Why are you all cowering like dogs now?" Mu Ningxuan, the second sister, wet herself in fear, begging her younger sister to spare her life. Mu Wushuang said she didn't want to dirty her hands. "But my babies are hungry. Why don't you choose one person to sacrifice, and I'll spare the other two? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it." The fourth prince thought, "How did this fat slob become so powerful? No, Shiman Kong absolutely cannot die today. As Mu Wushuang counted to 2, Shiman Kong trembled uncontrollably. Then, in a flash of inspiration, he shoved Mu Ningxuan forward. Mu Ningxue, the eldest sister, was instantly stunned. Fiercely protective, she desperately tried to save her sister. Mu Ningxuan was instantly moved to tears. But in the next second, her expression changed. With her life on the line, sisterly love was the last thing on her mind. She used her sister as a stepping stone to fly up, even viciously kicking her sister. At that moment, the chubby girl shot a beam of golden light at Mu Ningxuan. It instantly pierced through the villain's body. Mu Ningxuan fainted on the spot. Her older sister was still worried about her safety. Mu Wushuang had never tolerated despicable villains. "Castration is too good for you." The three young men immediately flew into a rage. "Mu Wushuang, you've got some nerve. How dare you kill someone in public? Neither of you siblings will get away today. That old fool is really good at framing people. I only knocked him unconscious. Besides, what right do you have to detain me?" Hua Luo saw Mu Wushuang jump down from the tiger enclosure, but she didn't land steadily. She lost her balance in the air and fell flat on her face. How embarrassing. It's all the original owner's 200 gene body's fault. At this moment, the three young men, disregarding any sense of honor, swarmed her while she was down. Mu Wushuang, prepare to die. Now you'll meet your maker. But suddenly, a golden light shot towards them, instantly striking the young men. A bewildered Mu Wushuang was stunned. She hadn't even made a move yet. A voice rang out from the distance. "Shijin Wangdao." It turned out that golden light was from him. Shijin Wang said coldly, "Who dares to cause such a commotion here?" Everyone's gaze turned towards the chubby girl. At this moment, Mu Wushuang began to recall the original owner's memories. The Regent King, Long Mo's hen, cruel and honest, was her little fiancé. Wait, fiancé. Mu Wushuang suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Then, in front of everyone, she flirtatiously said, "Uncle Huang, I'm Shuang'er, your little fiancé." Everyone was shocked by her shamelessness. With her looks, she dared to seduce the regent king? But as soon as Long Mo's hen heard the word Shuang, he began to look the chubby girl up and down. And her story goes back 20 years. Back then, the young Mu Wushuang and Long Mo's hen were childhood sweethearts. Mu Wushuang said that when she grew up, she would definitely marry him. Emperor Huang even promised to personally officiate their marriage. Now, Long Mo's hen became interested in this Shuang'er. He gestured for her to get into the carriage. However, Mu Wushuang started to tear up, saying she had been bullied and couldn't walk. She needed Uncle Huang to hug and carry her. Suddenly, Long Moshen's gaze was caught by something. He could actually see the figure of a secret agent within Shuang'er's body. But her 200-gene body was completely different. The Regent King frowned. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. He then took out a Yushin pill worth 100,000 from his sleeve and ordered the eunuch to give it to Shuang'er. Mu Wushuang, without hesitation, popped it into her mouth. A moment later, she felt her body filled with strength again. The Regent King's action undoubtedly acknowledged Shuang'er. Things were unfolding beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, the Regent King's gaze turned cold. He coldly questioned everyone who injured her like this. The fourth prince, Shimin Kong, dropped to his knees with a thud. He explained that he was here to apprehend treasonous remnants. The Regent King's eyes flashed coldly. "Fourth brother, you say my fiancé is a traitor? Explain yourself." Shimin Kong was speechless. At this moment, Mu Ningxue stepped forward and bowed to the Regent King. She stated that the evidence of her grandfather's collusion with foreign forces was conclusive. The fourth prince was acting on the emperor's orders. She brought up the emperor to prevent the Regent King from defying the imperial decree. This filled the Regent King with displeasure. "Since when have I become your Uncle Huang? My fiancé calls me Uncle Huang as a term of endearment. Who are you?" This frightened Mu Ningxue into silence. After all, the Regent King could end her life with a flick of his wrist. Calming down, Long Mo's hen asked her if she had an imperial decree. Mu Ningxue stammered that she didn't. Hearing this, Long Mo's hen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I'll take Shuang'er with me." He then extended his hand for Shuang'er to enter the carriage. But just as Mu Wushuang was about to take his hand, the emperor's edict suddenly arrived. Why the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Muon Bong of the Duke's Manor has been found guilty of treason. Immediately apprehend the remaining traitorous conspirators. The two of them instantly smiled triumphantly. The edict arrived just in time. Now, how could Long Mo's hen save that wretch? Long Mo's hen pulled Shuang'er close and held her in his arms. He gently told Shuang not to be afraid, that he would take care of everything. In this dynasty, any woman over 100 gene had a social status lower than a dog. Walking on the street, she would be subjected to everyone's ridicule, until the Regent King fell in love at first sight with this woman, completely overturning the entire country's perception of fatness. It wasn't that the Regent King was blind or had some peculiar fetish. It was all because he could see what women would look like after they lost weight. This special ability made it incredibly easy for him to snag a wife. Even when the emperor decreed the arrest of the rebellious Yu clan, Long Mo's hen would tell Mu Wushuang in a doting tone, "My darling, don't be afraid. This king's divine power will protect you." This moment made Mu Wushuang understand what it meant to have her heart flutter. But amidst the amai, a few snowflakes suddenly drifted towards them. Immediately after, the sky filled with swirling snow. For a moment, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Snow in June is a heavenly omen. Mu Ningxue couldn't believe it. Even the heavens were helping that fat pig. It seemed highly likely that the old Marquis's case was a miscarriage of justice. The Regent King then proposed a thorough investigation into this wrongful conviction to clear the old Marquis and his darling's name. The emperor's eunuch dared not disobey in the slightest. The Regent King then caressed Mu Wushuang's face. "Darling, I've got my eye on you for life. Come back to the manor with me and freshen up." Love came too suddenly, leaving Mu Wushuang somewhat bewildered. She wanted to escape, but there was no way out. The Regent King pulled her into his embrace. There had never been a woman he couldn't conquer. Mu Ningxue couldn't believe the Regent King was so fond of the fat girl. She gritted her teeth in fury. Mu Wushuang saw her extreme reaction. At this moment, she suddenly knew what to do. Mu Wushuang reached out and wrapped her arms around the Regent King's neck. giving him a loving hug right in front of Mu Ningxue. After all, a rich and foolish top benefactor falling from the sky was an opportunity she had to seize. Then, she gave her sister a look of utter disdain. Mu Wushuang wasn't trying to anger her older sister unintentionally. It was deliberate. At this moment, Mu Ningxue wanted nothing more than to tear the fatty limb from limb. But Mu Wushuang ignored her completely. With a call to depart, the two left for the manor under everyone's watchful eyes. But suddenly, Mu Wushuang seemed to have forgotten something. She realized her beautiful younger brother was missing. It turned out that during the earlier fight, Baihu had hung him up to protect him. But when the sisters returned to the Marquis' manor, they found it on fire. Mu Wushuang thought, those two sisters from the second branch are truly wicked. Not only did they falsely accuse our grandfather of rebellion, but they also set fire to the house. They want to completely destroy us. But now, this young lady is the reincarnation of a top-tier special agent. Don't blame me for being ruthless. But right now, the most important thing was to find a place to settle down. So, she cast an expectant glance at her top benefactor. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. With tears in her eyes, Mu Wushuang asked if she could stay at his place for a while and borrow 1,000,000 taels of silver to repair her throat. Hearing this, the Regent King agreed without hesitation. Mu Wushuang was instantly dumbfounded. Why was such an outstanding man so good to her? Could it be that someone actually liked a fatty? Or did he have ulterior motives? Mu Wushuang decided to test his sincerity. She immediately pouted her cherry lips. While he wasn't paying attention, she kissed him. If he truly had other intentions, he would definitely push her away. But to her surprise, the Regent King smiled. In a gentle voice, he whispered, "Darling, you're playing with fire." Mu Wushuang didn't expect his taste to be so unique. She decided to pretend to be half asleep. A moment later, she stretched and yawned, saying nothing about what had just happened. But when she turned to look at him, the Regent King gently lifted her chin. "Darling, why are you so restless in your sleep? Were you dreaming of me?" He then nuzzled his nose against hers, inhaling her sweet, yet not overpowering, fragrance. His handsome face made Mu Wushuang's heart race. As a player from the 21st century, she knew that men were natural hunters. Only by playing hard to get could she stimulate their desire to conquer. So, she placed a hand over his lips. By now, they were arriving at the gates of the Regent King's manor. He found the woman before him increasingly intriguing. The moment the palanquin landed, a delicate woman rushed forward. Rumor had it she was formerly from a brothel. Her frail body couldn't handle running for long, but she was willing to do it to greet her cousin, the Regent King. But she saw a chubby girl beside her cousin. With a seemingly friendly expression, she inquired who the newcomer was. Mu Wushuang explained she was staying for a few days, and immediately recognized the other woman's two-faced nature. Lu Jiaojiao exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Finally, a girl to keep me company." Before her voice trailed off, Lu Jiaojiao saw her cousin, supported by the chubby young man, slowly rise, their interaction tinged with a certain intimacy. She had assumed the chubby boy posed no threat, but her cousin's coldness made her heart skip a beat. Mu Wushuang, observing this, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It seemed life at the manor had fostered a green tea bitch. When the group entered the back parlor, the table laden with delicacies made the chubby boy drool. He promptly plopped down in what Lu Jiaojiao considered her seat. She was furious. Sui Hua immediately stepped forward to defend her mistress, but Mu Wushuang simply remarked that the chair wasn't marked with a name. Sui Hua, looking down on her, tried to pull him up. Mu Wushuang responded with a swift slap. "How dare a mere servant lay hands on me?" At the same time, the chubby boy slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Suwa. He couldn't let his sister be bullied the moment she arrived. At that moment, the Regent King calmly uttered 5 words. "Someone feed her to the dogs." These words delighted the pair. The Regent King truly cares for me. Feeding her to the dogs is too lenient. As expected, the unexpected happened. Sui Hua, soon to be regretting her actions, continued to talk back. This time, not even an advertisement could revive her. Even when her mistress pleaded for her, she was met with only a cold stare. Lu Jiaojiao shivered. Her cousin had never been so cold before. Just then, the Regent King handed Mu Wushuang a key. "This is the key to the treasury," he said. "Spend the millions of one within as you please. After it's furnished, you'll move into Mingzhu Courtyard." Mu Wushuang seemed to have unlocked some incredible perk. Wasn't this the chubby boy's dream come true? Lu Jiaojiao seethed with rage. She wished she could grind Mu Wushuang to dust. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Mu Wushuang, having eaten her fill, went for a stroll, but was suddenly stopped by someone. "The Regent King is bathing in this room," he said. "Outsiders get lost." As luck would have it, Lu Jiaojiao happened to be passing by. She coughed every few steps. The Regent King's personal guard immediately switched into fawning mode. It turned out he had a thing for the green tea bitch. Mu Wushuang found the people here quite amusing. Suddenly, she called out, "Uncle, can I come in?" The two smirked, waiting to see the fat slob humiliated. But the Regent King's response left them dumbfounded. Mu Wushuang smiled politely. My apologies. It seems the Regent King doesn't consider me an outsider. Lu Jiaojiao fumed. What tricks had that fat sow used to make her cousin so obedient? Mu Wushuang then entered the large bathing chamber. When she saw the Regent King reclining comfortably in the pool, his sculpted abs on full display, Mu Wushuang's nose started gushing blood. She desperately wanted to reach out and touch them. They must feel amazing. But then she noticed the water wasn't ordinary. Could it be a special spring water meant to treat the Regent King's legs? She dipped a finger in, tasted the bathwater, and declared, "This medicinal spring is potent, but its effects on you, uncle, are minimal." Longmo's hen was surprised that Mu Wushuang knew about such things. She leaned closer and said, "Uncle, you protected me today. I will repay you with a great gift in the future." In her past life, she had been not only a top-tier agent, but also a renowned divine physician. The fact that the Regent King could now stand and walk, even with difficulty, meant the muscles in his legs hadn't atrophied. Longmo's hen gazed tenderly at Mu Wushuang. "Protecting my wife is my duty," he said. Mu Wushuang, embarrassed, curled her toes. "There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on this single flower?" Long Moshin's gaze intensified, piercing into Mu Wushuang's soul. He recalled how, years ago, the Grand Elder had foretold a tribulation in his life, one that could only be averted by a certain woman. Both yesterday's auspicious signs, the nine heavens phoenix forest and the myriad year light, and the earth-shattering phenomenon when they met, all pointed to the woman before him, the one who could shake the heavens as his destined wife. Of all the waters in the world, I desire only a single scoop. No other beauty can compare to even half your soul. Mu Wushuang, hearing that he could see her soul, thought he was quite the charmer. She still didn't quite believe him. "Then I'll prove it to you." He then tried to pull him down. But no matter how hard he tried, Mu Wushuang remained as steady as a mountain. Mu Wushuang, having played enough, gave him a kind smile. Then her expression suddenly changed. She immediately picked him up like a little chick. Limasheng wasn't wearing any clothes. The chubby boy awkwardly said he didn't see anything. While he was still stunned, the Regent King suddenly pulled him into the pool. Mu Wushuang thought, could he be so angry that he's lost his mind and wants to drown me? She used all her strength to get her head above water. At this moment, the Regent King made a decision that went against his ancestors. He wanted to give his family heirloom jade pendant to Shuang. Mu Wushuang was so scared she was gasping for air. She almost thought she was going to die. But Schwanger's neck was too thick, and the jade pendant wouldn't fit. The two were dumbfounded. Fortunately, the Regent King thought quickly and said that the jade pendant was actually a bracelet. "This is proof that you belong only to me." Mu Wushuang could see that it was a matching dragon and phoenix design, and it clearly had a significant history. It seemed the Regent King really wanted to marry her. But she had been reborn not to marry. So she leaned close to the Regent King's ear and said, "With all due respect, I'm currently severely poisoned and have even lost the ability to move my legs. I wonder if you're still capable." He grabbed Schwanger's small hand and made a decision that went against his ancestors. The girl had simply asked if his charger still worked. This made the Regent King immediately make a decision that went against his ancestors. He wanted to let the girl know that there was something in this world harder than a diamond. Just when the girl thought her virtue was about to be compromised, the Regent King's tears started flowing uncontrollably because his charger, along with his legs, had long been broken. It just so happened that Lu Jiaojiao brought the Regent King a tonic, the kind that could restore a man's virility. This was undoubtedly rubbing salt in the Regent King's wound. Just as Mu Wushuang, pouting her cherry lips, was about to excuse herself, the Regent King grabbed her firm arm. Mu Wushuang was stunned. At this moment, the scheming green tea bitch just happened to push open the bathroom door. She saw a scene that made her see red. Her cousin was actually bathing and playing with that fat pig. If this continued, her position as mistress of the house would be in jeopardy. So she made a decision that went against her ancestors. With a scream, she fainted and collapsed on the ground. The two in the bath were dumbfounded. It wasn't until the young doctor finished checking Lu Jiaojiao's pulse that they realized how frail she was. Her maids immediately started wailing and begging the doctor to save their mistress. Mu Wushuang thought to herself, she usually looks quite rosy-cheeked. She's clearly faking it. The young doctor said, we must resolve the young mistress's inner turmoil, or else she cannot be bled for you when the full moon arrives, especially if she hasn't recovered by then. Hearing this, Mu Wushuang's face was filled with terror. Could this Regent King be the legendary vampire? But when she looked in his mouth, she didn't see any fangs. The Regent King explained that he just needed a little of her blood to detoxify himself. At this moment, Shuang'er finally understood why the Regent King kept her in the manor, even though he clearly loathed her. Suddenly, a maid dropped to her knees. She said, the young mistress has given so much, yet she hasn't received any recognition. This has caused her to become lovesick and heartbroken. Today, this servant dares to seek justice for my mistress. Her voice was filled with trepidation. Mu Wushuang sneered. So all this drama was for this. The Regent King said coldly, I will only marry Shuang'er in this lifetime. Hearing this, Shuang'er looked at the Regent King in disbelief. The feigning Lu Jiaojiao couldn't believe her eyes either. Mu Wushuang didn't want to get involved in this rich people's drama, but seeing as the Regent King had shown her kindness, she decided to help him deal with that unruly green tea bitch. She picked up a chamber pot, intending to cool her sister down. The green tea bitch broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, is this fat pig trying to drown me? Suddenly, Mu Wushuang accidentally bumped into the corner of a table and accidentally splashed the 100-degree liquid onto her. Suehua. So Mu Wushuang let her experience the taste of the soup as well. Seeing this, the Regent King couldn't help but chuckle, why dear Shuang'er is truly amusing. Suddenly, a hand landed heavily on the chubby boy's left shoulder. The green tea bitch grabbed the chubby boy by the collar, ready to put the fatty in her place. Mu Wushuang, pleased with her successful scheme, wore a smile. Lucha's strong right arm raised her hand, about to deliver a resounding slap. Just then, the director had the Regent King quickly stop her. Lu Jiaojiao, you have some nerve. How dare you act so presumptuously before this king? From now on, in this manner, if anyone dares to utter even half a word of this nonsense, or cause Shuang any displeasure, this king will severely punish them. With that, he flung her harshly to the ground. Lu Jiaojiao sprawled on the ground, blankly watching the two ambiguous figures depart. Mu Wushuang returned to her Mingzhu courtyard. Only then did she discover that her wrist had been scratched and was bleeding from that wretched servant girl's grip. She thought to herself, it's easy to lose your life in this world. I have to carefully consider how to survive. But with this physique of mine, I'm afraid it'll be inconvenient to do anything. Never mind fighting with others. Even running a few steps would tire me to death, let alone conquering the myriad handsome men of ancient times. So, the most important thing right now is to lose weight. Suddenly, her vermilion bird jade pendant emitted a bright light. Immediately after, countless golden rays of light surrounded her. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that the surrounding environment had completely changed. There were even two phoenixes soaring across the sky. Who knew that the moment the phoenixes landed, they transformed into two children? The boy was called Xiao Zhu, and the girl was called Xiao Quebec. Mu Wushuang, completely bewildered, picked up the two little ones, thinking she was dreaming. Xiao Ke immediately shook off Mu Wushuang's hand, her face cold as she declared, this is the vermilion bird jade pendant space. We are the space's spirits. Xiao Zhu, on the other hand, enthusiastically explained a whole lot to her. At this moment, Xiao Ke brought over a dozen thick books, saying, I'm too lazy to explain the rest. Read it yourself. Seeing this, Xiao Zhu hurriedly warned her, you should be more enthusiastic to the master. Mu Wushuang then opened a setting explanation book. It turned out that this world was divided into 3 continents, and she was in the lowest ranked, the 9 heavens continent. Only by leveling up could she go to other higher ranked continents to obtain more spiritual energy. And the cultivation levels here were also like the game Honor of Kings, from bronze all the way to king. Xiao Zhu added, that one day here was equal to 2 days outside, and the environment would change according to the master's cultivation level. Mu Wushuang finally understood why she opened her eyes to a thatched hut. It turned out she was just a useless iron rank. Xiao Kei's sneer made her instantly visualize it. Xiao Zhu hurriedly covered Xiao Kei's mouth, again warning her that only by serving the master well could they get better. Then he told the master, "You are the child of divine favor, naturally able to summon all living things. With a celestial spirit body, your cultivation speed will be extremely fast." Mu Wushuang didn't believe it at all. With this body of mine, celestial spirit body, Xiao Zhu snapped his fingers. With a bang, a videotape suddenly appeared before her eyes. "Master, when you were young, your parents disappeared, and you were entrusted to the care of your second uncle. But their family, in order for their own children to gain more of the family fortune, made you drink medicated concoctions every day, causing your meridians to become disordered and preventing you from cultivating. And you became fatter and fatter. However, Master, you can dredge your meridians by refining pills and taking medicine. You can also lose weight and slim down." Mu Wushuang's spirits immediately lifted upon hearing this. Becoming a beautiful and rich woman would be a piece of cake now. Who cared about cultivation? Losing weight was a woman's lifelong struggle. But an hour later, unsurprisingly, the furnace exploded again. This was already the 7,386th failure. Just as Xiao Zhu was comforting and encouraging the master, a golden pill bounced out of the furnace, shining like pure gold under the sunlight. Xiao Zhu exclaimed, "This is wonderful. This is a semi-finished first transformation pill." Pills are not only ranked from 1 to 9, but also from first transformation to 9th transformation. A first transformation pill's efficacy is several times that of an ordinary one. Eating it can also make you beautiful and slim. Upon hearing this, Mu Wushuang, without a second thought, popped it into her mouth. With a ping, her 200-gene body instantly became 300-gene. This enraged Mu Wushuang so much. She wanted to strangle the writer who wrote this. Fortunately, she later ate other pills and slimmed back down. Now she had returned to the real world. Zijiani hurriedly ran over and told her news that would shock China for 5,000 years. In her past life, she was a skilled and agile gold medal special agent. Reborn into this world, she had become a pot-bellied fat pig. Because she was fat and ugly, all the men disliked her for her weight. Yet, the murderous Regent King said he would marry no one but her. Her father entrusted her with the financial power of a whole W to manage. He even gave her the jade pendant passed down for 28 generations as a token of love. Everyone in the manor believed the Regent King must be bewitched. The head wife of the manor practically wanted to tear Fei Pu apart. She had painstakingly served the Regent King, yet hadn't even received a title. And he was so devoted to a random-looking, fat woman. Unaware of the truth, he directed all his resentment towards the fat woman's mute younger brother. Learning that his brother was being bullied, little Fatty immediately transformed into Mu Wushuang, protector of her younger brother. He made a decision to make an example of someone. Wushuang found the two gossipers and cried at them. Whoosh went a flying dart. The two were instantly scared so badly they wet themselves. "Didn't your parents teach you any manners?" Deluo then ordered the servants to give them 500 lashes. It's worth noting that in the manor, only the Regent King could order such a punishment. But upon seeing this, the Regent King merely chuckled. He even said 500 lashes wasn't enough, demanding 5,000 lashes before sending them to the Philippines as slaves. No matter what happened, he would always unconditionally support Wushuang. After the two scoundrels were dragged away, the Regent King took Wushuang's small hand, brought it to his nose, and inhaled deeply. "Leave this kind of thing to me in the future. Don't dirty your precious hands." Although little Fatty didn't know why the Regent King loved him, he was self-aware about his figure. Every night, he would do an hour, 60 minutes of yoga to lose weight. At this moment, the Regent King personally came to apologize for what happened earlier and even brought his favorite Peking duck. The moment Wushuang opened the door, the Regent King saw him again, the soul of a special agent within. This instant of heart-fluttering excitement made the Regent King's heart skip a beat. Although the soul was a special agent's, the appetite belonged to the original owner of the body. He simply couldn't resist the temptation of a large drumstick. He ate and cried, saying, today's weight loss efforts were all for nothing. Suddenly, Wu Shuang felt a shiver run through his body. The Regent King pulled him into an embrace. "Darling, you're not fat at all. Don't lose weight anymore." However, it was all a fantasy. The reality was that he couldn't even wrap one arm around Wu Shuang's waist. Because of his unparalleled appetite, Wu Shuang finished all the midnight snacks. Now, he was even fuller than a pig. After thanking the Regent King for his kindness, he urged him to go back to sleep early. The Regent King didn't understand why Wu Shuang kept pushing him away. So, he made a decision that went against his ancestors. He lifted Wu Shuang's small, delicate face and softly said, "I have something more important than sleep to do." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang's face immediately flushed. The Regent King slowly uttered two words, "Make piglets." Wu Shuang was instantly dumbfounded. He said, "Let me wipe the grease off my mouth with a diaper first." But the Regent King suddenly pounced on him. "Darling, why bother doing it yourself? I'll wipe it for you with the softest thing in the world." However, as expected, an accident was about to happen. Wu Shuang actually broke his bed. Luckily, the Regent King reacted quickly and caught him. Disregarding his own safety, he embraced Wu Shuang, and then they both fell heavily to the floor. The 200-gene Wu Shuang almost crippled him. Fortunately, Bing Nu promptly took him to the imperial physician. Wu Shuang was in tears. It seemed losing weight was imperative. The next day, this incident spread throughout the manor. Everyone was saying the Regent King was impotent and had been kicked out of bed. Now the whole internet knew the Regent King was the most incapable male lead. So, to compensate, he needed to quickly improve his cultivation to solve his leg problem. Moreover, his brother's body also needed pills to recover quickly. However, the pills he refined were all half-finished. Wu Shuang couldn't help but suspect the quality of the pill furnace. Xiao Ke said coldly, "You should look for the reason within yourself." Many alchemists merge with their natal flame before refining pills. Master doesn't have a flame, so naturally, you can't control the heat. Wu Shuang asked where they could find a flame. Xiao Zhu suggested going to the auction house. So, Wu Shuang took his brother to the auction house. Suddenly, a dog from his past life blocked their path. It was the sickly-looking Prince Gong Xian, the younger prince. Long ago, it was he who sent people to ambush his brother, causing him to become mute and unable to cultivate. Wu Shuang decided to teach him a lesson. Well, who do we have here? You're so frail, I almost didn't recognize you." These words infuriated Prince Gong Xian. But he was no match for little Fatty in a verbal sparring match. And at this moment, a young gentleman was quietly observing Wu Shuang. The girl accidentally slimmed down to 200 gene, which made the Regent King fall deeply in love with her. On this day, the crown prince merely glanced at the girl in the crowd, and he couldn't forget her face. His mind was filled with the girl's delicate features. His friend, seemingly noticing the crown prince's unusual behavior, remarked, "Don't tell me you've also fallen for Fatty." The crown prince immediately told him to shut his foul mouth. The term fatty was extremely jarring to the crown prince's ears. The friend was surprised by the crown prince's sudden change in taste. He was puzzled, saying, "During the selection for the crown princess, you chose a great beauty." The crown prince replied, "Beautiful faces are all the same, but an interesting soul is one in a million." Meanwhile, Wu Shuang was sparring with the young lord. The young lord, with a smug look, Lo Jug, his pregnant concubine, Mei Yuan, boasted about his undiminished virility and robust kidneys. Little Fatty put his hands on his hips. "You don't even know what a real opponent is. Look at your receding hairline and dark circles under your eyes. You clearly have kidney deficiency, and you still managed to have a child? Congratulations on being a cuckold." The onlookers gossiped. "You really can't say for sure who the father is. I think the young lord should change his name to Young Cuckold." The surrounding whispers enraged him. He immediately drew his 40-meter-long sword, intending to stab Fatty. Just as he lunged forward, the crown prince made a decision that defied his ancestors. He jumped from the 6th floor to save the girl. But Wu Shuang had already grabbed the young lord, restrained him, and flung him 30 meters. The crown prince, hanging in midair, was utterly dumbfounded. But at this point, he couldn't take back his ancestor-defying decision. Wu Shuang seemed to hear a man scream from above. She instinctively reached out her arms to catch him. But unexpectedly, it was the crown prince who fell from the sky. The crown prince nestled in Wu Shuang's arms, panting delicately. His heart pounded for a long time. The impotent young lord cursed, "You fat woman, You dare to throw me. Just you wait. I'll have someone deal with you sooner or later, including your crippled brother. Hearing this, Mu Wushuang immediately perked up. She threw the crown prince aside and said, "Last time, you used tricks to make my brother lose to you. If you have the guts, have another death match with him in half a month." Her mute brother broke out in a cold sweat, as he no longer possessed any martial arts skills. Mu Wushuang told him not to be afraid. "Don't you want to personally avenge this humiliation?" Hearing these words, Mu Yuheng clenched his fists. How could he not want to prove himself? This story goes back a few months. At that time, Mu Yuheng was competing with the young lord in the arena. He couldn't stand the young lord's habit of abducting women. But the match had barely begun when the young lord smirked, because Mu Yuheng was already unsteady on his feet. Soon, he collapsed in the center of the arena. Mu Yuheng then realized that his opponent had used dirty tricks. He heard a familiar voice from the crowd. Looking closely, he discovered it was his second aunt holding a heavy bag of money. Mu Yuheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. He suddenly remembered the bowl of pork soup his second aunt had made him drink before he left that day. How could she betray her own nephew? While Mu Yuheng was heartbroken, the young lord approached slowly. The so-called genius, the second young master of the Mu family, is kneeling like a dog. "Where's your arrogance now? But don't worry, I won't take your worthless life today." With that, he stomped on Mu Yuheng's hand. At the same time, the drug took effect, and Mu Yuheng coughed up blood. The young lord's purpose in sparing his life was to leave him alive as a cripple. Mu Yuheng looked at him with deep-seated hatred. This painful experience gave him nightmares every night. Now, Mu Wushuang had challenged him to another match with her brother in half a month. The young lord sneered. He didn't know how miserably he would die in half a month. The crown prince approached with a smile. "Miss, you've made a big gamble." But Mu Wushuang wasn't worried at all, because in the other world, she had already found the recipe to restore her brother. If she could obtain the red lotus kettle at the auction today, the effect would be even more amazing. The girl's confidence further intrigued the crown prince. He invited them to the VIP room of the auction house, and, very thoughtfully, he arranged for Mu Wushuang to be seated. He invited them to the VIP room of the auction house and thoughtfully arranged seating for Mu Wushuang. At the feast, the crown prince instantly transformed into a friend to all the ladies. Someone brought him small snacks. Mu Wushuang thought to herself, "Is he taking a page out of the harem drama playbook? Yet another handsome man captivated by me." However, the tastes of the handsome men in this world are quite unusual. Suddenly, an 80-year-old man walked in. He was the steward in charge of appraising treasures for the auction. "May I ask who has the banyao for auction?" Mu Wushuang pulled a 6-flavored Wei pill from her sleeve. This was a pill she casually refined in the other world. The old man, seeing it was only half refined, said, "Miss, are you looking down on me? Do you think I only eat sugar pills?" Mu Wushuang, upon hearing this, immediately stuffed the pill in his mouth. "How about you try it and see for yourself?" The moment he swallowed the pill, he felt like he had ascended to heaven. The taste, like sweet nectar, brought tears to his eyes. In an instant, he felt his body return to its 18-year-old state, eager to find 10 girlfriends at once. The old man was determined to make this 6-flavored Wei pill the hottest item of the summer. As word spread like wildfire, all the men, seeking to strengthen their bodies, engaged in a breathtaking scramble to buy the pills. In just half a day, the old man brought in stacks of banknotes several meters high. Mu Wushuang, in 2 lifetimes, had never seen so much money. She didn't eat or sleep, counting for 3 days and nights. The total came to 180 million taels of gold. But she told the steward to take all the money. She wanted to buy all the red lotus flowers there. The old man thought she was a fool. Red lotus flowers were worth so little that as expected. Women have no sense when it comes to shopping. What they didn't know was that Mu Wushuang could make tens of thousands of these pills a day. She needed the red lotus flowers to refine even better pills. She had to quickly restore her handsome, mute brother's cultivation. This air of spending a fortune without regret deeply impressed the extravagant crown prince. Shortly after, the auction officially began. As the old man opened the first auction item's dimensional space, the vermilion bird jade pendant on Mu Wushuang's hand chimed. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Kei cried and begged her to buy it. It could not only completely repair the jade pendant's dimensional space, but also upgrade it by 2 levels. Mu Wushuang thought, "Isn't this a small matter? I just earned so much." Suddenly, she realized she had just spent all the money. However, the crown prince patted her and gave a meaningful smile. Then he found a waiter that I've bought out the dimensional space. Tell your boss to name his price. Mu Wushuang, receiving the gift, was a little surprised. She thought, how is he as rich and willful as the Regent King? The Crown Prince, playing with his bangs, said, if you feel embarrassed, why not give me a gift too? I think that jade pendant on your hand is quite nice. Mu Wushuang quickly hid her hand. This was the Regent King's possession. Could it be he's interested in Rong Ma Sheng, not me? So she pulled a hammer out of her pocket and gave it to him. Immediately after, her handsome, mute brother slipped away without looking back. The Crown Prince wondered what the hammer, given as a token of affection, was supposed to mean. As they slipped into a deserted alley, something unexpected happened. Mu Wushuang, pulling her mute brother home, was stopped by a man in white. Mu Wushuang asked directly, are you robbing me of my money or my virtue? The masked man burst out laughing. Who would be blind enough to want you, you fat pig? Just then, the Regent King suddenly appeared, riding in a carriage, his face cold and eyes narrowed. He said to the masked man, are you mocking my treasure? The man in black's jaw dropped in shock. So the rumors of the Regent King liking men were false. He actually liked this plump type, but he quickly returned to the matter at hand. Fatty, quickly hand over the young lord's dimensional space. Mu Wushuang retorted, I'd rather use it to plug a latrine than give it to you. The Regent King only heard the words, young lord. Prone to jealousy, his face darkened instantly. The man in black pointed at the sky. Little fatty, you don't think the Regent King can protect you, do you? Tonight is the night of the full moon. The Regent King's powers are sealed on this day. But the Regent King raised his hand, gathering his internal energy that I've roamed the 9 heavens continent for many years. I never check the calendar before killing someone. With that, he struck the man in black with a single blow, sending him flying. The man in black clutched his chest in disbelief. Impossible. The night of the full moon is supposed to be your weakest. However, the Regent King started shivering right after he finished his attack. Xiao Pang noticed his uncle's unusual state. So, he raised his hand and used the power of the vermilion bird jade pendant. Instantly, he was surrounded by countless golden lights. A white tiger appeared behind him. The man in black was so scared he wet himself. You can actually summon a 5th-order demonic beast. Who are you? Mu Wushuang sneered. She offered a friendly greeting to his entire family. At this moment, the man in black used the 36th stratagem, specifically the 38th, a diversionary tactic. Look, your husband seems to be in trouble. Sure enough, the potent poison started to take effect, and Long Mo Shun began coughing up blood. While Mu Wushuang was checking his pulse, the man in black stole his dimensional space from behind. Mu Wushuang was about to chase after him, but she was worried about Long Mo Shun. Long Mo Shun said he was fine, but Mu Wushuang said, you don't look too good to me. These words reminded Long Mo Shun of the last time Mu Wushuang said he was no good in the bathhouse. He immediately became furious and said, this king is angry. Mu Wushuang said that a mere stone was not as important as his safety. Upon hearing this, the Regent King blushed. At the same time, Xiao Pang urged his brother to go home. But Mu Yuheng felt useless, only able to watch his sister being bullied. Back at the manor, servants brought 3 rounds of dishes. But Mu Wushuang had no appetite. She was very worried about her uncle's health. The spirit within the jade pendant also blamed her for being useless. She had to find a way to get the dimensional space back. Meanwhile, a servant brought the Regent King blood to counteract the poison. It had been drawn from his cousin. But when the servant opened the door, the room was empty. It turned out the Regent King was contemplating life under the moonlight. He wondered when he would be able to overcome this tribulation. Then the servant found him and brought him the blood to neutralize the poison. Long Mo Shun recalled the Grand Elder's words. To overcome this tribulation, he had to find his destined person. Long Mo Shun's gaze turned cold. This troublesome blood was only a temporary solution. To fully detoxify, he had to bring Mu Wushuang home and consume her blood as soon as possible. The next day, Mu Wushuang entered the space within the vermilion bird jade pendant. She took out the red lotus she had bought at the auction. Xiao Zhu told her she needed to focus and absorb the different types of fire into herself. So, Mu Wushuang sat on the ground and began to meditate. But all she could think about was losing weight. The red lotus remained suspended in midair, motionless. Seeing this, Mu Wushuang was dumbfounded. She then offered a friendly greeting to Xiao Zhu's entire family. Xiao Ke said her foundation was too weak to resonate with the different types of fire. She needed to buy a cauldron as an aid. So, Xiao Pang went out again to buy a cauldron. But as soon as he opened the door, the green tea bitch blocked his way. She held up a bandage, looking smug that I detoxified the Regent King again yesterday. He'll never be able to leave me. Mu Wushuang retorted, that just proves you're a little milk cow. Nothing to be proud of. The Regent King's manor has plenty of feed for you. She then left without looking back. The humiliated green tea bitch went to the Regent King for comfort. Her feigned helplessness gave him a headache. Suddenly, a servant came to report that the mistress had just left. The Regent King wondered why Mu Wushuang had been going out so often lately. He decided to see what she was up to, leaving the green tea bitch sobbing on the floor. Mu Wushuang was choosing a cauldron, just as she was about to buy the best one in the shop. Someone else beat her to the punch and paid for it. The sickly young Prince Gong Xin looked at Xiao Pang, grinning. You fat, useless woman, buying a cauldron? Don't tell me you think you can actually absorb different types of fire? He then took out his own different type of fire, looking smug. Seeing this, Mu Wushuang almost burst out laughing. Your fire is small and green. It's a perfect match for you. But it's not surprising you'd have that kind of fire. After all, you're a rare species, a green-headed turtle, aren't you? These words infuriated the young prince. He was about to attack, but his housekeeper rushed over and delivered news that shocked the nation for 5,000 years. The girl had only accidentally slimmed down to 200 pounds, and the Regent King had already declared that he would marry no one but her. The crown prince fell in love with her at first sight, because they both knew interesting looks are a dime a dozen, but a beautiful soul is one in a million. The two were about to start their game of vying for this special girl. But just now, the impotent younger prince was on the street, harassing Xiao Pang's parents. The reason being, he just found out his concubine ran off to find love, taking her baby bump with her. And the 8-month-old fetus wasn't even his. So he took all his anger out on the fat woman. However, at this moment, a hand patted him. The crown prince picked him up like a chicken. The younger prince was so scared he peed his pants. The crown prince, with a benevolent look, warned him, cause any more trouble, and I'll fill up the bellies of all the women in your backyard. With 100 million when allowance every day, he was just worried he had nowhere to spend it. So the younger prince dropped some harsh words, saying he would kill his mute little brother in a martial arts competition a month later. Then he went crying to his parents to find his runaway concubine. At this time, the crown prince pretended to run into Xiao Pang and greeted her. But in reality, he stalked her on the streets every day. Mu Wushuang gave an awkward and polite reciprocal smile. Unexpectedly, the crown prince pulled out the love token Xiao Pang had given him. He really wanted to know what a hammer represented. Mu Wushuang didn't like being pestered. It seemed she had to get rid of them quickly. So she had them both sit on small stools and listen to her story. A long, long time ago, a prince defeated an evil dragon and married his childhood sweetheart princess. But less than 6 months after their wedding, the prince fell for a homewrecker and showed off his affection for her right in front of the princess. The poor princess was left with nothing but a hammer. At that moment, she came to a sudden realization. All men are pigs, and love is worthless. After saying this, she bowed and disappeared, leaving her name unsung. But the crown prince became deeply moved. He believed some scumbag must have hurt Xiao Pang, and he had to find a way to heal her. Meanwhile, Mu Wushuang was thinking about where to buy another building when she was suddenly attracted by a delicious aroma. Looking up, she saw it was Shaxian delicacies. She swore this would be her last meal before dieting. She then called the waiter and asked for 1 book's worth. The waiter wondered, we don't have any dishes sold by the book. The exasperated owner smacked him upside the head. Are you stupid? 1 book means everything on the menu. He then rushed over to Xiao Pang and said, honored customer, you are now our supreme VIP member. Any requests, just ask. In no time, the waiter brought out a feast of dishes. Mu Wushuang picked up a piece of 82 golden fish and a bowl of aged pickled mustard greens. Combining the two, she stuffed them into her Kazalan small mouth. Unexpectedly, the Regent King suddenly appeared behind her. He looked at Xiao Pang affectionately, hoping his darling would feed him a bite. The bewildered Mu Wushuang blushed and her heart raced. The Regent King thought his darling was captivated by his handsome face. But to his surprise, Xiao Pang handed him a bowl of something unknown, saying, "Royal uncle, since you're out and about, it seems you've recovered in that aspect." She then diligently handed him chopsticks, urging him to help himself, leaving the regent king sighing. Meanwhile, the crown prince and his friend also sat down nearby. Suddenly, the crown prince's attention was caught by a familiar voice. He discovered his beloved was also dining at Shaxian Delicacies. But why was there a strange man sitting next to her? At the same time, the ever-vigilant regent king also noticed him. They had both seen each other before. The crown prince assumed the scumbag Xiao Pang mentioned was him. Long Mo Shun also knew the crown prince must have some ulterior motive. So he picked up the 200 gene Xiao Pang and picked up a piece of fatty meat to feed her. This sudden change of attitude left Xiao Pang bewildered. There must be something fishy going on. And then, in the moment she looked back, she unexpectedly saw Hammerbro was also there, with a blush on his face. Based on her past experience reading cheesy novels, she seemed to understand something. A few days ago, Hammerbro was so nice to me, just to get the jade pendant Long Mo Shun gave me. Now Hammerbro has come looking for me, and Long Mo Shun is deliberately being nice to me to make him jealous. It seems they must have had a thing in the past. So, she opened her cherry lips and ate the fatty meat he offered, and even thanked the regent king profusely for putting on an act. Who wouldn't understand? But then she had second thoughts. She couldn't just be his tool for nothing. Blushing furiously, she tried to get the regent king to sponsor a Confucian classic for her. While speaking, she didn't forget to pour him tea and water. However, at this moment, the person opposite her suddenly stood up. The crown prince thought Rong Ma Sheng was truly despicable. Not only did he betray Xiao Pang, but he also wanted to enslave her. It was truly outrageous. Ma Sheng also found him irritating. Moreover, his treasure wasn't for just anyone to see. So, he offered to take Shuang'er back to his residence. Xiao Pang, looking reluctant, asked the waiter to pack her food. The crown prince gritted his teeth as he watched the two walk away. He swore to rescue Xiao Pang from his misery. His friend beside him was exasperated by his stupidity. However, just as they arrived at the prince's residence, the prince ordered his servants to seize Shuang. They threw her directly into a water vat, added onions to remove the smell, and then simmered her over high heat. The little girl was thrown into cold water. Onions were added to remove any fishy smell, and then she was slow cooked over high heat. The girl was so frightened, she instantly wet herself. Suddenly, a dignified voice emanated from the jade bracelet on her hand. Xiao Zhu explained that this pot was a top-grade cauldron worth 100 million, and the ingredients inside were all to help her absorb the E-fire. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang's eyes lit up. So, the regent king didn't want to eat pork after all. She then lay back comfortably in the vat to enjoy herself. She also asked someone to call her mute younger brother. She wanted to perform iron pot stew for him. Seeing this, the prince smiled with satisfaction. 28 days passed. The servant in charge of watching Xiao Pang came to report, tearfully saying, "Grandmother, she died in the water vat." Long Ma Shen's expression instantly became grave. However, another extra whispered to him, "Brother, you've got the wrong script." He took out the script for this play, which indicated, "Grandmother, she has ascended to heaven." The bewildered prince became even more bewildered. So, the prince took his fancy carriage to the back courtyard. He discovered Shuang'er defying Newton's laws, flying into the sky, preparing to merge with the E-fire. Xiao Pang pointed with her orchid fingers, chanting, "Hurry, hurry," as the law commands. In an instant, a golden light shot up to the Nine Heavens Palace. Moments later, Mu Wushuang was enveloped by a golden sphere. The dazzling light made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Only after the E-fire was completely absorbed did the golden sphere gradually dissipate. Mu Wushuang now felt full of energy, and her weight had decreased by 50 pounds. With falling petals, she slowly descended. The slightly thinner Shuang'er made Rong Ma Sheng's heart flutter. He felt that Shuang'er was as beautiful as a fairy descending to the mortal world. However, Xiao Pang still didn't know she had lost weight, not until Rong Ma Sheng held her slender, jade-like hand and showed her. Overjoyed, Shuang'er immediately wanted to go to the restroom to pee and admire her slim face. Rong Ma Sheng watched Shuang'er's skipping figure, finding her increasingly adorable. However, just as she was running lightly as a swallow, she suddenly bumped into the sickly maid, Xiuqin. Xiuqin, sweating profusely, told grandmother that someone was trying to force their way into Mingzhu courtyard and had injured young Master Yuing. Upon hearing this, Mu Wushuang gritted her teeth. These scoundrels were truly outrageous. When they arrived at Mingzhu courtyard, they found her mute younger brother lying on the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Mu Wushuang rushed to help him up. Her younger brother's miserable state made his sister feel very distressed. However, at that moment, a beautiful princess slowly walked in and said, "A mute is so precious to you too? You truly are lowly." Wushuang learned from the original owner's memories that she was the fourth prince's younger sister. It just so happened that she had just absorbed the fire and had nowhere to unleash it. "Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, don't blame me for being impolite." The princess looked at Mu Wushuang with disdain. She demanded the fatty return the red lotus fire to her. Mu Wushuang retorted, "I bought the fire with my own money. Since when did it become yours, you bitch?" The princess, however, said, "Anything this princess sets her eyes on must be mine. Everything in this world belongs to this princess. If you submit to me, perhaps you can suffer less." But as soon as she finished speaking, a ball of flame rushed towards her. It gave the princess a free, trendy new hairstyle. The burned princess was furious. Shuang'er gathered the power of the fire in her dantian. Countless flames swirled around her. The princess hadn't expected that she had already absorbed the red lotus fire. Now the princess had lost all reason. She ordered her subordinates to seize her. So, two lackeys recklessly charged forward. Seeing this, Mu Wushuang couldn't help but sneer. She raised her hand and flicked her wrist. The two lackeys immediately sneered. "Princess Jiuquan, what kind of useless trash did you bring? They're utterly pathetic." However, the princess's face darkened, and she let out a malicious chuckle, because, at some point, the mute younger brother had become their hostage. They tried to escape with the mute younger brother as a hostage, but the regent king blocked their path. The princess immediately rushed forward, playing the victim. The regent king doted on Mu Wushuang so much that he naturally wouldn't give the princess a pleasant look. The princess was forced to have her men release the mute younger brother. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Consumed by rage, she felt humiliated by this lowly commoner. So, she viciously struck Mu Yuheng, the mute younger brother, in the back. He immediately coughed up what looked like 3 pints of blood. Mu Wushuang, her eyes flashing with fury, rushed over to him. After striking him, the princess's expression changed drastically. That blow had severed the little life force her brother had left. She glared at the princess with uncontainable rage that "I was going to spare your life, but today I'm going to kill you." However, at this moment, the regent king took out a red pill, saying it could temporarily extend her brother's life for a day. The princess stared at the regent king in disbelief that a 6-tier pill? You'd use it on a useless mute. But the regent king glared at her coldly. "Don't think that just because you're royalty, I won't dare touch you." Mu Wushuang also issued a harsh warning. "Once my brother is healed, I'll settle the score with you." It was the first time the regent king had seen Mu Wushuang like this, so he let her handle the matter. "I'll take care of the body," he said, then had his men forcibly drag the princess away. Mu Wushuang said, "I owe you for this 6-tier pill. While I'm stronger, I'll repay you with something even better." The regent king naturally replied, "Your brother is my brother." Mu Wushuang thought to herself, regardless of his motives, I will repay this kindness one day. However, that evening, when the imperial physicians examined the mute younger brother, they delivered news that no one expected. The physicians simply checked his pulse, shook their heads, and asked, "Can we celebrate tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, the regent king's face instantly darkened. The physicians were so scared they soiled themselves. The regent king declared, "If you can't cure him, then you'll be the ones we celebrate." At this point, one physician said, "Only the beaching pill can save the young master, but that pill has been lost for millennia." The regent king angrily berated them as useless and immediately ordered them to be sent to the crematorium to be burned to ashes. At this critical moment, Mu Wushuang rushed in, saying she had a way to save her brother. The Regent King was stunned by her beautiful appearance. He hadn't realized Mu Wushuang had lost weight, because just now, within her cultivation space, Mu Wushuang had found the formula for the beaching pill and had spent 3 days and nights refining it using her internal energy. Xiao Zhu thought that if she didn't succeed soon, her master's body would collapse. The 3 days and nights inside the space were equivalent to 3 hours outside. To save her brother, she couldn't stop. Then, in the next second, a loud boom echoed as the beaching pill was finally refined. Even the usually aloof Xiao Ke smiled with satisfaction. Finally, you're acting like a master. Mu Wushuang prepared to give the pill to her brother. The physicians saw that what she held in her hand was the beaching pill, lost for millennia. The three were stunned, thinking that their mistress must be a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. The moment he took the pill, Mu Yuheng came back to life and coughed up the yu blood in his body. Then he said, "Sister, I've caused you so much trouble." Hearing these words, Mu Wushuang's eyes filled with tears. He could speak. He immediately threw himself into his sister's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Mu Wushuang's efforts had finally paid off. The spirited young man was back. All those who had bullied him, just you wait. But suddenly, the three physicians tearfully begged to become her disciples. This scene annoyed the Regent King, and the physicians scattered in fear. But when the Regent King turned back, he saw the two siblings embracing. Jealous, he told Mu Wushuang to come eat with him, leaving her brother to rest. They went to the elegant pavilion on the lake to eat. Mu Wushuang wondered why the Regent King was sulking. Then a servant brought a brocade box containing the spatial ring that had been stolen from her earlier. He had prepared this little surprise for her, but she was exhausted and had dozed off. So he thoughtfully let her sleep on his lap. By the lakeside, several maids were gossiping about the cousin and Mu Wushuang. The cousin overheard them. "You lazy slaves, get back to work." Suddenly, the scene before her eyes made sure Lu Jiao's blood boil. Her cousin was actually carrying that fat pig, Mu Wushuang, down from the bridge in his arms. Damn it, how dare her cousin dote on that bitch, that green tea. She watched as the two of them headed towards the bathhouse. Beside her, Cuihua said, "Miss, let's just go back." Sure, Lu Jiao smacked Cuihua with a large brush pot. At that moment, she swore to herself that what she couldn't have, no one else could either. Mu Wushuang, I will destroy you sooner or later. Meanwhile, the Regent King had changed Shuang'er into a bathrobe and carried her into the bath. Unexpectedly, Shuang'er suddenly woke up. She found the Regent King slowly bringing his face closer. He was still not wearing any clothes. Angrily, she kicked him in the face. "How dare you take advantage of me?" The Regent King said with a wronged expression, "I was just trying to help Shuang'er soak in the medicinal bath to relieve fatigue." Mu Wushuang subconsciously covered herself. "We've practically seen each other naked today, royal uncle. Give me a straight answer. Are you truly this obsessed with my voluptuous figure?" Long Mozhen replied, "Shuang'er is beautiful, and I'm not afraid at all." Mu Wushuang immediately gestured to her rounded figure. "A man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Even now, you still say you're not obsessed." However, Long Mozhen simply told Shuang'er to look down and she would understand. Mu Wushuang then discovered that her round face had become oval. Stroking the perfect curve of her face, she thought, "My stunning beauty is finally returning. It seems that if I continue cultivating, returning to my former exquisite figure is just around the corner." At this time, Long Mozhen prepared to leave, instructing Xiuqin to attend to Mu Wushuang. However, Mu Wushuang was lost in the joy of her beauty. Xiuqin just stood there blankly for several hours. Suddenly, she realized the Regent King behind her had transformed into Xiuqin. She immediately pounced on Xiuqin, asking, "Am I beautiful now?" Xiuqin, of course, knew how to flatter her. Meanwhile, in the study, a servant reported the spatial ring was retrieved with great difficulty, but unfortunately, it wasn't given away today. The Regent King replied, "There will be opportunities in the future." His mind was filled with Shuang'er's delicate figure. He then ordered someone to make new clothes for Mu Wushuang overnight. He then took out a jade pendant and held it in his hand. The Regent King hadn't been this happy in a long time. Mu Wushuang didn't wake up until noon the next day. She had been dreaming about herself becoming thin. Opening the door, she saw a room full of beautiful clothes. Xiuqin explained, "The Regent King knew you had lost weight, so he had these made for you overnight." When Mu Wushuang changed into a magnificent ceremonial dress, she looked incredibly beautiful, a vision that could topple empires. Xiuqin said, "You must dazzle everyone at the palace banquet tonight, madam." Hearing this, Mu Wushuang immediately perked up. Xiuqin continued, "The Crown Prince of Dongsheng is visiting, and His Majesty is holding a banquet specifically for him." Mu Wushuang thought, "That nasty princess will be there too. Ensure Lu Jiao Jiao. She knows that the princess injured my brother, yet she still visits her every day. While I can't take her life right now, I should collect some interest for my brother's suffering." So, she quietly told Sang Lan to buy something. Meanwhile, Lu Jiao suddenly sneezed. At that moment, Suewa entered. "I just found out that Xiuqin withdrew a large sum of money from the treasury. She must be running errands for that fat woman." Hearing this, Lu Jiao immediately grabbed Suehua's hand. She decided to see what unspeakable secret was hidden behind this. In just 3 days, she went from 200 pounds to 120. Those who had mocked and insulted her as a fat pig. She would get her revenge at tonight's palace banquet. But first, she had to set a trap for her revenge. She thought of a plan to turn the tables. So, she first had Xiuqin pretend to buy medicine from the pharmacy and spread the news. That green tea bitch, in order to catch her in the act, would definitely follow her. Sure enough, they saw Xiuqin coming out of the pharmacy with a package of medicine. As soon as Xiuqin left, they went in and questioned the old man. The old man told them that he had just sold Tanwazue. Sure, Lu Jiao's expression changed drastically. "That isn't that the legendary medicine that can make someone instantly slim for a whole night?" The old man nodded with a wicked smile. Sure, Lu Jiao secretly rejoiced that, "So, you fat pig, you want to show off at the palace banquet with Tanwazue, huh?" She immediately went to Tianxiang Palace. She planned to join forces with the princess to set a trap for the fat woman. They didn't expect that the green tea bitch would fall for it so easily. Later, in the evening, Mu Wushuang was about to leave the manor with the regent king when they bumped into the elaborately dressed Lu Jiao. She sarcastically complimented Mu Wushuang. "Miss Mu, you look so beautiful today. What beauty methods did you use?" Mu Wushuang retorted, "None of your business." She added, "Are you wearing white for a funeral?" This infuriated the green tea bitch. Immediately, she turned into a drama queen, sobbing to the prince. Then, she warned the fatty not to get too cocky. "Just a bit of Realgar wine, and your mask will be ripped off." However, Mu Wushuang wasn't fazed at all. She even declared she would share the prince's sedan chair to the palace banquet. Jealous much, green tea bitch. Lu Jiao watched them leave, her blood boiling. "Don't be so arrogant, you fat pig. Princess Tianxiang has already set a trap." Later, Mu Wushuang sat obediently in the sedan chair, admiring the moon. Suddenly, the prince made a decision that defied his great-grandfather. He pulled Schwanger into his arms. He was about to take advantage of the beautiful moonlit night and do what a man and a woman alone together might do. He kissed Schwanger's forehead, whispering sweet nothings. His affectionate words made Mu Wushuang blush and her heart race. But suddenly, the prince turned serious and warned her, "This palace banquet is not simple. Don't leave my side." Mu Wushuang fell into deep thought. Could there be others besides Princess Tianxiang plotting against me? The guests had all taken their seats for the banquet. When the regent king finally arrived with Shuang, faced with the emperor's questioning, Long Mo's hen remained as arrogant as ever. As one of the culprits behind the Marquis Manor's downfall, the emperor immediately recognized the third miss of the Marquis Manor beside his royal uncle. Mu Wushuang stepped forward calmly and gracefully. Her lotus-like beauty caused a stir. Everyone remembered how ugly she used to be. The fourth prince was stunned. Holy shit, this woman has become so beautiful. I should have accepted her confession back then. The emperor looked at Mu Wushuang with a sinister gaze and asked how she was doing at the regent king's manor. The prince responded coldly, "She's fine. Your majesty needn't concern yourself." Sparks seemed to fly between their eyes. It was unclear what the relationship between the prince and the emperor truly was. Suddenly, Princess Tianxiang and the green tea bitch appeared, hypocritically apologizing for their previous offense. Then, Princess Tianxiang offered a cup of Realgar wine as a peace offering. "Third miss, you are truly stunning today, but I'm afraid your true form will be revealed soon. Today, I will expose your ugly face in front of everyone." She presented the cup of Realgar wine, but Mu Wushuang didn't take it. The princess smirked. Are you afraid to drink it? Schwanger calmly retorted, why wouldn't I dare to drink? Because you took the ephemeral bloom intoxicant. The entire room erupted in gasps. Isn't that the priceless, beautifying elixir? Princess Tianxiang pointed at her and accused, do you know that using the elixir in front of the emperor is a crime of deceiving the emperor? The emperor glared at Mu Wushuang. However, Mu Wushuang remained unfazed. Show me the proof. The princess argued, you not drinking the Realgar wine proves you took the elixir. Mu Wushuang turned the tables. Then why don't you drink the Realgar wine? The princess broke out in a cold sweat. She had also secretly taken some of the elixir to enhance her beauty. But she was determined to humiliate the fat pig today, so she flew into a rage. Mu Wushuang coldly challenged her. If it's proven that I haven't taken the ephemeral bloom intoxicant, you will kneel and apologize to me. The princess laughed. She didn't believe the fat pig could lose weight and become beautiful so quickly without drugs. So Mu Wushuang asked her royal uncle to be a witness, and the emperor himself also offered to witness. Mu Wushuang thought, this emperor is somewhat competent. How could he have such a foolish sister? She then downed the entire cup of Realgar wine in one gulp. The princess and Lu Jiaojiao laughed smugly. But even after drinking every drop, Mu Wushuang remained unchanged. This shocked them. She must not have drunk enough. They demanded another jar of Realgar wine. Mu Wushuang once again drank it all in one go. When Mu Wushuang slammed the empty jar down, the two were utterly dumbfounded. The princess rushed to her brother for protection. How can I kneel to such a lowly person? But with everyone watching, the emperor couldn't protect her. He thought, as expected of Long Moshen's woman. She's both a threat and a pawn I can use against him. At this moment, Princess Tianxiang was forced into a corner. Mu Wushuang knelt and apologized. The once haughty princess had now become the lowly person she herself had spoken of. Princess Tianxiang gritted her teeth and said, I'm sorry, Miss Mu. Please forgive this lowly one. The princess knelt to the plump Mu Wushuang in front of everyone. The magnanimous Mu Wushuang naturally didn't pursue the matter further. She also warned the princess not to be instigated by villains again. The princess then glared fiercely at Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Jiaojiao was so scared she wet herself. Suddenly, a figure walked into the palace. The crown prince of Dongsheng walked in with a playful smile, apologizing to the emperor. He was carrying the hammer Mu Wushuang had given him on his back. Mu Wushuang thought, Hammer Bro is actually the crown prince of Dongsheng. But why did he bring a hammer to the banquet? The crown prince was exceptionally excited to see Mu Wushuang. He said that he hugged the hammer every night to sleep, feeling as if she were by his side. Suddenly, a cry was heard. The two's conversation ignited Long Moshen's fury. A tempest raged within his heart. The crown prince continued to flirt with Mu Wushuang, making her very uncomfortable. Long Moshen warned the crown prince with a cold face, don't tease my fiancée. But the crown prince said, who I like is my freedom. Don't take offense, your highness. The two, like fire and ice, were about to start a major confrontation. This chaotic scene gave Mu Wushuang a headache. Knowing Long Moshen's jealous nature, she decided to appease him first. She pulled 2 lychees from her sleeve and tried to feed him in a cute and coquettish manner. Seeing him ignore her, she offered him a grape. Through Mu Wushuang's persistent efforts, she finally moved the proud Long Moshen. The crown prince thought, he's the regent king with incredibly deep influence. It won't be easy to steal a woman from him. Just as Long Moshen and Mu Wushuang reconciled, they didn't expect the emperor was also interested in Mu Wushuang. As the banquet ended and the two were preparing to return home, a servant said that the emperor wanted to see Miss Mu Wushuang. Mu Wushuang was bewildered. Long Moshen asked coldly what the matter was. The eunuch said it was to discuss the Marquis Manor's treason case. So Long Moshen gave him the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. He said he had to go back and eat Mu Wushuang's grapes. The emperor, learning he was only given half an incense stick's worth of time, was furious. I'm the emperor. Do I have to listen to you, a mere regent king? Then, with a sinister smile, he thought, you care about this woman, Long Moshen? Then I'll take her from you. I'll make you die at the hands of the woman you love. Mu Wushuang respectfully walked towards the back garden. She knew the emperor was vicious and had played a part in the Marquis Manor's downfall. She had to be extremely cautious. The emperor, with a gentle smile, asked about her family and then hypocritically said, I've sent people to thoroughly investigate the Marquis Manor's treason case. The one who framed your family has committed suicide. I will clear your grandfather's name." Hearing this, Mu Wushuang sneered inwardly. Did Shimin Sheng and Shimin Konghang really not know about the second branch's schemes? Putting forward a scapegoat to appease the public is laughable. The emperor then hung his head and said, "Everyone in the palace fears me. No one ever speaks to me from the heart. At tonight's banquet, I saw how different you are." However, Mu Wushuang had accidentally gotten herself drunk. Seeing this, the emperor reached out and gently held Mu Wushuang's hand. In a tender voice, he said, "I want to make you the most envied woman in the world." These words startled Mu Wushuang, and she immediately pulled away. But in her drunken haze, the emperor continued to spout sweet nothings, making her even more dizzy. She thought, this damned emperor can really talk. Using her remaining lucidity, she told him, "The time for half an incense stick seems to be up." Then she stumbled out of the palace. The emperor, however, thought she was charmed by him. As expected, women have no resistance to wealth and power. Mu Wushuang, her face flushed, finally found Long Moshen's carriage. Long Moshen was stunned when he saw her state. But the next second, Mu Wushuang threw herself into his arms. They gazed into each other's eyes for a long time. Long Moshen's faint, clean scent seemed to confuse the drunken Mu Wushuang. Suddenly, Mu Wushuang pinched his nose and said dreamily, "Royal uncle, why have you become two?" Long Moshen grabbed her small hand. "Why did you drink so much?" Mu Wushuang started acting drunk again. "Nonsense. This baby can hold her liquor." This left Long Moshen bewildered. The phrase "this baby" was not in his vocabulary. Schwanger now looked like a little wildcat, adding a touch of unexpected cuteness. However, after saying this, he took her small hand. He took out a cloth and gently wiped her feet, careful not to scrub too hard. Because this place had been touched by another man, the force caused Schwanger pain, and she scolded him, calling him a bad person. Suddenly, she lunged forward and, fueled by alcohol, pressed her warm, passionate lips to his. The Regent King's heart trembled violently. She didn't stop until Long Moshen's lips were bleeding from the kiss. Since Schwanger is so forward, he said, "Then this king will take advantage of this romantic setting and properly express my love to you." The girl, having only slightly indulged in a jar of 82 Maotai, used her drunken state as an excuse to climb onto the Regent King's palanquin. Without a word, she bit into those long-awaited soft lips. She didn't reluctantly release her grip until the Regent King's lips began to bleed. Suddenly, the Regent King flipped over, pinning the girl to the ground. The unexpected dominance made Schwanger's body tremble. The Regent King decided to properly express his love to her under the beautiful moonlit night. But Mu Wushuang noticed that her royal uncle's pupils had turned green. She was about to speak when warm lips covered hers. So she closed her eyes and lost herself in the moment. For a fleeting instant, she felt ecstatic. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed through the air, and a 40-meter-long dragon descended from the sky. Mu Wushuang followed the sound of thunder, but she never expected a dragon to fly down beside them. She quickly urged her royal uncle to look behind him. But Long Moshen wasn't finished expressing his affections and wanted to continue. However, the dragon shrunk its form and positioned itself directly between them, calling Schwanger a fat woman. Mu Wushuang retorted, calling him a little pest. The little pest, feeling quite offended, declared, "I am a noble azure dragon." Mu Wushuang, with a cry of disdain, flicked him away, short, small, and foul-mouthed. "Were you if not a little pest?" The bullied azure dragon immediately sought comfort from his master. The Regent King remarked, "After 10 years of slumber, you've certainly become more impressive." Later, they returned to the manor. Mu Wushuang thought to herself, "Azure dragons are divine beasts. Long Moshen is truly extraordinary." Once home, Mu Wushuang asked about her younger brother. Xiuqin replied, "Young Master Mu is in the kitchen preparing snacks for you." Mu Wushuang's heart fluttered with delight. Typical of my beautiful younger brother. With that, she ran towards the kitchen without looking back. At that moment, Mu Yuheng was preparing spicy rabbit heads for his sister. Mu Wushuang suddenly burst in. Her younger brother, without hesitation, offered her a rabbit head. Mu Wushuang exclaimed, "The bunnies are so cute, but my beautiful younger brother is even cuter." Suddenly, Mu Yuheng felt his body tremble. The next second, he unexpectedly collapsed to the floor unconscious. Later, Mu Wushuang learned that his collapse was due to exhaustion from intense cultivation, and the purpose of his cultivation was to duel with the young prince. He didn't want to disappoint his sister. Mu Wushuang smiled, pinching his cheek, and called him silly. Whether you win or lose, you'll always be my most beloved younger brother. And besides, sister believes you will definitely win. At this moment, Xiuqin approached, holding a laxative, and said, "Look, I secretly had someone inquire. The young prince has already reached the 5th level of spiritual diagram, but young master is only at..." Mu Wushuang thought to herself, "It will be difficult for my brother to catch up if he has to start cultivating again." Suddenly, a faint ringing came from the jade pendant on her hand. Piggy told its owner, "Using a formation will allow for rapid cultivation. It can gather the spiritual energy from a 100-mile radius in a short amount of time." Mu Wushuang's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. The next day, the Azure Dragon anxiously sought out the Regent King. That woman from yesterday was setting up the 100 Spirits Gathering formation. That's a formation lost for 10,000 years. That woman is no ordinary person. Long Mo's hen, upon hearing this, immediately decided to investigate. Meanwhile, Mu Wushuang was setting up the formation under Piggy's guidance. Only after placing the final formation stone did Mu Wushuang stand up and wipe the sweat from her brow. She then instructed her brother to sit cross-legged, preparing to absorb the spiritual energy. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation surged through his body. This was because Mu Wushuang was infusing the formation with spiritual energy. At this moment, the Regent King arrived at the scene. The sudden appearance left the two dumbfounded. As the stones continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, the formation displayed a hexagonal rune. Suddenly, a violent wind erupted, and countless golden lights surged towards the sky like a whirlwind. At this moment, a man in black was silently watching everything. Azure Dragon didn't expect him to actually be able to perform the giant spirit tremor, and urged his master to capture and interrogate him, because this giant spirit tremor was quite rare, even in the High Street continent. But Long Mo's hen said he would send someone to collect the Emperor's seal. The exasperated Azure Dragon instantly snapped, "Master, are you truly bewitched by this woman?" Mu Wushuang gave a faint smile in return. "Oh, what if I am?" Meanwhile, her younger brother was diligently cultivating. Shuang'er also decided to start working on losing weight. Her plan was to run and practice Taekwondo from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. every day and only eat Lanzhou ramen for lunch. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., she would tag along with her brother to Lin Town for cultivation. From 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., she would practice her odd-numbered forms. A month later, he also emerged from seclusion. Xiuqin had been waiting outside for a long time. The moment she saw Mu Wushuang, she was hopelessly smitten. The chubby girl persisted in squatting 18 times a day. In just 3 days, she went from 200 jin to 120 jin. However, no one would be satisfied with the status quo. Being slightly chubby was still a bottleneck, so she made up her mind to start a devilish weight loss regimen. This involved running 3 laps around the Yellow River every day and only eating Lanzhou ramen for every meal. Finally, after a month of secluded weight loss training, she went from 120 jin down to 90 jin. Now, she was comparable to Liu Yifei. Even by new Xiuqin wanted to bear her children. She looked perfect from every angle. But Xiuqin worried that she had lost weight too quickly and whether her body could handle it. However, before Mu Wushuang could answer, the green tea girl came limping over on crutches, her face covered in bandages. Mu Wushuang kindly asked her what had happened. The green tea girl pointed at her nose and accused her. "If it weren't for your fat friend causing trouble at the palace banquet last time, how would I have gotten my leg broken by the princess?" Upon hearing this, Shuang'er became thoughtful. Then, Deng Shi said to the green tea girl, "That's really a pity. I missed such a good dog-eat-dog show." Lu Jiaojiao, upon hearing this, instantly flew into a rage. Not only had the princess broken her leg, but the prince had also ignored her plight. She hated him and blamed him. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of this vixen, Mu Wushuang, how could the prince have become so cold to her? The demon within her heart drove her to grab the dagger hidden in her sleeve. She abruptly raised her hand and slashed at the vixen. However, it was useless. Shuang'er, a reincarnated agent, easily overpowered the green tea girl and gave her an icy warning. "If you hadn't been scheming to kill me, you wouldn't have suffered these consequences." She then gave her a hard shove. The green tea girl instantly coughed up 3 jin of blood. With a swollen face, she was about to fight Mu Wushuang to the death when a majestic voice sounded from behind. Long Mo's hen said indifferently, "How dare you?" Seeing him, Lu Jiaojiao immediately dropped to her knees. "Your Highness, please let me explain." Long Mo's hen simply told her to get as far away as possible. Lu Jiaojiao thought, "I'm doomed. My cousin now completely loathes me." At this time, Mu Wushuang thanked her royal uncle and was about to leave when he grabbed her. He lifted her into his arms and gazed at her with a mischievous smile. He stared like this for 3 hours. A bewildered Mu Wushuang wondered if he had failed to recognize her. But then her royal uncle lifted her chin with his hand and said, "This king can see you even more clearly now." Because now, Shuang'er looked exactly like her agent soul. Suddenly, Mu Wushuang pushed him away with a frown. "Royal uncle, aren't you afraid of gossip, bullying me in broad daylight?" But her royal uncle replied, "Who dares to gossip about this king's fiancée?" With that, he showed her what real bullying was. This public display of affection made Xiuqin blush. Long Moshin's unrestrained behavior instantly angered him. But suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto Shuang'er's face. It turned out to be a nosebleed from the love-struck prince. But he couldn't be blamed. Shuang'er was just so alluring. Mu Wushuang sighed. Then, she thoughtfully wiped the blood away with a footcloth. Long Mo's hen was falling more and more in love with her. Just as he was about to continue their lovey-dovey moment, Shuang'er quickly dodged aside, saying she was in a hurry to buy new clothes. Since that's the case, Long Mo's hen said, "Then I shall also give you a gift." He then handed the urn to Shuang'er. Mu Wushuang opened it and found a rare, spatial item inside. However, Mu Wushuang knew the principle of not accepting gifts without merit, so she returned the urn to Long Mo's hen. But he said, "Consider it an early celebration of your brother's victory." Mu Wushuang then remembered that in a few days, it would be the day of the martial arts competition between her brother and the young prince. So she thanked Long Mo's hen for his kindness. But the Regent King took the opportunity to flirt with Shuang'er, saying, "Between you and me, there's no need for thanks." Mu Wushuang's heart raced from his flirting. Truly, being handsome has its advantages, she thought. After Shuang'er left, the Regent King secretly dispatched Sang Biao to protect her. Just as they were about to buy clothes, they overheard people discussing the martial arts competition. They not only called her brother a good-for-nothing who was courting death, but also mentioned that the young prince's father had specifically opened a gambling den for the event. These words angered Xiuqin, but Mu Wushuang sneered inwardly. She was about to make a decision that went against her great-grandmother's wishes. She took out her cultivation pills and told Xiuqin to sell them. She also instructed her to buy 2 sets of men's clothing from Hailan Home. Our fortune depends on this, she thought. An hour later, they changed into men's clothing and entered the gambling den. It was filled with unsavory men. The body odor emanating from them was overwhelming. The largest gambling table was for the martial arts competition. The money piled up on the young prince's side was like a mountain. Suddenly, a man took out 1,000 taels and bet on the young prince. Then he took out a single copper coin and bet on Mu Yuan. His intention was to mock the good-for-nothing who didn't know his place. Mu Wushuang strode forward with an air of heroic grace. "Since you're so certain the young prince will win," she said, "why did you only bet so little? Did you have to scrape together every last penny?" These words enraged them, and they clamored to see how much the young man could bet. Mu Wushuang clapped her hands, but something unexpected happened. It was the girl's first time trying to go to a casino without wearing a bra. She just clapped her hands lightly, and someone brought in a large red coffin. When it was opened, it was revealed to be filled with gold. But she told the gamblers not to be too surprised, because she had dozens more chests of gold behind her. All the gold added up to a total of 20 million taels. And this gold, she claimed, was just from exchanging a couple of small rings. The reason she brought so much gold to the casino was because tomorrow was the martial arts competition between her brother and the young prince. The casino had opened a gambling pool for the event, and she intended to bet all her money on her underdog brother. Whether or not I get a beachfront villa depends on this, she thought. This act also alerted the casino owner, but he mistakenly thought the young man was going to bet on the young prince. Everyone knew the young prince would win. He was only hosting this gamble to create excitement. So he told him that bets on the young prince were limited to 10,000 taels of silver per person. Mu Wushuang then asked, "Is there a limit on bets for Mu Yuan?" Everyone was stunned. They thought this young man must have bumped his head. The owner, drooling over the gold, asked, "How much do you hem?" "Intend to bet." Wu Shuang smiled coldly. 20 million taels of gold. This inhuman scene shocked the gamblers. The odds for Mu Yuheng were 100 to 1. The owner grinned from ear to ear, thinking that heaven had sent him a fortune. Mu Wushuang stared coldly at the fat. She 20 million times 300 is 2 billion. I hope you can still smile tomorrow, she thought. Later, the two returned to the Regent King's residence. As soon as they entered, a servant girl brought a bottle of something from Long Mo's hen. The Regent King wanted Shuang-er to bathe today. While Shuang-er was still confused, the servant girl brought a straw hat. Isn't this what ancient people used to cover their faces? She thought. Long Mo's hen, you nine heaven's king, are not only forcing me to wash away the sin of those men from the gambling den, but you're also making me wear a hat so no one else can see me. She kicked the table in frustration. Meanwhile, Sang Biao reported to the Regent King, Your Highness, I have seen the young miss bathing. That little pest, I don't know what master sees in her. She's ugly, has low cultivation, and is so restless. Have you forgotten what Shang Shi said? You're supposed to be looking for a woman with natural elegance. Developing feelings for that smelly woman will only break your heart. Long Mo's hen, disgusted by him, directly sucked Qing Long into his ring. Because Long Mo's hen had already set his sights on Shuang-er, even if she wasn't his destined one, he was willing to defy fate for her. Time flew by, and the day of the martial arts competition arrived. Father and son were planning how to celebrate their victory. Suddenly, they heard the crowd below exclaim, That trash is here. Mu Yuheng appeared, bathed in spiritual energy, carrying a chilling aura as he slowly approached. But suddenly, a fat woman made a hard gesture at him, saying, Young master, don't duel. Wouldn't it be better to marry into my family and be a wealthy husband? These words caused the entire audience to laugh at the good-for-nothing freeloader. What a perfect match, they jeered. Mu Yuheng clenched his fists, his spiritual energy surging. At this moment, the young prince came to taunt the mute, saying, Kneel down and kowtow 10 times now, and I'll spare your life. Mu Yuheng, however, directly spoke, Cut the crap. Today, I will take back everything that was taken from me years ago. These words instantly shocked the father and son. The audience was also puzzled that he could speak after being mute, but some still believed he was doomed. The young prince pointed at his nose and cursed. Even if you can talk, you're still trash. Taking back everything is just a pipe dream. But Mu Yuheng's eyes flashed with coldness. His entire being instantly erupted with a powerful killing intent. How is this possible? Your cultivation has recovered. So what? Today, you'll still be trampled under my feet, because my father prepared 3 minor returning pills for me. I have plenty of spiritual energy. Mu Yuheng couldn't help but laugh. If he knew my sister gave me hundreds of minor returning pills, I wonder how he would feel. Sister, I won't disappoint you. At this moment, Dr. Yunjun signaled with his hand. 1:5 begin. Xiuqin in the audience was very worried that Mu Yuheng would get hurt. But Mu Wushuang wasn't worried at all, because the young prince's cultivation was all piled up from pills. Her brother could crush him in minutes. At the same time, her cousin, Mu Ningxiu, was also present. She recognized Mu Wushuang at a glance. But when did she become so beautiful? Suddenly, Mu Wushuang felt a pair of eyes staring at her. She immediately looked back. Unexpectedly, it was Guoshi Yunjun. Mu Wushuang thought, He's the emperor's honored guest. We clearly have no interaction, so why do I feel strangely familiar? At this moment, Mu Ningxiu ran to her sister's side, feigning concern for Mu Yuheng. Mu Wushuang lied and said that the duel could be fought by a relative that you're so heartbroken. Why don't you go up and fight? Her older sister was so scared she wet herself. Suddenly, a bang came from the stage. Mu Wushuang broke out in a cold sweat. The stage was now enveloped in thick smoke. The gamblers all thought the young prince had won. And this arena is made of second-grade black gold. He actually managed to break it. Those who bet on the young prince are lining up to collect their winnings. Mu Ningxiu, the wretch, was also overjoyed. But then she tearfully went to Mu Wushuang and wailed, It's all your fault for setting up the duel and killing grandfather. He'll be heartbroken when he comes back. Mu Wushuang immediately told the idiot to shut up. Suddenly, a figure walked forward. Unexpectedly, the crown prince appeared again, and he believed that Mu Yuheng was more likely to win this time. The scheming White Lotus became infatuated upon seeing the crown prince. Mu Rushuang was surprised that he recognized her even though she was wearing a veiled hat. Suddenly, the White Lotus blushed and intentionally fell towards the crown prince. But the crown prince dodged to the side with lightning speed. Mu Ningxu fell flat on her face. At the same time, the smoke on the stage began to dissipate. The audience below erupted in commotion. When Mu Ningxu looked back, something unexpected happened. Mu Yuheng had only used 30% of his power and had already beaten the young prince to a pulp. His 9.99 bought half-sleeve shirt was torn to shreds. Seeing this, his father rushed up to kill Mu Yuheng. Mu Yuheng glared at him disdainfully. Then, right in front of him, he Hun stepped on his son. The young prince was so scared he wet himself. While Mu Yuheng wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let him die so easily, because scum like him deserved to live a life worse than death. With that, he kicked him down the stairs. Then, with another kick, he sent him flying. Seeing his son covered in injuries, the second prince immediately sent someone to call a veterinarian. But after checking the pulse, the veterinarian said, "The deceased is most likely dead." The second prince was instantly enraged. He immediately ordered his good-for-nothing subordinates. He grabbed Mu Yuheng and was about to tear him apart. However, Mu Wushuang produced a dual agreement. She hoped the second prince would handle the matter fairly. But the enraged second prince ordered his men to seize Mu Wushuang as well. At the critical moment, the crown prince came to her rescue. The second prince was surprised that the crown prince of Dongsheng would help this lowly woman. The imperial preceptor, Yunjun, acting as referee, told him to stop causing trouble. The second prince was furious. He thought the imperial preceptor was on his side. Mu Wushuang was puzzled as to why a stranger would speak up for her. But the next second, she was stunned. The imperial preceptor vanished into thin air. The second prince gritted his teeth. Two powerful figures he couldn't afford to offend were both siding with this lowly woman. He threatened the siblings, saying, "Just you wait and see. I will have my revenge." Mu Wushuang then produced the betting slip from the previous day at his casino, where she had wagered 20 million on her brother's victory. With odds of 100 to 1, the payout was 2 billion. The second prince finally recognized Mu Wushuang as the foolish young master from yesterday and coughed up blood in shock. After the father and son were carried away by veterinarians, Mu Wushuang asked Xiuqin to fetch something she had prepared. Xiuqin returned with a flower wreath. This was the victor's crown. Mu Yuheng felt embarrassed to wear it, but his sister said she had spent all night making it. He reluctantly put it on. While Mu Wushuang was reveling in her beautiful brother's victory, the crown prince was captivated by her beauty. He wished the intriguing Mu Wushuang could be his crown princess. He invited them for drinks to celebrate. The foodie Mu Wushuang was instantly delighted and, without hesitation, dragged her brother along. When the regent king, Longmo's hen, learned that Mu Wushuang had gone drinking with the crown prince, he angrily crushed his teacup. The jealous regent king's fury was not to be trifled with. However, he had already planned for this. When they arrived at the private room in Tianxiang restaurant, Mu Wushuang's mouth watered at the sight of the delicious food. However, the crown prince excused himself to use the restroom, promising to join her shortly. Just after he left, a frightening man from the regent king's residence suddenly appeared from under the table, startling Mu Wushuang. Sang Biao informed her that the regent king forbade her from drinking outside. Mu Wushuang thought, "It was just that one time I accidentally got drunk, and that was a special circumstance. Why is Longmo's hen so controlling?" Suddenly, Sang Biao produced a spatial stone, offering it to her if she obeyed the regent king. Mu Yuheng immediately stood up to defend his sister. "How dare your regent king try to control my sister's freedom with such a paltry bribe?" Sang Biao then increased the offer to 100 spatial stones. Mu Wushuang's attitude instantly changed. Spatial stones could upgrade her cultivation space. She told him as long as she got the stones, her royal uncle could ask for anything. Just as the crown prince returned from the restroom, Sang Biao quickly hid under the table again. In a short time he was gone. The crown prince, not seeing Mu Wushuang, was once again captivated by her beauty upon her return. So, a beautiful face and an interesting belly can truly coexist. Mu Wushuang told him her belly was long gone. "Then let us raise a glass to the departed belly." Mu Wushuang was thinking about how to refuse him when, Her quick-witted brother said she wasn't feeling well. Mu Wushuang immediately played along, saying, well, you know, women have their days. The crown prince seemed to understand. He then grandly gestured and had someone bring in a period care package, red dates, red date tea, a hand warmer, and a heated bed. Mu Wushuang was stunned. Was this the legendary friend to women? She settled onto the heated bed while her brother drank in her place. The crown prince asked if she was feeling better, and her brother immediately refilled his cup. Mu Yuheng thought the crown prince was frivolous and unworthy of his sister. He wouldn't allow someone who only cared for her looks to harm her. Every time the crown prince finished a drink and tried to talk to Mu Wushuang, her brother would refill his cup. This made Mu Wushuang burst out laughing. An hour later, the crown prince was finally drunk, while her brother was only slightly tipsy. Suddenly, a hand rested on Mu Yuheng's shoulder. He turned around to see the crown prince standing there, affectionately holding his hand. Mu Yuheng couldn't believe the crown prince would do this to him. He couldn't believe the crown prince would do that to him. This unexpected display of affection made Mu Yuheng blush furiously. The crown prince lifted Mu Yuheng's arm with one hand and wrapped the other around his slender waist, pulling him close. Mu Yuheng didn't resist. He was willing to sacrifice his good looks to protect his sister. But the faint fragrance emanating from the crown prince unexpectedly made his body go weak. For a moment, he almost felt a flicker of anticipation. Their eyes met, both flushed. Just as things were about to enter pay-per-view territory, the crown prince's good friend suddenly barged in. The sight that greeted him made him speechless. He wondered what they'd been drinking to get like this. If word of this got out, there'd be hell to pay. He suspected Mu Wushuang was behind it. Meanwhile, the crown prince started acting drunk and disorderly with his friend, who angrily dragged him away. Seeing this, Mu Wushuang quickly stabbed her horse and rode off. A few seconds later, and she would have died of embarrassment. She then dragged her drunken brother home to their mother. In the carriage, Mu Yuheng leaned against his sister, panting softly. He excitedly shared the joy of his victory in the competition. Mu Wushuang was happy for him. Her brother had finally overcome his inner demons. When they returned to the manor, Mu Wushuang had barely stepped inside when Xiao Qinglong was stunned. He didn't realize that this beautiful woman before him was the same little piggy he had argued with earlier. Driven by his male instincts, he showered her with compliments. Mu Wushuang was bewildered. She wondered what had gotten into the little pest today. He was such a fickle little pest. She scolded him and flicked him away. Long Mo's hen, also annoyed by his boisterousness, sucked him into his ring and imprisoned him again. Mu Wushuang looked at Long Mo's hen coquettishly and asked about the 100 spatial stones he had promised her. Long Mo's hen gestured for her to come closer. Then, he suddenly swept her into his arms. He said she could have the spatial stones, but first, he needed to personally wash away the scent of another man from her. Mu Wushuang wondered if he was even jealous of her own brother. Long Mo's hen lifted her face and told her, word by word, that even bathing wouldn't be enough. With that, he replaced the scent with his own. But at that crucial moment, someone else barged into the courtyard. The startled intruder quickly turned away. Long Mo's hen, his face cold, asked what was so urgent. The intruder, trembling, announced that Mu Yuan, with his family, sought an audience. Mu Wushuang realized it was her despicable second uncle. Perhaps he was having second thoughts now that her brother was showing promise. It seemed it was time to address the injustice done to their branch of the family. With Long Moshen's consent, Mu Wushuang went to confront them. The second branch of the family had been waiting in the living room for some time. The pampered Mu Ningwei was already impatient. His mother told him to be patient. Once they got the 2 billion gold pieces the fat slob had won, he could torment her however he pleased. The priority was to appease her, lest she badmouth them to the Regent King. However, the arrogant Mu Ningxue scoffed, saying a crippled Regent King was nothing to fear. She would show him what real power was. But when Mu Wushuang entered, pushing Long Moshen's wheelchair, Mu Ningwei was instantly smitten with the Regent King's handsome features. The second branch of the family stared at Mu Wushuang in disbelief. How had the ugly, fat slob become so beautiful? Mu Wushuang coldly addressed her second uncle and aunt, asking why they were groveling before her now, after so vehemently demanding to sever ties. Her second uncle hastily apologized, claiming he had been momentarily misled by a concubine whom he had since executed to avenge them. He urged her to return home with him, saying the marquise was almost repaired and their family was waiting for them. Mu Wushuang thought to herself, Blaming the scapegoat was a tactic that truly transcended time. She glared at him with a wicked smile. Do you think I don't know your true intentions? You're just after the 2 billion gold pieces I have. Returning is out of the question. However, she continued, I can send you back. With that, she violently flung her second uncle across the room, sending him flying dozens of meters. Next came her second aunt and Mu Ningwei. The remaining Mu Ningshu wet herself in terror. So, she told the prince about Mu Wushuang's infatuation with the fourth prince, even lying that the fourth prince had invited her to go mountain climbing tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Mu Wushuang kicked by Lianhua, who cried out in pain. The three, who were just about to get up, wailed again. A family should lie together neatly. Second uncle was furious. He decided to use his connections to deal with this little wretch. Just as Mu Wushuang clapped the dust off her hands with a chuckle, the prince unexpectedly darkened his expression again. He had actually believed by Lianhua's lies. Mu Wushuang thought, even my royal uncle is jealous. That ugly fourth prince. I wouldn't even look at Shiman Kong. He not only has triangular eyes, but also a crooked face. Only a fool would be obsessed with him. She then made a face mimicking the fourth prince's ugliness, causing Longmo's hen to burst out laughing. However, at this moment, someone came to report that the imperial edict had arrived. The marquis's manor had been renovated. Mu Wushuang didn't expect the progress to be so fast, because the housekeeper had visited the manor yesterday, and there were clearly still several days until completion. So, she questioned Huang Shu about the shady dealings involved. Huang Shu explained that while the casino's backer appeared to be the second prince, there was actually someone else. Mu Wushuang thought, someone who can control the second prince and have a marquis's manor completed overnight. Could it be Emperor Shiman Sheng? It seems this emperor doesn't want to pay the 2 billion gold. He wants me to enter the marquis's manor and never come out alive. Longmo's hen firmly told Mu Wushuang, I won't let them hurt you again. Don't worry, royal uncle. I'm not that easy to bully. They won't be able to avoid paying the 2 billion gold. So, the next day, Mu Wushuang went to the second prince's door to collect the gambling debt. She had spent a fortune of 9.9 currency units to hire 200 extras just to bolster her appearance while demanding the debt. The second prince's guards were instantly scared witless. But the next second, they started cursing and yelling at everyone to get lost. Because the second prince's backer was the emperor, the emboldened guards naturally acted arrogantly. However, Mu Wushuang directly grabbed a guard by the head. She couldn't stand their dirty power plays. Today, I'll let the people see your shameless faces. So, she had the actors cry and wail for their money in front of the prince's manor. Passers-by started gossiping about the second prince behind his back. He couldn't stand it any longer and immediately ordered someone to bring out Mu Wushuang's 20 million principal. His aim was to appease the siblings first and then quietly send them to their deaths tonight. Mu Wushuang asked, Your Highness isn't planning to renege, is he? This also made the gamblers who had lost money very dissatisfied. They all demanded that the prince return their principal as well. The prince said he was still raising the money. Mu Wushuang calmly asked when he could pay. The second prince thought for a moment and replied, 3 days. But in his mind, he was plotting how to make sure the siblings wouldn't live past 3 days. So, Mu Wushuang gave his second prince 3 days. However, at this moment, second aunt suddenly lunged at the gold. Greedy, she couldn't take her eyes off the gold. Seeing this, Mu Wushuang immediately grabbed the wretch. She had just taught the second branch family a lesson in the last episode, and now second aunt was sticking to her like a fly. Truly, money changes people. But Mu Wushuang said, this is all mine. You won't get a single coin. Second aunt was instantly speechless. The next second, she started putting on a pitiful act. Mu Wushuang sneered coldly. I remember it was you, second aunt, who kept giving me medicine since I was young, causing my meridians to be blocked and turning me into a fatty. And before, in order to betray Mu Yuheng, you poisoned him, making him mute and crippled. Since we're family, and considering how much you've cared for us, second aunt, I'll teach you a good lesson today. With that, she shoved a pill into her mouth. Second aunt started trembling all over. You little wretch. "What did you give me?" "It's just a pill to help you reflect," second ant. The next second, under the effect of the pill, second ant started slapping herself hard across the face. With crisp slapping sounds, she kept rewarding herself, left and right. Soon, her face was swollen, and she had lost a dozen teeth. Crying and wailing, she begged Mu Wushuang to let her go. But Mu Wushuang wouldn't easily miss this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Only after 3 hours, when second ant finally collapsed, did Mu Wushuang stop. Suddenly, the Regent King appeared behind her. He immediately started teasing her, saying he had intended to help, but it seemed his little darling had everything under control. Mu Wushuang declared that she was a modern, independent woman, not some delicate, pampered face in his manner who relied solely on a man's protection. The Regent King stated that he wasn't interested in flowers either. He added that he preferred wild kittens these days. Upon hearing this overbearing CEO line, Schwanger got goosebumps and immediately covered the Regent King's lips. The Regent King then said he had something for Schwanger. Immediately, the old man from the auction house presented a card. "Due to Miss Mu's substantial deposit, we have upgraded your ordinary card to a purple gold card." Everyone was instantly excited. The purple gold card offered a 50% discount at all establishments under Chixiatang. Moreover, there were only 2 such cards in the entire continent. Mu Wushuang, aiming to visit every Chixiatang across the land, realized the backing power was undoubtedly Long Mo's hen. Long Mo's hen then instructed his bodyguard to deposit the 20 million taels into Schwanger's account at Chixiatang's bank. The second prince immediately stepped forward to stop him, knowing he'd never see the money again if it was deposited. But Long Mo's hen glared at him with a darkened face. "Are you interfering with my affairs?" He then turned to Schwanger with a tender gaze. "If you need to teach a mad dog a lesson next time, remember to call me to watch. You're in charge of hitting the dog. I'll take care of the body." Mu Wushuang thought to herself, "Do I owe royal uncle another favor? I need to find an opportunity to repay him soon." At that moment, her younger brother arrived to thank his sister for standing up for him. Yuheng vowed to protect his sister with his life. Hearing this, Schwanger grabbed her brother's hand and ran, making him blush. Suddenly, Schwanger noticed the national teacher among the crowd. The once gentle and refined national teacher now stared at her coldly. Later, in the carriage on their way back, Mu Wushuang suddenly sensed something behind her. Turning around, she saw it was the national teacher, Yinjun. She had no idea when he had appeared. Looking at his blue eyes and the captivating aura he exuded, Mu Wushuang realized he was the same one who had stolen her interdimensional space before. She couldn't believe the outwardly respectable national teacher was secretly a shameless thief. Yinjun chuckled. "The chubby girl has slimmed down and become quite appealing. But I don't like busybodies like you," he said, lightly lifting Schwanger's chin. Wushuang immediately slapped his hand away. "What a coincidence. I love being a busybody. I'm too merciful to kill you, though. Such a lovely woman should be locked up with my 8th brother to amuse me daily." Mu Wushuang thought, "What bizarre hobbies." Yinjun leaned closer to Schwanger's ear. "Miss Wushuang, just give in to me." Mu Wushuang thought he's somewhat handsome, but his brain lets him down. She struck his chest with a palm, knocking him onto the bed. She leaned over him, their eyes locking intensely. She was about to show him what a woman was capable of. The black-clothed man lifted her chin and whispered in her ear, "Baby, I really wanted that with you." Unsure what he meant by that asterisk, she only felt his breath tickling her ear. She turned and struck his chest with another palm. The powerful force made the national teacher collapse onto the bed. Mu Wushuang had coated her hand with poison. A month earlier, within the interdimensional space, she had begun researching various poisons for self-defense to survive in this world. She discovered that adding a drop of laxative to arsenic created a colorless, odorless poison. Schwanger's big knife had been itching for action and finally had a chance to be used. Even the esteemed national teacher couldn't escape being taken down. She pinched his face, demanding the return of her interdimensional space. The national teacher claimed he had used it up. "Why don't I offer myself to you for your enjoyment instead?" Mu Wushuang thought, "Is that all men think about?" She didn't need the space now. She could make him do something for her instead. She informed him he was poisoned and had less than 3 hours to live. If he wanted the antidote, he had to obey her. She then took out a pill that would keep him alive for 3 days and ordered him to secretly protect her and her brother. "I'll give you the complete antidote in 3 days, along with an additional reward." The national teacher swallowed the pill without hesitation. He instantly recovered and leaned in with a mischievous grin. I wonder what kind of reward my beauty has in mind. Hearing this, Mu Wushuang promptly slapped him. The national teacher cried, "You're playing dirty, hitting me in the face." But Mu Wushuang suddenly asked his real name. The national teacher smirked and said he had no surname, just the name Wuming. Annoyed by his Wei Soa smile, Mu Wushuang immediately kicked him out of the carriage. A moment later, Mu Wushuang arrived at her marquee estate. Suddenly, she heard Second Aunt's curses from behind. It turned out she had chased the carriage all the way back. Mu Wushuang calmly got out of the carriage and remarked, "Why is the marquee estate so decorated? Whose happy occasion is this?" Her cousins rushed out, telling their mother, "Something terrible's happening. Father's holding a wedding ceremony while you were gone." Their mother's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to see which hussy was courting death. Little did she know, this was all orchestrated by Mu Wushuang. She even told her younger brother, Mu Yuheng, to bring snacks and a stool to watch the show. At that moment, second uncle was gazing lovingly at his concubine when his wife and daughters burst through the door. His wife, bruised and swollen, started cursing at him and then raised her fist to attack the concubine. However, the concubine nestled in second uncle's arms, looking pitiful with tears in her eyes, saying, "I couldn't help but fall in love with you." Second uncle backhanded his wife hard. Then he kicked her in the stomach. He was completely infatuated with the concubine. Yuheng asked where he found such a powerful woman. Mu Wushuang told him to look closely. He realized the concubine looked a lot like Wen Yinyang. The maid's second uncle had forced her death. Mu Wushuang confirmed it was her. Men are cold-blooded creatures who love to deceive themselves. One moment they harm their loved ones for profit. The next they welcome back a true love. But our Yuheng is different. He's a true man. Enough melodrama. Sister will show you a good one. We're taking back the main house second uncle stole from us. With that, she walked into the house. Mu Linwei quickly told his father to stop her and throw them out. Mu Wushuang sneered, "Since when was this house yours?" Then second uncle came over, telling Wushuang not to be impudent. He then told the siblings to stay, saying they were still family. But inwardly, he plotted how to get rid of them. Suddenly, Yuheng stepped forward and yelled, "Mu Yuenda, we don't have a despicable relative like you who harms his own nephew's family." Mu Yuenda was furious that Yuheng dared address him by name. He raised his hand to strike him. Mu Wushuang caught his hand with lightning speed. With a slight squeeze, she made him cry out in pain. "Who do you think you are, daring to hit my brother in front of me?" While second uncle was speechless, second aunt charged at her with a 40-meter iron rod. Mu Wushuang smirked and sidestepped, letting the rod hit second uncle squarely in the head. Seeing him collapse, bleeding profusely, second aunt was terrified. Wushuang declared, "Anyone who touches my family will lose an arm. Anyone who looks down on us will lose their eyes." Second aunt swung her rod at Mu Wushuang, but accidentally hit her husband again. Now he'd either have a bump on his head or be dead. Mu Wushuang demanded they vacate the main house within an hour. Her cousin, Mu Ningxue, protested that it was unreasonable. Mu Wushuang replied, "You don't have to move, but don't blame me for being forceful." Mu Ningxue was furious, but didn't dare argue, vowing to avenge this humiliation. Soon, the second branch vacated the main house. Yuheng praised his sister. They probably wouldn't dare cause trouble again. However, as night fell, 7 black-clad figures appeared outside Mu Wushuang's courtyard. They were the strongest assassins hired by the second prince. One assassin, having heard that Mu Wushuang had become beautiful, suggested they have some fun before killing her. Suddenly, they heard a whooshing sound in the distance. In an instant, they were all struck down with unerring accuracy. The strongest assassin organization, the 7 Deadly Stars, was instantly filled with resentment. Men from the northeast arrived. They were the strongest sword-wielding guards under the archery formation king. Long Yi also ordered his men to handle the bodies discreetly, so as not to disturb the madam's sleep. Because the archery formation king had previously instructed Long Yi that if anything happened to Mu Wushuang, he should come see him disheveled. For decades, Long Yi had never seen the king so heartbroken over a woman. And all of this was witnessed by Wuming. Even if Long Yi hadn't acted, he would have had to. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. Time flew by, and it was the next day. Mu Wushuang could sense the commotion from last night, but her brother said he hadn't heard anything. Mu Wushuang thought Wu's security measures were quite good, as they hadn't even left any traces at the scene. Suddenly, the Qilins ran out, saying that the space absorption was complete. Mu Wushuang was overjoyed. When she entered the Vermilion Birds cultivation space, the previous thatched hut had transformed into a large villa. Little Pig also said that the upgraded herbs would mature faster. Mu Wushuang not only recalled the scene of the two squirrels hoarding medicinal herbs, but the spiritual spring spirit had also revived. Every morning, she could collect a drop of spiritual spring dew. Just one drop could grant eternal youth. This was every woman's ultimate dream. After Little Pig finished explaining the space upgrade, it informed her that they, the abandoned spirits, also had an ability after awakening, the power to foresee the future. Mu Wushuang thought this was amazing, but she worried that this ability might be harmful to their health. Little Pig and Little Sparrow blushed upon hearing this, because no master had ever cared about their well-being. They said they were spirits born from heaven and earth, so there wouldn't be any problems. At this moment, Little Sparrow foresaw that a divine object would appear in the Sunset Mountains in 10 days. Mu Wushuang thought it would be great if it were a divine medicine, as it might be able to cure the poison in her royal uncle's body. The next day arrived. Xiuqin came to report that an imperial edict had arrived. The emperor invited Mu Wushuang to enter the palace for flower viewing after the morning court session. Mu Wushuang knew this was a trap set by the emperor, but she wouldn't choose to be a coward. After all, fighting monsters and dealing with scum was her style. Meanwhile, as the emperor was about to dismiss the court, Long Mo's hen had something to report. The emperor, with a grim expression, told him to speak. Long Mo's hen coldly pointed at the second prince, accusing him of audaciously hiring assassins to kill his fiancée, Pang Xie. The two princes were instantly dumbfounded. The emperor immediately said, "Isn't there some misunderstanding?" Long Mo's hen said he had evidence of the second prince paying a deposit and signing a contract. The emperor thought to himself, this idiot second brother is hopeless. Moreover, Long Mo's hen had 600,000 troops under his command. He immediately ordered the second prince to be imprisoned. Long Mo's hen knew imprisonment wouldn't be enough and requested to handle the matter personally. The emperor gritted his teeth. However, a eunuch informed him that Mu Wushuang had already entered the palace. The emperor immediately beamed with delight. Long Mo's hen, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? You'll only be able to watch your woman descend to the underworld later. He then waved his hand, allowing Long Mo's hen to deal with the second prince, and invited him for a stroll in the imperial garden. Upon hearing this, Long Mo's hen was struck as if by lightning. Could something have happened to Shuang? When they arrived at the imperial garden, Mu Wushuang had already taken a bite of the Dalian pastry on the table. Seeing this, the emperor smiled triumphantly. That's a highly poisonous pastry I personally made. Just a touch will cause death. As expected, Mu Wushuang started showing symptoms, clutching her throat in apparent distress. Long Mo's hen was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He immediately rushed over with his wheelchair and embraced Shuang, his eyes filled with uncontainable grief and despair. Then he made a decision that went against his ancestors. The girl had only taken a bite of an expired pastry, and it caused her such pain that her whole body contorted. The Regent King was instantly horrified. He immediately rushed over with his wheelchair and embraced her, his eyes filled with uncontainable grief and despair. But the emperor laughed, baring his teeth, because he had added 3 pounds of arsenic to the pastry, intending to make Long Mo's hen watch his beloved die before his eyes. Long Mo's hen, consumed by uncontrollable rage, made a decision that went against his ancestors. He was ready to unleash his 8th soul mark, an act that would make the emperor suffer immensely. At this moment, he wished he could annihilate the emperor's entire family. But suddenly, a startling change occurred. Shuang in his arms miraculously revived. It turned out he had only pretended to be poisoned. Watching Shuang's playful expression, Long Mo's hen found him increasingly intriguing. The elf emperor hadn't expected to be tricked by a woman. Mu Wushuang walked up to him. She forcefully lifted the emperor's chin and coldly warned him, "If you dare send anyone after me or my brother again, I guarantee none of your teachers will survive." With that, she pushed the Regent King's wheelchair and left. The emperor lay on the ground, humiliated like a turtle. On their way back, Long Mo's hen expressed his worry about Schwanger's health. Schwanger told him that he had already taken an antidote pill. Moreover, he was a peerless divine physician in his past life. How could he be defeated by such a petty trick? While speaking, he was also taking the Regent King's pulse. After taking his pulse, Schwanger's body suddenly stiffened. He discovered that the Regent King had been poisoned with 20 different toxins, and each one was a rare and potent poison. He desperately wanted to know what the Regent King had been through. Long Mo's hen told him not to worry about it, saying, "I only care about your safety." But Schwanger claimed he could cure 18 of the poisons. The little pest didn't believe the young man could do anything. Even when Schwanger gave the Regent King medicine to stabilize his condition, the little pest urged his master not to listen to him. But Long Mo's hen didn't care and took the medicine. The little pest thought, "It's over. Long Mo's hen has been completely brainwashed by this woman." He dramatically told his master to do as he pleased, saying he wouldn't bother with him anymore. Later, the two returned to the Regent Prince's residence. Schwanger pulled out a 40-meter-long sword to cut the Regent King's wrist and collected the flowing poisoned blood in a urinal. This way, some of the toxins in the Regent King's body were cleared. Combined with his acupuncture, Schwanger guaranteed the Regent King would regain his vitality within 3 days. The current Schwanger was no longer the Schwanger from the beginning. From now on, it would be Schwanger's responsibility to protect the Regent King. Upon hearing this, Long Mo's hen fiercely embraced Schwanger. He was falling deeper in love with this treasure. The Regent King's grip was strong, and Schwanger couldn't push him away. Later, the Regent King said something that made Schwanger blush. "I want to marry you." Schwanger's expression instantly turned somber, which also dimmed Long Moshen's gaze. Schwanger apologized to the Regent King, explaining that he didn't have romantic feelings for him. He had initially entered the residence for money and power to protect his brother. Besides, hadn't the Regent King liked his previous plumper body? Didn't he dislike him thin now? Long Mo's hen said that he loved Schwanger's soul. Schwanger rejected him again, saying, "You are not the one I must be with. Besides, there are countless beauties in the world. I still need to observe. Your Highness, I truly don't wish to go against my nature. Once I regain the Mu family's power, I will no longer disturb you." Long Mo's hen was determined to win Schwanger's heart and asked the eunuch for advice on how to woo him. The eunuch told him that romance comics might have some answers. Long Mo's hen immediately ordered him to buy every romance comic on the market. "Must be with you? I will try my best." Long Mo's hen began reading romance comics and taking notes. This particular comic depicted a manipulative woman seducing the male lead, causing the heartbroken original wife to drown herself. Long Mo's hen frowned deeply. He immediately jotted down a note. Men shouldn't be ambiguous with other women. Suddenly, Xiao Qinglong burst in, furious at his master's frivolous behavior. But no matter how much he tried to persuade him, the Regent King remained resolute. Xiao Qinglong's nagging only irritated him. A chilling, sinister look flashed in his eyes. Xiao Qinglong was so scared he wet his diaper. He could only obediently grind ink for his master. Meanwhile, at the Marquis residence, Mu Wushuang was contemplating how to retrieve the sacred artifact from the Sunset Mountains. Shouqin reported that the crown prince of the Eastern Kingdom had arrived. He said that the divine martial sect had organized a trial in the secret realm of the Sunset Mountains and asked if she wanted to join. Mu Wushuang was overjoyed. Suddenly, another figure appeared. Long Yi said that the Regent King urgently needed to see Mu Wushuang. She thought it was time to make the Regent King face reality. So he had Shouqin tell the crown prince he had something to attend to and would buy him a drink later to apologize. After studying romance comics, the Regent King not only personally fed Schwanger's snacks, but also had his servants bring Lu Jiaojiao to him. The Regent King looked at Lu Jiaojiao with indifference in his eyes. Humiliated tears instantly welled up in Lu Jiaojiao's eyes. He didn't know how he had angered his cousin again. After being reprimanded by his cousin last time, he had clearly been behaving himself for many days. But the Regent King didn't even glance at him, directly ordering his men to throw him out to the dogs. Xiao Lucha was stunned by these words. Yin Feng, who had a secret crush on Lucha, was also shocked. He immediately stepped forward to shield Lu Jiaojiao, saying that the Regent King was too cruel. Long Mozhen replied, "You seem to care about him a lot. Let's throw you out too." Schwanger broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the urgent matter his uncle had mentioned? Suddenly, Schwanger was pulled into an embrace that "I'm doing this to reassure Schwanger." Mu Wushuang wondered where he'd learned such cheesy lines. She pushed her uncle away again. "Knowing that the Regent King only has me in his heart is what makes me uneasy, okay?" Schwanger tried to leave, but he held her back, claiming to feel unwell and asking Schwanger to examine him, looking at her with a pitiful expression. This blatant flirting caused Schwanger's nose to bleed, leaving her unable to refuse. Later, as Schwanger was inserting needles into his bladder, Long Mozhen asked her to feel the fabric of his clothes. Mu Wushuang touched it. "Isn't this 500 gram per Jinyunlin silk? Is my uncle showing off his wealth? Or is his poison related to this fabric?" While Schwanger was bewildered, her uncle leaned in and said, "Schwang, do you think this material is husband material?" These words startled Schwanger. Despite the July heat, she felt a chill. Where did her uncle learn such cheesy pickup lines? Long Mozhen let out a small cough. "It's Schwang, who doesn't like sweet talk." Her uncle's strange behavior left Schwanger speechless. She thought he must have suffered some kind of shock, so she quickly tried to leave. Her uncle asked, "Are you going to see Song Yang?" Mu Wushuang wondered how he knew. Her uncle said, "I've already invited him. Let's the three of us have a heart-to-heart talk at my residence." Mu Wushuang had rejected the Regent King's confession, but he was obsessed with the idea of having children with her. He vowed to make Schwanger his wife, so he went into seclusion to learn how to capture a woman's heart. He read romance comics for 25 hours a day before sleeping. 28 days later, he finally emerged from his seclusion. The first thing he did was throw the other women out of his residence to demonstrate his devotion. Then he tricked Schwanger into his bed and whispered sweet nothings to her. But Schwanger only felt goosebumps all over. Besides, she had arranged a drink with the Crown Prince today, so she wanted to find an excuse to leave. But the Regent King, worried that Schwanger would get drunk and act recklessly, decided to hold a banquet at home and invite the Crown Prince over. The Regent King glared at him. "Crown Prince of Dongsheng, if you have anything to say, say it here." This murderous atmosphere made Schwanger shudder. The Crown Prince was smiling on the outside, but cursing internally. "It was clearly Miss Wushuang who invited me alone." So he poured Mu Wushuang some wine without hesitation, saying, "This is the imperial wine of the Dongsheng Palace. It's not something a mere Xia Dynasty Regent King could possess." The Regent King snatched the wine cup. "I indeed do not have such common wine, and it's not fit for my fiancée to consume." Sparks flew between their eyes. This gave Mu Wushuang a headache. She had sought out Song Yang because of the sacred artifact of the Sunset Mountains. So she stood up in front of her uncle, wanting to discuss the Sunset Mountains with the Crown Prince first. The Crown Prince took out a purple token. "My Kingdom's Divine Martial Sect is organizing a trial in the secret realm of the Sunset Mountains. I've reserved spots for you and Mu Yuing." He added, 7 elders will lead this trial. The depths of the secret realm are filled with magical treasures. Seeing Mu Wushuang hesitate, the Crown Prince continued, "This trial will definitely help your brother break through his cultivation level. Since the Sunset Mountains were within Dongqing's territory, it would be easier for him to have his way with Schwanger on his home turf." As expected, Schwanger immediately agreed. The Crown Prince grinned from ear to ear. He couldn't help but imagine spending time alone with Schwanger, gradually developing feelings and eventually marrying her in Dongsheng. He glanced smugly at the scowling Long Mozhen, then hummed a tune as he left the residence. Long Mozhen, on the other hand, was fuming. He grabbed Schwanger's hand. Long Mozhen was completely clueless as to why Schwanger seemed so eager to escape him. Schwanger's reason for stealing the sacred relic was to heal his leg muscles, but he didn't want to restrict Schwanger, so he let him do as he pleased. While speaking, he also took the opportunity to playfully tease Schwang. Schwanger was instantly taken aback and angrily bit Long Mozhen's hand. The Regent King cried out in pain. But the Regent King said that since Schwanger liked to bite, he could bite somewhere else next time, and he would definitely lie down and cooperate. Upon hearing this, Schwanger was instantly mortified. This man was definitely doing it on purpose. Seeing this, the sly Regent King gave a knowing smile. Later, Mu Wushuang returned to the marquis residence. She thought to herself that while the regent king was domineering and overbearing, at least he wouldn't restrict her freedom, which she found rather satisfying. But suddenly, her cousin Mu Ningwei rushed out. A few days prior, she had fallen in love at first sight with the regent king. So, Wushuang's frequent visits to the regent king's residence made her very unhappy. She believed that the regent king must have been captivated by Wushuang. She also boasted that her master was an inner sect elder of the divine martial sect, and that once her master arrived, Wushuang would be nothing compared to her. However, at that moment, an authoritative voice sounded from behind. "Who are you calling a bug?" It was Mu Wushuang's grandfather, who had been falsely accused and died in the first episode. When Wushuang met her original body's grandfather for the first time, she felt inexplicably close to him. Mu Ningwei was so scared she wet herself, claiming she was just joking with her older cousin. But Mu Yuheng immediately stepped forward and said she was lying. Hearing this, their grandfather asked Mu Wushuang to speak. The magnanimous Wushuang stated that she wasn't bothered. No matter what Mu Ningwei said, it wasn't true. Grandfather was deeply gratified by her words. This is the demeanor a descendant of the marquis residence should have. It's late today. Ningwei, you and your brother come to grandfather's room to talk. As for the sixth miss, she will receive 30 slaps as family discipline. As soon as he finished speaking, she was apprehended by the guards, and the retribution for the second branch had only just begun. The next day, grandfather had already learned about the second branch's schemes. Mu Wushuang and her younger brother went to their grandfather's room. Grandfather said, "You've both grown up. There are some things I should tell you. I went out this time to search for the whereabouts of your parents." Upon hearing this, the two were instantly shocked. Could there be another explanation for the rumor of their parents' deaths? Grandfather explained, at the place where they disappeared, a spatial rift was discovered. Yuan Hong and your mother must have entered the spatial rift and gone to another continent. Yuheng was overjoyed. This meant their parents might still be alive. Grandfather stroked his head and said, "I'm old. I can't enter the spatial rift and cross continents. After you become stronger, you'll definitely have a chance to see them again." He then handed over a jade pendant left by their mother. Mu Wushuang thought the jade pendant looked familiar. She took the jade pendant and asked her grandfather what her parents were like. Grandfather reminisced, "That year, your father, Yuan Hong, went out to train and brought back a woman. Although the family had already arranged a marriage for him, he insisted on marrying Qiubai. Eventually, I relented. Soon after, Qiubai gave birth to the two of you. But one day, assassins suddenly attacked the residence. Qiubai led the assassins away to protect you children. Yuan Hong, worried about Qiubai, chased after them. I sent people to search for them, and only heard that they had been seen in the Sunset Mountains. Everyone said they were dead, but I didn't believe it, until the spatial rift was discovered at the place where they disappeared. The siblings told their grandfather to rest well from now on and leave the matter of the spatial rift to them. Later, from Qilin, they learned that the jade pendant their mother left behind was a very special storage jade pendant. Moreover, this type of jade material only existed on higher-level continents. Mu Wushuang suddenly remembered. The ring the Regent King used to hold the little bug was made of the same material. It seemed that both the Regent King and her mother came from a higher-level continent. Their true identities seemed extraordinary. But the most important thing right now was to prepare for the trial in the Sunset Mountains. Once her cultivation level was higher, wouldn't she be able to uncover the truth behind these matters? But suddenly, Xiuqin arrived, saying that the Regent King had been waiting for her at the marquis residence since early morning. At this moment, Mu Ningwei brought the Regent King a cup of tea. The Regent King said he only drank the tea Shuang'er made. Mu Ningwei moved closer to the Regent King and said, "My master is an elder of the divine martial sect. He will be arriving in the capital soon. My master said he is confident he can heal your leg. Why don't you come to my room first? We can have an in-depth discussion." As she spoke, she slowly slid her hand into the Regent King's clothes. Damn, this woman is so shameless. She actually took the initiative to touch the Regent King's chest, and she even tempted the Regent King to go to her room for a physical examination. But unexpectedly, Mu Wushuang appeared behind her the next second. Seeing this, the Regent King immediately stood up from his wheelchair and went forward to greet Shuang'er as if nothing had happened. Mu Ningwei was instantly stunned into silence. The Regent King had been paralyzed his whole life, but this time he actually stood up. The Regent King said this was all thanks to Schwanger. She had tirelessly given him acupuncture and even allowed him to regain his virility. Hearing that they had even spent the night together, Mu Ningwei was even more furious. Mu Wuxuang hadn't actually spent the night at the residence, but she still lied, saying she had stayed for 3 days and nights. Hearing this, the Regent King put his arm around Schwanger, teasing her affectionately. This public display of affection instantly ignited Mu Ningwei's anger, and she cursed Mu Wuxuang, calling her a slut. But Mu Wuxuang wouldn't stoop to her cousin's level of vulgarity. She would teach her cousin a lesson by giving her a taste of her own medicine. Mu Ningwei secretly vowed to tear her apart in the future. Later, Schwanger took the Regent King to her room. Now, the Regent King's 3 legs were almost fully recovered. Looking at the beautiful Schwanger before him, a fire ignited within him. He stared intently at Schwanger for a long time. Mu Wuxuang, of course, knew what the Regent King was thinking, but she brought out a set of restorative tonics, saying that the Regent King needed to finish these first before he could return to his peak. Long Mo's hen immediately felt his manly pride take a hit, so he made a decision that went against his ancestors' teachings. He directly lifted her blushing face and brought his lips to hers. Without a word, he kissed her deeply. The unexpected dominance made Schwanger's body tremble. While Schwanger was stunned, the Regent King wrapped his arms around her slender waist. But the next second, Schwanger bit the Regent King hard, using all her strength. The pain made him cry out. Long Mo's hen was at a loss facing this teasing little kitten, but he didn't regret the bite. Who could blame him when Schwanger's beauty made his heart flutter? These words made Schwanger's heart race. Was this still the cold and aloof Regent King, Long Mo's hen? He lifted Schwanger's delicate face, seeing only her breathtaking beauty in his eyes. His sweet words embarrassed Schwanger to death. She asked him where he learned these over-the-top romantic lines, saying it wasn't like him at all. Long Mo's hen replied that his heart belonged to Schwanger, so it came naturally. But the next second, a book titled Sweet-Talking, Dominant Regent King Guide fell out of his clothes. Mu Wuxuang immediately understood. Long Mo's hen blushed and turned away, trying to explain that he was learning a type of heavenly cultivation technique. This only made Schwanger laugh even harder. Later that night, because Mu Ningxu was also going to the Sunset Mountain Range for the trial the next day, her mother prepared new clothes for her, telling her to snag the crown prince this time. However, Mu Ningwei overheard this conversation. She immediately took out her master's token. Her master was the divine martial sect elder leading the team tomorrow. She would see who dared to compete with her for the position of crown princess. But Mu Ningxu didn't care who she was. If she dared to fight her for the crown prince, then she shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. So, she first lowered her posture, planning to use her sister later. Meanwhile, in Mu Wuxuang's room, Schwanger took out the cultivation pills she had refined and gave them to her brother, telling him to keep them for emergencies. Mu Wuxuang also thought about being able to avoid the clingy Regent King and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Because the 2 sisters from the second branch were also going, her brother worried they would cause trouble. Schwanger patted his head, saying that having them on the journey would certainly be interesting. It was time to send these 2 troublemakers on their way. Suddenly, Mu Yuheng took out a piece of paper. It was from the Crown Prince, telling Schwanger to write down any request she had. Schwanger thought to herself, "Crown Prince, you truly are a friend to women." On the paper were 100 questions about her preferences. Even what color bed curtain Schwanger liked. The Crown Prince would cater to her. The day of departure soon arrived. Mu Wuxuang rode in a covered carriage towards the city gate. The sounds coming from inside the carriage made Mu Yuheng break out in a cold sweat. It turned out the Regent King couldn't bear to part with Schwanger and wanted to give her a physical examination inside the carriage. But as the Regent King held Schwanger, he also took out something and fastened it on her. He said it was a small toy he was giving her. When Schwanger used her spiritual sense to examine it, she found it was a superb spiritual sword. Long Mo's hen wasn't giving it away for free. He wanted Schwanger to reciprocate. Schwanger, though she liked the treasure, didn't want her uncle to take advantage of her every time. So, she coated her lips with bright pink lipstick, hoping to deter him. Long Moshen's gaze remained tender. He then held Schwanger's head and kissed her. He didn't care what she looked like. That sly old fox of a Regent King. Any chance he gets, he wants to do in even decent things with Schwanger. So, Schwanger made her lips outrageously bright, thinking it would disgust him. But the Regent King didn't mind. He even kissed her more passionately than before. 30 minutes later, Schwanger finally pushed him away. Her face was burning. It felt like all the blood in her body had rushed to her head. Long Moshen wasn't satisfied and wanted to continue, knowing he wouldn't have the chance once she left. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, the carriage bound for the Sunset Mountains had been waiting for a while. Mu Ningxiu and her sister were eager to depart. The crown prince, however, said 2 more people were yet to arrive. Mu Ningwei, upon hearing this, seductively approached the crown prince. "You never mentioned this to me, brother." The crown prince, looking disgusted, told her to stay away. He didn't want to be misunderstood by Miss Wu Shuang. Mu Ningwei was instantly enraged. Who dares to put on such airs? But the next moment, Mu Wushuang stepped out of her carriage, looking valiant and heroic. The crown prince's eyes lit up at the sight of her. The 4th prince was instantly dumbstruck. He was filled with regret. He should have accepted Mu Wushuang's confession back then. Seeing that the spotlight had been stolen by Mu Wushuang, Mu Ningwei publicly insulted her, calling her a slut who seduced men. Mu Wushuang retorted, like last time, "Another slap for your insolence. You're just a noisy chicken. Keep talking and I'll kill you and feed you to the dogs." Mu Ningwei was so scared she wet herself. Then Schwanger told everyone to prepare for departure. The 4th prince gloated at Mu Ningwei. She warned him not to touch her woman. Mu Ningwei hated him even more now. Her sister, however, told her not to cry. "We'll get rid of Wushuang secretly later." The group then set off. Mu Wushuang thought the arc was quite interesting. She wondered when she could get one for herself. Her spirit companion said it wasn't difficult to make one, but the fuel required special snacks from a higher-level continent. The spirit companion also mentioned that the higher-level continent was rich in resources, with countless cultivators flocking there from lower-level continents every day. Mu Wushuang thought it sounded like a major metropolis. Meanwhile, in a room on the ark, a faceless, hairless male corpse appeared. The murderer was Long Moshen. He planned to use this to disguise himself and secretly follow Schwanger. 2 days later, the ark arrived at the capital of the Eastern City Kingdom. Mu Wushuang, rubbing her stiff neck, complained about the tiring journey. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, offering her a veiled hat. Schwanger was confused. He introduced himself as Lin Yi, a commoner from the Xiaoya dynasty. He said his talent had earned him a place in the expedition. Mu Wushuang didn't recognize him and questioned his intentions. Lin Yi explained that Miss Mu was breathtakingly beautiful and that wearing a veil would be safer. Mu Wushuang thought the man was a stranger, but the veil felt familiar. Could he be someone sent by Long Moshen? She put on the veil, determined to see what tricks Long Moshen was playing. Mu Yuheng glared at Lin Yi, thinking he was just as annoying as Long Moshen. The 4th prince approached with a smirk, saying she should indeed cover her face. "Your beauty is for my eyes only." He put his arm around her shoulder, his fingers wandering. Then he puckered his lips, wanting a kiss. Mu Wushuang responded with a swift kick to the groin, warning him that his descendants would be in danger if he dared to touch her again. The 4th prince clutched his groin, writhing in pain on the ground. The 2 sisters rushed to his aid. He said, "Mu Wushuang has always been like this, but she's completely devoted to you. Last time we spoke of you, she was overjoyed." The 4th prince beamed at this, his words overheard by Long Moshen, who was instantly displeased. Mu Ningwei then foolishly added, "Mu Wushuang has had a crush on the 4th prince since childhood. She was willing to die for him." Before she could finish, Long Moshen sent her flying with a slap. He then went to find Mu Wushuang without looking back. Mu Ningwei thought, Lin Yi has only known Mu Wushuang for 2 days, and he's already chasing after that slut. Men are all fools. As the siblings went shopping, Long Moshen secretly followed them. Suddenly discovered by Yu Heng, he questioned Luo Moshen's intentions. Luo Moshen claimed he was there to protect Mu Wushuang, but Yu Heng insisted he would protect his own sister. Luo Moshen retorted that his sister protecting him was more likely. These words infuriated Yu Heng, who found Luo Moshen even more annoying than Lin Yi. He immediately told his sister about being followed. Mu Wushuang declared she didn't need protection, much less a tag-along. Seeing his sullen face, she thought he resembled the Regent King, but doubted someone with the Regent King's personality would secretly follow her. Suddenly, a sight made her jaw drop. She spotted Long Yi hiding behind Lin Yi and immediately understood. Approaching Lin Yi, she caressed his face. Unexpectedly, young Master Lin is so composed and calm. You're truly my type. I've heard the Eastern City Kingdom has open customs, and I should follow suit. Would you be interested in accompanying me shopping? It would be my honor. They then arrived at a spiritual artifact shop. The shopkeeper introduced the items as low-grade spiritual artifacts capable of automatic defense and reflecting attacks. Schwanger asked Lin Yi for his opinion. Lin Yi chose the most conservative dress, saying, "This yoke yellow long dress complements your fluffy hair, making you look dignified and elegant." Schwanger had already anticipated he would choose the one with the most fabric. However, she pointed to another dress, the most revealing one with the least fabric. That I want that one. Lin Yi was displeased. "You can only buy this one." Schwanger pushed him against the wall. "Young Master Lin, aren't you being a bit too controlling? Don't think I don't know who you are. Tell me now, or you'll regret it." She then grabbed the purple dress and went to the fitting room. Long Yi asked the Regent King, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" The Regent King replied he was concerned for her safety and didn't want her to get the wrong idea, thinking he couldn't live without her. Long Yi was dumbfounded that who's getting the wrong idea here. When Mu Wushuang emerged in a new outfit, a pink miniskirt, both her brother and the shopkeeper blushed. Only the Regent King was furious. He pulled out 40 meters of tape and bound her on the spot. He was about to explode in public, unable to tolerate his fiancée's revealing attire. Arriving at a private room, the Regent King removed his mask. Schwanger had worn the revealing outfit to force Long Mo's hen to reveal his true self. Long Mo's hen frowned at her words. He flipped her onto the floor. "Schwanger, you're playing with fire." Schwanger pushed him away, pouting, "This isn't appropriate in broad daylight." Luo Mo's hen suggested, "Then I'll come find you tonight for a heart-to-heart." Schwanger got up to change. The Regent King pulled her back, wanted to spend more time with her like this, but he pulled too hard and ripped her dress. Schwanger's face flushed crimson. The Regent King's heart skipped a beat. He quickly used his sleeve to cover her, lest he have a nosebleed. Later that night, Mu Ningwei complained to her master about being bullied by Mu Wushuang. She showed him a portrait of Mu Wushuang, asking him to help her get revenge. The master, leering at the portrait, declared such a beauty should be locked up in his home. Mu Ningwei added that Mu Wushuang was trained in martial arts from a young age and was very flexible. The obese man held up 3 fingers, promising 30 snacks as a reward. The master had a secret chamber. He captured 800 women a year, and none who entered his backyard ever left unscathed. Mu Wushuang, you will pay for your arrogance. Mu Ningwei asked how he planned to proceed. The master instructed her on the plan, promising to teach Mu Wushuang a lesson once she was captured. The next day, Mu Wushuang and her companions arrived at the Sunset Mountains to investigate clues about a divine artifact. Due to the danger, Mu Ningwei recommended her master's assistance. The 9th elder greeted the crown prince with a lecherous smile, but his gaze quickly shifted to Mu Wushuang. His lecherous expression practically screamed pervert. The crown prince excused the 9th elder from formalities, but Schwanger, noticing his lascivious stare, sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, a hand abruptly pulled Schwanger over. It was Luo Mo's hen, wearing a rabbit mask. He then took out a fox mask and put on Schwanger. "Because not just anyone can look at my woman. If that 9th elder dares to look at you again, I'll gouge his eyes out." But Schwanger was puzzled. "Why are you a rabbit and I'm a fox?" Long Mo's hen explained, "Foxes eat rabbits, meaning I'm destined to be eaten by you." Schwanger found this cheesy pickup line incredibly corny. Suddenly, the 4th prince stormed over, angrily berating Schwanger. "Shameless. How can you lean on another man? Don't you want to be my woman anymore?" Schwanger ripped off her mask and threw it at him, crying out, "Watch your filthy mouth. What do you mean you're woman? Take a look at yourself." The 4th prince, enraged, started insulting Schwanger's family. But all that awaited him was another beating from Luo Mo's hen. Luo Mo's hen declared, "Miss Wushuang belongs to Luo Mo's hen. You'd better watch out, or she'll take your life." By now, the 4th prince was beaten unconscious. But the crown prince was also furious. He wondered how Lin Yi seemed to have become a different person, and how dare a commoner speak up for the Regent King. Suddenly, a monstrous sound echoed through the forest, scaring everyone witless. The 9th elder, feigning seriousness, told everyone to stay put while he sneakily went to investigate. Schwanger saw right through this. She immediately understood that the commotion was definitely the creepy guy's doing. The show was about to begin. She told her younger brother to stick close to Lin Yi, no matter what happened. Don't worry, sister, he replied. The next second, with a roar, dozens of fifth-level demonic beasts swarmed towards them. At this critical juncture, the Crown Prince and Luo Mo's hen both grabbed Schwanger's hand. Vying for her, sparks flew between them. Mu Wushuang, caught in this tug-of-war, was sweating profusely. Suddenly, Mu Ningwei took advantage of the chaos and snatched her away. The Crown Prince tried to follow, but was blocked by Luo Mo's hen. Luo Mo's hen trusted Schwanger's abilities and knew this was all a setup. Mu Ningwei brought her to a secluded spot. While Schwanger was distracted, she suddenly threw the aphrodisiac she had hidden in her hand onto her face. Then, the ninth elder appeared. The sight of the exquisite beauty before him made him drool. Looking at Miss Wushuang's seemingly shy demeanor, he could barely control himself. But suddenly, Schwanger's eyes flashed coldly. She pulled out a small knife and slashed it across his lower abdomen. You idiot. I thought you'd have some iron skin. Turns out you're this weak. The fat pig could only squeal in pain, unable to speak. Then, Mu Wushuang summoned her little darlings. Since you like playing games so much, I'll indulge you. The sight of the giant crabs terrified the two men, who fled in terror, soiling themselves. Seeing the demonic beast closing in, the fat pig kicked his disciple away as a shield. Mu Ningwei instantly became a meal for the nine-tailed fox. Now he knew he was wrong, pathetically begging his sister for forgiveness. But Schwanger wasn't about to let him off. When you try to kill me, did you think of me as your sister? Don't move, or this might pierce your heart. The fat pig, watching his disciple being dragged away, sneered inwardly, I'm the ninth elder of the divine martial sect. You wouldn't dare harm me. But the next second, the nine-tailed fox pounced, ripping off his right arm. He screamed in agony, blood gushing out. The fat pig instantly aged 80 years, reduced to a whimpering mess. He warned Mu Wushuang not to kill him, or the Crown Prince would never forgive her. Schwanga laughed. Why don't you die and find out whether he'll protect me or you? A primal fear gripped the ninth elder. The girl, affected by the drug, appeared restless. The lecherous man, seeing this, got excited. Just as he was about to examine her, the nine-tailed fox pounced again, biting off his other arm. Fortunately, it was only an arm. The girl's earlier restlessness had been an act. She had summoned the demonic beast beforehand. But just as Mu Wushuang was about to dismember the lecherous man, they discovered the Crown Prince and his party had already found them. Mu Wushuang thought she had to conceal her strength and couldn't let them discover the demonic beast's existence. But Mu Ningwei desperately cried for help. So Schwanger pulled out a small knife and slashed it across his face, saying, If you little bastard, want to live, then keep your damn mouth shut. Schwanger then stuffed a pill into his mouth and told him it was a rotting pill. If you speak of what happened just now, your body will sprout flesh-eating bugs. Mu Ningwei was instantly scared witless upon hearing this. When Schwanger turned to look at the ninth elder, he indicated he knew what to do. So he told the nine-tailed fox to spit out the little bastard. Then, patting the demonic beast's head, he signaled them to retreat. Later, the Crown Prince spotted Miss Wushuang. He immediately rushed towards her with vigorous strides. Longmo's hen was also not to be outdone. At this point, the main group was reunited once again. The Crown Prince asked the ninth elder what had happened. He said he had been chased by demonic beasts and accidentally fell. Meanwhile, Mu Ningwei was so frightened he was foaming at the mouth. Mu Wushuang thought to herself that he was truly an idiot. What she had given him was just a candy. Then she lifted her brother's arm to check his armpit hair, saying, Lin Yi, your security detail work was well done. Our Yu Hung didn't lose a single hair. Suddenly, Luo Mo's hen pulled Schwanger aside and asked her why she didn't just kill them. Schwanger replied that, of course, she wanted to make them suffer. Seeing Lin Yi getting handsy with his sister, Yu Hung pulled her back with a smack. Schwanger thought this beautiful younger brother was becoming increasingly adorable. But in the next second, Luo Mo's hen snatched Schwanger back. This scene infuriated the Crown Prince. He thought, I finally shook off Long Mo's hen, and now this Lin Yi appears. Wanted to steal my woman too. Suddenly, roars of demonic beasts echoed from the Sunset Mountains. All the birds and beasts scattered in fright. The ninth elder exclaimed, Could it be that a divine artifact is about to appear? Schwanger secretly rejoiced. What I've been waiting for is finally here. The ninth elder told everyone to stay, put that we'll leave after the demonic beasts are gone. Your Highness, look, all the demonic beasts are heading in one direction. They must be summoned by the divine artifact. The Crown Prince thought, it seems we need to speed things up. But looking back, he found those two were still flirting. Luo Mo's hen had Shuang-er pinned against a tree, asking her what was going on with these demonic beasts. So Shuang-er pushed him away, saying she didn't know anything. Yu-hung also disliked him being handsy with his sister. He even said, "If you touch my sister again, I'll tell my brother-in-law." Luo Mo's hen thought, he even knows to protect his sister's reputation for me. He's truly worthy of being my brother-in-law. He pretended not to know and asked who her brother-in-law was. But before he could speak, Shuang-er pulled Yu-hung away, telling him not to pay attention to this weirdo. Seeing this, the crown prince grabbed Long Mo's hen and said, "Brother Lin, I advise you to have some self-awareness. Miss Wu Shuang clearly doesn't like you." The two were about to fight over Shuang-er. Shuang-er and her brother calmly watched the drama unfold. But the crown prince thought, although my cultivation level isn't low, I've heard that Lin Yi's is not beneath mine either. If we really fight, I might not win. But with my family watching, it would be even more inappropriate for me to back down. However, just as the crown prince was about to make a move, Mooning Shuang told everyone to look over there. A 9-tailed golden fox was pouncing in their direction. Mooning Wei had already witnessed the power of the demonic beasts and was instantly scared into screaming. These screams attracted all the surrounding demonic beasts. Seizing the opportunity, the crown prince shielded Shuang-er, secretly rejoicing. "After I save the damsel in distress, let's see how smug Lin he will be." The next second, Mooning Shuang suddenly shoved Shuang-er, sending her flying 40 meters. Shuang-er was thus left unprotected. Seeing this, the demonic beast pounced. Everyone was stunned. Mooning Shuang smiled triumphantly. "Once this little bitch dies, whether it's princess consort or crown princess, I'll have it in the bag." Yu-hung immediately rushed to save his sister in terror. But Long Mo's hen caught Yu-hung in one swift move and then threw him toward the crown prince. He then summoned the Azure Dragon. But the Azure Dragon, upon realizing he was summoned to save that woman, was rather displeased. Luo Mo's hen said, "If you say another word, I'll put you in confinement for another 10 years. Luo Mo's hen then rode the Azure Dragon to find Shuang, but discovered these demonic beasts were actually bowing to Shuang-er. And Shuang-er's glance in that moment made Long Mo's hen even more smitten. He became determined to marry Shuang-er. The originally violent, 6th-rank demonic beasts now floated peacefully before Mu Wu Shuang. Coupled with Shuang-er's unintentional, charming smile, it instantly solidified the Regent King's resolve to marry her and no other. This scene also made the crown prince and Mu Ningshuang widen their eyes in disbelief. They wondered what Wu Shuang's background was, that she could receive the obeisance of all the beasts. Luo Mo's hen stepped forward to fuss over Shuang-er. Shuang-er, however, brushed off the Regent King's wandering hand. But Luo Mo's hen, with considerable force, pulled her back into his embrace. And he even nuzzled Shuang-er's ear. This intimate scene made Xiao Qinglong's face flush red. He hadn't expected his straightforward master to be capable of flirting. Suddenly, the Regent King's restless hand slid around Shuang-er's waist. That delicate curve made Shuang-er instantly flare up. She used all her strength to push him away, warning the shameless man not to push his luck, lest she have her little darlings devour him. But Long Mo's hen said, "You wouldn't dare." Hearing this, Shuang-er suddenly perked up and abruptly tackled the Regent King to the ground. Unexpectedly, while appearing refined on the surface, the young master inwardly yearned for comfort. It seemed that after the Regent King's legs had healed, another part of him had also become restless. But just as a wave of heat surged through the Regent King, Shuang-er calmly got up and left, leaving the Regent King frustrated and unsatisfied. That yearning sensation was difficult to suppress. Shuang-er, you're such a tempting little vixen, he thought. But Shuang-er had a more important matter to attend to. That was to teach her dear older sister a lesson. Mu Ningshuang was so frightened she wet herself. Without a second thought, she took off running. Seeing this, Wu Shuang sneered. She immediately summoned a 6th-rank little darling. In the blink of an eye, it reached Mu Ningshuang. Yu-hung, learning that Mu Ningshuang had harmed his sister, furiously charged at her, intending to tear her apart. But when people are angry, their intelligence is often at its lowest. Unsurprisingly, Yu-hung was taken hostage. So, Shuang-er calmly negotiated with her. She said, "As long as you admit you pushed me, I'll spare you, seeing as you're my sister." Mooning Shuang was overjoyed. Her grip on the knife loosened. At that crucial moment, the nine-tailed fox pounced on Mooning Shuang at lightning speed. She instantly met her demise. Mooning Wei, standing nearby, was so shocked he actually laughed. Shuanger hadn't intended to kill her, but she had taken her brother hostage. At this point, the crown prince rushed over, full of guilt, apologizing, "It's all my fault for not taking better care of you, Hong." Hearing this, Shuanger immediately put on a cute, charming expression. "Just be more careful next time," she said playfully, making the crown prince blush. Such a domineering, yet adorable woman truly left him yearning. Seeing this, Luo Mo's hen, the regent king, pulled Shuanger towards him, telling her not to smile so beautifully at others. The crown prince was instantly enraged. Compared to Luo Mo's hen, this Shuanger seemed even more of a threat. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the forest, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble. The spirits rushed out. "Master, a divine beast is being born." Shuanger wondered how a divine beast could be born on a low-level continent. She suddenly had a bad feeling. At that moment, a pair of eyes were watching Shuanger from the grass. Shuanger seemed to notice the movement in the bushes. Suddenly, someone pulled her into an embrace. It was Long Mo's hen, wanted to take them to see the divine beast. To avoid his touch, Shuanger clung tightly to her younger brother, Yu Hong, leaving the poor crown prince to stamp his feet in frustration. Long Mo's hen secretly slipped Yu Hong a bottle of medicine, saying, "Any man who takes this will become very charming." Yu Hong glared at him, believing he was trying to curry favor to get closer to his sister. "I won't let you succeed." He thought, "I will protect my sister's safety." Long Mo's hen then wrapped his arm around Shuanger's slender waist, saying, "You're so good to your sister. I'll accept this kindness on her behalf." But even with all his might, Yu Hong couldn't pull his sister away. Shuanger, being used as a pawn, was absolutely furious. Turning around, she jabbed Luo Mo's hen hard. "Are you done yet? If you keep this up, I'll kick you off." Her younger brother said earnestly, "I know you like sister, but she already has a fiancé, and he's the regent king." Luo Mo's hen suddenly became interested. He asked her brother what was so good about the regent king. Her brother said, "He's not only more handsome than you, but he's also more handsome than you. Most importantly, he's more handsome than you." Luo Mo's hen nodded repeatedly, flattered, "As expected of my brother-in-law." Her brother thought it strange, "You're so thick-skinned. You're not even angry after I said that." So, Luo Mo's hen reached out and removed the human skin mask from his face. "Take a closer look. Who am I?" After the regent king removed his mask, he could openly take care of business with Shuang. Shuanger was instantly shocked, and naturally, her brother wouldn't interfere with their business anymore. He just felt that the regent king, in order to protect his sister, would even suppress his attractiveness. This strengthened his resolve to become stronger to protect his sister, because currently, he had no idea how amazing his sister was. The regent king, hiding his identity and sticking to Shuanger, was actually just trying to do indecent things with her. This angered Shuanger, and she retaliated with a Tathagata palm. Suddenly, she felt a chill and sensed someone following them. She wondered if this presence was related to the divine artifact. The regent king also sensed the malicious intent of the newcomer, so he had Qinglong descend quickly. After the three landed, they felt the place was eerily silent. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell on Shuanger's face. At the same time, her brother, terrified, told her to look over there. When they saw the deathly still village and the corpses of animals strewn everywhere, they were instantly stunned. They decided to investigate. "Stay here," they told her brother. "If there's danger, blow this whistle." Luo Mo's hen felt this wasn't safe, so he shouted behind him. Long Yi, his strongest guard, Long Yi, instantly appeared. Then Shuanger felt at ease and went to explore the village. She discovered that none of the corpses had bite marks, and the fatal wounds were all in the same spot. Luo Mo's hen guessed that the creature must kill for pleasure. Suddenly, they heard a child crying. The regent king immediately grabbed Shuanger's hand. He had to protect her. He couldn't let her leave his side, so they walked forward hand in hand. Under a large tree, they found a small boy covered in blood, crying. and he was surrounded by animal carcasses. The poor child instantly awakened Schwanger's maternal instincts. She went forward, patted his head, and comforted him, softly asking what had happened. But looking up, the boy saw a man staring fiercely at him. He was so scared he wet his pants and started wailing. This displeased Schwanger, who scolded the man for being so fierce. Then she gently soothed the boy. Don't cry, don't cry. Tell me, what's your name? The boy said, my name is Danju. I'm lost. Can you take me home? Luo Mozhen found it strange that so many corpses, and you're the only child alive. Tell me, who are you really? Danju immediately described what had happened. There was a flash of light, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, there were bodies everywhere. Luo Mozhen warned Schwanger to be careful, that the boy might be lying. But Schwanger didn't think a child would lie. She suggested they take him home first. After a moment of thought, Luo Mozhen reluctantly agreed. But you have to put him down and let him walk himself. Confused, Danju was placed on the ground. He thought, I didn't realize the Regent King was so jealous that he'd even be jealous of a child. This scene also shocked Danju. Later, they arrived at a nearby village. Danju excitedly declared, this is my home, and ran towards it without hesitation. Schwanger, worried he'd fall, ran after him. But the ground beneath her feet cracked, and she fell into a 40-meter deep pit. Seeing this, Luo Mozhen jumped in after her without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, Danju hurried over. But when he saw both of them had fallen in, his innocent face instantly turned cold. Schwanger found it strange. When she fell, she felt unable to use her strength and crashed heavily against the hard stone wall. When he saw the walls covered in purification talismans, he finally understood why his magic wouldn't work. But these traps seemed a bit too obvious, like they were specifically designed to catch him. Suddenly, the Regent King grabbed Schwanger from behind and anxiously checked her over. He discovered a cut on Schwanger's arm, but thankfully it was only a superficial wound. The Regent King also realized they seemed to be targeted. Schwanger worriedly asked what they should do. The Regent King told her that this trap had a major flaw, and that flaw is me. There's nothing this king can't do. With that, he raised his hand, and with a few casual swipes, all the talismans turned to ash. Schwanger stared in awe, as expected of the Regent King. Afterward, the Regent King looked at Schwanger smugly. He then turned and embraced Schwanger, saying, if you're afraid I'll drop you, just say so. Without waiting for an answer, he jumped up, carrying her, making Schwanger blush and her heart race. As soon as the two returned to the ground, Danju arrived with his mother to help. The grandmother first thanked them for finding her son. She then explained that the trap was meant to protect the village. Were you two benefactors injured when you fell? Schwanger said it wasn't a big deal and that she wanted to investigate the area for a few days, asking if they could stay at her place. The grandmother serenely agreed and led them to her room, mentioning that the bedding was all new. Seeing only one bed, Schwanger broke out in a cold sweat and asked if there were any other rooms. The grandmother said there was an outhouse. Schwanger was about to say the outhouse would do, when Luo Mozhen grabbed her, saying, my wife, the outhouse is too gloomy. Let's just squeeze in together. He whispered to Schwanger, we need to conceal our identities for the investigation, but I won't let my wife be wronged, will I? Schwanger thought, Luo Mozhen, you're ruthless. At that moment, Danju gave a chilling smile and said, Auntie, you and sister should rest well, or you won't have the energy to play games with me. The next second, he switched to an adorable expression as he looked at Schwanger. Schwanger was instantly captivated and nodded vigorously. Only Luo Mozhen noticed his previous coldness. This child is definitely not simple. Later, the two faced each other, looking at the single bed. Schwanger wanted to decide who slept on the bed with a game of rock, paper, scissors. But the Regent King said he was used to being pampered and couldn't sleep on the floor. So, Schwanger grabbed her bedding, puffed up her cheeks, and prepared to sleep on the floor. Seeing this, Luo Mozhen quickly grabbed Schwanger and, losing control, pushed her onto the bed. Schwanger's face instantly flushed crimson, shyly pushing Luo Mozhen away. However, in the chaos, she used too much force and ripped a large piece of the Regent King's clothing. The Regent King only wanted to be affectionate with his fiancée, but was met with Schwanger's fierce resistance. Because he had just arrived in Kishi last night, Schwanger, struggling too hard, ripped the Regent King's clothing. Schwanger's face immediately turned bright red. The Regent King didn't expect Schwanger to be so forward. Just as he was about to take advantage of the situation, Schwanger told him to wait. She said, "Imperial uncle, you're so boring. You don't understand what a woman wants at all." She then brought out a 40-meter-long rope, leaving the Regent King dumbfounded. Schwanger licked her lips and explained, "This isn't an ordinary rope. This is the King Wei's special rope." Long Mo's hen thought it sounded rather intriguing and looked at Schwanger expectantly. The next second, however, he found himself tied up. Moreover, this rope had been soaked in a special potion. Anyone tied with it would become weak and powerless. Schwanger then mischievously lifted his chin and said, "Imperial uncle, you'll have to suffer a bit tonight." With that, she jumped onto the large bed, now all to herself. The Regent King's face darkened. 3 seconds later, Schwanger was fast asleep and dreaming. Seeing Schwanger asleep, the Regent King smiled slyly. With a flick of his wrist, he broke free from the ropes. Such a small trick couldn't possibly hold him, the Regent King. Luo Mo's hen gently kissed Schwanger's forehead, then quietly left the room. Arriving in the small woods, he summoned Long Yi. "Long Yi, I've sent my brother to safety, and the matter you asked me to investigate, I've nearly completed it." However, their entire conversation was overheard by a young woman hiding behind a tree. Time flew by, and morning arrived. Murong Shuang hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. She suddenly noticed the rope from last night lying beside her and looked around for the Regent King. Suddenly, she heard the grandmother calling her for breakfast. As she stepped into the living room, Danju happily rushed into Schwanger's arms. "Sister, why did you wake up so late? Are you feeling unwell?" Luo Mo's hen, having overheard, chimed in, "It's all my fault. I'll be gentler with my wife from now on." Schwanger, still annoyed about the previous night's drawing incident, glared at him. Luo Mo's hen was completely bewildered. Just then, the grandmother brought in 2 bowls of pork soup. Schwanger, hungry after a night without food, her eyes lit up. But suddenly, Luo Mo's hen grabbed the grandmother's hand. He declared that since the grandmother had made the soup, she should be the first to have some. The grandmother was so startled, she wet herself. Schwanger sensed something was amiss. She took one of the bowls and stirred it, noticing a dark object inside. She fished it out and saw it was a venomous centipede. Seeing this, Luo Mo's hen backhanded the old woman, sending her flying. He then grabbed her throat, demanding an explanation. The grandmother pleaded her innocence. Danju was terrified by the scene. Schwanger found it strange if she wanted to harm us. Why would she serve us the soup herself? But Luo Mo's hen ignored her, tightening his grip, as if wanting to strangle the old woman on the spot. He explained that his investigation the previous night revealed that no one else lived in the village besides the grandmother and Danju. Schwanger was stunned into silence. Luo Mo's hen turned to Danju, demanding he reveal his true identity and the whereabouts of the divine beast phoenix. Suddenly, the door behind them was kicked open. "Hold it right there." 2 people from the Hellion family of the Zhongjia continent had arrived. They had also come to the Dijia continent seeking the phoenix and looked down on its inhabitants. Luo Mo's hen scoffed, "Just small fry from a backwater continent." The Hellion family's second daughter flew into a rage at the insult. Her brother restrained her, reminding her they were there for the phoenix. The grandmother suddenly let out a sinister cackle, as so many people want the phoenix. With that, she broke free from Luo Mo's hen with incredible speed. He immediately gave chase. The 2 Hellion siblings also rushed after her. Suddenly, a thick fog appeared in front of them, and it smelled strongly of something foul. The 2 nearly vomited. It was Schwanger's special smoke bomb. She couldn't let anyone else capture the phoenix first. Hillian Yuan was smitten the moment he saw Shuang. He hadn't expected to find such a beautiful woman in this lower-tier continent. Hiliandua, however, pointed at Schwanger and started cursing. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the sky. Luo Mo's hen had unleashed his 5th soul skill, Phantom Sword Dance, trapping the grandmother in a formation. But the grandmother showed no fear. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into thin air. Then, Danju slowly walked out of the house, surrounded by flames. He was completely transformed. "I am the phoenix you seek. I wanted to play with you for a few more days, but you've shown yourselves to be ungrateful." As soon as he finished speaking, Hiliandwa lunged at him. but with a simple gesture, Danju sent her flying 10 meters away. Enraged, her brother charged forward. Schwanger, her face cold, questioned Danju about the village. Danju admitted to killing the livestock. He explained that he lacked the power to kill many people at once, so he trapped all the villagers in a barrier. Schwanger, filled with rage at his casual disregard for life, decided to teach the child a lesson. She summoned thousands of black crows, which cawed ominously as they flew towards Danju. Sister, you truly are the strongest soul master on the continent. You've awakened my desire to fight. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of flames. Schwanger's crows were incinerated instantly. Suddenly, Danju felt a jolt. Luo Mozhen had summoned a large blue dragon, which now held Danju in its jaws, its icy breath freezing him in place. Trapped and immobile, Danju gritted his teeth in frustration. Saying /2 means you're just a little brat, still wet behind the ears. Those birds were just a distraction. Tell us where the villagers are, and we'll naturally give you back your freedom. But Danju said, why don't we play a game? Whoever finds the villagers first gets me. I'll give you a hint. Hearing this, the four of them perked up. Danju's hint was, I've hidden all the villagers in my house. You only have one day. Otherwise, they'll all die. Heliandwa wasn't interested in playing games. His only goal was to obtain the phoenix. He unleashed a swift, powerful slash towards the phoenix. But the phoenix instantly transformed into a golden sphere and vanished. The azure dragon, which had bitten him, shrunk, turned black, and fell to the ground. Both of them were startled. It seemed the phoenix's blood had been deeply tainted by resentment, and the azure dragon, unable to withstand it, had been poisoned. Luo Mozhen then recalled the azure dragon to let it recuperate. Helian then asked the phoenix arrogantly, where is it? He had lost his initial arrogance and politely suggested they cooperate. But Luo Mozhen declined. He gently embraced Schwanger and said, my wife and I will return on our own. You two siblings can do as you please. The next second, he began showering Schwanger with affection. Seeing this, Helian Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Luo Mozhen carried Schwanger away. Heliandwa, left behind, was fuming. He questioned his brother, why are you so polite to people from a lower continent? His brother told him not to worry, the phoenix will be mine. This extraordinary woman will also be mine. In a village in Guangxi province, a massacre occurred overnight. Only a mother and son, 70 years apart in age, survived. To uncover the truth, the Regent King and Schwanger summoned a time vortex and returned to the time of the incident. It turned out that the divine beast phoenix had been born in this village. The villagers, driven by greed, began slaughtering each other to obtain it. The resentment from the killings was absorbed by the phoenix egg. Suddenly, a young boy from a neighboring village appeared. He seized the opportunity and snatched the phoenix egg, running home with it. Schwanger realized this was Danju. Danju was a kind-hearted boy. His mother had told him that every egg contained a baby, so he took the phoenix egg home to hatch. At first, his mother thought it was a bird egg that Danju had found in the forest, until one night at midnight, a group of cultivators attacked their village. They had come for the phoenix egg. Danju's mother was tragically killed. No matter how the bandits threatened him, Danju insisted he knew nothing. But the bandits quickly found the phoenix egg. Danju clung to the bandit's leg, pleading desperately. The bandits simply kicked him away and killed him with a single slash. The blood splattered onto the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg absorbed the blood. Schwanger was enraged by these villains. But this was only a dream. She couldn't interfere. Just as the greedy bandit reached for the phoenix egg, there was a sudden bang, and the eggshell cracked. Luckily, he was only severely injured internally, not fatally. Danju, for moments before, hatched from the egg. He wanted to make these villains pay for their greed. With a flick of his wrist, he soared into the air. Wherever he went, people were consumed by flames. Danju smiled with satisfaction. Schwanger felt a mix of emotions. She didn't know whether Danju was good or bad. However, the Regent King noticed that the villagers were already dead. Danju had lied about them being alive. Just then, Danju jumped down from a tree. That I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. The Regent King said coldly, you deliberately let us win. Did you bring us here to reveal the truth about the village massacre? Danju shook his head. I said it was a game. Whoever finds my home first wins. And you haven't won. You've only found my dream, not my home. The next second, time reversed in this space, replaying the previous scene, that it's an endless loop. As long as I don't end it, they'll never truly die. Isn't that the same as killing them yourself? Schwanger retorted. What makes you any different from them? They deserve to die. They kill my good friend to get me. And you want me too, so you deserve to die as well. But in the next second, the barrier above suddenly cracked. The Regent King, realizing someone was attacking it from outside, urged Schwanger to leave quickly. But Schwanger looked back and saw Danju using his power to hold up the barrier, clearly on the verge of collapsing. Schwanger immediately rushed back without hesitation. She wanted to fight alongside Danju. It was also to save those villagers trapped within the barrier, even if it was just a dream. Hearing this, Danju was taken aback. But at this moment, the attacks from outside the barrier intensified. Both Danju and Schwanger seemed to be reaching their limits. Then, a greater energy emerged to resist the attacks. Seeing Luo Moshin's actions, Schwanger couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, Luo Moshin's hair began to turn white. Seeing his white hair, Danju was shocked. Could he be? Suddenly, the barrier shattered. A tremendous energy surged towards them. Fortunately, Luo Moshin embraced Schwanger at lightning speed, using his own power to resist the impact. After a billow of thick smoke, the Hellion siblings appeared. The sister's first words were that she had burned down Danju's home. Hearing this, Danju flew into a rage and unleashed 3 fiery tigers at them. But the sister raised a hand and extinguished the flames. Because Danju's barrier was destroyed, his power was greatly diminished. Phoenix, you should just Rungwa Zuajubuk obediently submit to me, she said. Danju's face contorted in fury. Dream on. Then, with a whoosh, he leaped into the air and began to cast a spell. A pair of fiery wings materialized on his back. This scene stunned the siblings into silence, because in the next second, Danju revealed his true phoenix form. The experienced Luo Moshin understood. Was he about to choose a master? The next moment, Schwanger felt a tremor in her body. The phoenix flew toward Schwanger and merged with her. Schwanger's mind was filled with cries for revenge. Master! Quickly avenge me, master! In the next second, Schwanger's eyes snapped open, blazing with hatred. The phoenix merged its true form with Schwanger because it wanted to use her body for revenge. Schwanger raised her hand and unleashed Angela's second skill, Chaos Seeds, hurling it towards the Hellion siblings. The two hurriedly raised their hands to defend, but they were no match for the phoenix's power. Schwanger, her eyes glazed over, lunged at them. The siblings were terrified. Luo Moshin was startled. Schwanger was completely controlled by the phoenix's power, so he shot a beam of golden light at her. The siblings seized the opportunity and fled. When Schwanger opened her eyes, the two had already escaped. The phoenix angrily questioned Luo Moshin why he had interfered. But Luo Moshin frowned, his gaze darkening. He struck Schwanger with a palm, suppressing the power within her. When Schwanger regained consciousness, her face was filled with fear. Luo Moshin's ice energy could only temporarily suppress the power. So, Luo Moshin suggested returning to the main city. He had a friend who might have a way to help her. Schwanger thought to herself, Danju, you little brat, you're truly unruly. When I rescue you, I'm going to give you a good beating. Later, Mu Wushuang met with her younger brother, but her brother handed her a letter. It said that the crown prince of Hailan Kingdom had gone to the imperial palace to propose marriage to her. Schwanger was shocked when she opened it. Who is this crown prince of Hailan Kingdom? The news of the phoenix choosing a master caused a sensation throughout the various continents. But the phoenix's power could cause Schwanger to turn evil at any time. So, Schwanger and the others decided to return and devise a plan, and also to deal with this crown prince of Hailan Kingdom. Meanwhile, a conspiracy was brewing in the imperial palace. Because the emperor had a grudge against Mu Wushuang, he wanted to prevent her from becoming the crown princess of Hailan Kingdom. He wanted to give the position to her younger sister, Princess Tianxiang. Upon hearing this, the princess was overjoyed. She had long heard that the crown prince of Hailan Kingdom was very handsome. The emperor's actions would not only gain him a powerful ally, but also promote good relations between the two countries. But Princess Tianxiang said the crown prince was here to propose to Mu Wushuang. She was too embarrassed to confess her feelings to the crown prince. The emperor suddenly grinned mischievously. "Silly sister, I've arranged everything for you." Upon hearing this, the princess was overjoyed. She then went off, dancing, to buy new dresses, determined to make that stinky Mu Wushuang feel inferior. But the emperor didn't actually have much hope for his sister, because even if she couldn't snag the crown prince, there was still Luo Mozhen returning to compete for Wushuang. He could reap the benefits when they reached an impasse. Meanwhile, at the market, Wushuang's younger brother was accompanying her on a shopping spree. He thought his sister was in a bad mood, hence the shopping frenzy. But Wushuang denied it. She declared, "Girls love to shop till they drop, anytime. The only difference is how much money they have in their pockets. Aren't you even a little bit worried about the Hailan Kingdom's proposal?" Wushuang said, "It's just a lousy proposal. I'll just reject it. As for tonight's banquet, I'm not interested in attending. But if that Luo Mozhen fellow were there, it might be a bit more interesting." But the thought of Luo Moshen's clingy nature made Wushuang feel both shy and annoyed. "Better not go," she thought. Suddenly, a sound came from behind her. Turning around, she saw a carriage parked there. Princess Tianxiang lifted the curtain and sneered at Mu Wushuang, saying, "Isn't this the rare palace poodle? Why do you come to the common folk to relieve your needs?" Wushuang instantly retorted, "How dare you call me a dog?" Wushuang replied, "I didn't say it was you. You seem to have a pretty clear understanding of yourself, princess." She then pulled her brother away with a look of disgust. Seeing this, the princess was furious and blurted out her brother's plan. Wushuang thought, "That dog emperor actually wants to set up this idiot in my place. There's definitely something fishy going on. This banquet just got a lot more interesting. I definitely can't miss it." She then pulled her brother along to buy some beautiful clothes to prepare. Evening arrived quickly. Mu Wushuang took her seat at the banquet early. The crown prince of Hailan Kingdom arrived with his sister to greet the emperor. The crown prince was gentle, while the princess had a rather impatient temperament. Mu Wushuang observed that the crown prince was indeed quite handsome. The emperor announced, "Since everyone is here, let the banquet begin." But suddenly, Regent King Luo Mozhen arrived uninvited, full of vigor. The emperor, having known of Luo Moshen's return, wasn't particularly surprised. The crown prince, however, was unaware of the relationship between Luo Mozhen and Wushuang. Luo Mozhen immediately began flirting with Wushuang, who responded with a knowing wink. The two from Hailan Kingdom, seeing Miss Wushuang for the first time, were stunned into silence by her breathtaking beauty. The crown prince approached Wushuang with a gentle smile and poured her a glass of wine, introducing himself. "Miss Mu, you are indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. I offer you this toast." He then emptied his glass in one gulp. Wushuang politely returned the gesture. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The girl was already the Regent King's fiancée. Now, the Crown Prince of Hailan Kingdom was proposing to her. The Regent King immediately arrived on the scene, just as Wushuang and the Crown Prince were enjoying their drinks. The Regent King snatched the glass from her hand and crushed it in his grip. He glared at the Crown Prince with a cold expression that a young lady shouldn't be drinking. The Crown Prince then offered her a cup of Tiguanyin tea. He apologized, saying his proposal was presumptuous and hoped she wouldn't be offended. The Regent King was instantly enraged. The Emperor expressed his satisfaction with the Hailan Kingdom's sincerity. "But this marriage also depends on Wushuang's consent," he added. Wushuang thought, "This old fox, he really intends to marry Princess Tianxiang off to the Crown Prince. If that happens, the Crown Prince will truly be in for a rough time." Suddenly, the grapes in her hand were snatched away. It was the Princess of Hailan, who, seeing Wushuang ignoring her brother, scolded her for being rude. The Crown Prince gently told his sister not to be unreasonable. He then presented Wushuang with a small, ornate box as a meeting gift. Inside was a lustrous pearl. At a glance, Qi Ling recognized it as the Jiaoren pearl worth 10 billion. The Princess of Hailan wore a smug expression. Schwanger felt the gift was too precious and she couldn't accept it. Suddenly, Princess Tianxiang arrived, wearing the same dress as Mu Wushuang. The guests immediately erupted in a flurry of whispers and commotion. But hey, bumping into someone with the same outfit isn't scary. The uglier one is the one who's embarrassed. Our Schwanger looks the best in it. So, the princess angrily tried to snatch the Jiao Ren pearl. But Princess Hylon told her to get lost and said that she was so ugly wearing that kind of dress. A princess? How embarrassing, she added. These words humiliated the princess. She felt everyone was laughing at her. Schwanger, witnessing Princess Helen's blunt yet charming personality, decided to ask her the real reason for this marriage proposal. The princess said their high priest had divined that Schwanger was destined to be the next queen of Hylon. But Schwanger said she'd never trusted fortune-telling. Besides, she added, I have a prior engagement with the Regent King. The Crown Prince said, even if you have an engagement, you aren't married yet. So I want to try and make an effort. Princess Tianxiang smiled slyly, thinking Mu Wushuang, you're refusing such a gift from heaven. She then fawningly put her arm around the Hylon Crown Prince, suggesting they go and do something fun to deepen their bond, like an archery competition. The Crown Prince turned and invited Mu Wushuang to join them. Luo Mozhen also wanted to go along and watch. Later, they all arrived at the Imperial Garden. The game was simple. Everyone formed pairs and competed. Each person stood 10 meters away with an apple on their head. Whoever shot the apple won. But Schwanger said that was too childish. She suggested the archer should be blindfolded. The person being shot would be tied to a spinning wheel and hold a grape in their mouth. Whoever hit the grape would win. Upon hearing this, the princess was instantly terrified. She thought, I'm only at the second level of spiritual chart. How dare she suggest this? Is she trying to assassinate me? Schwanger saw the princess's fear and leaned forward, pinching her face and asking if she was scared. The princess, enraged, was completely provoked. She wanted to see just how capable Mu Wushuang really was. She declared that the loser would be responsible for cleaning the chamber pots for 3 days. The princess glared at Mu Wushuang with a sharp smile, planning to cripple her in the first round. Let's see how you try to outsmart me, she thought. The two foreign guests were very worried that something would happen to Schwanger. Luo Mozhen told them to just wait and enjoy the show. Someone brought Schwanger antiseptic wipes, but she said she didn't need them. She popped a grape in her mouth and let them tie her to the spinning wheel. The princess blindfolded herself. As the wheel spun rapidly, she drew her bow. Then, with a shout, she shot the arrow fiercely toward Schwang. But just 0.1 millimeters from her eye, Schwanger's pupils suddenly dilated. The arrow fell to the ground. The gasps from the onlookers made the princess smug. But when she removed the blindfold and saw Mu Wushuang unharmed, she was instantly dumbfounded. Schwanger picked up the arrow and calmly walked towards the princess. It's your turn now, she said. The terrified princess was tied to the spinning wheel. The game had officially begun. Schwanger cast a small spell on the wheel, making it spin at super speed. The princess almost vomited. Schwanger then drew her bow with all her might and, with a shout, shot towards the princess. But something unexpected happened. The princess was forcibly tied to the spinning wheel by a eunuch. A grape was stuffed in her mouth, and the wheel was set to spin at supersonic speed. The girl simply had to blindfold herself and hit the grape in the princess's mouth to win. Seeing the arrow hurtling towards her, the princess dropped the grape in terror. The arrow hit the falling grape perfectly. The princess was so scared she wet herself. The smell of urine immediately caused an uproar among the audience. The Regent King came forward to praise Schwanger, but he used the opportunity to touch her inappropriately. Schwanger was both embarrassed and annoyed. Princess Hylon admired Mu Wushuang and hoped her brother would marry her. But the Hylon Crown Prince was disheartened. Luo Moshen's intimacy with Schwanger made him feel like he had no chance. Meanwhile, the princess was being mocked and ridiculed. The emperor also felt that this idiot had completely embarrassed him. Schwanger slowly walked towards the princess. Remember, the loser has to clean the toilets for 3 days, she reminded her. The furious princess lunged at Mu Wushuang, intending to kill her. But Schwanger simply raised her hand slightly. Dozens of archers shot arrows at Princess Tianxiang. However, all avoided vital points, pinning her to a large tree. Schwanger slowly approached, remembering how the princess had humiliated her younger brother. Schwanger seethed with hatred, wanting to kill the vile woman on the spot. At this moment, the emperor walked over, hoping she would give him face and release the princess. That I'll agree to any condition, he pleaded. Upon hearing this, Mu Wushuang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then I want her buddy, she declared. These words sent Princess Tianxiang into a frenzy. Her buddy had fused with her and become her life force. Losing it would be equivalent to losing half her life. The emperor angrily ordered her to shut up, but the foolish princess actually begged her imperial brother to order Mu Wushuang's execution. The emperor, utterly humiliated by this idiot, kicked her to the ground in a fit of rage. She was then dragged away by the eunuchs. Soon, the princess's buddy was extracted. Shuang'er immediately fused with it. Princess Hailon thought this woman was extraordinary and hoped her brother would quickly marry her. But her brother shook his head, saying he was not worthy of her and that he had already found the person destined for him. Later, Mu Wushuang returned home and found Shuang'er's younger brother. She told him, "Sister has avenged you. That wretched princess will never bother you again." But her brother lamented his own inadequacy, saying, "It's all my fault. Sister is always protecting me, but I can't do anything for you." Mu Wushuang knocked him on the head, saying, "Do you think your brother-in-law is just for show? When is it your turn to protect anyone? Call me brother-in-law." Yu Heng blushed and called her brother-in-law. Then Luo Mo's hen presented him with an urn as a meeting gift. Shuang'er thought, this sly fellow must have prepared this beforehand. So she also called him brother-in-law. But Luo Mo's hen said, "You have to call me husband to get a gift. However, I do have a gift for you." He led Shuang'er to a glowing tree. Shuang'er thought the place was beautiful, and it was indeed something Luo Mo's hen had prepared especially for her. Then he brought out an exquisite box and gave it to Shuang'er as a gift. Shuang'er opened it and found 2 diamond rings. They were a matching pair. Shuang'er was both surprised and delighted. Luo Mo's hen lifted Shuang'er's small hand and was about to put a ring on her finger. But Shuang'er felt it was too sudden. She feared Luo Mo's hen had ulterior motives, like imbuing the ring with a spell to bind her to him. But Luo Mo's hen said with a melancholic expression, "Shuang'er, quite the opposite. This is my farewell gift. Because I'm leaving." Shuang'er froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Luo Mo's hen continued, "This ring will allow me to sense your location and if you're in danger. So Shuang'er, don't take it off no matter what." "All right." Seeing his serious expression, Shuang'er laughed. "Uncle, your acting is getting more and more realistic." But Luo Mo's hen told her he was serious. "There are some things I need to attend to personally." With that, he put the ring on Shuang'er's finger. "Take care of yourself while I'm gone." Shuang'er thought that Luo Mo's hen didn't seem to be joking. He was always reserved, and the fact he was deliberately explaining this meant it wasn't an ordinary separation. So, she asked, "Where are you going, uncle?" Luo Mo's hen replied, "Songming continent." Shuang'er was startled. So, Luo Mo's hen really was from the higher realm continent. She worried that this departure would be a long one. For some reason, she felt a pang of sadness in her heart that, "Oh, you really have to go." Suddenly, Shuang'er became flustered. If you're not in a hurry, uncle, you could wait for me to finish dealing with family matters, and we could go together. Besides, I was planning to go to the higher realm continent anyway. If that doesn't work, I can think of other ways. Luo Mo's hen, upon hearing this, pulled Shuang'er close and embraced her tightly. Under the moonlight, he kissed her. Shuang'er's heart trembled. This time, she didn't resist, but closed her eyes submissively, as if it were all meant to be. Luo Mo's hen was leaving Shuang'er for the higher realm continent. This parting would be for an unknown length of time. Shuang'er stared at the matching diamond rings on her finger, lost in thought. An inexplicable sadness welled up in her heart. Suddenly, the Regent King pulled Shuang'er into his embrace, pouring all his complex emotions into a kiss. This time, Shuang'er didn't push him away. Instead, she closed her eyes and deepened the kiss. After a while, the two reluctantly parted. Luo Mo's hen gazed tenderly at Shuang'er. "You do care about me, don't you?" he asked unexpectedly, making Shuang'er suddenly realize something. She now understood that everything the Regent King had said was a test. He wasn't actually going to the Gaoji continent. Luo Mo's hen kissed Shuang'er's hair with a mischievous smile. Shuang'er raised her small fists, ready to hit him in anger. Luo Mo's hen then dropped his playful facade and confessed that although he was the Regent King, he felt insecure in front of her. "I felt like every man in the world would desire you. I was afraid you didn't have me in your heart. But after today, I won't be afraid anymore, Shuang'er." Shuang'er thought, "I never imagined that he, usually so calm and composed, would be so anxious because of me. Thinking back, he's pampered me so much along the way, but I've been stringing him along. It's a bit much." But then again, she mused, I'm pretty amazing to make the aloof Regent King so hopelessly infatuated. Still, this whole testing me thing needs to be punished. She demanded he reveal his true identity. Luo Mozhan revealed he was the young emperor of the Qinglong divine sect and also from the Tsangming continent, one of the 4 great superclans. Shuang'er found it amusing. How can a young emperor be in such a miserable state? He was not only poisoned, but also short-lived. Luo Mozhan explained that his father had indulged his concubine, allowing her to poison his mother. My poison is congenital. My mother died shortly after giving birth to me. After I was born, a prophecy foretold that I would bring calamity to the divine sect. My father tricked me, took me to a cliff, and pushed me into a spatial storm. That's how I ended up in the Jiuxiao continent. Hearing his story, Shuang'er gritted her teeth in anger. Luo Mozhan explained that for the past 20 years, he had been searching for a way to break the prophecy's curse. And you're the key to breaking it. The first time I reached out to you, it wasn't because of the prophecy, but because of love. I have an innate ability to see through people's souls. When I first met you, your soul hadn't fully merged with this body. I'm indifferent to everyone, but you make me lose control of my emotions. I know you'll be angry when you hear this, but I don't want any secrets between us. Are you still angry with me, Shuang? Shuang'er was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. More than anger, she felt heartache for him and a pang of sadness when he mentioned leaving. If I care, then I should give a try, she thought. Shuang'er took the initiative and kissed him, making his heart tremble. Then, she declared, no more testing me, or you'll face punishment. Afterward, the Regent King and Shuang'er began living a blissful life. Suddenly, Long Yi arrived to announce that Long Qi requested an audience. Long Qi had always had a secret crush on the Regent King and thought, Mu Wushuang is clearly useless. How dare she bewitch the master? Even if she's lost weight and become beautiful, I'm still the one the master values most. In his eyes, I must be different from her. Long Qi declared that her matter was important and that it might be inconvenient for this miss to be present. Luo Mozhan immediately retorted, from now on, address her as master's wife. Her matters are my matters. Long Qi was stunned. This woman has bewitched him to such an extent. As she left after reporting, she glared at Mu Shuang. Shuang'er thought, this woman is quite interesting. She seems very unhappy with me as the master's wife. Later, Shuang'er returned to the Mu estate. The crown prince of Hailon personally visited, bringing with him the family heirloom left by Mu Wushuang's parents. He also declared his previous marriage proposal withdrawn. But Shuang'er knew the crown prince's visit wasn't solely about the broken engagement. He explained, the elders of my clan have divined that the pure bloodline of your parents can revive someone from the Jiaoren clan who is in suspended animation. And Miss Mu, you possess that pure bloodline. Therefore, I implore you to lend your assistance. Shuang'er was confused and asked him to sit and explain further. A few years ago, he began, we discovered a Jiaoren sealed within a massive amber tomb. Though lifeless after tens of thousands of years, their body remains incorrupt. Recently, the ancestors found a way to awaken him, and the key person in this is Miss Mu. Mu Wushuang felt that she didn't have this ability. The crown prince said that Miss Mu is someone outside the heavenly Tao and also the destined person in the elder's divination. Upon hearing this, Shuang'er was slightly taken aback. Crown Prince, please explain what you mean by someone outside the heavenly Tao. Miss Mu is from the Physician's Valley, right? Shuang'er was shocked because she had never mentioned this to anyone. The Crown Prince explained that because Miss Mu is not within the heavenly Tao, she can conceal herself from it and avoid the heavenly tribulation. She can definitely help our Hailon clan revive the left vein that died 100,000 years ago. Shuang'er thought that this guy seemed to be hiding his true abilities. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to refuse him. But suddenly, Luo Mozhan rushed out and angrily roared, no. That person's corpse has been dead for 100,000 years. Even if the body hasn't decayed, it has already become a Jingmei. Shuang'er was curious about what a Jingmei was. Luo Mozhan explained that a Jingmei is the ancestor of Jiangshi. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and develops sentience. It not only slaughters cultivators, but also steals their spiritual power. A few years ago, the corpse became a Jingmei. It almost escaped and caused a disaster. Later, we used the sect's secret arts to suppress it again. He then glared at the crown prince of Hailon, questioning his intentions for deliberately concealing this matter. The crown prince thought, how could he know if he's a stranger? He said, this humble one did not intentionally conceal it. It's because this matter is a top secret of the royal family. Shuang'er didn't blame him. She wanted to know more about what would happen if the Jingmei escaped. So the crown prince rolled up his sleeve. This scar is from the Jingmei's blood accidentally splashing on me. Shuang'er asked as the crown prince, haven't you sought treatment from a physician? The crown prince pulled Shuang'er closer. The Jingmei's blood is extremely poisonous. The burn it causes is incurable. How did you survive? The crown prince said, this is thanks to your esteemed father. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Shuang'er didn't understand why they would bother reviving him if he was so dangerous. The crown prince explained, we have found a way to restore his memories from before his death. This way, he won't become a Jingmei that harms heaven and earth. So Shuang'er agreed, but she didn't know what reward the crown prince would offer. The crown prince handed over a high-grade interspatial ring from the Gaoji continent. Inside were hundreds of high-quality artifacts, and this was just a down payment. The rest would be given after the inheritance ceremony. Shuang'er couldn't put down this treasure. She asked when they could awaken the Zumai. When Miss Mu advances to the Lin Zun realm, the crown prince replied. With that, the crown prince took his leave. Luo Mozhen didn't understand why Shuang'er would take such a risk and why Qi Shaohou doesn't lack any treasures. Shuang'er said she had another purpose, because the crown prince said my father had appeared in Hailon Valley and even saved him. So, I want to go to the Hailon Kingdom to search for clues about my parents. Luo Mozhen said, I will go with you, and he embraced her. Shuang'er took the opportunity to tease him. Shuang'er pushed him away, saying she needed to bathe first. But Luo Mozhen swiftly picked her up and flew into the air, intending to take Shuang'er for a bath in the hot springs. The love-struck Regent King finally got together with Shuang'er. That day, he carried Shuang'er to a hot spring filled with ice. He decided to personally bathe and dress Shuang'er. Now that his body had recovered, he wanted to try with Shuang'er to see if they could have a child. Upon hearing this, Shuang'er pushed the Regent King away, but her leg ended up straddling him. Then, blushing, she gazed into his eyes. Unexpectedly, Shuang'er had become so proactive, even declaring she would eat him. Shuang'er's behavior was undoubtedly playing with fire. The Regent King kissed her fiercely and then grabbed her hand. He decided to have an intimate moment with Shuang'er in the steamy atmosphere. His unexpected dominance made Shuang'er feel intoxicated, her heart racing uncontrollably. As the Regent King's nose grazed every inch of her skin, Shuang'er felt an involuntary sense of contentment and satisfaction. But just as they were about to get down to business, Long Yi's shouts rang out from the door. Luo Mozhen roared furiously, "Get lost!" But Long Yi insisted that young Master Mu had urgent business with Mu Wushuang. Shuang'er told the Regent King to be good and that she would be back with him later. But the Regent King refused to let her go, even though it was an urgent matter. He held Shuang'er's head and kissed her deeply, only stopping when she was breathless. Only then was he somewhat satisfied. Later, they dressed and left the bathroom. As soon as the Regent King came out, he glared at Long Yi and punished him by making him run 500 laps. The clueless Long Yi was suddenly bombarded with questions. Later, Mu Wushuang found her younger brother. Her brother couldn't wait any longer, because he discovered that the Jade Ju returned by the Crown Prince of Hailon could be combined with the jade pendant in his grandfather's hand. And there were clues about his parents inside the jade pendant. So Shuang'er put them together. Sure enough, the two fused and a chemical reaction occurred. Then, as if defying Newton's laws, the combined jade levitated in the air. In the next second, a fragmented image appeared, and the people inside were Shuang'er's parents. After seeing her parents walk towards a black fog, the image dissipated. Shuang'er wondered what that place was. Luo Mozhen explained that it was a battlefield left over from the ancient war between demons and deities. The souls of many demons were sealed there, and this Jade Ju was used for locating and communicating. It seemed that to find out the whereabouts of her parents, she needed to take the Jade Ju to the demon battlefield. But the demon battlefield was extremely dangerous. Luo Mozhen wanted to finish the matters at hand and accompany Shuang'er there. Shuang'er, however, said that she had the protection of the phoenix. Besides, she also had the ring given by her imperial uncle. If she encountered danger, he could find her. Thus, Luo Mozhen could only pray for Shuang'er's safety. The next day, the siblings arrived at Yuehai City, outside the demon battlefield. But they hadn't been in the city long before they were stopped by 3 delinquents. The short one was the captain of the Fire Cloud Squad. Main Yang was the vice captain, skilled in using ancient trees. As for the guy with yellow hair, he was the simple-minded but strong member of the squad. Main Yang saw that the two were from out of town, coming to the demon battlefield to hunt for treasure, and wanted to recruit them. But these 3 were notorious in the area for being a scam gang. They specialized in tricking people into going to the demon battlefield as bait. Schwanger clearly heard the whispers of those around them, so she declined their invitation to join their team. The yellow-haired guy immediately got angry, telling them not to be ungrateful. But then her brother pulled out his 40-meter-long blade. The yellow-haired guy also pulled out his 80-meter giant sword, saying that since they wouldn't join, he would kill them. But Main Yang stopped him, because Main Yang noticed the rich spiritual energy emanating from the two, perfect for attracting demonic souls. So she apologized to Mu Wu Shuang. But actually, while Schwanger wasn't paying attention, she secretly placed something on Schwanger. Later, Mu Wu Shuang left with her brother. The dim-witted guy asked Main Yang why she let them go. Main Yang told him to just wait and see. Later that night, the siblings arrived at the outskirts of the demon battlefield. Suddenly, Schwanger's jade Ju began to glow, and when she took it out, a beam of light appeared. Schwanger didn't expect the jade pendant to have a navigation function. Her brother was completely confused. Schwanger explained that navigation meant showing the way. The Fire Cloud Squad was hiding behind them, secretly following. As they walked, the red light suddenly disappeared. Looking up, they saw a blood moon. And directly below the blood moon, a palace appeared. An oppressive atmosphere suddenly descended. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps and shouts came from behind. Schwanger quickly pulled her brother to hide under some skeletal remains. The group of people were there for the demonic treasures. They too had been tricked by the Fire Cloud Squad. Schwanger thought to herself, so this is the demonic palace. Could this be where her parents went? Suddenly, the skeletal remains Schwanger touched emitted a burst of malevolent energy. Schwanger felt a jolt through her body. In the next second, the phoenix within her awakened. Schwanger gently held her brother, who was covered in cold sweat. Her brother immediately sensed something was wrong, but Schwanger pushed him away forcefully, telling him to stay back. Because the malevolent energy of the demon battlefield was too strong, she couldn't suppress the turmoil within her. She was then enveloped by the malevolent energy of the demon battlefield. At the same time, her brother was also entangled by the malevolent energy and couldn't move. Main Yang, watching from the side, sneered, because the demonic energy would corrode the heart and mind. If one wasn't careful, they would be controlled. She could use these outsiders, corrupted by the malevolent energy, to kill them. So she shouted for everyone to kill the woman, claiming she had the treasure to enter the demonic palace. In the next second, the treasure hunters, corrupted by the malevolent energy, charged towards Schwanger. Suddenly, her brother broke free from the malevolent energy and stood in front of his sister. With me here, no one can hurt my sister. With that, she fiercely lashed out at those people. But suddenly, a loud rumble came from behind her. Schwanger's brother immediately stopped what he was doing, his face filled with terror. When he looked back, his sister had completely transformed into an unfamiliar figure. Because of these lowly and greedy humans, the phoenix within Schwanger had fully erupted. At this moment, only the word kill filled Schwanger's mind. Her brother shouted at her, "Sister, snap out of it." But Schwanger pointed her sword at him. She was actually going to kill her own brother. Schwanger was being controlled by the phoenix within her. She couldn't suppress it at all with all her strength. She uncontrollably raised a 40-meter broadsword and fiercely swung it down towards her brother. But just 0.1 millimeters away from her brother, she stopped. Using her remaining rationality, she forcefully suppressed the phoenix within her, and she asked her brother to protect her. Immediately, a surge of energy flowed into Schwanger's body. The next second, she entered the phoenix's inner world. Around her was a scene of arson and murder. Suddenly, she saw Danju being chased by a strong man. Schwanger, just as she was about to go save Danju, was immediately cut down. It turned out that Danju had been brutally abused before transforming into the phoenix. That's why she hated those greedy humans. Danju's body suddenly began to dissipate. Then, Raging flames ignited around Shuang. This phoenix fire could incinerate everything in the world. Walking towards her was Danju, transformed into the phoenix. And these flames were the consequence of Shuang confronting the phoenix. Shuang endured the intense burning pain, kneeling on the ground. She decided to move the phoenix with love, telling her that there was both good and evil in the world. Don't let the evil of others trap you in this darkness and eternal suffering. Let me show you the beauty of the world. Hearing her master's words, tears involuntarily flowed from Danju's eyes. How could she not want the world to be filled with beauty? After all, the phoenix's true nature was benevolent. So she tapped her master's forehead, releasing her from the inner world. At this time, her brother was protecting Shuang. In the next second, Shuang awakened, her entire body surrounded by a golden, righteous aura. Like a reincarnated empress, she floated in midair. As for those small Karas who were eroded by the malevolent energy, Shuang merely raised her hand slightly and blasted them hundreds of meters away. However, Danju had now changed her mind and decided to cleanse the demonic souls from their bodies. So, with a single move of Justice's light, she instantly dispelled the demonic souls within the Karas. Meanwhile, in the prince's mansion in the capital, the prince was reading a rather blush-inducing novel. Suddenly, the couple's ring on his hand flashed a green light. This was a warning that Shuang was in danger. He immediately called Rong Yi and rushed to the scene. At this time, Shuang was comforting her beautiful brother, deciding to explain everything to him later. Suddenly, the demonic palace behind them began to shake violently. The next second, its entrance opened automatically, and it sucked in all the treasure hunters. Shuang, in order to find out the reason for her parents' disappearance, entered the demonic palace with her brother. As soon as they entered, they were enveloped by a dense demonic aura. Suddenly, Danju alerted her master that the jade pendant was resonating. After Shuang took out the jade pendant, a guiding thread appeared. Perhaps following the jade pendant's guidance would lead them to the answer. But as the siblings walked, Shuang kept feeling something behind her. It was the Fire Cloud Squad, the trio secretly following them. But Shuang ignored them. She was just curious about what treasures were in the demonic palace that were worth so many people risking their lives to enter. Danju then said, "This is the palace where the ancient demon emperor once resided. It is said that countless treasures are hidden within." Later, the demon emperor ascended to the immortal realm, and the demonic clan regarded the demonic palace as a sacred ground. Although the demonic clan perished 10,000 years ago, the dangers hidden here should not be underestimated. Shuang thought to herself that she needed to be cautious. But the next second, countless purple tentacles emerged from the ground. The tentacles instantly bound the siblings' feet tightly. The demonic palace has a restrictive effect on Danju, so she couldn't help. So, Shuang's brother drew his 40-meter-long sword and, with tears streaming down his face, swung it at the ground. The tentacles were instantly melted by the flames. Shuang couldn't help but exclaim that the pure yang sword was truly a good thing. Suddenly, she remembered that it was a gift from Rong Yi to her brother, and she immediately blushed. At this moment, the Fire Cloud trio had secretly followed them. Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong. She raised her hand and, with a cry, struck towards them. The rocks in front of them instantly shattered, scaring the trio so badly they wet themselves. Shuang then took out the bone worm Mei-Nyang had planted on her. She crushed in her hand, asking, "What do you want?" "Of course, we want the treasures you possess." After saying that, Mei-Nyang ordered the short man to take out the soul summoning banner. The soul summoning banner can summon all the evil spirits in the demonic palace. This is why we waited for you two to enter before making our move. Shuang's brother immediately stepped forward. With a few tearful strikes, he took care of her two useless companions. Finally, only the old hag was left. So, Shuang, using Newton's Pythagorean theorem, sent the old hag to meet her maker. Suddenly, Shuang's jade pendant began to glow, and the smell of blood filled the air. When Shuang turned around, a skeletal giant emerged from the wall. He roared towards the heavens. The seal is finally broken. Schwanger was momentarily stunned. Danju explained, "This is an ancient evil, specializing in devouring the spiritual energy of cultivators to strengthen itself. The reason it wasn't exterminated is most likely because it hid in the demonic palace and escaped destruction." At this point, the evil being was already casting a spell to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Seeing this, the siblings immediately charged forward to stop it. But in the next second, Schwanger's brother was entangled by the evil aura, and Schwanger's sword couldn't harm it. The evil being looked at Schwanger greedily, but it couldn't devour her yet, because it needed to seize the body of a cultivator to leave the demonic palace. At the critical moment, Schwanger's brother threw the pure yang sword. It instantly cut the evil being's hand. It didn't expect a mortal to possess such a divine weapon, so it immediately took out its weapon, determined to kill them. With a swing of its weapon, the ground cracked open. Fortunately, Schwanger, with her nimble body, leaped into the air, but countless evil auras below forced her into a corner. Schwanger was tightly bound, at the mercy of the evil being as it hovered over her. But just as it was about to invade her body, Schwanger's jade pendant suddenly reacted. It burst forth with a light that illuminated everything, instantly repelling the evil being 77 meters. The evil being recognized the jade pendant and asked Schwanger about her relationship with that woman. Schwanger wondered if it was referring to her mother. So, the jade pendant was guiding me to find this evil being, she thought. She replied that the woman was her mother. Upon hearing this, the evil being became enraged. "I thought that couple perished in this demonic palace, trying to suppress me. I never imagined they not only survived, but escaped and gave birth to you. Those two fools. They thought they could seal the demonic palace just because they were refinement masters. In the end, weren't they also injured by me? It's a pity I let them escape." Schwanger was surprised to learn her mother was a refinement master. Judging by the evil being's reaction, it seemed unaware of her parents' disappearance. She needed to find a way to escape. Fueled by years of resentment, the evil being decided to kill Schwanger right then and there. But the jade pendant flew out to block the attack. It couldn't withstand the fatal blow. However, in the next second, a blue light suddenly sliced through the giant axe. The next moment, Rong-yi appeared with the Qingtian. The sudden arrival of the prince and the little azure dragon scared the evil being witless. After freeing Schwanger, the prince glared at the evil being. Moved, Rong-yi, a man of few words, gathered his internal energy and, with a tearful strike, swung at the evil being. It's safe to say the evil being was obliterated. Schwanger was surprised by her uncle's immense power. Compared to him, she was insignificant. She realized she needed to cultivate diligently. The prince, with a worried expression, looked at Schwanger tenderly. He blamed himself for not defeating it sooner, causing Schwanger to be frightened. "Next time, I'll definitely find you faster." After saying that, he gave Schwanger a hard hickey on her neck. At this moment, her little brother just happened to wake up. Luo Mo's hen immediately covered the child's eyes. After finishing his business, he picked up the jade pendant from the ground. Schwanger stared blankly at the broken jade pendant. It seemed the clue to finding her parents was broken again. Suddenly, her little brother rushed over with an anxious look on his face. The little brother did a great job protecting his sister during this mission. His brother-in-law's constant praise made him ecstatic. Luo Mo's hen felt that since there were no more clues in the demonic palace, he might as well just destroy it. Afterwards, Schwanger was ready to return home for a good meal. But as the three of them just returned to the Mu estate, Xiuqin said a guest had arrived, and it was an old acquaintance of her father's. They had even met before her father disappeared. That meant this person might know something about her parents' disappearance. She immediately rushed to the back parlor. The three-eyed man sitting there was the alchemist, Pil King Dan Wang. Standing next to him, unable to find a seat, was his apprentice. The old man didn't waste any words and directly took out a meeting gift, an ancient inherited pill recipe. However, because it was old and damaged, Schwanger would have to repair it herself. Schwanger expressed her surprise, saying, "You think I have the ability to repair it?" The three-eyed man pointed at her. "You are the gifted tomb garden red daughter." Schwanger hurriedly asked about her father. The three-eyed man explained that her father, like her, had a great talent for alchemy. In his youth, he always liked to challenge others in alchemy and quickly became a renowned alchemist. Unfortunately, one day he suddenly stopped practicing alchemy. He said that alchemy couldn't protect his loved ones. Later, he began to diligently cultivate his power. Before he disappeared, "I saw your parents." Schwanger hurriedly asked where he had seen them. "At the small Lane Temple in Qingtong Town in the Luo mountain range." So Schwanger decided to rush to the small Lane Temple immediately. But the old man said she probably wouldn't find any clues there, because not long ago, a plague broke out in Qingtong Town. Everyone in the town, including the cultivators, died. Luo Mozhen was shocked by this news. Such a big incident, yet there was no news of it. The old man said the matter had been covered up by the divine martial sect. Schwanger thought to herself, even cultivators couldn't escape this plague. There must be something fishy going on. And this Qingtong town was the divine martial sect's territory. It seemed she would have to go there with Shuang. So after seeing the old man off, Schwanger told her uncle to return to the Qishao Hall first. She would tell her grandfather before going to find him. However, just as Luo Mozhen returned to Qishao Hall, Long Qi, scantily clad, walked in carrying a bowl of chicken soup. He then closed the door firmly behind him. After setting down the chicken soup, he blushed and embraced Luo Mozhen, calling him master in an extremely coquettish voice. Seeing no reaction from his master, he became even bolder. Just as he was about to kiss Luo Mozhen immediately turned around and glared at him coldly. Then, he flung Long Qi hard onto the ground. Long Qi lay on the ground, looking pitiful. He said he had followed him for 10 years and had a secret crush on him for 10 years. "Master, Long Qi wants to be yours." Luo Mozhen became even angrier upon hearing this. He directly kicked Long Qi out of the study. Even as he was being thrown out, Long Qi stubbornly asked, "What's so good about Mu Wu Shuang?" "Master, don't be fooled by that vixen." However, just as he finished speaking, Mu Wu Shuang appeared. Long Qi immediately started cursing Schwanger, calling her a worldly woman. But Schwanger calmly approached him, deciding to tell him the difference between them. That is, this young lady wouldn't be as shameless as you. After saying that, she flung him hard against the container. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Why didn't the master he had served for 10 years stop her? Perhaps only by making Mu Wushuang disappear would his master see his good qualities. So, he lunged at Schwanger with bared claws. But Schwanger just stood there calmly. It was Luo Mozhen who stepped in and repelled him. Luo Mozhen asked her why she didn't dodge. Schwanger said he was her uncle's subordinate and she couldn't attack him. "This only deepens my hatred for you, Long Qi. But for the sake of our 10 years as master and servant, I'll spare your life. Get out." The next day, the group set off for the divine martial sect in the Sunset Mountains. The couple continued their public display of affection on the boat. This R-rated scene was witnessed by Schwanger's younger brother. He immediately regretted coming onto the boat. 49 days later, they arrived at the divine martial sect. The sect leader of the divine martial sect personally came out to greet them. He was also crowned Prince Song's grandfather. Luo Mozhen, a man of few words, immediately questioned him about the plague in Qingtong Town. The sect leader wondered how he knew and decided to slowly explain everything to the two of them. It all started with the small Lane Temple in Qingtong Town. Ever since Master Lei Chanzi depleted his vital energy, the small Lane Temple has been abandoned. Half a month ago, the sound of a wooden fish emanated from the abandoned temple. Several cultivators went in to investigate and found a wooden fish in the main hall. The sound of the wooden fish could captivate people's hearts. Within a few days, it had captivated hundreds of cultivators, causing them to kill each other. I intended to destroy the evil object myself, but I was a step too late. Someone from the High Street continent took the wooden fish first. They also killed everyone in Qingtong Town. Schwanger was instantly shocked and horrified, but she didn't know how this was related to her parents' disappearance. Moreover, since they had already taken the wooden fish, why did they choose to silence everyone? So she asked the sect leader who they were. But the sect leader didn't know either. He only remembered that they wore white robes embroidered with a red iris flower pattern. Upon hearing this, Luo Mozhen was instantly taken aback. This was the symbol of the Guiyuan sect in the High Street continent. Could this matter be related to him? After thanking the sect leader for answering his questions, he hurriedly pulled Schwanger out of the divine martial sect. The sect leader thought to himself that Luo Mozhen's background was mysterious. Could he also be related to the High Street continent? It seemed he had to stop Song Yang from pursuing Mu Wu Shuang. Later, Luo Mo's hen explained to Schwanger that he left in a hurry because he couldn't reveal his identity. What the sect leader had described was indeed the symbol of the Guiyuan sect. Schwanger was stunned. This was the power base of Luo Moshen's stepmother's family. Worried that Schwanger would be put in even greater danger, he advised her not to investigate further. The high street continent was a dangerous place, and everyone there was a top expert. He didn't want Schwanger to be harmed in any way. But Schwanger refused to back down. I must find out where my parents are, and I will avenge your imperial uncle with you. Luo Mo's hen was suddenly overcome with an indescribable feeling. Schwanger was also puzzled by the wooden fish. It had actually attracted the attention of the Guiyuan sect from the high street continent. Luo Mo's hen explained that it was a Luo Ho, a sacred object of the bright god sect. Schwanger wondered why a sacred artifact would appear in the Nine Heavens continent. It was said that Yun Xiubai, the saintess of the bright god sect, stole a sacred object and disappeared to avoid an arranged marriage. It seemed that the saintess had come to the Nine Heavens continent. Hearing the name Yun Xiubai, Schwanger's face paled. Her grandfather had said her mother's name was Yun Xiubai, so her mother was from the high street continent. It seems your parents went to Qingtong town to entrust the wooden fish to Lei Chanzi. Your mother stole the sacred object to escape her marriage, then met your father in the Nine Heavens continent. To protect you and Yuheng, your parents were forced into hiding. Luo Mo's hen then asked Schwanger if she had any keepsakes from her mother. Schwanger took out a red object. Luo Mo's hen recognized it at a glance as Sumru Jade, a rarity even in the high street continent. It seems your mother really was the saintess of the bright god sect. Schwanger was overjoyed. This meant her parents might still be alive. They decided to go back and prepare to travel to the high street continent. This complex and fantastical world. I've always wanted to understand it thoroughly. However, just as Schwanger was packing, her brother told her that Shimin Kong had come looking for her. Schwanger had thought he wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. Now that he had come to her, she would have some fun with him. She told her brother to let him in. But Shimin Kong was completely covered up. Schwanger wondered what Fourth Prince was doing in broad daylight. Was he disfigured and ashamed to show his face? But the next second, he threw off his dark robe, revealing he was wearing an outfit identical to Luo Moshen's. He held a rose in his mouth, trying to look cool in front of Schwanger. A girl confessed to a jerk when she weighed 300 pounds. The jerk, disgusted by her appearance, kicked her away. Now that the girl had slimmed down to 88 pounds, the scumbag instantly turned into an obedient little lapdog. He even put on a face full of BB cream, trying to win the girl back. But the girl already hated him to the bone. Unbeknownst to him, she was already the Regent King's fiancée. She lied, telling him she would only marry someone of noble status. The scumbag was Bufu because he was the fourth prince of the Shimin family. The girl explained that the reason she was with Long Mo's hen was because he, the Regent King, was known to be 9,000 years old. Either you kill Long Mo's hen and take his place, or you surpass him, she challenged. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince immediately got it into his head, because for Long Mo's hen, crushing him was as easy as crushing an ant. So it seems that only if I become the 10,000-year-old emperor will Wu Shuang be with me. So he made a decision on the spot that went against his ancestors. He told Mu Wushuang to wait at home for his good news. Schwanger thought to herself, this idiot is truly courting death. As soon as the fourth prince left, Long Mo's hen appeared. It turned out the jealous Long Mo's hen had been eavesdropping next door the whole time. He came up and booped Schwanger's nose, saying, my little clever ghost is really mischievous, isn't she? Several days passed in a flash. Long Yi, who had been gathering information, came to report that the fourth prince was planning to act tonight. So, Schwanger immediately asked her imperial uncle to accompany her to watch the show. That night, the emperor was reviewing memorials. The fourth prince mysteriously brought a gift. The bewildered emperor was completely confused. He lifted the cloth covering to reveal a golden pill. He claimed that any man who ate it would become very powerful. But the emperor, who had seen countless treasures, told him to set it aside. The fourth prince immediately became anxious. He insisted on personally serving it to his imperial brother. This behavior aroused the emperor's suspicion, and his expression instantly turned cold. Seeing this, the fourth prince nearly wet himself. Just then, the eunuch announced the arrival of the Regent King and Miss Mu. The fourth prince felt a surge of fear. Schwanger walked in with a mischievous smile. She asked, "Why is the fourth prince here?" The emperor explained about the pill. Schwanger said, "I am an alchemist. Your Majesty, may I take a look?" The emperor agreed. Schwanger picked it up and examined it, praising, "It is indeed a high-quality pill. However, this excessive dosage could poison 10 oxen." "Shimin Kong, are you trying to rebel?" Shimin Kong was instantly speechless and dumbfounded. The emperor slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Shimin Kong, you have such audacity. You dare to try to harm me." Shimin Kong was so scared he nearly wet himself again. But even facing death, he remained defiant. The emperor decided to make Shimin Kong test the pill. In the next second, 2 maids entered and seized him. Shimin Kong trembled uncontrollably, nearly overflowing his pants. The emperor held the pill. He forcefully pried open Shimin Kang's mouth and shoved it inside. But as soon as Shimin Kong swallowed it, he immediately vomited the pill back up. He finally admitted the pill was poisoned. But he didn't want to die, so he claimed Long Mo's hen had coerced him into poisoning it. The emperor turned to Long Mo's hen. Long Mo's hen replied, "If this king wanted the throne, why would I resort to such measures?" The emperor thought, "You are truly arrogant." Then he asked, "Imperial uncle, tell me, what is the punishment for plotting rebellion?" Long Mo's hen waved his hand and declared death. Later, Shimin Kong was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Mu Wushuang went to visit him. Shimin Kong flew into a rage, lunging at Schwanger like a mad dog. Schwanger kicked him away with a swift kick. Then she stared at him coldly. Shimin Kong didn't understand why Wu Shuang had set him up. He had already apologized for his past mistakes. So Schwanger decided to tell him everything. Because the real Mu Wu Shuang is already dead. Now it's time for revenge. Shimin Kong was instantly speechless and dumbfounded. Schwanger kicked him again, saying, "When you kicked her down the stairs, she was already dead. You took advantage of his affection for you to humiliate him, and even mercilessly took his life." But Shimin Kong was completely unfortunate because Mu Wushuang was right there before his eyes. Schwanger viciously kicked him, saying, "Wait until you reach the underworld and see him, then repent to him." She continued kicking him 77 times. Only then did Schwanger finally vent her anger. The day of Shimin Kang's execution soon arrived. The commoners came to watch the spectacle. The once arrogant and domineering fourth prince now hung from the execution platform like a dead fish. Schwanger watched Mu Wushuang from below, filled with resentment. "The person who killed you has finally paid the price." The executioner raised his 40-meter-long blade. Then, with a shout, he brought it down. At the crucial moment, Long Mo's hen covered Schwanger's eyes. He didn't want Schwanger to have nightmares. With this, a weight was lifted from his heart. Schwanger suggested they have a celebratory drink. Long Mo's hen then carried her back to the manor. As evening approached, Long Mo's hen brought out several jars of 81 Mao Tai. Schwanger started drinking straight from the bottle without hesitation. Soon, her face was flushed. She was very happy today. All that remained was to uncover her true identity and find her parents. But Long Mo's hen asked if Schwanger had forgotten something. "That I still have something on my mind," he said, intertwining his fingers with hers. "Schwanger, will you marry me?" The girl, having only lightly drunk from a jar of 83 Mao Tai, used her tipsiness as an excuse to climb onto the prince, asking him to stay and spend the night. The fire in the prince's heart was instantly ignited. He immediately carried Schwanger to the bed. The sight of the drunken beauty before him made the prince dazed. Without a word, he kissed her rosy lips. A rainbow flashed through Schwanger's mind. He only stopped when she was breathless. However, the story didn't end there. After shedding their burdens and drawing the bed curtains, the two engaged in unspeakable secrets. The midday sun filled the earth, and Schwanger was still lost in sweet dreams. The prince looked at the exhausted Schwanger with heartache. He got up, dressed, and let Schwanger sleep more. Before leaving, he kissed her forehead. "Schwanger, I will give you a wedding that is unparalleled in the world." Schwanger slept until the afternoon, but when she got out of bed, her legs were still weak. Long Mo's hen, however, walked in, looking refreshed and Shaosa. Schwanger looked at him with disdain. Long Mo's hen lovingly picked Schwanger up, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. I'll be gentler next time." Then he offered her a surprise. With a clap of his hands, he had a servant bring in a bright red wedding dress. Schwanger was speechless with surprise. When she saw the exquisite phoenix crown, Schwanger was surprised that her uncle had prepared so early. These things couldn't be made in less than a month. So Long Mo's hen had Schwanger try it on. While she was changing, Long Mo's hen paced restlessly. When he was called in to see her, Schwanger's radiant smile as she turned around, and her beauty, radiant as spring flowers and delicate as the autumn moon, instantly made Long Moshen's heart surge with emotion. He felt that being able to marry Schwanger was a blessing cultivated over 100 lifetimes. Schwanger, however, felt that marrying her uncle was her honor. After all, where could she find a man who doted on her so much? Long Moshen looked at Schwanger with love and told her to wait obediently at home for him to come and get her. The day of the wedding soon arrived. Long Moshen carefully placed the veil over Schwanger's head. Then, with the announcement of the bride's arrival, Schwanger slowly walked into the wedding ceremony. Because Schwanger's parents were missing, her grandfather had to give her away. Her younger brother warned Long Moshen, "Don't ever bully my sister, or I will never forgive you." Later, during the wedding vows, Long Moshen swore on his life that he would only marry Mu Wuxuang and would love her, cherish her, and protect her for all eternity. "Schwanger, are you willing to spend your life with me?" Facing this man who loved her so deeply, Schwanger answered without hesitation, "I do." With this settled, grandfather felt at ease in trusting Schwanger to him. Long Moshen then helped Schwanger into the wedding carriage. He decided to have the wedding procession circle the capital 10 times and host a banquet for all the citizens to celebrate. The citizens all offered their congratulations, wishing the couple 100 years of happiness. But Schwanger quipped, "Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt, hosting a banquet for the entire city?" Long Moshen planted a kiss on Schwanger's forehead and declared, "I want the whole world to know that you are my wife." When the wedding night arrived, Mu Wuxuang still felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe she was actually married. Long Moshen, having finished attending to the guests, came to the bridal chamber. He was quite drunk and staggered as he walked, but he lifted Schwanger's veil with the utmost care. This was the night he had longed for. Schwanger softly called him Imperial Uncle. Long Moshen said, "You should call me husband now." Schwanger changed her address to husband. But the next second, Schwanger pushed her husband down, declaring this time, not from behind. Some people say they don't like watching wedding night scenes, so I'll skip that. Meanwhile, in the Azure Dragon Divine Hall on the High Street Continent, Long Moshen's stepmother, the current Holy Empress of the Azure Dragon Divine Hall, learned that Long Moshen had married a wife with a natural phoenix constitution. Furthermore, they would be returning to the High Street Continent soon. The stepmother thought, is he finding someone with a natural phoenix constitution to come back and seize the position of divine emperor? She immediately summoned a skilled individual, deciding to set a trap on their inevitable return route. Since he's been exiled, he should stay in the lower realm forever. The divine hall is mine, and the position of divine emperor is also mine. 49 days later, the group was packing their luggage, preparing for their journey. Grandfather insisted on bringing all sorts of antiques, leaving the siblings speechless. However, Schwanger understood the old man's quirks and just urged him to hurry up. Later, they boarded their flying ship and headed towards the Tsaming continent. Suddenly, Schwanger noticed a tornado appearing ahead. Long Moshen told her, "This is the teleportation formation, the only passage to the High Street continent." Everyone prepared to enter the teleportation formation. Long Moshen channeled his spiritual energy, allowing the ship to successfully enter. Once inside, Long Moshen took Schwanger's hand and said, "When we arrive at the Tsaming continent, I'll take you to meet your grandparents." Schwanger felt apprehensive, worried they wouldn't like her. Long Moshen reassured her, "As long as I like you, they will definitely like you." Suddenly, an invisible force struck the ship, tilting it instantly to a 180-degree angle. Long Moshen broke out in a cold sweat. He had never encountered such a thing before. The next second, a black hole appeared in front of them. Long Moshen knew this was the legendary spatial storm. Before he could react, the ship was swallowed by the black hole, and Long Moshen was inadvertently pulled into it. Mu Wuxuang was terrified and urged Long Moshen to escape quickly, because the energy of this spatial storm was too strong, and once sucked in, there was no escape. Schwanger didn't want to be a widow. She threw out a 40-meter rope and quickly tied it around Long Moshen. However, just as she pulled Long Moshen to safety, the ground beneath Schwanger's feet suddenly cracked open. Schwanger lost her footing and fell in. Long Moshen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately reached out to grab Schwanger without hesitation. However, it was too late. Schwanger was gradually being swallowed by the storm. He cried out, sobbed, and blamed himself for being useless. He could only watch helplessly as Schwanger fell into the abyss, powerless to do anything. His beautiful wife accidentally fell into the spatial storm. Her husband desperately reached out to grab her. However, it was too late. His wife was gradually being swallowed by the storm. Her husband wept bitterly, his whole body trembling, because they had just consummated their marriage last month. And those swallowed by the storm, even if they didn't die immediately, were doomed. The next second, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky. A bolt of lightning struck Schwanger. At that moment, her mind was filled with images of her loved ones. She couldn't bear to leave her husband, her younger brother, and her grandfather. However, just as his consciousness began to fade, a phoenix symbol suddenly flashed before his eyes. The next second, he was enveloped by a golden lotus. It turned out that the phoenix within Schwanger had awakened, and it carried him out of the spatial storm. After 70 or 80 days, they arrived at Jianxian Mountain on the Tsaoming continent. Schwanger had been sleeping here for 3 months. The 2 young men beside him had also waited for 3 months. But on this day, Schwanger finally woke up. The bewildered Schwanger was a little confused. He had no idea what had happened. The young men told him about the spatial storm, but Schwanger couldn't remember anything. It seemed the lightning had caused memory loss. But that wasn't important. The priority now was to recuperate and take good care of the baby in his belly. Schwanger was instantly stunned by these words. Happy to be pregnant. The sword sect master said, "You've been pregnant for 3 months." Schwanger covered his head in disbelief. He didn't even know who the father was. He had no memory of it at all. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Schwanger's head. The sect master told him not to think too much. As long as your spiritual power recovers, your memory will naturally return. But at this moment, Schwanger didn't even know what spiritual power was. The princess gently told him to focus on recovering first. She would tell him everything later. Then she waved her hand and left. Schwanger thought to himself that they didn't seem like bad people. Now that he had lost his memory, he had no choice but to stay and recover. The baby in his belly was also a surprise. He decided to wait until the child was born and then take him to find the child's father. Time flew by, and it was the next day. Because Mu Wushuang had a celestial spirit body, the sect master wanted to take him as a disciple. And every day, he made sure the healer checked his pulse. Finally, Schwanger's body recovered somewhat, and he even remembered his name. Seeing that the time was right, the princess decided to tell him about the Tsaoming continent. The Tsaoming continent is the high street continent of the cultivation world. The power here is divided between sects and 4 great families. The sects are divided into 9 ranks. The first rank is the top sect, and the 9th rank is the lowest. An Archenian sword sect is a 9th rank sect. The healer added that the sect master intended to take him as a disciple, and he also wanted him to inherit the position of sect master. The sect master himself confirmed that he would teach him everything he knew. Schwanger was a little stunned, but since they were willing to save him, having such a master was naturally a good thing. Besides, he had nowhere else to go. So he agreed without hesitation. The old man was instantly overjoyed. He immediately went to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony, inviting all the other sects to attend. But as Schwanger waved goodbye, he noticed he was wearing a ring. A strange sense of familiarity suddenly washed over him. Meanwhile, Longmo's hen was gazing longingly at his ring. Schwanger's disappearance had left him increasingly haggard. However, at this moment, a servant discovered that the spatial storm had been caused by the Holy Empress of the Azure Dragon Divine Hall. Longmo's hen was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He immediately took his men and charged towards the Azure Dragon Divine Hall. Suddenly, 2 demonic beasts appeared to block their path. Longmo's hen coldly warned them to move aside, but the fearless beasts opened their mouths and roared, charging towards the men. Longmo's hen just sneered. With a roar, he unleashed a swift slash of his blade. Instantly, the beasts were howling in pain. The Holy Empress witnessed Long Moshen's actions. She hadn't expected him to have grown so powerful in the DJ continent. However, just as Long Mo's hen was about to charge inside, the ring on his finger suddenly vibrated. He knew that Schwanger was nearby. He decided to settle the score another day. His top priority was to find Schwanger. Schwanger, you must wait for me. But 3 years passed, and Long Mo's hen still hadn't found Schwanger. By this time, their son, Shi, was already 3 years old. Mu Wushuang's spiritual power hadn't fully recovered yet, so her memory was still fragmented. Because this day was the apprenticeship ceremony, Xiao Bao wanted to go play in the square. So Mu Wushuang warned him to be good and not run around. Later, Xiao Bao went out to play, but the mischievous child ran towards the forest, telling his personal maid, Ling Dang, to be quiet so his mother wouldn't hear. A few days prior, Xiao Bao had discovered a mysterious cave here. Ling Dang said that if their mistress found out, she would spank him. Xiao Bao panicked a little at the mention of a spanking, but since he had already snuck out and he was going to get a spanking anyway, he might as well play first. Ling Dang had no choice but to follow her little master closely. The cave looked terrifying, and she was a bit scared, but Xiao Bao told her not to be afraid, as he was there. However, just as Ling Dang was about to move forward, she discovered a barrier that she couldn't pass through. Xiao Bao, not believing it, strode forward, only to be thrown back. Xiao Bao was so scared he wet his diaper and quickly told Ling Dang to find his mother. At this time, Mu Wushuang was still restoring her spiritual power. Finally, her spiritual power was fully recovered. Now, she could repair her damaged spirit meridians, regain her memories, and figure out who this body's original owner and Xiao Bao's father were. Just then, a servant came to announce that the apprenticeship ceremony was about to begin. Mu Wushuang thought to herself that because of her injuries 3 years ago, the ceremony had been delayed for so long. But just as Mu Wushuang was about to go to the main hall, Ling Dang came running in frantically, saying that the young master was trapped by a barrier. Mu Wushuang was immediately terrified. However, Xiao Bao seemed quite relaxed. Then, seeing his mother arrive, Xiao Bao immediately beamed and rushed towards her. The 3-year-old young adventurer had gone to explore the cave, but as soon as he entered, he was trapped inside by a barrier. He pushed with all his might, but couldn't break through. He was so scared he wet his diaper. It wasn't until his mother arrived at the scene that she discovered the barrier didn't stop her. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept Xiao Bao up. Fortunately, his mother reacted quickly, catching him with lightning speed. The wind seemed very strange. Xiao Bao clung to his mother in fear, so she put him down outside and decided to explore the cave herself. But Xiao Bao said he wanted to protect his mother because the sect master had told him he was a little man. Mu Wushuang felt it was also dangerous to leave him alone outside, so she decided to take him with her. Carefully, they walked inside and found arrows scattered everywhere. Mu Wushuang felt something calling to her. They reached the end of the cave and discovered a sealed sword. Xiao Bao curiously touched the sword on the ground, but as soon as his small hand made contact, the sword began to dissipate. Then, all the other swords began to stir. The large sword flashed with a green light. Who dares trespass into Jianhua Ingluo? It transformed into dozens of large swords, fiercely lunging towards the mother and son. Although Mu Wushuang quickly dodged while holding Xiao Bao, she was still struck by a large blade, leaving a long wound. Xiao Bao was terrified. Mu Wushuang, enduring the pain, said she was fine. However, the large sword began to absorb her blood. In the next second, blood spurted from Mu Wushuang's wound and was absorbed by the large sword. Then, the sword began to crack, emitting a blinding light. With a boom, it exploded. When Mu Wushuang opened her eyes again, the Xingyun sword had completed its transformation, and the name of the sword appeared in her mind. Before she could react, the sword rose into the air, flying to Mu Wushuang's head and forming a contract. She felt her spiritual power surge, thinking that this must be the legendary spirit sword master mentioned, the one suppressed within the sword seed. He never expected it would form a contract with him. Thanks to Xiao Bao discovering this secret base, he now had the Qingyun sword and was ready to attend the apprenticeship ceremony. Meanwhile, Luo Mo's hen was still searching everywhere for Shuanger. It had already been 3 years since he started searching for his wife. He wondered if it was fate playing a cruel joke on him. Every time he felt like he was close to finding Shuanger, the ring's aura would disappear. Suddenly, a gust of air drifted towards him. Luo Moshin's heart skipped a beat. The aura felt like Jian Hun was awakening. The aura originated from the direction of the Nine Stream sect, Qingyun sword sect. Luo Mo's hen didn't hesitate and immediately set off on his cloud, speeding towards it. At that moment, the sword sect was holding the apprenticeship ceremony. The sect master wondered why Mu Wushuang hadn't arrived yet. Just then, someone landed. It was the sect master of the neighboring Dragon Claw sect. He immediately started taunting the sword sect, calling it trash. The sword sect master was instantly enraged. He retorted that the Dragon Claw sect was the real trash. He declared that after seeing the excellent disciple he was about to accept, the Dragon Claw sect master wouldn't dare to speak like that again. Then another man stepped forward. He was the sect master of the neighboring Stone Gate sect. They were all nine-stream sects. Yet these old geezers always looked down on the sword sect. The sword sect master was about to unleash a verbal assault on their families, when suddenly the disciples present noticed their swords moving. The next second, with a whoosh, they all flew into the air. Looking up, they saw Mu Wushuang flying towards them. This was the 10,000 swords return technique. Mu Wushuang landed and immediately questioned the two sect masters about what they were doing. The two old men were stunned into silence. They hadn't expected her to awaken the sword soul. They hurriedly bowed to the sword sect master and apologized. Then they quickly took their leave. Mu Wushuang then unsheathed the Qingyun sword. She presented the sword to her master. Upon seeing it, he recognized it as the Qingyun sword of the legendary Sword Immortal. He was so moved that he burst into tears. He exclaimed that his efforts for the Qingyun sword sect had not been in vain. Mu Wushuang then formally joined the Qingyun sword sect, and in the future, she would shoulder the responsibility of reviving the sect's glory. The little girls all declared themselves to be the eldest senior sister's biggest fans. Now that Shuang'er's spiritual power had awakened, she needed to seclude herself for a few days of cultivation. The next day arrived. Luo Mo's hen, following the aura of the sword soul, found Shuang'er's courtyard. Just then, Xiaobao tiptoed out the door. He wanted to sneak out to play in the mud while his mother was cultivating. But when he turned around, he saw a handsome man looking at him gently. Xiaobao was stunned. He thought the man was very good looking. The two stared at each other for a long time. Luo Mo's hen looked Xiaobao over carefully. He noticed how short and chubby the child was. But Long Yi, standing beside him, noticed that the child's eyes were the same color as his master's. Xiaobao tugged on the man's pants and stared at him with his bright, clear eyes. He asked, "Mister, will you be my daddy?" Luo Mo's hen, without hesitation, refused. Xiaobao's face crumbled. He said his mother was very beautiful and that the man would definitely like her. Luo Moshen's mind was filled with thoughts of Shuang. He brushed Xiaobao's small hand away. He said he already had a wife and couldn't be his daddy. Xiaobao immediately asked if his wife was as pretty as his mother. Luo Mo's hen replied that his wife was incomparable, eternally unparalleled in his heart. But Xiaobao wasn't giving up. He wanted to take the man to meet his mother. He said he was lonely every night. He wanted his mother to be happy. But Luo Mo's hen refused again. Long, he kept staring at Xiaobao. He felt the child looked a lot like his master. Could it be? But Luo Mo's hen kept urging him to leave. Long, he dismissed the thought as a coincidence. Xiaobao watched the man's retreating figure with disappointment. It was such a pity that the handsome man already had a wife. Suddenly, a bold idea sprang into his mind to steal the man away. His mother was so powerful, she could definitely steal him away. He rushed into his mother's room and declared that he had found her a daddy. But his mother said it was clearly their first meeting. The child, however, tugged on the man's trousers, calling him daddy. He thought the man was very handsome. He wanted the man to keep his lonely mother company. The man was stunned at first, then became overwhelmed with grief. He was thinking that if that accident hadn't happened 2 or 3 years ago, perhaps his own child would be this big. However, fate played a cruel trick. His son was right in front of him, but he chose to pass him by. But Xiaobao wasn't giving up. He decided to get his mother to pursue the handsome man. His mother pinched his chubby cheeks helplessly, wondering who he inherited his matchmaking tendencies from. Then she warned Xiaobao not to randomly call people daddy in the future, because things that don't belong to us can never be taken by force. "Don't worry, Xiaobao," she said. "Mommy will definitely find her daddy." Xiaobao obediently agreed. Now, thanks to her spiritual power, Shuang'er had recovered some of her memories, and the man named Long Mo's hen in her memories was likely Xiaobao's father. Suddenly, the junior brother came to call her to the sect master. But when Shuang'er arrived at the main hall, she found her junior brother Tsang there as well. The sect master had called her there to ask her to participate in the sect competition half a month later. Winning will allow the sect to be promoted. Since you've just awakened your sword soul, you're the most suitable candidate. Schwanger thought she might be able to see Long Mo's hen there, so she readily agreed. The sect competition was being held in Jiangpan, capital city, so Schwanger brought Xiao Bao there in advance. Junior brother Tsang followed his senior sister under the pretext of protection, but in reality, he had always had a secret crush on Schwanger and was even willing to wait on Xiao Bao hand and foot. Schwanger was stunned. Perhaps only Xiao Bao could make her junior brother drop his aloof demeanor. Suddenly, Xiao Bao said he wanted to buy candied hawthorns. It was Xiao Bao's first time down the mountain, so he found everything fascinating. Junior brother Tsang said, "Then uncle will bring you here to play every day." Xiao Bao burst out laughing, as the three of them were happily strolling through the streets. A carriage suddenly passed by. Inside sat the national master, Wu Ming. He was stunned by the sight of Mu Wu Shuang. He thought, hadn't Long Mo's hen been looking for her? It seemed he hadn't found her yet. Now, Long Mo's hen wasn't by her side, and she had another man accompanying her. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, Schwanger felt someone staring at her. When she turned around, she saw a man gazing at her. A strange, yet familiar feeling washed over her. At first, Schwanger didn't think much of it, but when they arrived at the inn to rest, they found the man there as well. Schwanger thought he must be after her, so she asked her junior brother to take Xiao Bao back to their room, saying she was going to meet an old acquaintance. Later, Schwanger sat down opposite Wu Ming and asked, "What business do you have with me?" Wu Ming found it amusing to, "Don't you even greet an old acquaintance?" Schwanger replied, "I don't recognize you." So Wu Ming reached out and took Schwanger's pulse. He discovered she had suffered a head injury and lost her memory. No wonder Long Mo's hen can't find you. You must have forgotten him too. Schwanger immediately pulled her hand away. Who was this man? Just by taking her pulse, he knew about her injury. Wu Ming, who had also been fond of Schwanger back in the Nine Heavens continent, said with a smile, "We were good friends in the Nine Heavens continent." But his demeanor made Schwanger think he wasn't a good person. She couldn't let him know about Xiao Bao's existence. She might as well go all out. But Schwanger's killing intent was instantly detected by Wu Ming. He told Schwang and not to be nervous, that he was on her side. "And I'll help you hide your whereabouts. We were best friends in the Nine Heavens continent." But Schwanger didn't trust him one bit and didn't want to get entangled with such a dishonest person. Before leaving, she warned him not to cause trouble behind her back. But the next second, a cry was heard. Wu Ming used magic to bind Schwanger, preventing her from leaving. He suggested that she stay with him, as he could protect her. Just as Mu Wu Shuang was about to awaken her sword soul and start a fight, junior brother Tsang and Xiao Bao rushed downstairs. Xiao Bao angrily scolded him, calling him a stinky fox and telling him to stay away from his mother. He then stepped forward to protect her. Seeing this, Wu Ming withdrew the ropes. He thought to himself, "This little guy actually knows my true form is a celestial fox." He then asked Schwanger, "Is this your son?" Schwanger and Xiao Bao both glared at him fiercely. At this moment, junior brother Tsang stepped forward, ready to play the hero. But Wu Ming calmly sipped his tea. He reiterated that he had already said they were friends. Schwanger stated that she would never be friends with someone like him. She then warned him again to stay away from Xiao Bao. With that, she left. Wu Ming thought to himself, "She is indeed Long Moshen's child. She was actually able to see through my true form at a glance." On their way back to their room, Xiao Bao told his mother not to be afraid, saying he was just a stinky fox. But his mother pinched his chubby cheeks, telling him not to run over rashly next time. What if he encountered real danger? Xiao Bao is still young. He can protect his mother when he grows up. At this time, junior brother Tsang suggested that everyone rest early, as the sect competition would be held the next day. Meanwhile, at the Azure Dragon Divine Hall, Long Yi reported to Long Mo's hen that the 9-stream sect competition will be held tomorrow. Long Mo's hen decided to go and see, because Schwanger liked to join in the fun, and maybe she would be there too. The day of the sect competition soon arrived. The host was an elder from the Radiant Light Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, Schwanger was instantly overcome with a sense of familiarity, because in her recovered memories, her mother was Sheng Min of the Radiant Light Divine Sect. The elder then announced that this year's written exam would be shortened to 1 day. All participants would be teleported into the Fortune Pagoda together. The Fortune Pagoda contained 18 small worlds. Each person would be teleported to a different world and face different trials. The first 3 to pass would have the opportunity to challenge the 8-stream sects. The disciples of the 9-stream sects were instantly stunned into silence. Because the Fortune Pagoda was a trial artifact for disciples of the 1-stream sects. Her master reminded Shuang not to push herself too hard if she couldn't pass. Then the elder announced the start of the competition. So, after entrusting Xiao Bao to her master, Shuang leaped towards the Fortune Pagoda. Within the Fortune Pagoda were illusions of heartbreak. Shuang's illusion was a trial of her heart demons. She thought this heartbreak trial seemed simple enough. The first to appear was Shuang's first love from her previous life. After hearing his dying words, Shuang felt no emotional budong whatsoever. She simply watched as he was stabbed through the heart. Because he was not her heart demon, then the surrounding environment began to change. Shuang disdainfully awaited the second heartbreak. But suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. When she turned around in disbelief, she saw Long Mo's hen, dressed in wedding attire, gazing at her tenderly. Shuang was so startled that she couldn't speak. She didn't know why her face was burning and her heart was racing. Just as Long Mo's hen reached out to caress Shuang's cheek, those fragmented, beautiful memories hammered into Shuang's mind one by one, causing her head to throb with pain. She hadn't expected Long Mo's hen to be her heart demon. Unaware of what was wrong with Shuang, Long Mo's hen lifted her head and wiped away her tears. He told her not to leave, saying that today was the day he was to marry her. He then slowly brought his lips closer to hers. But suddenly, Long Moshen's eyes widened in shock. Shuang had plunged the Qingyun sword deep into his chest. Then, Long Mo's hen transformed into shards of light and gradually dissipated. But his final expression caused Shuang such grief that her tears flowed uncontrollably. She didn't know why her heart was filled with such pain. But that person just now could never be her heart demon. At that moment, the surrounding environment changed again. In the next second, a hollow voice came from behind her. Then what is your heart demon? Tell me, what is your heart demon? However, when Shuang turned around, she saw a faceless shadow speaking. Shuang, with a cold gaze, drew her Qingyun sword. Mu Wu Shuang, worthy of heaven and earth, had no inner demons. She then fiercely slashed at the illusory figure. In the next second, the illusion shattered, and Shuang successfully triumphed in this trial of heartbreak. Seeing the girl's excellent character, the elder invited her to join the Radiant Light Divine Sect. However, Mu Wuxuang would not leave the Qingyun Sword Sect. The elder felt it was a pity, so he presented her with an urn. Inside were the sect's treasures. On the return journey, meanwhile, Long Mo's hen arrived at this place with Long Yi. Long Yi thought that even after 3 years, his master still hadn't given up. He didn't know whether this was good or bad. Suddenly, Long Yi told his master to look. A golden orb appeared from the Fortune Pagoda. Everyone exclaimed, could someone have already cleared it so quickly? Xiao Bao also excitedly anticipated his mother's appearance. Suddenly, a bell chime resounded through the sky. The ringing bell signified that the person who cleared the pagoda had gained the Fortune Pagoda's recognition. In the next second, the Fortune Pagoda burst forth with a brilliant light. No one expected the person who emerged to be a woman, and moreover, the most unassuming person from the Qingyun Sword sect. Xiao Bao was instantly overjoyed. The sect master was so moved he was in tears. Shuang'er's sudden appearance made Long Moshen's heart skip a beat. He immediately rushed towards Shuang'er faster than lightning and tightly embraced her. The sudden force startled Shuang'er. Da Shuang'er, I finally found you. 1,000 words couldn't describe Long Moshen's feelings at this moment. But Shuang'er looked at him blankly. She softly said, who are you? Shuang'er, I'm your husband. Do you know how hard I've searched for you? But Shuang'er pushed him away. This gentleman. You must be mistaken. The man had finally found his wife, who had been missing for 3 years. At this moment, he was almost choked with excitement. But his wife not only showed no emotion, but also pushed him away. This gentleman, you must be mistaken. The man was stunned. Could Shuang'er be blaming him for arriving too late? But just as he was about to comfort her, Shuang'er avoided him again, explaining that she wasn't blaming him, but that she couldn't remember the past. Hearing this, Long Mo's hen involuntarily trembled. Could it be that Shuang'er had suffered memory loss when she fell into the spatial rift? He was filled with regret. It was all his fault for not protecting Shuang well. Seeing his dejected state, Shuang felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She deliberately avoided his gaze, saying that now wasn't the time to discuss these things. With that, she turned and left. Long Mo's hen thought to himself, as long as Shuang was safe, everything else didn't matter. Even if you've really lost your memory, I will work hard to help you remember our past. Later, when Mu Wushuang reunited with Xiao Bao and the sect master, they saw Long Mo's hen, and the sect master was instantly stunned. Isn't that the young emperor of the Azure Dragon Divine sect? Why is he with Wushuang? Could he be Xiao Bao's father? Xiao Bao was overjoyed to see his uncle again. Mother actually brought him back. So, after the sect master handed Xiao Bao to Mu Wushuang, he bowed to the young emperor. He then took Shuang aside to talk, because Shuang had just passed the Fortune Pagoda's trial. But she looked around and didn't see Junior Brother Tsang. The sect master proudly declared, "You're the first one to clear it, and you've even broken the Radiant Light Divine Sect's inter-disciple trial record. But Wushuang, why are you with the Azure Dragon, young emperor?" Shuang's joy instantly turned to annoyance. She said she would tell her master later. The sect master understood, thinking she was embarrassed to talk about it there. He then asked Wushuang what kind of trial she encountered. Learning it was a heart demon trial of lost love, the sect master was instantly shocked, because legend had it that the heart demon trial was the most difficult. Wushuang, what was your heart demon illusion? Shuang shook her head. She couldn't remember after coming out. Just then, Xiao Bao asked his mother, "Did you bring the handsome uncle back to be my daddy?" Hearing this, Mother immediately told him not to talk nonsense. But Xiao Bao still pointed his finger at Long Mo's hen, indicating that he was the handsome uncle Xiao Bao had told his mother about last time. Mu Wushuang was surprised that the person Xiao Bao met last time was him. Could it be that he already knew Xiao Bao's identity? Was he approaching her with a purpose? But what was his intention in getting close to Xiao Bao? Could he already know that Xiao Bao was his son and want to take him away to inherit the family estate? Given his status as the young emperor, she might not be able to stop him. It seemed she had to confirm his intentions first. She wouldn't let him take Xiao Bao away. So she told Xiao Bao to go back with the veterinarian first. But Xiao Bao said he wanted to stay with his mother and father, be obedient. Xiao Bao, mother will confirm a few things and then come to be with you. Xiao Bao responded with a Worichi Ba look. Mu Wushuang felt a mix of emotions. At Xiao Bao's age, what he needed most was the company of his parents. Although she still didn't know what had happened with him, as long as his character was good, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Xiao Bao to acknowledge him. So she asked Long Mo's hen to come with her. I have something to talk to you about. Long Mo's hen was both surprised and delighted. Mu Wushuang led him to a grassy area. She immediately questioned his purpose in approaching her and her son. "Even if we were once husband and wife, I won't let you take my son away." Long Mo's hen was shocked by the word son. That chubby, silver-haired little boy was her child? Mu Wushuang found it strange. "Don't you know?" Long Mo's hen stammered, indicating that he didn't. He then recalled the first time he saw Xiao Bao. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity and closeness. Could it be that Mu Wushuang was already pregnant during the spatial storm? The thought that he wasn't there when Mu Wushuang needed him most made him feel terrible. Mu Wushuang's worried heart finally relaxed. She had thought he had appeared this time to take Xiao Bao away. So Long Mo's hen immediately declared his sincerity. "I've only ever come for you. I'm sorry I didn't find you sooner. I met Xiao Bao by chance while searching for you. At that time, I was only focused on finding you. I didn't use my spiritual power to probe his identity. So you won't take Xiao Bao away? Since that's the case, I won't deprive you of your rights as a father. You can see Xiao Bao anytime from now on." Long Mo's hen thought this was probably his punishment for not protecting Mu Wushuang well. He slowly reached out his hand towards her. He asked her if she had forgotten everything that happened before. Mu Wushuang said she only remembered things before coming to the Tsangming continent. "That means you've forgotten everything about traveling to the Jiuxiao continent." Mu Wushuang was surprised he knew she had transmigrated. Could it be that it wasn't the original owner who didn't leave her memories, but that she had truly forgotten? At this moment, Long Mo's hen lifted Mu Wushuang's hand. "This ring is the token of love I gave you. We used to talk about everything. There were no secrets between us." Mu Wushuang was so stunned she couldn't speak. Had she really loved this man? Long Mo's hen told her it's okay. "If you can't remember, let's start over, all right?" As soon as he said these words, those fragmented, beautiful memories suddenly flooded into Mu Wushuang's mind. The sudden influx made her head ache intensely. Long Mo's hen anxiously told her to stop thinking about it. However, in the next second, Mu Wushuang's eyes rolled back, and she fainted in Long Moshen's arms. In the last moment, she softly called out, "Imperial Uncle." Long Mo's hen carried her to the inn and asked Long Yi to wake up the sword sect master and Yao Qing. After settling Mu Wushuang down, Long Mo's hen kissed her forehead. "The Shuanger, you've suffered these past 3 years." Meanwhile, the Fortune Pagoda shone brilliantly once more. The elder announced the end of the sect competition. The top 3 were Mu Wushuang of the Qingyan Sword Sect, Song Yang of the Qingyan Sword Sect, and Zhao Sui of the Yinshao Sect. The sect master was overjoyed. The top 2 were both his disciples, but Song Yang couldn't find his senior sister anywhere. The sect master explained that she was currently discussing matters with the Azure Dragon Young Emperor. Just then, someone came to say the sect master wanted them to go to the inn. The sect master was terrified. What happened to Wushuang? Long Yi said they would know when they arrived. Suddenly, Song Ying grabbed Long Yi tightly. Mi Sheng demanded to know what happened to senior sister. Long Yi flung him off, saying he couldn't divulge anything. Song Ying, his face grim, drew his sword, Li Jian, and demanded to know who his master was. With that, he shouted and pressed the sword against Long Yi's throat. "What did your master do to senior sister?" The sect master was petrified. Long Yi said slowly and deliberately, "My master is the Azure Dragon Young Emperor." Song Ying was shocked. How could Wushuang be involved with him? He dejectedly lowered his sword. Later, they arrived at the inn, seeing Shuanger lying peacefully on the bed. The sect master rushed forward in alarm. Song Ying grabbed Long Mo's hen tightly, coldly demanding to know what he had done to his senior sister. Long Mo's hen glared at him, his face dark. "You seem very concerned about my wife." Song Ying was stunned. "Your wife? She's your wife." "That's right. She is my wife, Mu Wushuang. We've long been bound by love in life and death." Disbelief filled Song Ying's face. Long Mo's hen coldly warned him, "My relationship with Shuanger is none of your business." A pang of pain shot through Song Ying's heart. Long Mo's hen then asked the sect master what Shuanger had been through these past few years. The sect master explained that it was a long story. Wushuang had suddenly appeared at the sect 3 years ago, severely injured. Her divine stone was damaged, and she was pregnant. The fetus had absorbed most of her spiritual energy and nutrients. Just as I suspected, Long Mo's hen said she damaged her divine stone after falling into the spatial storm. I didn't realize she was pregnant at the time. The sect master continued, saying that since Xianxi's birth, Wushuang had mostly been in seclusion, recovering her spiritual energy. But her divine stone remains damaged, so her memories haven't returned. At this point, Song Ying asked again if he truly was senior sister's husband. Long Mo's hen reiterated that they were married, witnessed by heaven and earth. "Give up on her," he said. Song Ying looked at Wushuang sadly. He was just a latecomer. What was he even hoping for? Song Ying, oh, it's Song Ying, he thought. How can you compete with the Azure Dragon Young Emperor? They even have a child. Long Mo's hen thanked the elders for taking such good care of his wife and child, promising to reward them handsomely in the future. Since Shuanger's memory hasn't returned, I'll stay by her and our child's side. Suddenly, Shuanger woke up. Long Mo's hen rushed to her side, gently asking if she felt better. He told her not to force herself to remember the past. We'll figure it out together, slowly. Shuanger pulled away. She wondered if the memories flashing through her mind were truly hers and his. For Xiao Bao's sake, I'll stay with him for a while. Xiao Bao, with his bright, cherry-like eyes, saw his mother. He jumped out of the elder's arms and, without taking off his shoes, climbed onto his mother. He noticed many people around, including the handsome uncle. Long Mo's hen asked, "Your name is Xianxi, right?" Xianxi replied, "That's the name mother gave me." Long Mo's hen, his face full of affection, said, "Xianxi, how would you like me to be your father from now on?" The man was finally reunited with his long-lost son. Seeing Xiao Bao so happy, Mu Wushuang was also pleased. Only Song Ying felt a stab of pain. He refused to believe senior sister was married. Shuanger was a little dazed by Song Ying's departure. Long Mo's hen thought, "It seems I'll have to stay close to Shuanger." The sect master informed Wushuang that because she had won first place in the sect competition, The Radiant Light Divine Sect's elder had requested a meeting with her the next day. The following day, as Mu Wushuang prepared to meet the elder, Long Mo's Hen said he would take Xiao Bao with him, but Shuang'er asked him to cover his face before going. Xiao Bao said, "Mother, are you worried Daddy is so handsome someone will steal him?" Hearing this, his mother pinched his chubby little face in exasperation. Actually, Shuang'er was worried that Long Moshen's identity as the young emperor would cause unnecessary trouble for Xiao Bao. So Long Mo's Hen put on a mask and said, "Wife, look, is this all right?" Shuang'er, called wife for the first time, was a little shy. Her whole face flushed a bright red. Meanwhile, the elder and the others were already waiting at the inn. Also present were the elder's granddaughter, Yin Wan'er, and the vice-elder's grandson, Ma Wenhao. Yin Wan'er was arrogant and difficult. After waiting only 3 minutes, she became impatient. A moment later, Mu Wushuang arrived. The appearance of the unfamiliar Long Mo's Hen inexplicably put Ma Wenhao under pressure. Yin Wan'er glared at Wushuang with ill intentions. But when she clearly saw Mu Wushuang's face, Yin Wan'er's expression instantly paled, because her face was so similar to her own mother's. This definitely wasn't a coincidence. She absolutely couldn't let her mother see this face. Yin Wan'er's unusual behavior puzzled Shuang'er. Ma Wenhao stepped forward to smooth things over. He said that he and his junior sister were following the sect leader's orders to invite Miss Mu to join the Radiant Light Divine Sect. Shuang'er refused without hesitation. The two were instantly dumbfounded. Being able to join the Radiant Light Divine Sect was supposed to be an honor, but Shuang'er didn't care about this honor. Seeing this, Yin Wan'er's face immediately turned cold. Ma Wenhao said, "How dare you offend a first-rate sect?" But Long Mo's Hen suddenly interrupted him, saying, "And what if we offend your Radiant Light Divine Sect?" Ma Wenhao was instantly frightened into silence. Long Moshen's aura made him feel fear. This pressure was even a bit much for the elder to bear. And after Yin Wan'er felt this familiar aura, she was even more terrified, thinking, "Why is this lord here?" Long Mo's Hen urged them to continue. "What happens if we offend the Radiant Light Divine Sect?" Ma Wenhao stammered out 2 words, "Ruined." Hearing this, the elder immediately stepped forward and angrily rebuked them. Mu Wushuang found it laughable. The dignified Radiant Light Divine Sect actually had to resort to threats to recruit disciples. This young lady is truly too unworthy of such a sect. So the elder hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. He said, "If the young lady is unwilling, we will not force you." So Mu Wushuang prepared to leave. After Mu Wushuang left, the elder glared at the two. "Oh, you know who the man beside Mu Wushuang is? There's only one person in this world with a pair of violet eyes. That is the Azure Dragon, young emperor of the Azure Dragon Divine Palace." Yin Wan'er had once been fortunate enough to see the young emperor. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity just now, but if it weren't for this old man's timely intervention, you would have already been laughing in your graves. From now on, you had best not provoke that woman again. Yin Wan'er thought, just what is Mu Wushuang's identity? Not only does she look strikingly similar to Mother, but she also has that lord protecting her. It's good that she refused to join the sect. I absolutely cannot let Mother see her. Later, when the 3 returned to the inn, Xiao Bao was already asleep. Shuang'er still felt lingering fear from what had been said earlier. Long Mo's Hen saw Shuang'er's worry. He took off his mask and looked at her tenderly. "Shuang'er, have you forgotten my presence? I will never let anyone bully you." Mu Wushuang was startled and quickly stepped back. "Just talk, don't touch me." Long Mo's Hen thought, her resistant manner is just like it was at the beginning. Later, Long Mo's Hen called Shuang'er aside to talk. He asked her if she still remembered the Mu estate. Shuang'er said she remembered her grandfather and younger brother, but she had been separated from them. Long Mo's Hen told her, "Your grandfather, He Yu Hung, is in the Radiant Light Divine Sect." Shuang'er was instantly shocked. Long Mo's Hen reassured her, "After your mother rescued them, I've secretly sent people to look after them all these years. Your mother was not only a saintess of the Radiant Light Divine Sect, but also the sect leader's daughter. He's been searching for you all these years. However, your mother stole a sacred artifact and ran away from a marriage. She also went against his will and married your father, giving birth to you. That's why she's been confined to her house all these years. Because she longed for a daughter, Yin Wan'er was the one your mother adopted. So according to you, I'm the Radiant Light Divine Sect leader's granddaughter. Therefore, you don't need to worry about them doing anything to you. but Schwanger still shook her head, indicating she couldn't reveal her identity. There was no guarantee they wouldn't do something to Xiao Bao. So Long Mo's-hen agreed to help Schwanger conceal it. Schwanger stared blankly at Long Mo's-hen, thinking that for the past 3 years, she had been healing and had no time to care for anyone else. Yet, he had been secretly looking after her family. He really was a good person. He was also very powerful, and his face was especially pleasing to the eye. Staying by his side wouldn't be a bad thing. Long Mo's-hen noticed Schwanger staring at him, so Schwanger quickly turned her head away. It seemed Schwanger was shy. Afterwards, Long Mo's-hen wanted to take Schwanger to a protector to heal her injuries. He then took Schwanger's small hand. Let me repair Schwanger's divine soul. Once her divine soul is restored, Schwanger will remember me. So Long Mo's-hen had Schwanger sit on the bed. Then, with a gentle palm strike, a surge of spiritual energy instantly flowed through Schwanger's entire body. What he needed to do was be extremely meticulous and focused. Immediately, some memories with Long Mo's-hen appeared in her mind. After the healing was complete, Schwanger's body went limp and she collapsed. He hadn't expected Schwanger's divine soul damage to be more severe than he imagined. Schwanger's current body couldn't withstand too much spiritual energy. He could only slowly repair her divine soul. Long Mo's-hen vowed to protect his wife well in the future. Time flew by, and it soon became the next day. Schwanger suddenly woke up from her deep sleep. She suddenly realized she had many more memories. That chubby little kid who teased Long Mo's-hen, was that really her? It was truly embarrassing enough to make someone want to die. At this moment, Xiao Bao came looking for his mother. Daddy's taking us to eat delicious food. Long Mo's-hen walked over, looking pale. Schwanger thought he looked haggard. Could it be that he had stayed up all night watching over her? Just as the family was about to go to the restaurant, Wu Ming suddenly appeared. He hadn't expected Long Mo's-hen to find Schwanger so quickly. Kidnapping her wouldn't be so easy now. Xiao Bao also noticed Wu Ming following them. Thinking it was that stinky fox again, he quickly told his father. Schwanger was about to turn around when Long Mo's-hen stopped her. He then asked Xiao Bao what the person was wearing. Xiao Bao said he was a stinky fox. Schwanger wondered if it was that person again. Long Mo's-hen was surprised that Xiao Bao could see the person's true form. He asked Schwanger if she had taught Xiao Bao anything, but Schwanger said she hadn't taught him anything. Long Mo's-hen was overjoyed. Then it seems Xiao Bao is a natural beast tamer. Because Schwanger was a beast tamer herself, Xiao Bao must have awakened his beast tamer spiritual veins while you were pregnant with him. He's truly our son. Even better than I imagined. Schwanger thought that although it was a good thing, Xiao Bao was still a child. At this time, Xiao Bao asked his father what a beast tamer was. A beast tamer has the ability to make all beasts submit, and they can also see through those transformed demonic beasts. Xiao Bao was overjoyed upon hearing this, because this way, he could protect his mother, this little 8-year-old. Since he was a natural beast tamer, he had the ability to make all beasts submit. He's truly my son. Xiao Bao beamed with joy, because he would be able to protect his mother in the future. But his mother told Xiao Bao to keep this a secret, because there are many bad people in this world. If they find out, they'll take you away. Xiao Bao burst into tears at the thought of being separated from his parents. Long Mo's-hen told Xiao Bao not to cry. Daddy will take you to eat pleasant goat. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone was talking about going to the auction for the excitement because the ghost hand pill king, Mu Yuan Hong, would be there. Schwanger, thinking that her father was named Mu Yuan Hong, told Xiao Bao that they would eat the celebratory lamb later that night. Long Mo's-hen, understanding Schwanger's thoughts, took her small hand and headed towards the auction. This feeling made Schwanger a little uncomfortable. However, since her memories were slowly returning, she didn't seem to dislike this man as much. Later, they arrived at the auction house. Schwanger was very curious about what was being auctioned today, as so many people had come. She overheard someone say that the 8 Desolations pill was being auctioned. She also heard them say that the Ghost Hand Pill King's daughter, Yun Wanner, was the granddaughter of the Radiant Light Divine Sex Leader. So this Mu Yuan Hong really was her original body's father. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yun Wanner arrived, arm in arm with her father. Schwanger thought to herself how he doted on an adopted daughter, yet abandoned his biological children in the lower street continent. Her elderly grandfather had been searching painstakingly for them for over a decade. Father, is it? Since I have become Mu Wushuang, I should take back everything that belongs to Mu Wushuang. So, she made a decision that went against her family's teachings. She coughed lightly and took out a thin veil, covering her face securely. This way, Mu Yuanhong wouldn't recognize her. At this moment, the auction officially began. The host announced that there were two main attractions today. One was a top-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the Lingxian umbrella. The other was the top-grade 8 Desolations pill, which could help cultivators break through and advance. Hearing about the 8 Desolations pill, Shuang'er was slightly stunned. Longmo's hen asked her if she wanted it. Shuang'er replied that she was already a 5th-rank alchemist, and with her talent, she could quickly advance to the 8 Desolations realm. Besides, she didn't have that many spirit stones to buy it. Longmo's hen was stunned by these words, as Shuang'er had only been a 3rd-rank alchemist 3 years ago. He told Shuang'er not to worry about the price and peeled an orange for her. While Shuang'er hesitated, Xiao Bao cried out and snatched the orange. Without a second thought, he stuffed it into his mouth. So, Longmo's hen peeled another orange. Shuang'er thought that even if she didn't need the top-grade pill, she absolutely couldn't let Mu Yuanhong have it. By this time, Longmo's hen had finished peeling the orange. Xiao Bao just reached out to take it, but his mother quickly pulled it away. She even broke off a segment and fed it to Longmo's hen. Seeing this, Xiao Bao immediately burst into tears of grievance. However, when Longmo's hen ate the orange segment, Shuang'er's heart suddenly pounded. She wondered why she had subconsciously fed him. And after Longmo's hen finished eating, he even sucked on Shuang'er's finger. At this moment, the auction for the Lingxian umbrella began. The starting price was 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yin Wanner immediately acted coquettishly, saying she wanted it. Mu Yuanhong agreed without hesitation, and he opened the bidding at 10 million. This scene of deep fatherly love was witnessed by Shuang. She thought to herself, so it's to please his daughter. So, she asked Longmo's hen to borrow some spirit stones to buy the umbrella. Longmo's hen said there was no need to talk about borrowing between them, just as the host asked if there were any higher bids. Mu Wushuang directly shouted 15 million. Everyone was stunned. Yin Wanner glared fiercely at Shuang'er. How dare she bid against her? But she wasn't stupid. Thinking the price was too high, she wanted to give up. However, her father told her not to worry. So, he shouted 17 million. Longmo's hen calmly responded with 20 million. The onlookers were shocked. Was this the world of the rich? At this time, Mu Yuanhong came forward and bowed to the two, hoping they would yield. It was his daughter's dream. Longmo's hen said he was truly sorry, but his wife also liked the umbrella. Mu Yuanhong immediately felt his face fall. He was just about to say 25 million when Ma Wenhao hurriedly stopped him, because if he did, they wouldn't have enough to buy the pill. So, Mu Yuanhong walked back to Yin Wanner with a look of resignation. She could only tearfully say she didn't want it anymore. Mu Yuanhong hadn't expected his daughter to be so understanding. He decided to buy her better spiritual energy in the future. Then, turning to Longmo's hen, he said, "You can have it." Shuang'er thought, Asterisk giving up so easily? It seems this adopted daughter isn't that important after all. Asterisk. But obtaining the 8 Desolations pill wasn't that easy. Immediately, a servant girl brought the Lingxian umbrella. Mu Wushuang simply tossed it to Xiao Bao to play with. Xiao Bao opened it and thought, how pretty. Can Xuanqi use it to block the rain on rainy days, mommy? Shuang'er said, as long as Xiao Bao is happy. The onlookers gasped. This is such a waste. This scene was also witnessed by a prominent figure. He was Jiang Yuanyang, the young master of the Guiyuan sect. Shuang'er noticed the man's harsh features. He probably isn't a good person. She also heard others talking about the Guiyuan sect. She felt like she had heard that name somewhere before. Could they be my enemies? Longmo's hen also noticed Shuang'er was deep in thought. She probably hasn't remembered my connection to the Guiyuan sect yet. So he told Shuang'er not to worry. With your husband here, the Guiyuan sect is nothing to fear. Shuang'er was surprised he had seen through her thoughts. That's right, with the young emperor of the Azure Dragon here. What do I have to fear? Soon it was time for the 8 Desolations pill to be auctioned. The host introduced it. This is the only 8 Desolations pill currently in existence. The starting price is 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The onlookers were instantly stunned. This was equivalent to 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Shuang'er also hadn't expected it to be so valuable. At this moment, Jiang Yuanyang bid 5.5 million. Mu Yuanhong bid 6 million. 7 million. 7.5 million. The young master immediately fell behind. His entire fortune was only 7 million. Seeing this, Yin Wanner was overjoyed, thinking her father would surely win. Shuang'er asked Long Mo's hen how much money they had left. Long Mo's hen said, "Don't worry, Shuang, just keep bidding." So Mu Wushuang nonchalantly said 10 million. She didn't actually want the pill, she just didn't want them to get it so easily. The onlookers were once again scared witless by this ruthless display. The Gui Yuan sect young master gritted his teeth in hatred. Mu Yuan Hong added another 500,000. Shuang'er then said 10,600,001. Yin Wanner couldn't take it anymore. She angrily accused Shuang'er of deliberately driving up the price. Shuang'er remained unfazed. The auction is meant for the highest bidder. Am I not allowed to bid on this miraculous pill? Yin Wanner was speechless. Shuang'er then asked, "Are you still bidding? If not, I'll take the pill." Mu Yuanhong shakily offered 11 million. Seeing this, Shuang'er couldn't help but chuckle to herself. "Since Pill King Mu is so generous, I won't compete with you." It was then that Mu Yuanhong noticed something familiar about the young girl's aura. Yin Wanner flew into a rage. "Father, she's definitely doing this on purpose. Let's go confront her." Mu Yuanhong calmly said, "Forget it." He thought of his own daughter. If Wu Shuang were still alive, she would probably be just as mischievous. Hearing her father mention Mu Wushuang again, Yin Wanner's face darkened. If that woman really is father's biological daughter, I can't let her live to see him. Ma Wenhao then called her to leave. She glared fiercely at Shuang'er before leaving. Shuang'er paid no attention to Yin Wanner. The young master beckoned his subordinate over. "Go and find out the identity of that family of 3. I didn't expect so many important figures to be hidden here. It seems I'll have to stay a few more days." Later, the family of 3 returned to the inn. The sect leader came to greet them. Xiao Bao happily showed his toy to his grandfather. "Daddy bought me an umbrella." The sect leader was instantly shocked. This is a top-grade spiritual artifact. Long Mo's hen then told Xiao Bao to go play. "Daddy has something to discuss with Mommy." Xiao Bao obediently nodded in agreement. The two entered the room and locked the door. Without a word, Long Mo's hen pulled Shuang'er close. He embraced her tightly. Shuang'er's face flushed red. Blushing, she told him to let her go. But Long Mo's hen said, "Just let me hold you for a while." So Shuang'er didn't struggle, seemingly trying to accept him. Long Mo's hen, with a pained expression, said he had something to do and had to return to Xingdu. "You and Xuanqi wait obediently for me to come back, okay?" Shuang'er was a little surprised. She didn't expect Long Mo's hen to leave. Long Mo's hen said, "After your set competition tomorrow, I will depart. I came specifically to say goodbye to you." Hearing this, Shuang'er raised her head and placed her hand on his face, reluctantly asking how long he would be gone. Since he came to say goodbye so formally, could it be that he won't know when we'll meet again after this departure? Long Mo's hen kissed Shuang'er's small hand and mouthed the words, 3 days. Shuang'er was instantly speechless and kicked him away, bursting into tears. No matter how he knocked on the door, it was useless. Xiao Bao was rendered speechless by his parents. That night, Shuang'er was fully focused on cultivating in bed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. So, close again. It seemed she had reached a bottleneck, only one step away from entering the Spirit King realm. If I enter the Spirit King realm, maybe the damaged divine stone can recover somewhat. When will I be able to completely remember those forgotten memories? Forget it. They say that a strong person will have a breakthrough when forced into a desperate situation. Perhaps tomorrow's set competition will be an opportunity. Time flew by, and the day of the Chilio set competition arrived. 2 cultivators came to watch the spectacle. The one with brown hair said Mu Wushuang was the most beautiful woman in the world. The blue-haired one didn't believe it. He thought no one could be more beautiful than Dong Yushuang. The brown-haired one told him to just wait and see. The next second, Shuang'er walked over with a heroic air. The blue-haired one's heart instantly pounded. She truly is the most beautiful woman in the world. At this moment, a pair of eyes were staring at them. The two suddenly felt an invisible pressure and dared not look at Mu Wushuang anymore. This was the aura of the Azure Dragon Young Emperor. After leaving Xiao Bao in someone else's care, Long Mo's hen took out a jealous husband's special veil and, without a word, put it on Shuang. Shuang'er, annoyed by his clinginess, impatiently asked him when he was leaving. Does my wife want to get rid of me so badly? Then how about a farewell kiss first? Every time his wife went out, the husband would put a hat on her because she was so beautiful. He didn't want others to see her, allowing only himself to savor this delicacy. But Mu Wushuang refused his request for a recharge and directly took off his stupid hat, saying, so shameless in public, she turned to find Song Shi. Long Moshin's face immediately darkened. At this time, Xiao Bao pulled down his father's pants, saying, Daddy, don't be sad. Your old tricks won't work. From now on, let Xiao Bao help you chase mommy. But because today was the day of the Chilio sect competition, Shuang'er had to represent the sect. And this time, not only was the difficulty increased, but the number of participants also needed to be increased to 3. Their opponents this time were the Dragon Fong sect. The Dragon Fong sect had only been established for a year, but had already risen to become a Chilio sect. Even the sect leader didn't know their limits, only that they liked to torture their opponents during competitions. So the sect leader hoped that everyone would surrender if they couldn't win. Besides Mu Wushuang and Song Shi, their junior brother Tang also had to participate in the competition. As the competition platform's bell rang, the Radiant Light Divine Sect Elder announced that the competition was about to begin. The next second, 3 golden balls fell from the sky, landing in front of each of the 3. This was a random draw to determine their opponents. Shuang'er picked hers up and saw the name Lu Tong. The sect leader couldn't help but wipe the sweat for Wu Shuang, because Lu Tong was the Dragon Fong sect's chief disciple. Long Mo's hen asked who Lu Tong was. The sect leader said he had already reached the peak of the Spirit King realm, a whole level higher than Wu Shuang. Hearing this, Long Mo's hen told the sect leader not to worry. Even if he's a Spirit King, I believe Shuang'er will definitely win. The first match soon arrived, just as their junior brother was about to foolishly step onto the stage. Shuang'er stopped him. She explained that today's competition was a best of 3, and they only needed to win 2 matches. Their biggest problem was not knowing their opponent's skills. So, his task was to test the opponent's cultivation technique. Once the opponent used their technique, he could surrender. Tangwen foolishly agreed. Then, following the elder's command, the Chilio sect grand competition officially began. Tangwen's opponent was a large, fat man. The fat man thought he would be fighting the unparalleled beauty, but instead, it was this stinky brat. Tangwen retorted, your pubic hair is also surprisingly large. With that, he quickly unleashed the Phantom Sword 5 formation. No one expected the unremarkable Tang to be so sharp-tongued. Enraged, the fat man blindly charged at Tang, with a palm strike. Just then, Mu Wushuang noticed a skull appear in the fat man's palm. She instantly understood why the Dragon Fong sect had risen so quickly. She signaled Tang to stop. In the next second, Tangwen jumped back, saying, I'll play with you again next time, Grandpa. The elder then announced the Dragon Fong sect as the winner of the first round. The bewildered fat man hadn't even figured out what had happened. Tangwen then asked Shuang'er if she had noticed anything. She said she had figured out the opponent's weakness and how to win. She explained that the fat man cultivated evil energy. Because righteous cultivation requires positive energy, it's slower. But there's a forbidden technique that uses the resentment generated from torturing people or animals. Because it steals life force, cultivation is extremely fast. Tangwen thought, no wonder the match felt so sinister. It wasn't killing intent, but overflowing resentment. Zhang Yang and Yin Lu were worried. So Shuang'er told everyone not to be afraid. They just needed to slaughter them. Zhang Yang and Nian Lu were stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. They thought, why does eldest sister seem more like the villain? Soon, it was time for the second match. This time, it was Song Shi's turn. Shuang'er asked, you know what to do, right? Song Shi gave a knowing smile. Reassured, Shuang'er also asked him to capture them if possible and gather evidence to expose them. Song Shi's face was serious. Whether for the sect or for Shuang'er, he couldn't fail. Meanwhile, in the audience, Xiao Bao asked his father if he noticed how well Uncle Song and his mother worked together. Long Moshin's face remained calm, but inside, he wanted to kill Song Shi. Xiao Bao was immediately frightened into silence. He telepathically relayed his father's jealousy to his mother. Shuang'er glared at Xiao Bao, telling him not to cause trouble. The opponent in the second match, who looked like a beggar, immediately taunted Song Shi to surrender quickly. Song Shi replied, cut the crap. Let's settle this in one move. The beggar, surprised by his arrogance, unleashed his evil energy. A dark barrier instantly enveloped the arena, obscuring the view of the audience. Mu Wushuang felt a sense of unease. In the next second, countless shadowy figures drifted within the barrier. These were once living people. With a beggar's command, the wandering souls lunged at Songshi. But Songshi stood still, reciting a calming mantra. As Shuang'er had said, they thrived on resentment. Therefore, righteous energy could surely subdue them. In the next second, Songshi abruptly opened his eyes. With a shout, the barrier instantly cracked. Everyone was stunned into silence. As the smoke cleared, Songshi stood unharmed in the center. The beggar could no longer stand. Everyone was terrified. He had killed his opponents so easily. Songshi and Shuang'er exchanged a knowing glance that I won, senior sister. Shuang'er happily praised him. Songshi blushed. This scene made Long Mo's hen scowl. It seems I can't return to the Azure Dragon Divine Palace for the time being. I can't give anyone an opportunity to take advantage. Later, while the presiding elder was on break, someone suddenly barged in and told Elder Changdong that he didn't need to preside over the next match, and that they would take over. Upon seeing the person's appearance, the elder's face instantly paled with shock. Although Songshir's victory made everyone happy, he hadn't had time to gather evidence, because his life had been on the line just moments before. Mu Wushuang said it was all right and that he should leave it to her. At this moment, a spirited young man was looking at the group with a wicked smile. Suddenly, the disciples gasped and exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Elder Huang from the Guiyuan sect?" Mu Wushuang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Huang Yongliang walked onto the stage with a benevolent smile, announcing that Elder Changdong had something to attend to and that he would preside over the next match. Shuang'er thought to herself that although she had only met Elder Changdong twice, he definitely wouldn't do something underhanded like this. Someone specifically choosing to take over when it was her turn to fight seemed suspicious. Seeing Lu Tong standing close to him, she wondered if the Dragon Fong sect and the Guiyuan sect were connected. Regardless, she decided to face whatever came her way. She didn't believe she couldn't break through this evil spirit. Lu Tong then pulled out a 40-meter black sword. Wushuang had never seen such a sword before. It definitely wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, Lu Tong launched an attack at superluminal speed. Fortunately, Shuang'er, with her delicate and agile body, managed to block the blow. However, at that moment, dark clouds filled the sky. Xiao Bao looked worried, hoping his mother wouldn't get wet. His father told Xiao Bao not to be afraid, assuring him that his mother would finish the match soon. However, the aura of the clouds suggested it might be more than just rain. On the stage, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. But Lu Tong's strength was truly immense, forcing Shuang'er to constantly defend. Shuang'er couldn't sense any evil energy from him. Could it be that this Lu Tong was simply a brute? Suddenly, Lu Tong lowered his greatsword and stopped attacking. He had noticed Mu Wushuang's distraction. It seemed his sword was too light. With that, he used all his might to strike at Wushuang, although Shuang'er also used all her strength to defend. Her right hand still felt numb and sore. As his opponent's strength continued to increase, blood began to seep from Shuang'er's hand. Seeing this, Xiao Bao immediately burst into tears. At this moment, Mu Wushuang felt like she was about to collapse. She was just a gold-ranked cultivator, yet she had to duel a king-ranked expert with 18 stars. With her delicate physique, she was struggling immensely. She could only maintain a defensive stance. But as her opponent's power continued to grow, her hand gradually became numb and sore. Soon, blood began to seep out. Xiao Bao in the stands was so frightened he wet himself. His father, however, commented on his low threshold for fear and told him to have faith in his mother. She would definitely win. Shuang'er felt like she was at her limit, but her opponent still appeared calm and composed. However, a green light began to emanate from his black sword. In the next second, the blood on Shuang'er's hand flew off. A bewildered Shuang'er stared in disbelief. She watched as the blood merged into the opponent's sword, and her own Qingyun's sword grew dim. Suddenly, Shuang'er realized something. It wasn't Lu Tong's strength. His sword was absorbing her power. No, it wasn't just her blood energy. It was absorbing everything from her. Seeing that she had discovered his secret, Lu Tong decided to finish Mu Wushuang off right then and there. But his strike missed. Schwanger had used her superliminal speed to leap back. She needed to avoid close combat with Lu Tong and rely on magical attacks. At the same time, thunder boomed in the sky. Schwanger smiled slyly and told Lu Tong that if he surrendered now, she might spare him. Lu Tong scoffed, saying her mercy was meaningless. He was about to strike at Schwanger when the sect master, seeing the heavenly thunder, was terrified. Could it be that Lu Tong was about to break through? Luo Mashing told him not to panic. Even if Lu Tong broke through, he would be severely weakened after enduring the heavenly tribulation. But suddenly, Xiao Bao noticed something was amiss. That thunder seemed to be his mother's. Luo Mozhen was startled and jumped up. At this moment, Lu Tong had already swung his sword at Mu Wuxuan. But just 0.1 millimeters away from Schwanger, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky with a boom. It instantly struck Lu Tong, forcing him to his knees. Yet, he still accused Mu Wuxuan of being despicable. Schwanger found it laughable. Since your sword likes to steal your opponent's power, I'll let you have a taste of lightning. As soon as she finished speaking, another thunderbolt roared and struck Lu Tong fiercely. It left him unable to stand. Schwanger didn't take advantage of his weakness to finish him off. Instead, she leisurely sat down and had a drink. This noble spirit immediately made the little Karas worship her. However, Long Moshen's face was grim. Seeing this, Xiao Bao asked his father why he was frowning. Because there's still one last, strongest thunderbolt. Long Mozhen worried that Schwanger would be in danger. At this time, Lu Tong, weak all over, slowly stood up. But suddenly, a familiar voice entered his mind. It was Elder Huang's voice transmission, saying if you don't want to be struck dead by lightning, you can surrender now. But Lu Tong remembered what Elder Huang had said when he gave him the sword. Once this sword awakens, it must take the opponent's soul. Otherwise, it will backfire and drain the owner's lifeblood. Elder Huang had replied, that was a lie. It was just to scare you into using its full power. Lu Tong was very helpless. It seemed he could only trust Elder Huang now. Meanwhile, the little Karas cried out in alarm as a golden thunderbolt fell from the sky. Frightened, Lu Tong cried out, threw the sword away, and declared his surrender with a terrified expression. Schwanger was about to mock this overconfident fellow, but suddenly noticed something. The black sword was absorbing Lu Tong's soul. After the absorption was complete, the black sword withered and fell to the ground. Elder Huang thought to himself, Lu Tong really is an idiot. The little Karas were scared witless. Does this mean Lu Tong doesn't have to pay his Huabei bill anymore? But why hasn't the lightning disappeared yet? Schwanger wondered if she should also draw her sword for defense, thinking, what's coming is coming. Just then, Long Mozhen leaped in front of Schwanger. Your divine stone is damaged, and your cultivation is sealed. You can't withstand this lightning. Let me take it for you. But Schwanger pushed Long Moshen's hand away. She declared, I'm not a little bird hiding behind someone else. I wasn't before, and I'm not now. Luo Mozhen realized that even though Schwanger had lost her powers, she hadn't changed at all. So, with a heart full of worry, he told her to be careful. Then, Schwanger focused her mind, chanting, with this heavenly thunder, crown my rainbow hair. She raised her sword to meet the lightning that was meant for her. The next second, a tornado obscured the stage, and only the booming thunder could be heard. The little Karas were terrified that Mu Wuxuan dead. However, the next second, the smoke gradually cleared. Mu Wuxuan emerged unharmed, radiating a golden, righteous aura, with countless purple lightning sparks surrounding her. Everyone heard her cry out that she had withstood the lightning tribulation and broken through to the Lin Wang realm. After the lightning, rain began to fall from the sky. Wherever the rain fell, spring returned and lush green grass grew. It could even nourish and rejuvenate, resisting aging. Schwanger looked up and let the rain wash her face, instantly calming her flushed cheeks. Long Mozhen couldn't remember how long it had been since he had truly looked at Schwanger. He had always wanted Schwanger to remember their beautiful past, believing that was the only way to rekindle their relationship. Now, he gradually understood that he should learn to understand the present Schwanger to get to know and respect her as she was now. He wanted to present her, the Mu Wuxuan who would be with him for the rest of his life. As the rain gradually stopped, Elder Huang announced that in this sect competition, the 9th-ranked Qingyun Sword sect had defeated the 7th-ranked Dragon Fang sect and become the new 7th-ranked sect. Schwanger then asked her master when they would challenge the 6th-ranked sect. Her master explained that there was a rule in the competition. A sect could only rise 2 ranks in a year. Elder Huang pondered with a grim expression. As things stood, he could only return and report back. Since Long Mo's Hen had to return to the Azure Dragon Divine Palace to handle some matters, he gave Xiao Bao an iPhone 14 and told him a call if he missed him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao immediately started crying, saying he would miss his daddy terribly. But Long Mo's Hen pretended not to hear and pulled Schwanger into a tight embrace. He said he really wanted to pack Schwanger into a suitcase and take her with him. These suggestive words made Schwanger blush. Then Long Mo's Hen tried to kiss Schwanger, but she dodged him with a look of disgust. So, Long Mo's Hen perfunctorily appeased Xiao Bao and set off for the Azure Dragon Divine Palace. That evening, inside the Azure Dragon Divine Palace, Hellion Qian, the eldest daughter of the Hellion family, was shedding tears. She had seen a portrait of Long Mo's Hen with another woman. Just then, someone pushed the door open. It was Long Moshen's stepmother, also the Holy Empress of the Azure Dragon Divine Palace. Seeing Hellion Qian crying, she was instantly shocked. She angrily demanded to know who dared to make their little princess cry. Hellion Qian quickly wiped her tears and said she was fine. But the Holy Empress snatched the scroll from her hand. Qian hurriedly explained that she was just feeling sentimental and asked her not to blame Mo's Hen. The Holy Empress reassured Qian, saying that when Mo's Hen returned tomorrow, they would discuss their marriage, and she would make him give her an explanation. Then the Holy Empress left her chambers. A eunuch standing nearby asked the Holy Empress in confusion why she was pushing for this marriage when she clearly disliked Miss Hellion. The Holy Empress gave a wicked smile and said this marriage was arranged by the Holy Lord himself. If Long Mo's Hen dared to defy the decree, she wondered what the Holy Lord would do. Just then, a messenger delivered a letter from Elder Huang. Opening it, she read that Mu Wushuang's strength was unfathomable and should not be underestimated. The best course of action was to observe from a distance. The Holy Empress was instantly furious. She ordered her subordinates to continue monitoring Mu Wushuang and, if possible, find an opportunity to control her. There could not be 2 rulers in this world. Since Long Mo's Hen had chosen Mu Wushuang, the throne should belong to her. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sword Sect, Mu Wushuang was fully focused on her cultivation. Although she had broken through to the Spirit King realm, she hadn't regained her memories, and her power hadn't changed. Just then, she heard someone calling her. It was the jade bracelet on her wrist emitting a sound. But Schwanger, with her amnesia, didn't know what was happening. In the next second, she was sucked into the jade bracelet space. Looking at the dilapidated large space, Schwanger was completely bewildered. Suddenly, 2 small children cried out, "Mommy," and rushed towards her, saying they had finally contacted her. Then Mu Wushuang remembered they were Xiao Zhu and Xiao Ke. She asked them with concern what had happened. Xiao Zhu explained that ever since she lost her powers, they couldn't sense her. Without her spiritual energy, it was difficult for them to maintain the jade bracelet space. Mu Wushuang gently stroked their heads and said she would take care of things from now on. Although she hadn't recovered her memories with Long Mo's Hen, restoring the jade bracelet space was good. After all, the cultivation speed inside was several times faster than outside. But the thought of Long Mo's Hen, Schwanger blushed again. She decided to see if Xiao Bao had called him. At that moment, Long Mo's Hen was riding the baby bus back to the Azure Dragon Divine Palace. He was reporting on their whereabouts via video call, as well as the construction of the teleportation array between the Qingyun Sword Sect and the Divine Palace, which was being expedited. They aimed to have it completed by the time he needed to return from the Divine Palace to the Shirwan Palace. Long Mo's Hen said that was good and instructed Long Yi to meet with Zhong Iweiduo to arrange some bodyguards. After Long Yi hung up, Xiao Bao quickly called. He immediately asked his daddy if he was sneaking off to see some other woman behind his mommy's back. Long Mo's Hen wondered who had taught him that and decided to tell Xiao Bao what he was going back to do, asking him to keep it secret. But just as Xiao Bao happily agreed, Schwanger walked over silently. She heard Long Mo's Hen say he was actually going back to break off an engagement. Schwanger was instantly furious and demanded to know who he was engaged to. Long Mo's Hen was instantly terrified, but just as he was about to explain, Schwanger said nonchalantly, "The future Holy Empress? A harem of 3,000 beauties?" I understand completely. Next time, don't hide this kind of thing from me. You'd better marry 30 or 50 women. That way, I won't be short of scumbags to stab. With that, she slammed the iPhone 14 down. Then she soothed Xiao Bao to sleep. Xiao Bao thought to himself, Daddy's so stupid. He's going to be kneeling on a double-edged sword when he gets back. He's engaged, yet he flirts with everyone. I actually considered the idea of getting along with him. The thought is dead now. Time flew by, and it was the next day. Holy Lord, I've recently heard that Mozhen has been entangled with a woman from a lower continent. The Holy Empress told him she's just a country bumpkin. Mozhen knows which is more important. One is a young miss who has already awakened her summoner ability. The other is a female disciple from an insignificant sect. Surely he wouldn't make the wrong choice. A month ago, Helian Qian awakened the summoner skill, Myriad Life Submission. That day, the sea of clouds churned and the sky glowed crimson. It further confirmed the prophecy's line about the heavens and earth-changing color. The Holy Lord is delighted. It seems Helian Qian is Moshen's destined one. This way, the Divine Palace's calamity is resolved. Your Majesty, you exaggerate. This calamity clearly belongs to Mozhen. What does it have to do with the Divine Palace? Mozhen is the next Holy Lord of our Azure Dragon Divine Palace. His tribulation is naturally the Divine Palace's tribulation. But the Holy Empress said that a prophecy is just a prophecy. If it turns out to be wrong, wouldn't the Divine Palace suffer along with him? If we could change the young Lord. He didn't finish his sentence. The Holy Lord immediately rebuked him, glaring at him with a cold face. Mozhen is the heir chosen by the Divine Dragon himself. How can we replace him so casually? Do you really think I don't know how Mozhen went to the DJ continent all those years ago? Just as the Holy Empress was rendered speechless by fear, a maid came to announce that the young lord had returned. Also, the second elder of the Lingxiao divine clan has arrived at the Holy Land. Thinking to himself, why are my father-in-law and mother-in-law here? At this moment, the Holy Empress dropped to her knees. She explained that the two elders have doted on Mozhen since he was young. Now that Moshen's wedding is imminent, I took the liberty of inviting them. I beg your majesty for forgiveness. Hearing this, the Holy Lord pulled her up. He said, Lin Yang, your intentions are good. How could I blame you? Later, the Holy Empress said she would go to the main hall to tidy up. Thinking to herself, the Holy Lord has started to suspect me. I must speed things up. Those two old fools have always spoiled Rome Mozhen. They will unconditionally support him in breaking off this engagement. This way, the conflict between father and son is only a matter of time. Soon, the engagement banquet began. Helian Qian started blushing before she even saw Mozhen. Accompanying her was Helian Qian's elder brother, Helian Yuan. Grandmother hasn't seen her grandson in a long time. I wonder how he's doing. The next moment, with the announcement of young lord arriving, Long Mozhen strode in with an arrogant air. The Holy Lord immediately asked him why he was so late and told him to apologize to the Helian family. But Long Mozhen completely ignored him. Qianqian blushed as she looked at brother Mozhen. She had known since she was young that Long Mozhen was the heir to the Azure Dragon Palace, the most outstanding man in this continent. So, she had been striving for this man since childhood, desperately trying to become an excellent wife worthy of him. And this day had finally arrived. The girl, in order to become Brother Moshen's beloved wife, had been diligently practicing, even if it felt like playing the lute to a cow since she was 3 years old. She cultivated for 25 hours a day, desperately trying to become an excellent wife worthy of him. 18 years later, she finally awakened as a summoner capable of making Myriad Life submit. And this day was the day the Holy Lord personally officiated the engagement. Long Mozhen strode in with an arrogant air. He immediately declared, I'm here to break off the engagement. Everyone present was shocked. The Holy Lord's face turned livid. Long Mozhen stated that he already had a beloved and was unwilling to marry anyone else. Upon hearing this, Helian Qian fainted on the spot. Her brother was instantly panicked. Seeing this, the Holy Empress hurriedly ordered someone to call a physician. The Holy Lord was so angry that he slammed the table. As the young lord of the Azure Dragon Palace, how can you make such a decision about your marriage on your own? Your marriage concerns your fate, and the entire Divine Palace will not agree. But Long Mozhen said, I'm not here today to seek your permission, Father, or the Divine Palaces. I'm here to inform you. Helian Yuan finally understood. The wedding invitation delivered 3 months ago was the Holy Lord's own doing. The two of you, father and son, colluded and treated my sister's lifelong happiness as what? He said, turning around and leaving with resentment. Seeing this, the Holy Empress couldn't help but smirk. Everything is going according to plan. Once you father and son turn against each other, this empire will be mine. With a single command from the Holy Land, 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals appeared at the door, preventing Long Mo's hen from leaving. Long Mo's hen showed complete disdain for these minor obstacles, further fueling his father's rage and strengthening his resolve to teach his rebellious son a lesson. Long Moshin's grandmother spoke up. If you want to touch my grandson today, you'll have to get through me first. The Holy Lord broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't want to create animosity with the Ling Xiao divine clan, so he decided to appease them for now and devise a plan to force Long Mo's hen into making a mistake. He told Long Mo's hen to return for now, and they would discuss the matter in a few days. Long Mo's hen immediately refused. He declared that he would never marry her, no matter how much time passed. Long Mo's hen thought to himself, even after all these years, father is still so stubborn and self-righteous. He flies into a rage at the slightest defiance and won't allow anyone to disobey his will. Suddenly, his Pineapple 14 phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Xiao Bao calling. Long Mo's hen composed himself. Daddy was busy just now. I didn't hear you, Xiao Bao. Don't be angry, okay? Xiao Bao immediately pouted. His grandparents arrived at that moment. As they peered closer, they saw a cute child in the mirror. She politely greeted them, announcing that he was 2.5 years old. His great-grandmother was instantly charmed by the adorable Xiao Bao. Then she suddenly remembered that her son was almost 3 years old, and that rascal had never told her. So, while soothing Xiao Bao, Long Mo's hen explained the situation to his grandparents. Upon learning about Mu Wushuang's accident 3 years ago, his grandmother felt sorry for the child's hardships. His grandfather also warned Long Mo's hen not to let her down again. But even if they hadn't said anything, he would have protected and cherished Shuang'er. Meanwhile, the Qingyun sword sect was holding its entrance examination. Because of Mu Wushuang's outstanding performance at the Eastern Gate competition yesterday, there were significantly more applicants to the Qingyun sword sect this year. A young man in red was the first to test his talent. As soon as he touched the spirit root orb, it illuminated with gold and jade colors. This indicated dual spirit roots of gold and wood. The junior disciple excitedly shared the good news with his senior sister. But Mu Wushuang had fallen asleep from exhaustion. So the junior disciple asked the young man if he was certain about joining the Qingyun sword sect. Just as the young man in red was about to agree, a seductive voice called out from behind him. The newcomer was the sect leader of the Five-Stream sect. He specialized in poaching students from other sections. The junior disciple immediately offered a friendly greeting to his family. The commotion woke Mu Wushuang. As she opened her eyes, she noticed a dark-skinned individual in the crowd who seemed different. A smile played on her lips. The sect leader asked the young man in red if he would like to become his disciple. After thinking for 3 seconds, the young man decided to join the higher-ranking sect. The junior disciple gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Mu Wushuang stood up. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. Besides, we have a better option. She walked towards the dark-skinned individual and asked if he would like to join the Qingyun sword sect. The dark-skinned individual was completely taken aback. The junior disciple was puzzled by his senior sister's actions, as they didn't even know his spirit root. Mu Wushuang shook her head. A gold spirit root may seem ordinary now, but with the right opportunity, it can transform into a dragon. The young man in red stood up abruptly and rubbed the dark-skinned individual's head roughly. He scoffed, "He's just my slave. How can a slave become a dragon?" Mu Wushuang retorted, "What does being a slave matter? One's status is never an obstacle to cultivation." She then instructed the dark-skinned individual to test his spirit root. The dark-skinned individual was, of course, more than willing. As soon as his hand touched the orb, it emitted a golden light. Then his entire body was enveloped in a dazzling golden glow, temporarily blinding his master. This golden light wasn't indicative of a gold spirit root. It was the legendary heavenly spirit root. Shuang'er then asked the junior disciple how much stronger this individual was compared to the one with dual spirit roots. The junior disciple replied that they were on completely different levels, with no comparison possible. As soon as this painting appeared, the man in red gritted his teeth in anger. Sure, he vented his frustration directly on the slave. He declared that even with a heavenly spirit root, as long as he, Chang Jia, didn't release him, the slave wouldn't be able to join any sect. Schwanger immediately felt troubled upon hearing this. Her junior disciple told her that slaves were private property. Unless their slave status was removed and they regained their freedom, they were absolutely not allowed to act on their own, let alone join a sect. Moreover, if the owner didn't agree, no amount of spirit stones could redeem a slave. Schwanger was at a loss for what to do. She thought to herself that this child was exceptionally talented and would definitely be a great asset to their sect in the future. She absolutely wouldn't allow such a genius to be buried. But Hong, he was narrow-minded. How could she get him to relent? Just then, a female voice sounded from behind. It was the city lord. She declared that she could remove the slave status for him right away. She explained that she was currently looking to support talented individuals to help the Eastern District flourish and prosper. From now on, any talented individuals among the slaves, as long as they came to the city lord's mansion and presented relevant proof, could be freed from slavery for free. As soon as these words were spoken, all the lower-class people cheered. Hype hadn't expected that he would actually be free. At this moment, Tang Yuan walked over to Mu Wushuang's side and asked, "Sister-in-law, is this all right?" Schwanger was a little confused when she heard him call her sister-in-law. However, just then, someone laughed loudly. The sect leader of the Five Streams sect walked out, looking shameless. He actually wanted to poach Hype for his own sect. He then asked Hype his opinion with a benevolent expression. He also said that not only would he accept Hype as his closed-door disciple, but he would also gift him this high-grade spirit weapon. This scene made the man in red furious. He couldn't believe he was being compared to a slave. Hype, however, unhesitatingly shook his head. He said that no matter how good the sect or how powerful the spirit weapon, he didn't care. He only wished to join the Qingyun sword sect. After the matter was settled, Tang Yuan opened the folding fan in his hand. With a casual wave, he sent all the irrelevant people away, because now he needed to take care of some important business. He then took out an invitation and invited Schwanger to visit the city lord's mansion. Later, Mu Wushuang took Xiao Bao to the city lord's mansion. Xiao Bao found it strange how deserted it was. Schwanger also asked why no one else was invited. Tang Yuan explained that not everyone was qualified to come. Only talented individuals like her were. He mentioned that there was a spirit spring in his mansion, most suitable for someone like her who had just broken through to consolidate her foundation. Schwanger thought, so that's how it is. She asked him why he had called her sister-in-law earlier. Tang Yuan was immediately at a loss for words. Fortunately, a maid came to announce that the spirit spring was ready. So, Tang Yuan suggested she bathe first, and then he would answer her question. Schwanger thought that the city lord seemed a bit too enthusiastic. She needed to be on her guard. So, she took Xiao Bao with her to bathe. Xiao Bao looked unhappy. Schwanger thought he didn't want to soak in the spirit spring. But Xiao Bao was actually missing his daddy, and Daddy said he should be back today. At the mention of that man, Schwanger immediately got angry. How dare he break off the engagement without telling me? Just wait and see how I deal with him. Tang Yuan was also quite helpless. He could only pray for his friend's good fortune. Soon, they followed the maid to the spirit spring. Xiao Bao, while his mother was talking to the maid, couldn't wait to peek through the crack in the door. Suddenly, he saw something that scared him stiff. At this time, the maid said that the water in this pool was too hot and that she would take Xiao Bao to another pool to bathe. Schwanger fell in a deep thought, wondering if they would do anything to Xiao Bao. But the next second, Xiao Bao pulled the maid's hand and urged her to go quickly. He declared that he was a big boy now and couldn't bathe with his mother. Seeing this, Schwanger didn't think much of it. She just told him to call for her if there was any danger. Later, Schwanger pushed open the door to the spirit spring and went inside. But just as she changed into a clean bathrobe, a figure in a bathrobe appeared behind her. Suddenly, the figure embraced Schwanger's slender waist. Schwanger turned around and saw that it was Long Mo's hand. Because they had been separated for so long, he immediately wanted to be intimate with Schwanger. Meanwhile, Xiaobao told the maid what he had just seen, because when he peeked earlier, he discovered Daddy was also inside and even made a shushing gesture at him. Xiaobao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. So Daddy wanted to surprise Mommy. Seeing how much effort Daddy put in, Mommy will definitely forgive him. However, at this moment, Schwanger burst into tears and instantly kicked Long Mo's hen into the spirit spring. Long Mo's hen, completely soaked, said, "Schwanger, this is attempted murder of your husband." Schwanger's face darkened immediately. "You should just go back to your Azure Dragon Palace and be someone else's husband." Now Schwanger understood that the city lord and Long Mo's hen were in cahoots. Long Mo's hen, seeing Schwanger about to leave, was just about to explain when a sudden sharp pain shot through his dantian. Long Mo's hen doubled over in pain. Schwanger's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, her face filled with worry, she rushed towards Long Mo's hen. She thought she had kicked him too hard. But Long Mo's hen, with a mischievous grin, grabbed Schwanger's jade-like hand. Then, with a cry, he abruptly pulled Schwanger down. Schwanger instantly became drenched as well. Schwanger cursed this lousy scoundrel for tricking her again. Long Mo's hen steadied Schwang, saying, "I didn't trick you. Look, I'm all red from where you kicked me." Schwanger was too embarrassed to look, her face flushing crimson. Then Long Mo's hen apologized for the deception about breaking off the engagement. But he swore he would never hide anything from Schwanger again. Besides, these snacks really did have the effect of consolidating cultivation. They could even accelerate blood flow and widen the meridians. Hearing this, Schwanger actually felt her whole body getting warmer. Long Mo's hen reached for Schwanger's bathrobe, saying, "The effect will be even better if you take your clothes off." But Schwanger wasn't that kind of casual person, and Long Moshen's motives were definitely impure. However, as her husband, what did it matter if his motives were impure? Besides, soaking in the spirit spring together would indeed have a better effect. Hearing this, Schwanger's heart pounded like a deer. The next second, Long Mo's hen cupped her head and kissed her deeply, until Schwanger's bathrobe involuntarily slipped off, and it became a scene not suitable for children. The man was actually going to make a baby with his beloved wife in the water. Schwanger was initially very resistant, but the handsome face before her made her feel somewhat unable to resist. Coupled with Long Moshen's sudden kiss, it instantly melted away Schwanger's last bit of reservation. It had been a long time since they had been so intimate, so Schwanger was naturally blushing. After more than 3 years, Long Mo's hen was finally about to have Schwanger, whom he had longed for day and night. He tightly embraced her smooth, delicate waist. Schwanger felt almost dizzy. Suddenly, Schwanger tensed up from head to toe, making her feel like she was melting into water. Long Mo's hen finally smiled with satisfaction, but he wasn't doing this just for mischief. He was using his spiritual energy to help Schwanger cultivate. Soon, that spiritual energy converged in her dantian. Schwanger looked at the changes in her body with confusion. She felt the spiritual energy within her body overflowing, as if she was about to reach the middle stage of the Spirit King realm. The next second, a wave of memories flooded into Schwanger's mind. The scene in the memory made Schwanger laugh out loud. It turned out that back in the Regent's Palace, they had also soaked in a pool like this. And then she remembered that back then, the Regent's health was poor and he couldn't perform his duties. Thinking of that scene, Long Mo's hen suddenly became aroused. He lunged toward Schwanger, determined to wash away the shame of that time. But Schwanger shyly turned her head away, seemingly not ready to accept him so quickly. Long Mo's hen was very respectful of Schwanger and said he was just joking. Schwanger thought, "Asterisk, that was close. I almost fell for his charms again." Asterisk Long Mo's hen said that when Schwanger was willing, they would properly explore what dual cultivation truly meant. Hearing this, Schwanger became flustered and angry. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao had been waiting outside the spirit spring for 3 hours. He wondered why his parents were taking so long to bathe. Suddenly, a cry for help reached Xiao Bao's ears. Xiao Bao was so frightened he wet his diaper. He then took off, running towards the sound. But the sick girl said there was no one else in the mansion. Xiao Bao arrived at a corner, noticing the sound fading. Meanwhile, his parents came out dressed. Xiao Bao excitedly rushed to his mother. He asked his mother if she and his father had reconciled. Schwanger glanced at Long Mo's hen. Blushing, she said they were temporarily reconciled. Long Mo's hen told Xiao Bao to settle down and asked why he had run to the corner. Xiao Bao said he heard someone crying for help there. Long Mo's hen looked at the corner, bewildered. In the next second, he focused his energy, using his spiritual power to scan the surrounding area for a kilometer. He concluded there was no one around. Just then, the city lord approached, explaining that the area was the outskirts of the city. While deserted now, it became lively at night. He added that it might even be helpful to the boy. Schwanger wondered why Hei Pai was there too. Without a word, Hei Pai knelt down, begging Schwanger to save his sister. Schwanger quickly helped him up, asking him to explain. Hei Pai said that yesterday, with the city lord's help, he was freed from slavery and joined the Qingyun sword sect. But when he went to tell his sister the good news, he found the house empty. He later learned from neighbors that his former master had sold his sister to the black market. He then took out the money he had saved for 18 years. He begged Schwanger to find his sister and use the money to buy her back. Schwanger immediately told him to put his money away. She scolded him for treating her like a stranger. Their playful banter stirred jealousy in Long Mo's hen. Schwanger then asked the city lord if the lively place he mentioned was the black market. He praised her intelligence. He explained that the city's black market had existed for centuries. There, with enough money, one could buy anything, even contraband, let alone a servant. He added that women sold to the black market faced a fate worse than death. Schwanger was shocked such a thing existed. She looked at Long Mo's hen. Without a word, Long Mo's hen understood and decided to investigate the black market that midnight. That evening, as Long Mo's hen was about to leave, Xiao Bao insisted on going, saying someone was waiting for him to be rescued. Long Mo's hen worried the black market was too dangerous and that Schwanger would be angry if he took Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao immediately turned on the charm. He said that with his father's protection, he would be safe. The flattery worked, and Long Mo's hen agreed to take him. Just then, Schwanger came out. Xiao Bao was startled by her appearance. He asked why his mother was wearing such an ugly mask. Long Mo's hen grinned. He explained that Schwanger was so beautiful he needed to conceal her face. Schwanger was speechless. Later, the four of them arrived at the black market. Hei Pai wasn't wearing a mask. He said someone of his status wasn't worthy of wearing one in the black market. Schwanger looked at Hei Pai with sympathy, seeing his deep-seated insecurity. Suddenly, Xiao Bao called out to his father. He shyly clutched his bottom, saying he needed to poop. Long Mo's hen quickly ushered him away, fearing an accident. At that moment, Hei Pai saw several women being whipped. The moaning girl in pink on the ground was his sister. As the thug raised his whip again, a hand suddenly grabbed it. The thug turned around angrily. Schwanger asked how much money his life was worth. The thug's demeanor changed instantly, asking if she was there to buy a slave. But Schwanger asked how much money his life was worth. The thug immediately knelt and apologized. Xiao Bao returned, impressed by his mother's power. As he ran towards her, he heard the same cries for help as before, only more urgent. So he decided to go check it out first and come back to meet his parents later. At this time, Schwanger was still lecturing the thug and didn't notice Xiao Bao leaving. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he unchained the female slaves. The other three were gearing up to teach the thug a lesson. Later, he told Hei Pai to take them back to the sect, saying that the sect would be their home from now on. Hei Pai naturally agreed, gratefully. But Long Mo's hen noticed that Xiao Bao hadn't returned yet. Xiao Bao followed the sound to a secluded path, but the sound suddenly disappeared. Not only that, Xiao Bao couldn't even find his way back. Just as he was searching for a way out, sweating profusely, he suddenly realized someone was following him. He was about to run when a large hand grabbed him. Xiao Bao had just gone into an alley to pee when he noticed someone following him. He was about to run when he was grabbed. Then, with a sudden pull, he was taken to the rooftop. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao's parents were still searching for him everywhere. They had searched the entire black market, but there was still no sign of him. Long Moshin's face darkened. If he couldn't find Xiao Bao, he would tear down the entire city. Schwanger wondered if there were some hidden mechanisms here. Just then, Longy brought a young man who said he saw Xiao Bao going in the opposite direction. Upon hearing this, both parents were shocked. The opposite direction was Mixiang, a place that specialized in selling half-demons. They were born slaves, specifically for the pleasure of those with peculiar tastes. Schwanger was furious. How could anyone be born just for someone else's pleasure? Long Mo's hen explained that on this Kangfly continent, whether demon spirits or humans, they all had physical freedom. Only the children born between humans and demon spirits were despised. Schwanger frowned. The city lord reassured her, promising to find Xiao Bao. Later, they found a barrier, which was an illusion. By passing through it, one could enter Mixiang. It turned out that Xiao Bao had accidentally stumbled into the barrier earlier. The auction for the finest half-demons was about to begin. Wu Ming and Xiao Bao were watching from the rooftop. Wu Ming had returned here, just like Xiao Bao, after hearing cries for help. Just after the host announced Honglian, a delicate fox demon appeared, making all the men present drool. They all reached out their dirty hands towards the little fox. Shuang'er felt very distressed at the sight. Then Xiao Bao understood. The sound he had heard earlier was the unique sound transmission method of the Sky Fox clan, and the one locked up inside was Wu Ming's younger sister, Xiaoyu. Although Wu Ming didn't know why Xiao Bao could also hear it, it might prove that he had a connection with the Fox clan. This barrier restricted demon beasts, so rescuing Xiaoyu required external help. Perhaps Xiao Bao was the key, but Xiao Bao felt he wasn't capable enough. Wouldn't it be better to let his parents handle it? Wu Ming said they couldn't know about this. He could help Xiao Bao unleash his abilities. In the next second, amidst Xiao Bao's exclamations, Wu Ming transformed into a giant nine-tailed fox. He placed Xiao Bao on his back, telling him to just follow his lead. He spread his arms and focused his energy. Xiao Bao followed suit, and spiritual power appeared in his hands. Two golden orbs lit up in front of him. Within the three realms, the Tao reigned supreme. So Xiao Bao closed his eyes and chanted along. The next second, he opened his eyes wide, feeling an endless stream of energy converging in his palms. At the same time, Shuang'er conjured a sword, intending to rescue the fox demon. But Long Mo's hen stopped her, telling her to look behind. He sensed Xiao Bao was up there. Xiao Bao was summoning demon beasts on the rooftop. After they gathered, he pointed with his hand. The goal was to rescue the fox demon in the cage. Mu Wushuang was terrified. Just as she was about to join Xiao Bao, Long Mo's hen stopped her. Because Xiao Bao was at a crucial moment in taming the beasts, it was absolutely essential not to interrupt him. At this time, the demonic beasts had already begun to attack the crowd. The small Karas quickly dispersed. Xiao Bao slowly walked towards the cage. With a small raise of his hand, he summoned a polar bear. Then with a shout, he ripped the cage open with a clang. Then, with another small lift of his hand, the polar bear began to gradually dissipate. Xiao Bao took Nanyu's pulse and discovered that he had lost too much vital essence and probably wouldn't live for more than 3 months. But in the next second, Nanyu revealed a hidden pregnancy, pleading with Xiao Bao to take in the child. Seeing this, Xiao Bao's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He couldn't bear to see such suffering in the world, so he agreed to Nanyu's request. Nanyu was so moved that he burst into tears. But in the next second, his legs kicked out, and he unexpectedly fainted. At the same time, Xiao Bao's golden light slowly disappeared. When Xiao Bao came to his senses, he was instantly terrified. How was the fox demon's sister rescued? At this moment, Shuang'er rushed towards Xiao Bao with an anxious face, hurriedly asking if he felt unwell. The bewildered Xiao Bao was a little confused. Why did his mother suddenly ask this? The next second, Xiao Bao's stomach rumbled. Then, blushing, he said, "Mother, I'm hungry." It turned out that summoning spirit beasts didn't harm Xiao Bao's body. It only consumed some energy. Shuang'er then fished out a stale steam bun. Xiao Bao grabbed it and started munching without hesitation. Shuang'er then looked at Nanyu, thinking, did he use a secret method to conceal his pregnancy before? Shuang'er wondered why there were so many half-demons here, but Xiao Bao insisted on saving him. At this moment, Xiao Bao remembered what the stinky fox had said earlier, and lied to his mother, saying that perhaps he and Nanyu were fated. But how could his mother not see through his lie? Long Mo's hen knew Xiao Bao didn't want to talk about it, so he told Shuang'er not to press him. Shuang'er remarked that they were truly father and son, in perfect accord, but she was no match for Long Moshen's silver tongue. Shuang'er agreed not to pursue the matter further. The next day, as soon as they returned to Qingyun, junior brother Tang from the Sword Sect eagerly came to greet them. Shuang'er said she didn't expect her junior brother to come, but he wasn't there for them. He was there to welcome the Sword Sect's newly appointed Outer Sect elder. When Shuang'er turned around, she saw his Wu Ming. Shuang'er warily asked him what he was doing there. Wu Ming looked at his sister and said he was there to repay a kindness. The bewildered Shuang'er was completely confused. Suddenly, Nanyu's eyes reddened. She immediately clutched her 10-month pregnant belly in distress. Mu Wushuang was shocked. If she gave birth now, her life would be in danger. Nanyu told them not to worry about her, but to save her child. Schwanger, also a mother, felt a pang of sympathy. She then told her junior brother to quickly prepare the birthing supplies. By that evening, Nanyu successfully gave birth to a little fox demon, a cute baby girl. Looking at her daughter, Nanyu was lost in thought. She thought, "You look just like your daddy." But she was about to leave and could only leave behind a pear blossom jade ornament for her child. "From now on, your name will be Ollie," she said. Then, Nanyu tearfully pleaded with Mu Wu Shuang, hoping that her child could stay with her benefactor. Mu Wu Shuang, deeply moved, agreed. Finally, Nanyu was able to close her eyes and rest. Then, she transformed into wisps of pure white flowers, carried by the wind to find her final resting place. Wu Ming's heart was filled with pain. Looking at the flower petals in his hand, he couldn't calm down for a long time. His mind was filled with images of his crybaby sister. "Silly sister, you were willing to sacrifice everything for a man. He betrayed you, yet you were still foolishly obsessed with him." At this moment, Long Mo's hen walked over. He knew about Nanyu and Wu Ming's relationship. Regarding Wu Ming's decision to become an elder of the sword sect, Long Mo's hen warned him that he had better behave himself. However, Wu Ming truly came to repay his debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, at the Bright God sect, Mu Yuheng, after 2 years of seclusion, finally emerged. Yin Wanner immediately rushed forward to check on her Yuheng, mentioning that her father was preparing for the alchemist competition. Before she could finish, Mu Yuheng abruptly told her shut up, declaring, "My sister is peerless." "Were you?" Time flew by, and the next day arrived. This was the day Ollie opened her eyes. Xiao Bao thought she was incredibly cute. Mu Wu Shuang then caressed Xiao Bao's head and asked him to take good care of Ollie in the future. Xiao Bao naturally agreed excitedly, as he had always wanted a little sister. However, he vaguely felt like he had promised something before, but couldn't quite remember. But right now, taking Ollie to play in the mud was more important. Schwanger couldn't help but sigh. It seemed the child didn't remember the summoning that day. Hearing this, Long Mo's hen explained that night she must have entered a mysterious state. This kind of state can make a person grow instantly by decades or even centuries. After the energy is exhausted, he won't have any memory of it. Of course, there won't be any damage to his body. So Schwanger, don't worry. Hearing this, Schwanger's worries were put to rest. Long Mo's hen reached out and took Schwanger's hand, saying, "She just said he wanted a little sister. Why don't you consider it, Schwanger?" She refused without a second thought. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. It was Junior Brother Tang, saying, "Master has something to tell you. It should be about the alchemist competition." Later, Mu Wushuang went to her master's room. He told her that the Ghost Hand Pill King, Mu Yuan Hong, was holding an alchemist competition and that his beloved daughter, Yin Wanner, would also be participating. Schwanger thought to herself, "So, your father is making such a big fuss just to pave the way for his beloved daughter's reputation." Then she heard her master continue, "The prize for this competition is..." Before he could finish, Schwanger interrupted him. "Not only will I win," she declared, "but I will also definitely bring this medicine back." Every time she went out, the girl had 2 tag-alongs. One was her clingy, jealous husband. The other was a glutton who hadn't seen the world. As soon as the glutton came out, he started clamoring for his daddy to buy him pig-shaped milk tea. Schwanger felt a wave of speechlessness. Suddenly, a familiar figure brushed past her, and then a flustered person ran towards them, repeatedly shouting, "Yuheng." Schwanger thought, "Isn't that my brother's name?" At the same time, Xiao Bao opened his wide mouth, taking a big bite of a candied haw. His father was instantly furious, because the candied haw was specifically bought for Schwanger. Xiao Bao licked his lips with a mischievous smile, and then complained to his mother, "Daddy is bullying me." He then pulled away from his father's hand, but when he reached his mother's side, he found her frozen in place. Long Mo's hen asked Schwanger what was wrong. Schwanger pointed ahead, saying, "That person looks like my brother." Long Mo's hen sniffed the air. It was indeed Yuheng's scent. 3 years ago, he told Schwang, "After you fell into the spatial storm, I was too preoccupied with finding you to care about anything else. So I temporarily had someone send your brother and grandfather back to the Bright God sect. The day after I found you, I wrote a letter to Mu Yuheng and had Long Yi deliver it. But there was no response, like a stone sinking into the sea. Later, I sent Long Yi to investigate further and discovered that Yuheng had been in seclusion for a long time, so I didn't bother him further." He then asked Schwanger if she wanted to call him over. Schwanger said she wouldn't for now, because in her memory, she and her brother should have been as close as siblings. But why did he start secluding himself as soon as he arrived at the Bright God sect? Why hadn't he looked for her? She decided to focus on the alchemist competition first. After all, 3 years of not seeing each other wasn't so urgent. Long Mo's Hen saw that Schwanger was troubled by Yuheng's matter and decided to investigate the story behind it. However, at present, Schwanger's candied haw had been stolen by a little mouse. Should your husband buy you another one, my dear? Schwanger replied. If she's the little mouse who stole it, then what are you? Me? If I could steal Schwanger's heart, being a mouse would be worth it. Then let's see if you have the skill. Xiao Bao thought to himself, Daddy's smooth talk is getting more and more practiced. Later that night, inside the Bright God sect, Mu Yuanhong flew into a rage because Mu Yuheng had gone out looking for his sister. He said, your sister has been dead for 3 years. Why do you still refuse to accept this fact? Mu Yuheng firmly believed his sister was not dead. The one who refuses to believe the truth is you. Seeing him talking back, Mu Yuanhong's anger flared. At this moment, Yin Wanner hurried forward to intervene. Yuheng and his sister Schwanger had a deep bond. He just needs more time to process this, father. Why must you be so harsh? Then she urged Mu Yuheng, don't argue with your father anymore. He's just worried about you. But Mu Yuheng glared at her. I don't need your fake kindness. Yin Wanner's face paled instantly at his words. Mu Yuanhong became even angrier. Mu Yuheng said, 3 years ago, you said my cultivation was too weak and forbade me from going out to look for my sister. Now I've stepped into the Spirit King realm and can protect myself. With that, he was about to leave. Yin Wanner pretended to try and stop him. Mu Yuanhong told him to come back. He said having Yin Wanner by his side was enough, and he didn't need anyone else. Mu Yuheng and Yin Wanner exchanged a knowing glance. Then the corners of their mouths curled up. The next day arrived quickly. After Long Yi's investigation, he learned everything about Mu Yuheng. Long Mo's Hen suddenly understood upon hearing this that I knew that child had deep feelings for Schwanger. He would never betray his sister. Long, he asked if he should inform Mu Wu Shuang about this matter. Long Mo's Hen said, Schwanger is concentrating on preparing for the alchemy competition, telling her this will distract her. Besides, Schwanger seems to have some unresolved issues with Yuheng. It would be better if we create some kind of accident so that Yuheng comes to us. Long, he quickly asked how his master planned to do this, eager to carry out the plan. Long Mo's Hen said, you don't need to handle this. The one who should prepare is Xianxi. Long, he was instantly dumbfounded. At this time, Mu Yuheng was leaving home to search for his sister. As he walked, he suddenly heard crying. He turned his head and saw a 3-year-old boy crying. So he quietly approached and asked him what was wrong. Xiao Bao cried dramatically, saying he was lost and separated from his mother. The chivalrous Mu Yuheng decided to help the little boy and took Xiao Bao's hand to help him find his mother. With the scheme successful, Xiao Bao gave a thumbs up behind him. Long Mo's Hen thought to himself, that little rascal's acting isn't bad. By evening, Mu Wushuang was also searching everywhere for Xiao Bao. The next second, Xiao Bao rushed towards her from behind. Mu Wushuang had been worried sick because the innkeeper had told her Xiao Bao was missing. When Mu Yuheng saw his sister, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The next second, he ran towards his sister. Schwanger was stunned upon seeing her brother. The long-lost siblings were finally reunited. Seeing this intimate scene, Long Mo's Hen felt a surge of complex emotions. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Later, the siblings talked for a long time. Mu Wushuang hadn't realized how difficult the past 3 years had been for her brother. Mu Yuheng said that it was all in the past now. I don't plan on going back to that home. From now on, wherever my sister is my home. Schwanger happily agreed. However, Mu Yuheng was curious about the child. At this moment, Long Mo's Hen strode in. I'm Xiao Bao. Schwanger's mine. Mu Yuheng was thrilled to see his brother-in-law. But Long Mo's Hen pushed him out and firmly locked the door. Unexpectedly, Schwanger suddenly cornered him against the wall. She noticed that Long Mo's Hen didn't seem surprised at all by her brother's appearance. Long Mo's Hen immediately tried to explain, saying he had overheard the innkeeper talking about it. Schwanger saw right through his little scheme. She then asked Xianxi to leave for a moment. Xianxi, who had been enjoying the show, feigned ignorance. Then, with a mischievous grin, he went out carrying his Peking duck, pouting his lips and telling his daddy to take care of himself. As soon as Xiao Bao left, Schwanger abruptly pulled Long Mo's Hen close. So you thought your plan was foolproof? Long Mosen broke out in a cold sweat at this sight. But just as he was about to explain, Schwanger closed her eyes and kissed him on the cheek. She was truly grateful to Long Mosen, although her memories hadn't fully returned. During this time, I can really feel your sincerity, Long Mo's hen, so I thought I should express my gratitude, she said, blushing and about to leave. But Long Mo's hen grabbed her. This was a good opportunity to deepen their relationship. So, Long Mo's hen pulled Schwanger into an embrace. If you want to thank me, a kiss on the cheek isn't enough. You have to kiss me here, he said, holding her head and kissing her. Schwanger's heart trembled. This time, she didn't resist. She simply closed her eyes, letting her mind go blank, as if everything was as it should be. 3 hours passed before they finally broke apart, breathless. Schwanger wasn't ready for anything more, however, and wanted to return to her room to continue cultivating. Tomorrow was the alchemy competition. Long Mo's hen respected Schwanger. He would wait until she fully accepted him. Schwanger gradually felt that this man was truly good. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan Hong, the bright god sect master, couldn't find his wife anywhere. The imperial daughter informed him, Madam has gone to Miss Schwanger's room again. Mu Yuan Hong's face darkened at her words. While his wife was gazing at a hairpin, lost in thoughts of their daughter, Mu Yuan Hong stormed in and snatched the hairpin. Why aren't you resting and recuperating? What are you doing here? But his wife truly missed their daughter. Yu Hong said Schwanger would be a very beautiful young woman when she grew up, but I can't even picture her face. Do you think Yu Hong ran away because he blames me for not taking care of Schwanger? Mu Yuan Hong sighed deeply at her words. He had been blaming himself all these years. If he had been stronger back then, he could have taken both Schwanger and Yu Hong with him. If that were the case, how could they be in this situation now? Hearing this, his wife burst into tears. Their conversation was overheard by Yun Wanner. Even though my parents say they treat me like their own daughter, in the end, I'm still no match for her. If I can't have their love, it's better to make her disappear. Yin Wanner made a decision that went against her upbringing. Every time the girl finished putting on her makeup and was about to go out, her jealous husband would arrive at lightning speed, without a word, and put a veil over her face. This way, other men wouldn't covet his precious wife. Perhaps love is just that selfish. Long Moshin's attempt to take advantage of the moment made Schwanger feel instantly uncomfortable. Blushing, she pulled away and ran. She still had to participate in the alchemy competition today. As she walked, she suddenly heard shouting and decided to investigate. She discovered Yin Wanner being bullied. The bully was the granddaughter of the Heartless Palace's sect master. She had also stolen Yin Wanner's alchemy furnace, which she needed for the competition. Just as Yin Wanner was about to speak up, she was slapped hard across the face. Yin Wanner was instantly dazed. Bailey Lin Lang glared at her. "That stray, mutt like you dares to speak? You're adopted." Another hard slap followed. Then, throwing a rag at her face, she said, "Get as far away from me as possible." Yin Wanner ran off, crying hysterically. Schwanger thought to herself that although Yin Wanner was adopted, Mu Yuan Hong treated her better than his own. How could he allow another young mistress from a similarly prestigious sect to treat her this way? Was there something hidden going on? Time flew by, and it was soon the final round of the alchemy competition. Mu Yuan Hong announced, 3 sects have representatives in the finals. Bright God sect's Yun Wanner, Heartless Palaces by Li Linlang, and Qingyun Sword sect's Mu Wushuang. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Wushuang's fans cheered for her. Mu Wushuang, ever gracious to her fans, responded in kind. After Mu Yuan Hong finished reading Wushuang's name, he wondered if she could be. He suddenly felt he was delusional and decided to focus on hosting the competition. He announced that the final round would last for 1 hour. Whoever refined the most and best quality pills would win. The competition officially began. Schwanger thought since quantity and quality determined the winner, she shouldn't excessively pursue rare pills. So, she raised her hand and gathered her primordial energy. She decided to refine the basic 9-turn Buxi pill, with the lid tightly closed. The rice cooker, under Schwanger's spell, burst into flames. Suddenly, she smelled a strong alchemic aroma. Although there would be a fragrance during the refining process, this was too strong. She turned to look at Bailey Lin Lang beside her, and found that her pill furnace had cracked. At the same time, Yin Wanner revealed a sinister smile. Soon, an hour passed, and the competition ended. Mu Yuan Hong raised his hand, signaling the 3 to extinguish their flames. They immediately extinguished their flames and awaited the results. Mu Yuanhong walked towards Yin Wanner first. Lifting the lid, he saw 6 fourth-grade cleansing pills. Her father praised her performance on the spot. Next, they looked at Bai Li Linlong's pill furnace. Bai Li Linlang couldn't wait to show everyone. But Mu Wushuang felt a sense of unease. Just as Mu Yuanhong was about to lift the lid, Mu Wushuang rushed forward with a scream. But it was too late to prevent what happened. The pill furnace exploded with a loud boom. Of the 100 little karamis, only a dozen or so remained. A medic quickly took out some healing herbs to save people. Yin Wanner was unharmed and went crying to her father. She accidentally kicked Bai Li Linlong's head. Looking closely, she saw Bai Li Linlong's pupils were constricting. Yin Wanner's eyes were filled with disbelief, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. Serves her right. That old man is probably dead too. But when she tremblingly approached her father, he was still able to stand. Yin Wanner's expression changed instantly. Mu Yuanhong said that thanks to Miss Wu Shuang, he was spared. Shuanger's veil fell off in the chaos. When Mu Yuanhong saw Wu Shuang's face, he was stunned. Shuanger broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly covered her face and excused herself, claiming to feel unwell. Mu Yuanhong wanted to stop Shuanger, but hesitated. Then, with tears in his eyes, he said, "You are my daughter, Mu Wu Shuang, aren't you?" Hearing this, Shuanger's heart was filled with mixed emotions, but she still chose not to acknowledge him. She told him, "Isn't your daughter already dead?" These words pierced Mu Yuanhong's heart, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Seeing Mu Wushuang, Yin Wanner was startled. "Why is she here?" "No, I can't let them reunite. I've already missed the best chance to kill Mu Yuanhong. I can only try to drive a wedge between them for now." Later, Mu Wushuang returned to her room. Long Mozhin asked her how the competition went. He saw Shuanger's dejected face. The next second, she unexpectedly threw herself into his arms. Long Mozhin asked her with concern what was wrong, but Shuanger asked him to leave her alone. She just wanted some quiet. Long Mozhin gently comforted Shuang. Later, when Shuanger calmed down a bit, she told him about what happened. Shuanger was puzzled that I clearly hate him, but why did I rush to save him? And when he recognized me, I found myself happy. Could it be that I still have feelings for them? Long Mozhin said that matters of the heart are complicated. Sometimes, it's best to follow your heart. That seemed to make sense. But there's something else that bothers me. Nowadays, even the worst pill furnaces are made of refined iron. Even if it explodes, the damage should be contained within the furnace. So how? As she spoke, Long Mozhin was massaging Shuang, instantly relieving her physical and mental fatigue. "I didn't know you could do this," she said. Of course, a wife who likes to overthink things needs to know a bit of massage. She said this, and then pressed her thumb onto an acupuncture point. With all her might, she pressed down, instantly making Shuanger's soul leave her body. So this was Shuanger's weakness. Shuanger was immediately overcome with both embarrassment and arousal. Long Mozhin then accused her of being ungrateful. He immediately sat down to analyze the furnace explosion, suggesting that the problem was most likely external. Shuanger thought to herself, no wonder she smelled a strange odor at the time. It was because the furnace was already damaged. And this furnace didn't originally belong to Bai Li Linlang. It was stolen from Yin Wanner. Meanwhile, the bright god, Yin Xiubai, upon hearing the news about his daughter, immediately prepared to go find Shuanger. But Mu Yuanhong stopped him, saying that his wife was too weak. He added, "Shuanger seems to have some misunderstanding about us and is unwilling to acknowledge us. Let me find out the reason before we make a decision." At this moment, Yin Wanner was eavesdropping outside the door. The next second, she pushed the door open, saying, "Wanner knows the reason. Actually, a long time ago, I saw." Her father angrily rebuked her. "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" "Because I was momentarily confused. I accidentally saw my sister's face and found that she looked exactly like Mother. But I wasn't sure at the time, so I wanted her to join the Bright God sect so father and mother could identify her. But she said the Bright God sect wasn't worthy of her. After I told her she might be my sister, she scoffed at me and said that she'd rather die than be the sister of someone as lowly as me." Yin Xiubai felt a mix of emotions. Shuanger, how could she say that? Her father also felt that Shuanger was going too far. "Sister, she's right. I was born into a farming family. My status is indeed low. I didn't tell you the news before because I wanted to keep your love. But now I understand. I can't continue to impersonate someone else." With that, she knelt down, pleading, "Father, Mother, please allow me to leave until sister returns." Seeing this, her parents immediately told her to get up, their hearts aching. They said, whether Schwanger returns or not, you will always be Mu Yuan Hong's daughter. Yun Xiaobai then took his wife's hand. We will always be a family. Her mother, also heartbroken, told Wanner not to speak nonsense. Yun Wanner put on a pitiful expression. But what about sister? Her father sighed. We'll talk about it later. Yun Wanner immediately smiled triumphantly. With me here, Schwanger will never come back. He was only 3 years old, yet he ate 100 meat buns every day. This was because he was a natural-born beast tamer who could summon myriad beasts. Every time he used his skill, he needed to eat 100 meat buns to restore his energy. His mother worried that eating only meat would lead to malnutrition, so she always fed Xiao Bao pickled vegetables. Suddenly, she heard the chattering of some children behind her, saying that the prodigal son of the Wang family had caused trouble again. Schwanger asked which Wang family they were talking about. Another child said it was the Wang family who sold their daughter to the Bright God sect. Schwanger wondered if they were talking about Yun Wanner's biological parents. So she followed them to see what was happening. She saw an old woman crying over her grandson's body, and the medicinal herb field behind them had been burned to ashes. Everyone sighed. That child depended on his grandmother and this herb field for their livelihood. That prodigal son of the Wang family is truly a scourge. Schwanger found it strange. A murder had occurred, so why hadn't anyone reported it to the officials? A man saw that Schwanger was from out of town and told her that the holy city was under the control of the Bright God sect, and the young master of the Wang family, who killed her grandson, was the younger brother of the Bright God sect's next saintess. The Wang family had given their daughter to the Bright God sect to raise because she resembled the saintess's deceased child. With this connection to the Bright God sect, the Wang family quickly became a prominent family in the holy city. They also had a son. That child was spoiled from a young age and grew up to be a scoundrel. But no matter what trouble he caused, as long as it was reported to the Bright God sect, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Over time, the townspeople could only endure in silence. Schwanger thought, this must be Yun Wanner's doing. Do you really pamper such a person as your precious darling? I'll show you what your beloved, well-behaved daughter is really like. The old man saw the young lady was about to wade into this mess and hurriedly tried to stop Luo Mo's hen. He told the old man not to worry, because even if it's a huge problem, Luo Mo's hen believes Schwanger can definitely handle it. Meanwhile, Wang family's parents were pleading with Yun Wanner about this matter. Yun Wanner was already fed up with this despicable couple. She kicked her father in the groin. Her father was instantly stunned. You dare hit your own father? Yun Wanner retorted, if you really considered me your daughter, you wouldn't come to me again and again. How many times have I cleaned up your messes over the years? I won't help you this time. Her mother clung to her, refusing to let her go. This is the last time we'll ask you, she pleaded, but I will also keep the secret of how you were raised. Yun Wanner looked at her coldly, because it's not a secret anymore. Thanks to you, everyone knows I was bought. Instead of wasting time with me, you'd better pack your belongings and take your stupid son and run. With that, she flung her mother off and was about to leave. Her father stood up with a cold face and said something that terrified her. Then he pulled out a notebook. Inside were records of all the snacks Yun Wanner had stolen from the Bright God sect. Yun Wanner's attitude immediately softened. At the same time, she gathered spiritual energy in her hand, seemingly ready to kill her parents. But her father handed her the notebook. This is just a backup. After you settle this matter and get us 100,000 snacks for moving, I'll give you the other notebook. Yun Wanner gritted her teeth in hatred. She thought to herself that once she got all the records, she would immediately kill her whole family. Later, evening arrived. Luo Mo's hen and Schwanger arrived at the old woman's house. The old woman generously offered them a plate of foraged wild fruits. Schwanger felt sorry for the grandmother and wanted to trade some snacks for them. The old woman was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. This girl was truly too kind. Luo Mo's hen told the grandmother to take good care of her eyes so she could witness the day the true culprit was brought to justice. He then left a bag of snacks. He then told Schwanger it was time to go home. But before leaving, Schwanger borrowed a piece of clothing from the old woman. Later that night, Luo Mo's hen waited for Schwanger to change. When Schwanger finished her disguise, Luo Mo's hen was instantly speechless. Schwanger had disguised herself as an 80-year-old woman. Luo Mo's hen said, all the details are perfect. Schwanger touched her face. I asked there's something wrong. Luo Mo's hen took Schwanger's hand. No matter what you look like, you can't fool me. He said that you're always the most dazzling one. He gently caressed her cheek. His cheesy words made Schwanger laugh. Luo Mozhen continued, I feel like I'm seeing us when we're old. We'll be together just like this, hand in hand, growing old together. Schwanger blushed and shyly covered her face, turning away. Meanwhile, Yun Wan'er, the bright god general, hurried to find Ma Wenhao. When a bewildered Ma Wenhao opened the door, he saw Yun Wan'er standing in the rain, drenched. Ma Wenhao quickly ushered her into his room and asked with concern, what happened? Yun Wan'er tearfully said she couldn't take it anymore and deliberately showed him the injuries on her face. Ma Wenhao was shocked and horrified. Upon learning that it was the Wang family again, he immediately wanted to help Yun Wan'er kill those scoundrels. Yun Wan'er stopped him, and no matter what, they are my birth parents, she said. And they said that as long as I do one last thing for them, they'll leave Chengdu. I don't want my brother to risk his life for me. Ma Wenhao looked at Wan'er with heartache. He asked her to tell him what the Wang family's demands were. He assured her he would do everything in his power to help. Later, Ma Wenhao decided to appease the old woman with snacks and suppress the news as he had done before. As for the 100,000 snacks, he still had to figure out a way. Yun Wan'er was instantly moved to tears. Ma Wenhao lovingly wiped away her tears, saying, as long as I'm here, you won't be harmed. After escorting Wan'er back to her room, he left. Wan'er, having securely locked her door, immediately revealed a cold expression. Humph, as long as he's here, I won't be harmed? What does he take me for? I know what he's after. They're all seasoned actors, putting on such an innocent act. The next day, at the Bright God Sexley Sure Hall, where cases were handled, Schwanger, disguised as an old woman, arrived. She calmly inquired about her grandson's case. But the guard at the door scoffed, Grandma, your 13-year-old grandson was killed by a bad man. The usually united villagers were hesitant to report the crime. A righteous young woman, determined to uncover the truth, disguised herself as a grandmother and went to the government office alone. But the guard at the door rudely told her to get lost. The young woman thought, even the guard dog is this bad. No wonder the people are afraid to report crimes. But she wasn't so easily dismissed. So, feigning distress, she clutched her chest and dramatically collapsed to the ground. She then loudly accused the guard of pushing her. This immediately attracted the attention of passers-by, who began to accuse the Bright God sect of wrongdoing. The guard was so scared he wet himself. Just then, Ma Wenhao calmly pushed open the door. The guard explained the situation, and Ma Wenhao, glancing at the dramatic old woman, thought, I've encountered a tough one this time. He instructed the guard to bring the old woman inside. Schwanger thought, so, you're afraid of public opinion too. But upon entering Li Shi Hall, Schwanger was puzzled. This place was supposed to be managed by deputy sect leader Ma Yangcheng, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Could the deputy sect leader have entrusted everything to Ma Wenhao? Ma Wenhao dismissed his subordinates, and then told her, your grandson's death was an accident. The killer is Yun Hua's younger brother. He explained that, because he was fond of Yun Hua, he had promised to settle the matter for her. He then produced an urn filled with snacks, intending to compensate the old woman and send her away. But Mu Wushuang wasn't easily fooled. She retorted, 100 snacks for a human life? If I accidentally killed that scoundrel, would 100 be enough compensation? Ma Wenhao was speechless. He thought, why is this old woman so difficult? He slammed the urn down and said, don't push your luck, Grandma. Schwanger clenched her fists in anger, but quickly calmed down. Fighting him would cause trouble for her grandmother. Besides, she was there to gather information. She said kindly, I'll go home and consider it. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock at the door. A servant announced the arrival of the saintess. Ma Wenhao was confused, as the saintess had been ill and hadn't left her quarters in 3 years. Schwanger thought, Yun Wan'er is the next saintess. Then this saintess must be my mother. Yun Xiaobai, supported by a maid, slowly entered. She had come down the mountain to Li Shi Hall, despite her illness, to investigate the disappearance of her daughter, Mu Wushuang. Seeing her frail mother, Mu Wushuang was overwhelmed with emotion. In her memories, her mother had been an indomitable woman. Tears welled up in Schwanger's eyes. What has she been through? Later that evening, Schwanger returned home. Just as she had finished bathing and was about to change, Feng Mo's hen suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Schwanger undressed, he found a rocking chair and sat down. Schwanger groomed her fur while telling him about what happened today. She explained that although the Li Clan Hall is nominally managed by Ma Yangcheng, in reality, his grandson, Ma Wenhao, is fully in charge. Let's assume he has a close relationship with Yin Waner. Then, the fact that Wang Renlong commits crimes everywhere but isn't arrested. Wouldn't that all make sense? Long Mozhen listened while applying ointment. But suddenly, he glanced up inadvertently and saw the vaguely alluring figure behind the screen. Instantly, Long Moshen's face flushed and his heart raced. His tea overflowed, but he was completely oblivious. Shuanga noticed that Long Mozhen hadn't responded, so she asked if he was even listening. Long Mozhen, blushing furiously, said he was. But when Shuanga changed into her nightgown and came out from behind the screen, she saw an indescribable expression on Long Moshen's face. She looked back and realized the screen was translucent. Shuanga was suddenly so embarrassed she didn't know what to say. But Long Mozhen immediately said he hadn't seen anything. Shuanga's flustered denial only seemed to confirm his suspicions. Anyway, let's get back to business. Although everything makes sense, there's no direct evidence to prove Yin Waner is the mastermind. Long Moshen's little brain started whirring rapidly. Then he said, if we want evidence, we need to investigate the source. Shuanga suddenly understood. That meant they had to investigate the Wang family. If it weren't for the Wang family causing trouble, Yin Waner wouldn't be trying cover for them. However, Long Mozhen thought of a discrepancy. Although Yin Waner is the Wang family's biological daughter, she was sold at the age of 3. She wouldn't have any feelings for her parents. So why does she always help them? Shuanga thought, if Yin Waner isn't genuinely kind-hearted, then the Wang family must have some leverage over her. Long Mozhen praised Shuanga for her intelligence, playfully stroking her fur as he spoke. Shuanga snatched her hair back, saying, don't get handsy. Shuanga's resistance only piqued Long Moshen's interest. He immediately reached out to Shuanga's face and gently caressed her cherry lips with his fingertips. He said, this is barely considered getting handsy. Shuanga was immediately flustered and indignant. She smacked Long Mozhen on the head, leaving a large bump. Then, with him sporting the bump, they headed to the Wang residence. They planned to find evidence of Yin Waner covering up the Wang family's misdeeds. The two stealthily infiltrated the Wang family's accounting room. After flipping through several ledgers, Shuanga noticed a strange phenomenon. The Wang family's expenses were significantly higher than their income. Almost every month, they were spending more than they earned. Long Mozhen wondered how they were still so wealthy. Then Shuanga pointed out another oddity. Every month end, a large sum of money would appear in the accounts with no explanation. Long Mozhen thought this was definitely suspicious. It had to be some kind of shady transaction. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A moment later, Wang Taizhu opened the door and walked in. He came to the accounting room every night to calculate the accounts. The two had already hidden behind the bookshelf. They were close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. How could Long Mozhen miss this opportunity to get close? Shuanga glared at him, but Long Mozhen showed no sign of backing down. Shuanga's face flushed crimson. She grabbed his wandering hand and pinched it hard. But as Shuanga looked up to see Long Moshen's reaction, he kissed her through her veil. Shuanga almost cried out. She thought, I'll settle the score with you later. For now, finding evidence of Yin Waner's crimes was the priority. Suddenly, Shuanga crouched down. She discovered a red object stuck under Wang Taizhu's chair. Long Mozhen saw that it looked like a book. Wang Taizhu didn't seem like a scholar. There was no reason for him to hide a book in his accounting room. Shuanga told Long Mozhen to find a way to distract him. Long Mozhen said he definitely had a way, but Shuanga, with a bewildered expression, asked him what was wrong. Long Mozhen abruptly pulled down Shuanga's veil. He grabbed Shuanga and forcefully kissed her. Shuanga instantly felt as if an electric current had coursed through her body. The thrill of this clandestine act left Long Mozhen satisfied as he wiped his mouth. Shuanga, finally snapping out of her daze, wanted to kill the scoundrel right then and there. But with a swish, Luo Masheng had already jumped onto the roof to take care of business. Shuanga decided to deal with him later. This guy took advantage of every opportunity to take liberties with her. It was truly outrageous. Meanwhile, Old Wang was still greedily calculating his accounts. Suddenly, a stone struck his forehead. Old Wang immediately looked up, Jing-Ti, and saw a black-clad figure standing on the rafters. Old Wang jumped up and shouted for someone to catch the thief. In the next second, Long Mozhen, blushing deeply, fled through the window. Old Wang fell for the diversionary tactic. Only when the noise outside subsided did Shuanga bravely approach the stool and retrieve the red book. As expected, it was a ledger. After quickly flipping through a few pages, Schwanger broke out in a cold sweat from what she saw. Later, Schwanger returned home with a ledger and went to bed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her room. Without a word, the figure reached out toward Schwang. Schwanger exclaimed in mock surprise, "Haven't you had enough of being a thief? Are you here to steal from my room again?" Luo Mashing leaned over Schwanger and said, "This beautiful lady doesn't count as a thing. Tonight, your husband is here to steal your precious heart." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud thud. A large lump, weighing 3 jin, appeared on Luo Mashing's head. "It seems your lecherous Maobang needs to be cured tonight." Luo Mashing, startled, quickly changed the subject and asked what she had discovered. Schwanger replied, "There are many interesting things in that ledger. You'll naturally find out tomorrow. But before that, I need you to do something for me." The next morning arrived. Upon learning that the ledger had been stolen, Yin Wanner wanted to kill those good-for-nothing fellows on the spot. Just then, a servant girl rushed in, saying, "It's terrible. Many villagers have gathered at the gate, accusing you of harboring criminals and demanding your expulsion from the Bright God sect." Yin Wanner was instantly terrified. Outside the Bright God sect's gates, the villagers were united in their accusations against Yin Wanner. Meanwhile, Mu Wushuang, wearing a veil, sat in a tree, watching the spectacle. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the guards at the gate went to ask Ma Wenhao what to do. Ma Wenhao, with a fierce expression, ordered him to call their fellow disciples and bring weapons. The guard was terrified because the sect leader had forbidden harming the villagers. Ma Wenhao responded with a slap. "I'm in charge here now. The Pill King is in the alchemy room refining pills today, so he shouldn't hear the commotion at the gate." Suddenly, Yin Wanner rushed over, tearfully crying, "Brother Ma, I'm so scared." Ma Wenhao told her not to worry, promising to keep her safe. Yin Wanner sneered inwardly. She didn't believe Ma Wenhao could protect her. If things went south, she would blame everything on this fool. Just be a good scapegoat, she thought. Just as the villagers were about to break through the guards' defenses, the disciples arrived with weapons. The villagers recoiled in fear. One of the guards decided to kill one of them as a warning. In the next second, a sword flew over and blocked the attack. Schwanger, moving with incredible speed, stood before the villagers. The guards were so frightened they wet themselves. Mu Wushuang, dressed in white, looked like a celestial being descending to protect the mortals. She declared, "The esteemed Bright God sect is actually turning its blades against unarmed commoners. Such an evil sect has no right to exist." With that, she sliced the signboard at the gate in two with a single strike. The commotion reached the alchemy room. Mu Yuan Hong suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately went to see what had happened. At this moment, Schwanger was already in a heated battle with the guards. One of the young disciples was about to die. Mu Yuan Hong immediately rushed out and shouted for them to stop. He demanded to know who they were and why they were attacking the Bright God sect. Mu Wushuang simply scoffed. Then she gestured towards the crowd of villagers. They simply wanted to seek justice, yet they were treated this way by your disciples. If I hadn't intervened, they would all be dead by now. Mu Yuan Hong was instantly speechless. Then he flew into a rage at his disciples. He reminded them of the sect leader's instructions. The young disciples were terrified. Mu Yuan Hong furiously declared that anyone involved would have their spiritual power revoked and be expelled from the sect. At this time, Ma Wenhao stepped forward and took all the blame. He claimed he had acted to punish these greedy thugs. He explained that the Bright God sect needed a large quantity of medicinal herbs for alchemy every year, so he had entrusted the Wang family of the Holy City to purchase them on the sect's behalf. You know how honest and kind the Wang family is. The prices they offered were quite reasonable. But these thugs were insatiable, demanding exorbitant prices and even causing trouble at the sect's gate. The villagers were instantly enraged. They insisted the Wang family had never purchased any medicinal herbs. They were all in cahoots, and Yin Wanner was protecting the Wang family. Ma Wenhao then said, "Uncle, look, they're just making things up. My actions were out of necessity." Mu Yuan Hong fell into deep thought. Then the sound of clapping reached their ears. Schwanger walked forward, clapping sarcastically. She then took out the red ledger and tossed it to Mu Yuan Hong. "Take a look for yourself. This records every evil deed committed by Yin Wanner while protecting the Wang family." She then called out, "Zhang San of the Zhang family." A man stepped forward and explained how the Wang family had forcibly seized his 100 acres of medicinal fields. When I refused, they broke my leg. They threatened my family's lives. So I sought help from the Li Shi hall of your sect, but you kept delaying. Only now do I understand that Yun Wan'er was protecting the Wang family. That's why no one addressed my case. These words shocked Mu Yuanhong. Schwanger then called out Zhao Xinyang of the Zhao family. Zhao Xinyang recounted how Wang Renlong had assaulted her sister, who was only 14 at the time. Mu Yuanhong trembled. Such things were happening in the holy city. Someone told Schwanger not to rush, as these were events from years past. Half a month ago, this grandmother's 12-year-old grandson was burned alive by Wang Renlong, just because he wanted to test a new magical treasure. Mu Yuanhong was instantly furious. He immediately ordered his men to arrest the entire Wang family and bring Yun Wan'er to me as well. At this moment, the fearless Ma Wenhao still tried to speak up for Yun Wan'er. Mu Yuanhong slapped him across the face. He raged at how Ma Wenhao had mismanaged the Li Shi Hall. And you're Ma Yanqing's grandson. How could you act so recklessly? Mu Wushuang thought to herself. Asterisk, he's putting on a good show. I want to see how he'll deal with his precious daughter in the end. Asterisk. By now, Yun Wan'er had been bound with a dog chain, but she still maintained an air of grievance, begging her Sfishong to let her go. Her senior brother said it was Schwanger's order. Yun Wan'er realized her act wasn't working, so she called her maid, Zihua, and whispered for her to get Madame to save her. Meanwhile, the Wang family was also brought to the sex gate, as Wang Taizhu was about to explode in anger. A rotten egg splattered against him. Then a barrage of eggs rained down. Even Schwanger couldn't stop the onslaught. The villagers were determined to send them to hell. Even the guards had lost their previous aggression. Mu Yuanhong watched, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Mu Wushuang walked towards him. This is the consequence of betraying the people's trust. She then shouted for everyone to stop. I know that as victims, you'd love to take revenge on the Wang family right now, but they're not worth dirtying your hands and polluting your souls. You still have your lives ahead of you. You have a much brighter future. Why burden yourselves with hatred for the rest of your lives? Everyone fell silent upon hearing these words. Suddenly, Zhao Sinong raised her hand and said, I agree with what the fairy said. Mu Wushuang was taken aback. How did she become a fairy? Then everyone began to support the fairy and declared they would follow her lead. Schwanger blushed slightly at the praise. Zhao Sinong then asked what they should do next. Mu Wushuang smiled and looked at Mu Yuanhong. Next, she said, let's give the Bright God sect one last chance. Let's see if they can give us the justice we deserve. That bastard is finally going to get what's coming to him. He was dragged out by servants, a dog leash fastened tightly around his hands. He tripped and fell flat on his face. His adoptive father's heart ached at the sight. Yun Wan'er then took the opportunity to act pitiful, saying how heartbroken she was to see her father so distressed over his beloved adopted daughter. A pang of resentment surged in Schwanger's heart. But now, with the evidence and witnesses present, she wondered how Yun Wan'er could possibly protect her precious reputation. Mu Yuanhong glared at Yun Wan'er, feeling the weight of the villagers' stares. Then, someone tossed down a red book. Inside was a record of all the times he had covered up his birth parents' crimes. Before Yun Wan'er could deny it, her cowardly father pointed her out. Mu Yuanhong sighed and told Yun Wan'er to speak for herself. Yun Wan'er realized that denying it was useless. She would have to use Ma Wenhao as a scapegoat. But just as she put on a wronged expression and prepared to speak, Ma Wenhao, blinded by love, stepped forward and took all the blame upon himself. Yun Wan'er stared at him in disbelief. Schwanger was also surprised by this turn of events. After berating Ma Wenhao, Mu Yuanhong kicked him away. Yun Wan'er immediately rushed forward to comfort him, assuring him that she wouldn't let anything happen to him. While outwardly, she sobbed with gratitude, inwardly, she cursed him for being a fool. Mu Yuanhong ordered Ma Wenhao to be tied up and sentenced alongside the Wang family at a later date. A voice from the crowd shouted, wait. The person argued that Ma Wenhao's confession alone didn't prove Yun Wan'er's innocence. He then turned and coldly questioned Yun Wan'er. Do you truly know nothing about all of this? Yun Wan'er was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately put on a pitiful expression and claimed to be completely unaware. The speaker couldn't believe her audacity. If Ma Wenhao insisted on taking the blame, she might actually get away with it. Shuang'er wondered if Long Mo's hen had succeeded in his task. Just as Mu Yuanhong was about to pronounce the sentence, Shuang'er thought she needed to buy Long Mo's hen some time. But before she could speak, Yin Wanner's father crawled forward. "You little wretch, still trying to lie," he shouted. "Every time I did something wrong, I always used you." Shuang'er thought this was a godsend. She hadn't expected Wang Taizhu to be so ruthless as to drag his own daughter down with him. Like father, like daughter, she thought. The villagers echoed his words, accusing Mu Yuanhong of trying to protect his adopted daughter. Just as Mu Yuanhong was unsure how to respond, Yun Xiaobai arrived at the scene. Yin Wanner immediately looked at her savior with a pitiful expression. Yin Xiaobai treated her like her own daughter. Shuang'er's heart ached at the sight. Her hand trembled around her sword. Unaware of the situation, Yin Xiaobai asked Mu Yuanhong what was going on. Mu Yuanhong explained both sides of the story to her. Mu Yuanhong said that currently, no one knew who was telling the truth. He could only lock them in the dungeon and interrogate them slowly. Yin Xiaobai, thinking of her daughter being sent to the dungeon, immediately felt heartbroken. Seeing her daughter trembling with fear, she pleaded with Mu Yuanhong to let Yin Wanner go. One Wenhao being implicated was enough. Hearing these words, Shuang'er froze. She didn't understand why her parents would protect an adopted daughter like this. Just as she was gnashing her teeth in hatred, a large hand suddenly grasped hers. The familiar warmth and touch made Shuang'er's heart race involuntarily. Coupled with Long Moshing's words, "Madam, you've waited long enough," Shuang'er's face grew even hotter. After she regained her composure, she asked him if he had taken care of things. Long Moshing replied, "Madam, just wait and see the show." At this time, Mu Yuanhong had already made his decision on the case. He declared that the Wang family had committed numerous evil deeds and harmed the community. From today onwards, they would be imprisoned and executed immediately. With that, he ordered his guards to take them away. The family of three was so scared they wet themselves. As for Ma Wenhao, for shielding the Wang family and harming the community, he would be stripped of all his martial arts skills and expelled from the sect. Ma Wenhao immediately kowtowed and thanked Mu Yuanhong for sparing his life. The villagers sighed, knowing that even if he survived being stripped of his martial arts, he would effectively be dead. Such a heavy punishment. It seemed that Mu Yuanhong really cared about the people. Shuang'er thought to herself, he doesn't care about the people at all. He only cares about his daughter. The heavier Ma Wenhao's punishment, the lighter Yin Wanner's punishment would be. Just as Mu Yuanhong was about to give his daughter a small punishment, a powerful voice stopped him. An elderly man hurried over and declared that Yin Wanner had another crime. She had killed his granddaughter, Bailey Linlang. This was what Shuang'er had asked Long Moshing to do. Now, the show was about to begin. Mu Yuanhong was puzzled by the elder's words. Because Bailey Linlang had died in a cauldron explosion accident, what did it have to do with his precious daughter? Hearing this, the elder scoffed and then presented the cauldron his granddaughter had used in the competition. With a wave of his hand and a strange sound, the exploded fragments began to reassemble in midair. Soon, the cauldron was restored to its pre-explosion state. Yin Wanner was terrified when she saw the familiar crack. Mu Yuanhong was confused. Was this crack already there before the cauldron exploded? The elder explained that he was correct. Fragments from a normal explosion would have sharp edges. However, if a crack existed before the explosion, the high heat would cause the fragments to have smooth edges. Mu Yuanhong understood this, but what did it have to do with Yin Wanner? So, the elder called Dongmei, Bailey Linlong's personal maid. Dongmei explained that her mistress and Yin Wanner were rivals. On the day of the competition, her mistress believed that as the bright God sect leader's daughter, Yin Wanner's cauldron must be better than hers. So, she stole Yin Wanner's cauldron. But it was all a trap. Yin Wanner had deliberately offered a damaged cauldron, intending to kill her mistress. Yin Wanner was speechless, denying it was useless now. It seemed her only option was to play the victim. As long as Yin Xiaobai protected her, she would be fine. So, she stood up tremblingly and recounted all the grievances she had suffered from Bailey Linlang over the years. Just because her birth wasn't as noble, Bailey Linlang had humiliated her repeatedly. She hated her enough to want to kill her, but she would never use such a foolish method that would lead directly back to her. Just as Dongmei was about to call out Yin Wanner's lies, Yin Xiaobai immediately told her to shut up. She also accused the elder of falsely accusing her daughter. She claimed the only thing proven was that his granddaughter had stolen her daughter's cauldron. To put it bluntly, his granddaughter's death was her own fault. These words not only made Schwanger grind her teeth in frustration, but also enraged the elder. Schwanger said, "The saintess is truly protective of her daughter, even to the point of disregarding right and wrong." The saintess asked, "What do you mean by that?" Schwanger then asked the saintess to reconsider the event. If the cauldron was already cracked, then even if it exploded, it would have only exploded at the moment it was opened. So who opened the cauldron? Hearing these words, Yun Qiubai's body trembled. Yin Wanner thought to herself, "This is bad." Dan Wang was frightened to the core because he had presided over the alchemy competition, and he was naturally the one who opened the cauldron. "So, the person you wanted to kill was me?" The saintess looked at Wanner in disbelief. The two-faced girl immediately started crying and tried to explain to her mother. But Yin Qiubai shook her off. "My health has been poor this year. If something were to happen to Honger, I definitely wouldn't be able to bear the blow. In a serious case, I would surely follow him in death. And the best case scenario would be to hand over the bright god sect to you, placing my life and death in your hands. So, my dear daughter, this was your plan all along." Yin Wanner tried to act pitiful to salvage the situation, but Yin Qiubai simply told her to shut up. Suddenly, Qiubai's body began to sway, and in the next second, her vision went black. Schwanger saw her mother about to fall and immediately rushed to her side with lightning speed. At this moment, her mother regained consciousness from her faint, but when she saw the familiar face beneath the veil, she was instantly overcome with emotion and broke out in a cold sweat. In the next second, she unexpectedly fainted again. Dan Wang immediately stepped forward and checked her pulse. Fortunately, it's just a fainting spell caused by a surge of blood. He then took out a blood-replenishing pill and fed it to her. He then instructed the servants to immediately escort the saintess back to her room to rest. At this time, the sect leader Bailey stated, "Since everything is clear now, it's time to deal with this heartless and ungrateful wretch." Upon hearing this, Wanner immediately crawled towards her father on her knees. She pleaded, "Father, I was just momentarily blinded by a ghost. Please have mercy on me." Dan Wang, upon hearing this, rebuked her and pushed her away. "Yin Wanner, you conspired with the Wang family to harm your closest relatives and nearly brought the Bright God sect to ruin. You are sentenced to death. The execution will be carried out with the Wang family on a later date. Someone, take her away." Yin Wanner couldn't believe how things had turned out this way. "I am the future saintess of the Bright God sect. How dare you treat me like this?" She then glared at the woman in white. "It's all that bitch's fault. It's all her." Yin Wanner immediately broke free from the servant's grasp and lunged to Schwanger like a rabid dog. That damned wretch was finally being dragged away to be beheaded. But even facing death, she showed no remorse. Instead, she blamed Mu Wushuang for her misfortune. So, with all her might, she broke free from her restraints, determined to tear that veiled bitch apart. Schwanger simply raised her hand and pinched her lightly, causing the wretch to howl in pain. Then, with a cry of disgust, she delivered a powerful punch. Fortunately, she only shattered 18 of her teeth. Nothing too serious. Then, at Dan Wang's command, the wretch was forcibly dragged to the dungeon. Afterwards, Dan Wang bowed his hands in gratitude to the heroine and promised to repay her kindness in the future. Schwanger turned to her father, her heart filled with mixed emotions. "There's no need for repayment. Consider my way of repaying my debt to both of you." Mu Yuanhong was stunned by the mention of repayment. He couldn't understand when he had met the young woman before. Just as he was about to step forward and try to stop her, a sudden thunderclap boomed across the sky. It scared Dan Wang so badly he wet himself. Just then, a disciple reported that the sect leader had emerged from seclusion. Dan Wang calmly replied that he understood. He was now only curious about the heroine's true identity. Schwanger chose not to reveal herself to her parents because she wanted to let go of the past and start a new life. So, she invited Luo Masheng for a drink to celebrate her new beginning. Meanwhile, Xiaobao was engrossed in his handheld video game. He thought it was 100 times more fun than playing with mud, and asked his great-grandfather if there were any other games. Great-grandpa said our Ling Xiao Divine clan has many fun things. Does Little Bao want to go with Grandpa to take a look? Little Bao immediately put down his game console because he felt that the old man was so good to him. He must be trying to trick him into going to the Ling Xiao Divine clan, and then have his mother come pick him up. That way, they could meet their granddaughter-in-law. Great-grandpa immediately praised him for being so clever. But Little Bao flatly said 2 words, "No way." Before getting his mother's consent, they couldn't see her. The old man, carrying Little Bao on his back, was instantly touched. But suddenly, the door behind him was pushed open. Great-grandma was about to say that Long Ma Sheng and the others were coming back soon, but she saw the old man teasing their adorable great-grandson. Her expression immediately darkened. Then, with a loud bang, a large bump appeared on the old man's head. Then followed a torrent of scolding. She demanded to know where his usual composure in front of Ma Sheng had gone, and how he couldn't keep it up for even a few days. The old man covered his head, tuning out her nagging. He felt wronged. Because Ma Sheng's child had always been very reserved since childhood, he could only act dignified and proper in front of him. Unlike Little Bao, who was so cheeky, just like me. And most importantly, if I weren't so free and unrestrained, Rong, you wouldn't have married me. Hearing this, his wife blushed. Then the two held hands, preparing to go home. They told Little Bao to hide his game console and asked Yu Hong to take good care of him. His wife said, "Are you silly? He's Little Bao's uncle. How could he mistreat him?" Yu Hong watched the sweet backs of the two elders and thought to himself, their relationship is so good. I wonder what it will be like between my sister and brother-in-law in the future. Later that night, in an inn, Schwanger filled 2 glasses of 82 enema. The first glass was naturally for Luo Masheng. If it weren't for him bringing the unfeeling shopkeepers in time, Yin Wanner would not have been punished today. Luo Masheng took the glass and said that if it weren't for Schwanger's foresight, he wouldn't have thought of Bailey Linlang. But suddenly, Schwanger's brow furrowed with worry. Because she knew her parents too well. She knew they would do everything in their power to protect Yin Wanner. Having said that, she raised her head and drank it all down. The second glass was a toast to herself for letting go of her obsession and no longer dwelling on her parents' kindness. Schwanger once again drank it down in one gulp. Then Schwanger, her face flushed, filled a third glass. She couldn't think of a reason for this one, so she decided to just drink it. With a heavy thud as the glass hit the table, Schwanger picked up the bottle to pour a fourth, but Long Masheng stopped her. He felt that Schwanger hadn't truly thought things through and was just venting and punishing herself. "Doing this is pointless," he said. "Schwanger, can you talk to me?" Schwanger pondered with a dejected look for a moment, then put down her glass. "That you're right," she said, "that I don't feel happy. I thought that as long as I tore off Yin Wanner's mask, as long as I embarrassed my parents in broad daylight, I would feel the satisfaction of revenge. But when I saw my mother's frail body and my father's heartbroken expression, I didn't feel happy at all. Maybe deep down, I still have some feelings for them. At the same time, I also hate myself for not being strong enough, for actually feeling sad about such a thing." So, Long Masheng decided to counsel Schwanger. He told her that the word strength has many definitions. It's fighting on even after being hurt. It's making selfless choices. And it's retaining your true self after experiencing so much. It's definitely not about shutting off all emotions. People are strong because they have emotions. And I believe that you are becoming strong right now. His words finally soothed Schwanger's emotions. She then happily clinked glasses with Long Masheng. Meanwhile, Yin Xiubai, the bright god sex Yin Xiubai, had awakened from his coma and told Honggu that the female warrior was Schwanger. He then desperately tried to go find her. But suddenly, the door was pushed open and they were forbidden to leave. Seeing his father had emerged from seclusion, Xiubai was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his father's injuries to heal so quickly. The sect leader said, "If I hadn't come out of seclusion, the bright god sect would have been ruined by you lot." Yin Xiubai didn't care about the sect's affairs at all. He only wanted to find Shuang. The sect leader, however, immediately rebuked him, saying he had no right to look for her. These words left Xiubai speechless, seeing his daughter's distress. The sect leader said calmly, "You're not well right now. We need to consider Schwanger's situation carefully." Yin Xiubai could only silently agree. Meanwhile, Schwanger had already drunk over 3 Jina Baijiu. Seeing how drunk she was, Long Masheng tried to help her back to her room to rest. Along the way, Schwanger kept insisting she wasn't drunk. Long Masheng responded with a chuckle, "Yes, you're not drunk, you're not drunk." Schwanger immediately realized he was mocking her. So, as he neared her room, Schwanger suddenly turned and shoved him to the ground. Then, locking eyes with him, she straddled him and pinched his chin. Long Ma Sheng, you're quite arrogant, she declared. Not only did you stop me from drinking, but you also dared to patronize me. Let me tear off this pretense of yours. She grabbed his clothes and ripped them. Long Ma Sheng's face was filled with shock. Shuang'er made a hushing gesture. Then, after a whirlwind of activity, Long Ma Sheng was... The following scene is not suitable for children. I'll post it secretly after the children are asleep. He was a strong, burly man, yet he was pinned down by a delicate young woman. The girl suddenly yanked at his clothes, making him blush. The girl, having just consumed 3 gene of ergo-2, was about to take advantage of her inebriation. Long Ma Sheng also wanted to let loose, but he respected Shuang'er. He felt this was just an impulsive act on her part, but the ambiguous atmosphere was too much for him to bear. The following scene is for adults only. Anyone under 1.5 meters tall, please scroll away. Long Ma Sheng softly called Shuang'er's name, then looked at her intensely, warning her that if she continued this foolishness. But before he could finish, Shuang'er interrupted him. What if I continue to be foolish? She challenged. Hearing this, Long Ma Sheng's interest was piqued. While Shuang'er was still momentarily stunned, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pushed her onto the bed. Shuang'er was about to call him a sneaky villain, but Long Ma Sheng's kiss landed on her lips. Shuang'er's eyes widened, her mind going blank. She instinctively tried to break free, but Long Ma Sheng held her fast with one hand. I think you can guess what happened next. After 77 seconds, Long Ma Sheng noticed Shuang'er had fallen silent. He looked over and saw she had fallen asleep and was even dreaming. A bewildered Long Ma Sheng was taken aback. He immediately sat up, filled with deep regret. How could he have done such a thing to Shuang? He then left Shuang'er alone to sleep peacefully. But suddenly, a phoenix symbol appeared above her, and Shuang'er vaguely heard someone calling her name. In the next moment, a hand reached out and touched her cheek. Shuang'er jolted awake, realizing the person was Danju. Danju was surprised that her master still remembered her. Shuang'er sat up anxiously, saying, I remembered you after I saw Xiaozhu Xiaoxue, but I asked Qilin where you were, and they said they couldn't sense your presence. Where have you been? Why do you look so haggard? Danju then recalled the events of 3 years ago. After Master fell into the spatial storm, I immediately sensed you were in mortal danger. So, I manifested my true form and used all my strength to pull you out of the storm. Unfortunately, my power is limited. Master still lost most of her divine stones. Shuang'er, said Danju, you've already done very well. Now, every bit my spiritual power grows, a bit of my memory returns. One day, I will remember everything. You appeared because my power has broken through, right? But Danju said it's because she's dying. Hearing this, Shuang'er was instantly shocked. Danju explained that when she saved her, she consumed her own essence. I can't gain strength from your advancement. This time, I urge you to sleep deeply, using the last of my strength to enter your dream. And this is the last time we will meet. Goodbye, Master. But Shuang'er suddenly grabbed Danju's hand. She asked if there was any way to save her life. Danju looked dejected, because that method is too difficult. Master will encounter dangers even greater than the spatial storm. Shuang'er immediately snapped at her to stop talking nonsense and tell her quickly. Helpless, Danju had no choice but to take her master to sea. So, she raised her hand and released her magic power. She brought her master into her Dead Sea world. Then she transformed into her true phoenix form. She let her master sit on her back. And this is the world of the ancient times from the phoenix ancestors' memories. Shuang'er wondered, so where is your method? The phoenix uttered 3 words, Queen Mother of the West. A moment later, the phoenix told Shuang'er to fasten her seatbelt. Then, at superluminal speed, she slowly swooped downwards. Immediately afterwards, she dove into the sea with a somersault. Now, in human form, the phoenix led the way. Shuang'er asked in confusion, where is this? The little phoenix told her to look ahead. This is the Queen Mother of the West Palace. Shuang'er didn't expect this palace to be hidden in the deep sea, but as soon as her small hand touched a pillar, the pillar turned into bubbles and gradually dissipated, and the entire palace began to vanish into nothingness. The reason for this is because this is only Danju's divine beast memory. I can't hold on much longer. If Master wants to save me, she must find the Queen Mother of the West Palace. because only the peaches of immortality here can restore my divine soul. With a heartbroken expression, she told Danju not to worry. I will definitely restore your divine soul. Hearing this, Danju gave a relieved smile. Then she turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Later, when Schwanger opened her eyes again, she found Long Mashing looking at her with concern. He asked if she had a nightmare. Schwanger then placed her hand on his cheek. Long Mashing told Schwang not to be afraid, as he was there. But in the next second, Schwanger pinched him hard. This was the punishment for trespassing into her room, and Schwanger seemed to have completely forgotten about being drunk. The next day, her grandparents wanted to see their granddaughter-in-law. Xiao Dao was riding on Uncle Long Yi's head, acting like he ruled the world. Grandpa asked when he could see his granddaughter-in-law. He said he couldn't eat or sleep because of this. Hong Imo Shunwan fell into deep thought, because yesterday, Schwanger told him about Danju, and he agreed to let Schwanger go save Danju. So, he told Grandpa that Schwanger still had things to do and had some emotional knots to unravel. He promised to bring them to see her later. Grandpa immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this, because he had previously inquired about the bright god sect from Yuhong. He felt that it must have been that unreliable in-law family that upset his granddaughter-in-law. Having said that, he released his spiritual power and leaped into the sky. Then he landed behind Mu Wushuang's parents. Dan Wang, seeing that he was about to get violent, quickly shielded Qiu Erlin behind him. He used all his strength to block the attack. This scene angered Grandma so much that she immediately lost her temper. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed the old man's ear to stop the fight. At this moment, Long Masheng coldly asked them why they were there. The two were at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. But Grandpa had actually already noticed that someone was following them, and they guessed right away that they were my granddaughter-in-law's parents. So, Schwanger's parents hurriedly explained that they meant no harm and just wanted to see Schwanger. Grandpa, however, expressed his disapproval with a look of disgust. Since you've never fulfilled your parental responsibilities, my wife and I will take care of her from now on. Hearing these words, Yin Xiaobai felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Long Ma Sheng, recalling Schwanger's drunken outburst last night, knew that she actually wanted to reunite with her parents deep down, but he couldn't decide what to do at the moment. At this time, Hong Gu, having finished comforting Xiaobai, decided to go back and think things over. But as they were leaving, Luo Masheng stopped them. He said, "I can take you to see her." The couple finally saw their daughter after 20 years of separation. But their daughter showed no joy, not even wanting to speak a word to them. She glared at her husband, scolding him for bringing them here. Because back then, when she and her brother had just learned to stop wetting the bed, their parents abandoned them and ran off to the Gaoji continent, where they adopted another daughter. Hearing this, her husband reached out to comfort Schwanger, saying that perhaps they had their own difficulties. Besides, he said, "I know that deep down, Schwanger, you want to see them." He then told Schwanger to take a good look at them. Their parents' haggard faces were etched with remorse. This filled Schwanger's heart with conflict. Avoiding her parents' gaze, she remained silent for a long time. Seeing that their daughter seemed unwilling to forgive them, her mother's tears flowed uncontrollably. Her father felt content just to see his daughter alive. But as the two were about to leave, looking dejected, Schwanger called out to them. Hearing her voice, her parents turned around excitedly. Schwanger said, "If you can help me find the Queen Mother of the West, I will consider reuniting with you." Yin Xiaobai was overjoyed at these words, but Hong Gu looked troubled, because the Queen Mother of the West was just a mythical legend. Xiaobai then said, "Have you forgotten what my father does?" The couple quickly returned to the Bright God sect. Upon hearing the news, the sect leader beamed. Finding the Queen Mother of the West was a piece of cake for him. So Honggu hurriedly pleaded with his father-in-law to help him. But the sect leader glared angrily at his son-in-law, because the sect leader wasn't doing it for him, but out of love for his daughter and granddaughter. After all, the sect leader was a doting father. Later, the three of them were invited to the Bright God sect. But Little Bao suddenly said he was hungry. So, his dad told Little Bao to be good and promised to take him down the mountain later to eat Pleasant Goat. Just then, a man strode in and said, "What's so good about Pleasant Goat? Great-grandpa brought you piggy milk tea. My cute great-grandson, take it and drink." Little Bao turned to his mother for her opinion. Schwanger thought to herself that this precious Cheong Ji Yunyang was offered without any hesitation. Even though she resented the two wives in her life, there was no need to take it out on him. She introduced him to Little Bao, saying, "This is your great-grandpa. You can take it." Little Bao politely changed his address, great-grandpa. The sect leader stroked Little Bao's downy hair, telling him to ask for anything he wanted to eat in the future. Then, looking at Shuang, he said, "You and Xiaobai look so much alike." He then scolded Mu Yuan Hong for being a foolish son-in-law, saying that the adopted Yun Wanner wasn't half as good as her. "If you don't acknowledge them, then don't. Just acknowledge me, your grandpa from now on." Shuanger stood up and thanked her grandpa. Suddenly, the sect leader's gaze fell upon Long Masheng. He thought to himself how cold his granddaughter's husband seemed and decided he must not be a good man. He immediately took Shuanger aside to whisper to her. He advised her that there were plenty of good men in the world and offered to introduce her to some young, outstanding gentleman. Long Masheng immediately rushed over and embraced Shuanger. He declared, "Our relationship is excellent. You needn't worry, Grandpa. As for those young, outstanding gentlemen, you can keep them for yourself." Hearing this, the sect leader was both embarrassed and angered. The two were about to start a huge fight. Seeing this, Shuanger said with a headache, "I'm here on business." Hearing this, the sect leader immediately stopped arguing. He apologized to his precious granddaughter with a beaming smile and then took them outside to discuss business. The sect leader brought his hands together, preparing to divine the current whereabouts of the Queen Mother of the West. Then, with a resounding sound, the 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation began to react. In the next second, phantoms of several ancient mythical beasts appeared. Long Masheng was instantly dumbfounded, because it was the demon clan's forbidden ground. Moreover, it was the first time he had heard of this place. Long Masheng told him that it was a dangerous land passed down from ancient times. It was said that it was teeming with demons and exceptionally perilous. Furthermore, the depths of the forbidden ground could cause one to lose their cultivation, ultimately being devoured and having their primordial spirit consumed. But Shuanger's life was given by him, so no matter how dangerous it was, he had to go. The sect leader said that the demon clan's forbidden ground had been sealed by the god clan, and rashly going there might incur divine punishment. But this wasn't a problem for Long Masheng at all, because his maternal grandparents were members of the god clan. Long Masheng then invited his grandparents over. Great-grandpa asked Little Bao what he did today. Little Bao said, "Daddy took She to meet Mommy's grandpa. Great-grandpa also gave me yummy treats." Great-grandpa immediately felt jealous upon hearing this. At this moment, Long Masheng arrived with Shuanger. Shuanger didn't know who the 2 people in front of her were. Long Masheng introduced them as his maternal grandparents. Shuanger realized he was taking her to meet his family. This was something that should have been done long ago. He had been keeping it from Shuanger, afraid that knowing the truth would burden her given her memory loss. Shuanger hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. The 2 elders were incredibly fond of their new granddaughter-in-law. They said, "If Long Masheng ever bullies you, tell us. We certainly won't let him off lightly." Suddenly, Long Masheng spoke up, explaining that he had brought Shuanger to see them for a very important reason. The divination indicated that the Queen Mother of the West was in the demon clan's forbidden ground, and the demon clan's forbidden ground was originally sealed by his grandfather. So, he was here to ask his grandfather to lift the seal. His grandfather was curious why they wanted to go to such a dangerous place. Shuanger's gaze was firm as she said there was a reason she had to go. After pondering for a moment with furrowed brows, his grandfather immediately agreed. After all, this was the first time his granddaughter-in-law had asked him for a favor. He then asked the waiter to bring the food. Tonight called for a proper celebration. After dinner, the couple admired the night view from the balcony. Fireworks were going off in the sky. Shuanger couldn't help but sigh. How beautiful. Long Masheng asked if Shuanger liked it. Shuanger looked back inside. The 2 elders were telling Little Bao a Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale. Shuanger hadn't felt this happy and relaxed in a long time. Long Masheng and Shuanger locked eyes. He then removed her hairpin, cupped her head, and gently kissed her. Then, Long Masheng softly said, "Happy birthday, Shuang." Shuang hadn't realized it was her birthday. Since losing her memory, no one had ever told her. And in her memories of her past life, she was merely a machine in an organization, carrying out orders. No friends, no family, and certainly no birthdays. Long Masheng said that things were different now. He promised that every day from now on would be even happier for Shuanger. Shuanger smiled radiantly. She knew his heart. Long Masheng then took the opportunity to embrace Shuanger and asked how she planned to thank him. Shuanger said she'd never seen anyone ask for a reward so quickly. Suddenly, Long Masheng swept her into his arms. Shuang'er's heart fluttered. The next moment, she found herself lifted onto the railing. Long Ma Sheng told Shuang'er to kiss him before he would put her down. But Shuang'er said, "If you keep this up, believe it or not, I'll go find a young, handsome man." This reminded Long Ma Sheng of the sect leader's words, and his heart stung. Shuang'er added insult to injury, saying she really liked little fresh meat. In the next second, Long Ma Sheng kissed her fiercely. He declared, "If you say something like that again, I'll kiss you again." He then turned away, sulking. Shuang'er thought, "You're angry? I'm the one who should be angry. You always kiss me so suddenly." Later, Long Ma Sheng drowned his sorrows in alcohol, his face flushed. He even mistook Little Bao for Shuang'er. Shuang'er, feeling sorry for him, prepared to help him back to his room to rest. But suddenly, Long Ma Sheng pulled her into a tight embrace, declaring that he wouldn't allow her to go find some young, handsome hero. If she thought he was cold, he'd just tie her to his side. This scene immediately caught the attention of his family. His grandparents, naturally understanding the situation, told Shuang'er to stay and take care of Ma Sheng. With that, they disappeared without a trace, taking Little Bao with them. Shuang'er was quite exasperated. It was her birthday, and she still had to look after him. She asked the waiter to bring a bucket of hot water filled with ice. She patted Long Ma Sheng, urging him to get up and bathe. But he was already so drunk, he was incoherent. He was acting like a 3-year-old. Having no other choice, Shuang'er had to drag him to the bath. Suddenly, Long Ma Sheng asked Shuang'er to carry him, but Shuang'er couldn't carry him. So in the next second, Long Ma Sheng scooped Shuang'er up in his arms and then, with a splash, tossed her into the tub. Immediately after, Long Ma Sheng also shed his clothes, deciding to have a heart-to-heart with Shuang'er all night long, right there in the bath. The drunk man stealthily picked up the girl from behind and threw her into the ice-filled hot water. Then, he hurriedly removed his own clothes, determined to have a heart-to-heart with the girl in the bathtub all night long. But he noticed Shuang'er was bathing in her clothes. He suddenly lunged forward, crying. In a flash, Shuang'er was left with only a small undergarment. After cursing him as shameless, she covered herself in shame and decided to flee the scene of the crime. But Long Ma Sheng had seen all of Shuang'er's beautiful, fair figure. It instantly ignited a fire within him. He immediately pounced on her and gave her a fierce kiss. The unexpected tenderness made Shuang'er jump 3 meters high. The intense, shaking noises kept the guests downstairs blushing and unable to sleep. The scene shifts to the bright god sect. Ma Wenhao was lying peacefully in bed. This was his grandfather, Ma Qingyang's room. A servant reported that the young master had been given 50 lashes by Mu Yuanhong. The protective Ma Qingyang, upon hearing this, instantly flew into a rage. The servant added that the sect leader had just emerged from seclusion 2 days ago and had cast a spell on Mu Wushuang and Long Ma Sheng, seemingly ordering them to go to the demon clan's forbidden ground. Hearing demon clan's forbidden ground, Ma Qingyang's face paled in fear. He immediately ordered the servant to write a letter informing the Azure Dragon Saintess of Long Ma Sheng's whereabouts. Since Mu Yuanhong was so unkind to his grandson, he wouldn't be kind to Mu Yuanhong's daughter. The next day, a subordinate delivered the letter to the Azure Dragon Palace. Upon reading it, the saintess burned the letter to ashes. A maid standing by inquired about the meaning of the letter. The saintess said that Ma Qingyang deliberately informed her of Long Ma Sheng's whereabouts, clearly wanting to take advantage of the situation. A few years ago, the saintess had wanted to recruit Ma Qingyang as her son's right-hand man and have him find an opportunity to eliminate Long Ma Sheng, allowing her son to become a young emperor. But Ma Qingyang hadn't been swayed. It seemed this time he was driven to desperate measures. At that moment, a maid reported that the Hellion clan leader requested an audience, again regarding Hellion Qin's marriage. The saintess immediately ordered him to be brought in. Usually, the saintess would just dismiss him casually, but this time, she had an idea to use him as a tool for murder. She then took her maids to the rear guest hall. This matter went back 3 months. The saintess had persuaded the Holy Emperor to let Hellion Qin marry Long Ma Sheng. She knew Long Ma Sheng would definitely refuse the marriage. And since the Holy Emperor was a man of his word, the relationship between father and son would naturally fracture. This would further help her own son ascend to power. The Hellion clan leader was completely unaware of the saintess's scheme. In order to climb the high branches of the Azure Dragon Palace, he had repeatedly come for his daughter's marriage. This time, the saintess finally agreed to see him, but said that Ma Sheng was always stubborn and she couldn't do anything about it. Upon hearing this, the Hellion clan leader immediately knelt down. If Qian'er's engagement were truly broken off, her reputation would be ruined. The saintess hypocritically helped him up, saying that the one who tied the bell had to untie it. This matter had to be addressed through Ma Sheng's sweetheart. If he could make that woman disappear, perhaps Qian'er would have a chance. Hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in the Hellion clan leader's eyes. After receiving the scroll with her image, he indicated he knew what to do. The scene shifts to the Lingxiao divine clan. The grandparents decided to lift the seal on the forbidden ground for them today. Shuang'er felt the divine clan's land was rich with spiritual energy. Suddenly, little Bao asked his mother why his father's face looked like that. Shuang'er turned around, annoyed, and glared at Long Ma Sheng. The clueless 3-year-old Long Ma Sheng had no idea what happened last night. Grandma was worried that the two children would encounter danger in the demon clan's forbidden ground. Grandpa, however, appeared calm and collected. He had already spread the news about unsealing the forbidden ground and promised that any treasures found inside would belong to the finder. That way, with everyone joining forces to enter the forbidden ground, the children would face less pressure. But suddenly, Xia Kara reported that the Hellion clan leader requested an audience. Grandpa wondered what he was doing there. Initially, he assumed it was about Hellion Qian, but the Hellion clan leader said he came to discuss a trade. He explained that the Hellion clan was dwindling and their strength was declining daily. I recently heard that you are unsealing the demon clan's forbidden ground. My clan members also wish to venture inside and make a name for themselves. If you're willing to provide a map of the forbidden ground, our Hellion clan is willing to exchange flying devices. This will allow the various sects to reach the interior of the demon clan's forbidden ground more quickly. After a moment of hesitation, Grandpa agreed. The Hellion clan's flying devices were unique and powerful artifacts, which could provide additional protection for Shuang'er and Ma Sheng. After the Hellion clan leader took his leave, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Later, Grandpa arrived at the demon clan's forbidden ground, prepared to break the seal. He set up a formation and released his power, gathering all the spiritual energy at his fingertips. Then, he pointed at the barrier sealing the forbidden ground, and it instantly dissipated. Treasure hunters from various sects thanked the Lingxiao clan leader. Shuang'er was also grateful that her grandpa cared so much for her. Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's attention. The Hellion clan leader stepped forward and addressed everyone. This journey is perilous. My Hellion clan has reached an agreement with the Lingxiao divine clan to provide flying devices for all of you heroes. Everyone cheered excitedly, as this would make treasure hunting easier. Long Ma Sheng, however, warned Shuang'er to stay close to him, as he knew the Hellion clan was cunning and deceitful. Shuang'er noticed he seemed to have a grudge against the Hellion clan leader. Long Ma Sheng said he would explain everything later. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. Two sects were fighting over the same flying device. The Hellion clan leader hurried forward to mediate, suggesting they draw lots to decide the seating arrangement for fairness. Both sides readily agreed. Later, Mu Wushuang drew the gung-numbered airship, but when she approached Long Ma Sheng, she found he had drawn the Mao-numbered airship. Long Ma Sheng told Shuang'er not to worry, he would find a way. So, while Shuang'er was queuing to board the gung-numbered airship, a young man came to chat her up. Long Ma Sheng stealthily approached the man from behind, with a deceptively gentle look, intending to swap tokens with him. Terrified by the killing intent, the young man offered no resistance. This way, Long Ma Sheng could be on the same airship as Shuang'er. Later that night, Servant Bing reported that Mu Wushuang had drawn the gung-numbered airship, and the young emperor had drawn the Mao-numbered one, just as planned. Furthermore, the main force has already passed through the Beast Zone. They are about to reach the intersection of the Forbidden Ground Center and the Blood Moon Mountain Range. Clan leader, what are your instructions for the next step? A ferocious look crossed the clan leader's face. He recalled the legend that entering the Blood Moon Mountain Range would cause people to lose their spiritual power, making it impossible to move. Then let's add some fun to this journey. At that moment, a shower of meteors appeared in the sky above the airships. Upon seeing this, the cultivators began making wishes to the heavens. Long Ma Sheng asked Shuang'er why she wasn't making a wish. Shuang'er replied that if she had a wish, She would work hard to make it come true herself and wouldn't rely on the heavens. Long Masheng praised Shuang'er for her admirable attitude. But I do have a wish, he said, and that is to watch the sunrise with Shuang'er tomorrow. Shuang'er thought it sounded romantic. Just as she was about to agree, a loud explosion came from the distance, and the airship shook violently. Just as Shuang'er was completely bewildered, someone shouted, "We've encountered spatial turbulence. Everyone, quickly hide inside the cabins." The next second, the cultivators all rushed towards the bow of the ship, because this GU cloud could be deadly. Suddenly, a young woman was knocked down by a man. Seeing this, Shuang'er's heart skipped a beat. She immediately and selflessly decided to save the girl. But just as Shuang'er helped the girl up, dozens of thunderbolts suddenly crashed down from the sky. Even a baby bus was struck askew by the lightning. The ship instantly tilted to a 90-degree angle. Shuang'er hurriedly pulled out a 40-meter-long saber. Before she fell, she plunged the saber into the deck. Long Masheng's shoes were non-slip, so he took devilish strides to rescue Shuang'er. But Shuang'er used all her strength to throw the girl to him. Long Masheng was momentarily speechless. He could only pray that Shuang'er wouldn't fall. But the place where Shuang'er's saber was lodged suddenly shattered. Just as Shuang'er was about to lose her balance, Long Masheng roared towards the sky. The next second, the Azure Dragon was summoned. It then sped towards its master at superluminal speed. But suddenly, the tail of the ship exploded. Seeing that his master was about to perish in the flames, the Azure Dragon immediately turned its head and decided to save its master first. Long Masheng was quickly pulled into the air by the Azure Dragon, but Shuang'er uncontrollably fell from the ship. At the last moment, Shuang'er shouted to Long Masheng, "Let's meet at the Shi Wangmu Palace." Long Masheng didn't even have time to grieve before the fire behind him grew brighter. Because of the explosion at the stern, the fire gradually spread throughout the entire ship. The next second, the ship completely lost power. It began to descend rapidly. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang on a nearby, small island. Long Masheng, dragging his bloodied body, walked out of the wreckage. But at this moment, his heartache was greater than his physical pain to Shuang'er. "You must wait for me." The airship suddenly exploded mid-flight, causing Mu Wushuang to fall from the aircraft once again. But just as she was about to summon her spirit sword, Qingyun, for flight, she discovered it was completely unresponsive. Thus, she plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters into the deep sea. Long Masheng was blown by the explosion to a nearby small island. When Shuang'er finally managed to surface, she found that there were a dozen other survivors from the ship. Shuang'er was thankful that it was the sea below. She quickly urged everyone to get ashore first, because they didn't know if there were any demonic beasts at the bottom of the lake. It took them an hour to finally reach the shore. Although they were cultivators, they found swimming extremely difficult. Tang Sanzang speculated that this might be the Bloodvein mountain range. Shuang'er thought to herself, "No wonder I can't use any spiritual power." The surveillance aircraft exploded for no reason, and they just happened to fall into the Bloodvein mountain range, which suppresses spiritual power. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? As it was getting dark, Shuang'er suggested finding a cave in the forest for shelter. But one arrogant man refused to obey a woman's leadership. Shuang'er didn't bother with him, saying he could choose not to follow. Hearing this, the man put on an indifferent expression. But when he saw everyone following the girl, leaving only him and his junior brother, the man felt humiliated. He secretly vowed to make them pay later. But after walking for an hour, Shuang'er suddenly heard a very faint hissing sound. She raised her hand to signal the group to stop. The confused cultivators were bewildered. Just as Shuang'er asked if anyone had heard anything, a man suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. He was clearly terrified by what he saw. Everyone followed the sound and saw an unidentified creature suddenly rush out from the forest. The next second, it took a bite out of the man's bladder. Shuang'er said if they didn't want to be next, they should run. Everyone started sprinting. But how could two-legged creatures outrun a centipede? Shuang'er told everyone to run towards the light. This gloomworm is attracted to light, so everyone mustered all their strength and charged towards where the sun was. Sure enough, after everyone reached an open area, the large black worm stopped following them. Only when the large black worm burrowed back into the forest did everyone collapse to the ground in relief. But Shuang'er told everyone not to celebrate too soon, because she discovered they were back where they started. Xiaomei's face paled with fright. They had been walking away from the forest for an hour, but it took less than 3 minutes to run back. Shuang'er explained that they had likely encountered an illusion, which was difficult for those without spiritual power to break. Upon hearing this, some were already terrified, but Tang Seng remained calm and asked if Shuang'er had a way to break the illusion. But Diamao scoffed, saying what would a girl know, and that relying on her was worse than relying on himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck hard by a stone. A pushed-around tiger changes its stripes. She retorted, "Oh, you think I'm a pushover?" The man was instantly rendered speechless. Then Xiao Shuai asked what they should do next. Shuang'er explained that the illusion was meant to confuse them and would change with their position. "But look at that lake," she said. "It hasn't changed at all with the sunlight." Everyone looked, and indeed, the lake's color was different from its surroundings. Shuang'er continued, saying that the true form of the illusion wouldn't change easily. Therefore, the solution should be at the bottom of the lake. Meanwhile, Long Masheng was still searching for Shuang'er. Beyond this barrier was the Blood Vein mountain range. No matter how Qing Tian tried to persuade him, Long Masheng walked forward with a determined gaze. Qing Tian didn't understand why his master was being foolish, as he would lose all his spiritual power upon entering and be unable to do anything. Long Masheng replied that the only thing he could do was to face any potential danger for Shuang'er and protect her. Then, Long Masheng was surrounded by countless hungry wolves. At the same time, Shuang'er and her group had already dived into the lake. Without the support of spiritual power, everyone's speed slowed. If they couldn't find the true form of the illusion soon, they would likely faint and die there. But suddenly, Shuang'er's eyes lit up. A huge palace appeared before them. Shuang'er thought to herself that this palace seemed familiar. So she suggested they go down and rest first. When a group reached the palace perimeter, they immediately felt a chilling aura around them. Shuang'er thought that the gate exuded a strange, ominous feeling. But Diamao impatiently pushed the gate open without hesitation. Shuang'er was about to yell at him to stop, but the gate was already open. A vortex appeared, sucking everyone inside. The group was then transported to a blood pool. Human bones soaked in the pool, emitting a putrid stench. Those with weaker stomachs immediately vomited. Tang Sung quickly began chanting sutras to offer salvation to the dead. Suddenly, Shuang'er realized that her spiritual essence was rapidly draining. At this rate, they would be consumed by the corrupted energy within a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, the men burst into curses, blaming Shuang'er for leading them to the bottom of the lake, accusing her trying to kill them all. But everyone glared at him with gritted teeth, as it was his fault for opening the gate without permission. Shuang'er interjected, asking why they were still arguing at a time like this. They were all in the same boat now. She then asked Tang Sung to chant Buddhist scriptures to protect them from the evil energy. The group then cautiously moved forward. Everyone was on high alert. Suddenly, Zaya Hong Hong pointed ahead and urged everyone to look. At the end of the path stood an altar. In the center of the altar was a supreme treasure. Tang Sung immediately recognized it as the legendary sky-piercing bow. The man in black, upon hearing this, immediately ordered his underling to retrieve the bow. But Shuang'er argued that the bow's spiritual energy was used to suppress the evil energy, and forcibly taking it might unleash a wave of corpses. The man in black ignored her, threatening to beat his underling if he didn't go. He believed Shuang'er was being hypocritical and only said that because she wanted the bow for herself. Hearing this, everyone instantly moved to attack him. But just as he was about to attack, Shuang'er stopped him, saying there was no need to pay attention to such a person. Wang Hui immediately regretted his actions. At this moment, the lackey foolishly went to grab the sky-piercing bow. However, his whole body trembling, he had just reached out his hand when a bloody hole appeared on the back of the blood fawn. The blood demon sniffed and surprisingly smelled the scent of a living person. Seeing this, the lackey's eyes widened instantly and his whole body froze. The smell of a living person immediately excited the blood demon. It leaped more than 3 meters high, pouncing towards the living person. The lackey was so scared he instantly wet himself. Without time to change, he took off running. But in the next second, he was immediately entangled by the blood demon. The lackey cried out that his first kiss was still with his mother, and he didn't want to die yet. But the next second, he was completely enveloped by the blood demon. The blood demon burrowed into his mouth, instantly draining all the blood from his body. Afterward, the blood demon began to gradually dissipate. The lackey was thrown down, now a dried corpse. Everyone who saw this was terrified. His older brother was drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he had sent his lackey. He hurriedly told everyone to run, but just as they were about to turn back, the blood in the blood pool began to churn violently. In an instant, it surged tens of meters high, blocking their way back. Mu Wushuang was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Long Ma Sheng had been slaying demons and monsters all along the way. He had even sent the centipede to the afterlife. Yet, there was still no sign of Shuanger. Shuanger, where are you? At this moment, Mu Wushuang was calling for everyone to take cover on higher ground. Seeing a blob of blood hurtling towards her, Shuanger immediately swung her blade, splitting it in two. Because this blood was corrosive, they absolutely couldn't let it touch them. Hearing this, everyone immediately started to eliminate the blood demons in front of them. But Zaya Hong Hong was still accidentally devoured by a blood demon. Xiao Shuai felt that this couldn't continue. They simply couldn't outlast the blood demons. Mu Wushuang, of course, had also been thinking about this problem. She felt that this Bao, safe and sound here, must have some sort of secret. Could the method to stop the blood pool be on it? Just then, a giant skeleton emerged from the blood pool. He was the most powerful monster of the demonic clan, the 9 Lives Demon Emperor. The appearance of the Demon Emperor instantly scared everyone out of their wits. At this moment, all they could think about was escaping. Shuanger thought that if he were allowed to fully awaken, everyone would surely die. The only option was to find a way to seal him again. But as her hand just touched the sky-piercing bow, a golden light shot into Shuanger's forehead. The next second, an ancient demon suddenly appeared. The girl decided to use the Descendant's bow and arrow to seal it again. But as her hand touched the sky-piercing bow, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from the sky. Sitting on the phoenix, if it wasn't a man, it was definitely a woman. Tang Sung recognized her at once. This was the divine offspring of the Queen Mother of the West. The ancient demon was instantly scared witless. Although the Queen Mother of the West's physical body was gone, her spirit remained. How could she allow this beast to run rampant? She immediately rode the phoenix, determined to slay the beast. But the beast actually tried to resist with its demonic energy. So, the Queen Mother of the West chanted a single word, Zhu. Hearing the word Zhu, Shuanger's eyes widened instantly. The next second, only the phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. Then, opening its small beak, it spewed ancient flames towards the beast. But this raging fire didn't even singe a single hair on the beast. Helpless, the Queen Mother of the West had to take matters into her own hands. So, she flung down dozens of thick, pure silver chains. Instantly, the beast's 4 legs were firmly bound. The 9 Lives Demon Emperor was quickly dragged into the blood pool. Moments later, he was finally sealed again. Everyone watching was completely stunned. Only Shuanger's face was filled with worry. Because she knew divine consciousness could only be consumed, didn't that mean the Queen Mother of the West would disappear? Sure enough, the shooting heaven palace behind her was gradually dissipating. Once the shooting heaven palace completely disappeared, the demons would reappear. So Shuanger hurriedly asked the Queen Mother how to repair the shooting heaven palace and her divine consciousness. The Queen Mother, attracted by this cry, couldn't help but smile with relief. Danju, you finally found the right person. She then gestured for the girl to follow her. In the next second, Shuanger only felt a dazzling light before her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she had unexpectedly arrived in her own divine stone space. Suddenly, she noticed an extra wooden stake in a medicinal field. Before she could react, the stake sprouted branches and leaves. 3 seconds later, it directly shot up into a peach tree. Shuanger was overjoyed. Little Phoenix was saved. But suddenly, the Queen Mother's voice came from behind her. I have waited for tens of thousands of years, the Queen Mother said. Finally, I have waited for someone destined to inherit my Kunlun Dao lineage. Then, with a somber expression, she told Shuanger, I don't have much power left. 10,000 years ago, the demon clan wreaked havoc upon the world. I joined forces with several cultivators and finally defeated the demons, driving them to the void and sealing the entrance. I built the Shi Wangmu Palace above the entrance. Until my soul departed from my body, I never left the palace. However, the demon's power is growing day by day. Even though I am at the zenith of wisdom transformation realm, the time I can withstand them is ultimately limited. So, in the end, I used my divine soul to reinforce the seal and entrusted the phoenix to find someone destined to inherit my mantle. I have waited for thousands of years, and finally, at the time of my tribulation, I have found you. Are you willing to take my place and guard this place? Hearing these words, Schwanger was filled with disbelief. She knew that if the demons were released, it would endanger countless lives. But if she stayed here, wouldn't that mean she would never see her younger brother, Xiao Bao, and Long Ma Sheng, whose eyes were always on her again? Seeing the girl's hesitation, the Queen Mother asked if she still had any attachments. Schwanger said that she still had her family, so she couldn't give her any promises now. I came here not to save the world, but to find a peach to save my phoenix. Coincidentally, my phoenix is also called Danju. The Queen Mother shook her head. There has only ever been one phoenix. Danju never mentioned me because he was reborn, and every time he is reborn from Nirvana, he loses his previous memories. The only thing that remains unchanged is the mission I imprinted in his blood. If you want to preserve his memories, you can indeed use a peach to extend his life. But when the peach tree will bear fruit depends on fate. Schwanger suddenly realized, it seems that all I can do now is wait. The Queen Mother said, you don't have to be so discouraged. The cultivation method I will impart to you can promote the growth of this tree. It can also repair your damaged divine history. Schwanger gratefully bowed to the Queen Mother, even though she hadn't agreed to her request. But the Queen Mother said, this matter is not for now. I never misjudge people. Before Schwanger could ask what she meant, the Queen Mother waved her hand, sending Schwanger away from the divine world. When Schwanger woke up again, Xiaomei was crying and hugging her. Seeing this, the others asked what was wrong with their junior sister. Schwanger felt that the people here were a mixed bag, so it was better not to mention what had just happened. But Diamao, trapped in the blood pool and unable to get out, vented all his anger on Schwanger. Hearing this, Xiaomei immediately stood up for her. But Schwanger ignored Diamao and focused on how to escape the blood pool. Suddenly, Schwanger felt a burning sensation in her head. The next second, a mark appeared on her forehead. Then the ground began to shake violently. With a flash, a bright path opened up in the blood pool. Everyone was stunned. Schwanger thought, did the Queen Mother deliberately open this path? Without thinking too much, she called for everyone to run towards the exit. But just as Jiamao was about to question her, everyone had already rushed out. At the same time, the blood pool behind them began to close. Jiamao was so scared that he ran for his life. The group quickly rushed out of the door. Although Jiamao ran at both speed, he was still swallowed whole by the blood pool. Immediately afterwards, the door slammed shut. The survivors all breathed a sigh of relief. Then Xiaomei asked what they should do next. Schwanger said the fog outside was too thick, that let's walk and see, she suggested. So the three of them perked up and started walking again. But what they didn't know was that a few drops of blood from the blood pool had flown out through the crack in the door and landed right on Xiaomei's collarbone. Meanwhile, Long Ma Sheng was still slaying demons and searching for Schwanger. This time, just as he was about to kill a demon, the prone Xiongda suddenly spoke, begging for his life. Long Ma Sheng was surprised he had gained sentience, and asked Xiongda how his sense of smell was that, if you can find the owner of this handkerchief, he said, I'll spare your life. At this time, Schwanger and the others felt the fog getting thicker and thicker. Xiaomei couldn't even see the road beneath her feet and almost tripped over a tree root. Even the bold Xiao Shuai didn't dare to continue walking. So Tang Sung said, this humble monk has a magical treasure that can solve our worries. With that, he pulled a Dharma pearl from his armpit, tossed it into the air, and declared, this Dharma pearl can illuminate a radius of 3 meters. It can also follow this humble monk's symbol. Xiao Shuai immediately jumped up with joy. But just as the group was peacefully on their way, an evil spirit quietly slipped into the Dharma pearl. The next second, the pearl unexpectedly ran off on its own. Tang Sung, seemingly bewitched by the evil spirit, appeared to be summoned by something. The Dharma pearl sped forward. The group looked ahead and saw a small lane temple appear. Upon seeing the Buddha, Tang Sung became instantly infatuated. Schwanger wondered how the Queen Mother of the West could have a temple. But then Tang Sung suddenly ran toward the Buddha. Schwanger immediately stepped forward to stop him, but a cliff suddenly appeared in front of them. After Tang Sung rushed into Lane Temple, its door slammed shut. Then, the temple strangely began to disappear. This frightened everyone. Schwanger said, "That must have been an illusion created by an evil spirit. It seems that although we have left the blood pool, we still haven't escaped danger." As soon as she finished speaking, a 40-meter-long tongue quietly stretched out. Schwanger smelled something. When she instinctively looked back, the saliva-covered tongue was lashing out fiercely. Fortunately, Schwanger nimbly dodged. When she regained her composure and looked closely, a giant beast appeared before her eyes. Xiao Shui immediately recognized it as a 10-brain beast. Xiao Mei was instantly scared witless because 10-brain beasts exclusively eat brains and they're pack animals. Immediately, they saw that they were surrounded by 10-brain beasts on all sides. Schwanger used her martial arts to fend off their smelly feet. But Xiao Mei, having lost her spiritual power, was completely defenseless. Xiao Shui could only let the 10-brain beast trample him. Just as a 10-brain beast extended its slender tongue, preparing to burrow into Schwanger's head, the vermilion bird jade chain on Schwanger's hand suddenly appeared. Schwanger was very familiar with this power, and a smirk appeared on her face. How could she forget? Although her spiritual power was unusable, her mental power was still there. So, focusing her mind, she slowly flew into the sky. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. "Since you are a beast," she declared, then slammed her palm down hard. Then sink to the ground. The 10-brain beast immediately fell to its knees. Then it prostrated itself on the ground, completely subdued. Following suit, all the other 10-brain beasts did the same. Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei were dumbfounded. Just as Schwanger was about to propose the next step of the plan, she suddenly felt a jolt through her body. For some reason, she found it difficult to breathe. At the same time, Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui unexpectedly fainted. Schwanger cursed under her breath. "Damn it, the blood must be poisonous." Then she resolutely collapsed. Meanwhile, Xiongda had already smelled the scent of a woman nearby. When Long Ma Sheng, riding Xiongda, arrived at the scene, he was stunned at the sight of Schwanger. Long Ma Sheng then carried Schwanger to a cave and lit a fire beside her to keep her warm. In her sleep, the mark on Schwanger's forehead glowed again. She dreamt that she had become a chubby little person, held in the arms of a handsome young man. Looking closely, she realized the man was Long Ma Sheng. Could this be her past with Long Ma Sheng? It seemed they had been so in love. She then dreamt of herself after she had slimmed down and all the little moments she shared with Long Ma Sheng. They had experienced so much together. This time, Schwanger would never forget these beautiful memories. When she woke up, she was already in tears and called out to Long Ma Sheng, "Imperial Uncle." Seeing Schwanger awake, Long Ma Sheng immediately covered the wounds on his body with his clothes. But then he froze. Did Schwanger just call him Imperial Uncle? They were already married, yet his wife never let him touch her. Even a simple hand-holding would be met with a look of disgust. It turned out that just a few days after their wedding, his wife had fallen off a cliff. When she woke up, she had lost all her memories, and by then, she was already pregnant. Even after their son turned 3, his wife still hadn't regained her memory. Naturally, she was very resistant to any intimacy from her unfamiliar husband. He could only patiently wait for her to recover her memories. Finally, his perseverance paid off. With the Queen Mother's help, she successfully restored her divine power and regained her lost memories. It turned out they had been so in love. When she woke up again, she was in tears and called out to him, "Imperial Uncle." Long Ma Sheng froze, convinced he must be hallucinating. But the next second, Schwanger's hand reached out. The sudden intimacy left him flustered. Schwanger sobbed, I remember everything." Long Ma Sheng asked incredulously, "Do you really remember everything?" After Schwanger nodded tearfully, Long Ma Sheng lifted her head and poured all his love into a kiss. Schwanger's heart raced, filled with ecstasy. Just then, Xiongda returned from fishing. Seeing his master being affectionate, he became so excited that he drooled. He then barged into their cave with shining eyes, laying his head on the ground, hoping to learn a thing or two, as he was still a single bear. Their faces darkened. Without a word, they kicked Xiongda out. Xiongda, tearful, could only eavesdrop from the doorway. After dealing with Xiongda, Long Ma Sheng dusted himself off and was about to continue where they left off with Schwanger. But Schwanger looked at him thoughtfully. She noticed Long Ma Sheng was injured. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing and they should continue what they were doing. But Schwanger insisted that those things could wait. His health was more important. Long Ma Sheng's face fell. He then looked dejected and empty. Shuang'e sighed. Seeing her imperial uncle sad made her sad too. She proposed a gentle compromise. She would take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Long Ma-shing was instantly overjoyed. He immediately laid down on the straw mat at superluminal speed, indicating his readiness. Shuang'e rubbed her head in exasperation, wondering why Long Ma-shing seemed so emotionless. Then she began to undress, deciding to teach this prince how things should be done. Long Ma-shing's heart pounded in his chest, captivated by Shuang'e's stunning figure. Next, Shuang'e touched his abs. Long Ma-shing blushed instantly and asked where he had learned this. He immediately sat up, eager to embrace Shuang'e, but she pushed him back down. "You promised me you wouldn't make the first move," she said, then closed her eyes and kissed him. A moment later, Shuang'e looked at him tenderly, telling him to just lie still. 2 hours passed, and Xiongde waited outside for the same amount of time. By this time, Xiongde figured they had been inside for a while and decided to sneak in and learn some knowledge at this crucial moment. He quietly poked his head in. The sight before him made him blush crimson. Suddenly, a stone struck him hard, knocking him unconscious. Shuang'e, being a natural beast tamer, had heard Xiongda's thoughts clearly. Long Ma-shing caressed Shuang'e's cheek. He told her not to be distracted by other matters. But by now, Shuang'e was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. She asked, "Imperial Uncle, are you tireless?" Long Ma-shing immediately sat up and said, "Shuang, if you're tired, then you can lie down." Shuang'e was still worried about his injuries. But Long Ma-shing said these minor injuries were nothing to worry about. Besides, we have to travel tomorrow. You wouldn't want me to carry you the whole way, would you, Shuang'e? Hearing this, Shuang'e agreed incoherently. So Long Ma-shing accepted her offer. Outside the cave at that moment, Xiongde, with a large bump on his head, listened to the two of them being intimate and lamented the hardships of bear life. Time flew by, and it was the next day. The couple prepared to depart for home, full of love and affection. Suddenly, Xiongde charged towards them, his face filled with rage. He yelled, "Couples are so disgusting." Long Ma-shing replied, "Sour grapes, much? Poor single bear." Then Shuang'e asked, "Imperial Uncle, how did you subdue Xiongde? I don't recall you having beast-taming abilities." Long Ma-shing thought for a moment, probably with my authority. After all, physical taming is also a method. Suddenly, Shuang'e asked, "Imperial Uncle, do you remember the 2 people who were with me yesterday?" Long Ma-shing said, "Their poisoning wasn't severe. They woke up earlier than you." They couldn't wait and went ahead to look for the exit. But in reality, Long Ma-shing had sent them away so he could be alone with Shuang. Hearing this, Shuang'e felt relieved. They must have left the Bloodvein mountain range already. "We should leave this place quickly too." Xiongde sat up abruptly. "Don't you know? This place is one way. You can only enter, not exit." This statement stunned the two of them. "You really don't know, do you? Some important person set up a barrier here." Xiongde began drawing on the ground. "It's supposed to seal something, I think. I don't know the details. Anyway, with this seal as the center, a triangular barrier has formed around it. It's easy to get in, but if you try to leave, you'll be blocked. You'll experience bone-chilling pain. You definitely won't want to try a second time." Long Ma-shing saw Shuang'e deep in thought and asked her what she was thinking. Shuang'e replied, "The person who set up the barrier he mentioned must be the Queen Mother of the West. Although she didn't tell me how to get out, I received her inheritance. I think we won't be trapped here." So, Long Ma-shing decided to test the edge of the barrier. Later, they arrived at the barrier. But Long Ma-shing remembered that when he entered, he hadn't felt any discomfort. He couldn't help but wonder if Xiongde was telling the truth. Xiongde put on an indifferent expression, implying, "Just try it and see." So Long Ma-shing walked in with a benevolent look, figuring it was safer to use his own body as a shield. But Shuang'e told Long Ma-shing not to bother. The only way to know if it would work was to try it themselves. She said and slowly extended her jade hand toward the barrier. But in the next second, the unexpected happened. Mu Wushuang had just regained her memory in the wilderness and couldn't wait to be close to her husband in the cave. Long Ma-shing had been waiting for this moment for over 3 years. But unfortunately, good times are always short-lived, because the next day, when they were about to go home to their mother, they found themselves trapped in the forest by a barrier. Xiongde told them not to touch the barrier. But Mu Wushuang believed she had protagonist luck and wouldn't be harmed. However, as soon as she reached out, Long Ma-sheng grabbed her hand. Because Long Ma-sheng didn't want her to risk it alone. Shuang'er thought her imperial uncle was going to face it with her. But then she saw her imperial uncle reach out towards the barrier first, because he decided to shoulder the danger alone. Only then did Mu Wushuang realize her imperial uncle was protecting her. Before Shuang'er could speak, Long Ma-sheng's hand had already entered the barrier. Then, amidst Shuang'er's cries of alarm, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck. The intense golden light prevented Shuang'er from opening her eyes. When the golden light gradually dissipated, Long Ma-sheng was seen thrown dozens of meters away. The next second, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, he felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Seeing this, Shuang'er immediately rushed forward. Her imperial uncle's injuries distressed her deeply. As Long Ma-sheng was about to raise his head to speak, he suddenly fainted. Shuang'er's tears could no longer be held back. Could it be that her imperial uncle was? At this moment, Xiongda came up and patted Shuang'er, explaining that he had just fainted from the pain and would wake up soon, because he had experienced the same symptoms with his master before. But he didn't have such a strong reaction back then. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao divine clan, a servant had gathered all the information about the forbidden area of the demon clan. The grandfather, upon learning that his granddaughter-in-law had fallen into the Blood Vein Mountain range, was instantly terrified. And the servant added that the young emperor had also gone alone to the Blood Vein Mountain range to rescue Mu Wushuang. Hearing this, the grandmother's heart tightened, because legend had it that no one had ever returned from there alive. Weren't Ma-sheng and Wushuang facing certain death? The old man tried to comfort his wife, saying they couldn't just sit idly by. Now is not the time to be feuding with the Azure Dragon Palace. He immediately sent someone to report the matter to the Holy Land. The Lingxiao divine clan would await the Holy Land's command. Upon hearing this, the elders immediately went to make preparations. But the Hellion clan leader had a guilty look on his face. After everyone left, the grandmother felt something was amiss. Why did only Ma-sheng and Wushuang's aircraft explode? The grandfather said it had better be an accident. If it wasn't, he then looked coldly to the side. Then he would be waiting to be annihilated by the Lingxiao divine clan and the Azure Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, Xiongda kept wondering why his master was so badly injured. Could it be that the barrier's effect varied depending on the person? The stronger the person's power, the greater the reaction? Shuang'er thought that with the Queen Mother of the West's power within her, she might be able to pass through the barrier. Just as Xiongda was about to yell at her, asking if she was crazy, Shuang'er's hand had already passed through the barrier. Then her whole body passed through smoothly. It seemed she was indeed unaffected by the barrier. This miraculous scene made Xiongda question his existence. He slapped himself hard. The pain immediately surged through him. It wasn't a dream. It was real. When Shuang'er returned, Xiongda excitedly hugged her leg, and with shining eyes, he called Shuang'er Mommy. Mommy, take Xiongda with you. Shuang'er immediately kicked the shameless Xiongda away. Shuang'er thought, those with the Queen Mother of the West's power can pass through. But what about those without any power? It was better to test it first. So she grabbed Xiongda's ear and dragged him towards the barrier without his consent. Xiongda's heart was filled with both excitement and fear. Just as Shuang'er's body passed through the barrier, that familiar golden lightning appeared before his eyes once again. As expected, his worries came true. In the next second, Xiongda was struck by lightning and sent flying. His 300-gene body flew 40 meters. Afterward, he rolled around on the ground in pain. Shuang'er thought, as expected, it still won't work. If this is the case, what should Imperial Uncle do? Could it be that he's trapped here forever? So, Shuang'er gritted her teeth and made a decision that went against her ancestors. Xiongda sat on the ground, crying after being electrocuted. Suddenly, he looked up and found Shuang'er had returned. Shuang'er asked him if he wanted to see the outside world. Xiongda said he dreamed of seeing poetry in distant lands. All right, carry your master on your back. We'll go together to find the dormant seal. A bewildered Xiongda was a bit confused. Could it be Mother you're thinking of? That's right. Since you can't get out, I'll break this barrier. Xiongda immediately carried his master on his back. Mother, you can't lie to Xiong. We Wushuangs always keep our word. Immediately, they set off to find the seal. But what they never expected was that a pair of eyes was watching them intently from the grass. A family of 3 was trapped in the forest by a barrier. The father almost lost half his life when he touched the barrier, but the mother could pass through the barrier safely. However, how could the mother abandon them? She had Xiong to carry his father on his back. Then she led them to find a way to break the barrier. Unbeknownst to them, a bad guy was watching them from the grass. At night, they found an open space to spend the night. At this time, Long Mashing woke up from his sleep, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiong calling Shuang a mother. Shuang didn't want this bear child at all. Xiong then said, "Then how about you be my grandma?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand pressed down on his head. When Xiong looked back, he was instantly scared witless. Seeing this, Shuang told her husband not to tease him. "We have to thank this idiot for carrying you. We were able to come this far thanks to him." Later, Long Mashing ate Xiongda's grilled fish while listening to Shuang's plan to break the barrier. The mysterious person remained hidden in the grass, listening to everything. Later, Long Mashing held Shuang and slept until dawn. Because Long Mashing was injured, they didn't do it. Xiong slept alone in the corner. Suddenly, a giant claw attacked them. Long Mashing sensed the danger and abruptly opened his eyes. He immediately pulled out his 40-meter sword to defend. At the same time, Shuang also got up and rushed over. The monster before them was a 3-ton, 2-headed Yaojin. Shuang said its weakness was its neck. With that, she flew into the sky with her Jianku. At the same time, Xiong was also awakened by the vibrations. When he saw the monster taller than a tree, he was instantly frightened and scurried away. He left his master and Shuang to fight the monster. But at this moment, those eyes were staring intently at everything. Shuang suddenly felt something was wrong with the grass behind her. So, she left the monster to Imperial Uncle and went to check the grass. Long Mashing quickly killed the monster with 1 slash. When Long Mashing landed, the peeper realized Mu Wu Shuang was gone. At this moment, Shuang had already pointed her sword at his back. Xiao Shui turned around, covered in wounds. Seeing Xiao Shui, Shuang was instantly dumbfounded. She hurriedly asked him what had happened. Meanwhile, Xiong noticed the monster's sounds had disappeared. He immediately went to find Shuang, overjoyed, but he found that the 2 bosses had taken in another underling. He was immediately jealous. Shuang told Xiong that this was her previous companion. Xiao Shui clutched his wounds in pain, saying that this place was full of monsters. "After you separated, you've been constantly fighting monsters." Xiaomei was captured by a monster. Later, I found the monster's lair, but I only saw the blood and bones of its victims. My arm was there too. It was bitten off during my escape, but in my final moments, I was able to find Xiaomei. Even if I die, I can die in peace. Shuang then turned to ask her husband's opinion. After receiving Long Mashing's nod, Shuang told Xiao Shui that she could take him out. She also revealed the plan to break the barrier seal. After speaking, she extended her hand and invited Xiao Shui to join them. Xiao Shui agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Long Mashing immediately became jealous. He grabbed Shuang's jade hand, not giving anyone else a chance to touch her. Unaware, Xiao Shui behind them was watching the two with a sly grin. The group then walked for another 2 hours. Suddenly, Long Mashing stopped. He realized they had already walked this path. Shuang also felt that the surroundings looked familiar. So, she drew a small knife from her waist. She then swiftly slashed 2 marks onto a nearby tree, deciding to make a mark and try walking again. 10 minutes later, they arrived back at the same spot, because there was an identical mark on the tree. Everyone was instantly frightened into a cold sweat. They then tried every direction, but no matter what, they would return to the starting point. It seemed this forest was indeed strange. Just as Shuang was lost in thought, unsure of what to do, Xiao Shui suddenly and stealthily walked to the side. Suddenly, he cried out, "Wah!" causing Shuang to quickly turn around. It turned out Xiao Shui had accidentally bumped into a stone. The next second, Xiao Shui parted the grass and discovered a stone pillar. Seeing this, Shuang gasped, because the flat peach design should have the leaf at the bottom, but the flat peach on this stone pillar was on the side. Could this marker be guiding us? Upon hearing this, Long Mashing scoffed, saying how could there be such a coincidence? Shuang suggested they try it and see. By now, Long Mashing had already noticed something was off about Xiao Shui. Along the way, Xiao Shui was able to quickly find the markers, and whenever they encountered monsters, Xiao Shui would shield Xiaomei. He was injured again while protecting Schwanger. An hour later, they finally made it out of the forest. Xiongda was immediately moved to tears. Schwanger kept praising Xiao Shuai, saying he was truly amazing and that it was thanks to him discovering the flat peach markers. Long Masheng, however, said he was just lucky. Now that we're out, carrying this injured person is just a burden. Schwanger was instantly furious upon hearing this. Long Masheng snorted coldly and turned his head away. At this time, Xiao Shuai said it was all his fault for holding them back. Schwanger told him not to think too much about it. Xiao Shuai was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Later that night, the group settled down. Schwanger thoughtfully went to check on Xiao Shuai's injuries. Seeing this, Long Masheng was almost furious. Xiongda grinned mischievously and said, "Master, you're in danger." At daybreak, they set off again. But suddenly, the sight before them scared them witless, because this marker had 2 flat peaches on it. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. After a long while, Schwanger asked which way was the correct one. Xiao Shuai said to go right. Long Masheng, however, said to go left. Holding opposing opinions, neither of them yielded to the other. Long Masheng stated that the white fog on the left was dissipating, so going left would definitely be safer. Xiao Shuai, however, said the left looked more like a trap. Long Masheng wanted to use his fists to reason with him. Xiao Shuai retorted that he was rude and unreasonable. At this point, Schwanger roared, "Both of you, stop arguing." With a sullen face, she walked past her husband. She declared, "We'll listen to Xiao Shuai. Everyone, take the path on the right." Long Masheng was instantly filled with disbelief. Schwanger said, "Imperial uncle, you're too arrogant. You've been suspicious ever since Xiao Shuai joined us. Imperial uncle, when will you stop being so stubborn?" Long Masheng was enraged by her words. He was only doing this because he was worried about Schwanger's safety. And Schwanger, aren't you afraid he'll lead you to your death? Schwanger firmly stated, "Let's try it and see, shall we?" Long Masheng's heart felt as if it were bleeding to Schwanger. "Do you trust him more?" After hearing Schwanger firmly say yes, Long Masheng's gaze began to dim. Then, heartbroken, she turned and parted ways with them. Xiao Shuai sarcastically remarked that Long Masheng was ungrateful and said he would likely encounter danger alone. Schwanger shook her head, indicating she wouldn't bother with him. Then, she took Xiongda and prepared to set off. A triumphant look spread across Xiao Shuai's face. The girl had driven away her devoted husband, because the girl would rather believe the pretty boy's words than her loving husband. She even helped the pretty boy scold her husband. Little did she know, the pretty boy was full of wicked intentions. Later, Schwanger parted ways with Long Masheng. But after walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. He realized the surroundings were eerily quiet. Suddenly, a giant chicken claw attacked from the sky. At the same time, the black bird opened its tiny beak, aiming to devour Schwanger. Fortunately, Schwanger's agile movements allowed her to dodge the attack. Xiongda and Xiao Shuai, however, were sent flying. Immediately after, the large black bird launched another ferocious attack. Xiongda, hiding behind a tree, panicked. Suddenly, he felt something behind him. Turning around, he saw a giant stone bear flower. Xiongda was so scared he wet his diaper. All he wanted was to go home to his mother. But in the next second, the man-eating flower extended its vines towards him. In an instant, Xiongda was tightly bound. He struggled with all his might, but couldn't break free. Just as he was nearly suffocating, something flashed past. It was his mother. She had dealt with the blackbird and come to save him. But as Xiongda gasped for breath, tears streaming down his face, he was suddenly startled by something behind his mother, causing him to wet himself again. When Schwanger turned around with fear and confusion, she saw Xiao Shuai baring his teeth and lunging towards her. Xiao Shuai's sudden attack from behind left Schwanger no time to react. Just as the sword was a centimeter away from Schwanger, another sword suddenly pierced Xiao Shuai's chest. It turned out Long Masheng hadn't left at all. He had been secretly following Schwanger. Xiao Shuai looked back and was instantly dumbfounded. Coupled with Long Masheng's knowing smile, Xiao Shuai felt a chill run down his spine. "So, the markings on the stone pillars were intentionally carved by you. You two, husband and wife, were putting on an act to trick me." Long Masheng replied, "You're not completely stupid, but it's too late to realize it now." With that, he abruptly pulled the sword from Xiao Shuai's chest. Xiao Shuai's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Long Masheng immediately rushed to Schwanger's side, concerned. Schwanger, relieved, said she wasn't harmed at all. She then caressed Long Masheng's face. This incident deepened their bond. But Schwanger couldn't understand. She had saved him repeatedly, so why would he try to kill her? Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Shui, lying on the ground, let out a chilling laugh. Schwanger was instantly terrified. The next moment, Xiao Shui slowly stood up. He said, "I did this because you have another purpose." Seeing this, Long Mashing immediately shielded Schwanger. Schwanger now understood. Xiao Shuai's body had long been taken over by this evil being. Suddenly, the evil being flexed its right hand, and a thick, monstrous arm sprouted. "If you give me your body, I'll let you go," it declared, lunging toward Schwanger. Schwanger, not to be outdone, raised her sword to defend herself. She demanded to know what he had done with Xiao Mei. The evil being's laughter became even more sinister. "If you want to see her, I'll send you to her." With that, it gathered its evil energy and charged toward Shuang. At the critical moment, Schwanger cried out, "Imperial Uncle!" In the next second, Long Ma Sheng, with lightning speed, thrust his sword forward. Just as the sword was about to pierce the evil being's throat, the evil being instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately grabbed the lightsaber with his other hand. Then he let out a disdainful laugh. With a slight exertion of force, he flung Long Ma Sheng's lightsaber away. This revealed the evil being's weakness to the two of them, his exposed throat. But the arrogant evil being completely disregarded them, laughing while fending off their attacks. However, he was about to lose his laughter, because he didn't know that in this world, there is also a sword technique that descended from the heavens. The evil being sensed impending doom and immediately used his Qilin arm to shield his throat. But how could he have anticipated Long Ma Sheng kicking him from behind? The evil being lost his balance from the kick, and his throat was instantly exposed. With Mu Wushuang's cry of farewell, her long sword instantly pierced his vital point. The evil being collapsed to the ground with a thud. Looking at Xiao Shuai's corpse, Schwanger felt a pang of sadness. After all, he had once been her comrade in arms. Long Ma Sheng suggested they continue on their journey, but Schwanger realized Xionda was missing. Then the most terrifying thing happened. The evil being wasn't dead. He grabbed Schwanger's long leg. Long Ma Sheng was instantly terrified. The evil being was releasing evil energy toward Schwanger. Schwanger's legs were quickly enveloped by the evil energy. Then, the evil being slowly propped himself up using his Qilin arm. At the same time, Long Ma Sheng lunged forward with his sword. But the evil being simply raised a hand, and the evil energy slammed into him like a boulder. Long Ma Sheng was instantly knocked back, spitting blood. However, the worst was yet to come. In the next second, he was entangled by the evil energy and couldn't move. Schwanger, equally immobilized, watched in agony. Meanwhile, the wound on the evil being's throat was slowly healing. "That weakness," he said, "was intentionally exposed to you. Without your spiritual power, you can't do me any harm." Schwanger demanded to know what he wanted. The evil being leered at her. "I told you, I want her body. Only with the Shi Wangmu's cultivation method can I leave this place. Isn't that right?" Long Ma Sheng was shocked by these words. Could it be that Schwanger had stayed behind for him? "You truly are a clueless fool," the evil being replied. Long Ma Sheng ignored him and berated Schwanger for not telling him. Schwanger said it wouldn't have made a difference. She could never leave him alone here. At these words, Long Ma Sheng's eyes welled up. The evil being clapped his hands in mock appreciation. "Such touching love. Too bad I have no interest in such worldly affections." He slowly walked toward Schwanger, about to get down to business. "Miss Mu, you're a smart woman. You know the consequences of refusing me, don't you?" He directed the evil energy to attack Long Ma Sheng. Seeing Long Ma Sheng's agony, Schwanger immediately told the evil being to stop. "You seem to have misunderstood something," she said. "That my goal is to break the barrier and take him with me. You also want to leave. We can cooperate, can't we?" Hearing the word cooperate, the evil being burst into laughter, immediately rejecting the proposal. He didn't believe they could break the barrier. Schwanger tried to say something more, but the evil being was in no mood to bargain. He forced the evil energy into Long Ma Sheng's body. Hearing Long Ma Sheng's screams, Schwanger's heart ached, so she immediately agreed to the evil being's demands. Long Ma Sheng tried to speak, but the evil energy sealed his mouth. Anguish filled Long Ma Sheng's eyes. The evil being formed an eye in his palm, initiating a soul transfer technique. He slowly approached Schwanger, intent on possessing her body. However, just at that moment, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering howl came from the forest. When the evil being saw the colossal creature, it was instantly frightened. The girl, Shuang-er, was tightly bound by the evil being, just as it was about to burrow into her body. Xiong-er's older brother, Xiong-da, suddenly rushed out from the forest. He opened his small, cherry-like mouth wide and lunged fiercely at the evil being. The evil being disdainfully launched an attack on Xiong-da, but after a flash of lightning and a burst of flames, Xiong-da didn't even lose a single hair. Immediately, Xiong-da slowly pounced on the evil being at super light speed. He instantly grabbed the evil being tightly. Then he opened his jaws, unwashed for 800 years. With a single bite, he seemingly crunched the evil being. The evil aura on both of them quickly dissipated. But at this moment, Long Ma Sheng had completely lost his strength. His entire body fell uncontrollably from the sky. Fortunately, Xiong-da used his bare paws to catch his master. He gently placed his master on his back, preparing to take his master and Shuang-er away from there. But just as the group escaped the scene, the blood on the ground unexpectedly fused back into the evil being's body. In a short while, it stood up again. After Xiong-da had run strenuously for more than 10 minutes, his pace gradually slowed down. Shuang-er asked him what was wrong. Xiong-da, sweating profusely, said he couldn't walk anymore. Just as the two jumped down from his back, Xiong-da's body began to shrink at a visible rate. Shuang-er, thinking Xiong-da was tired, said she would make him grilled fish that night. But Long Ma-sheng noticed that the ground was covered in Xiong-da's blood. Seeing this, Shuang-er was shocked. In the next second, Xiong-da's body went limp and he collapsed. He lay on the ground in pain, with a dark, gaping wound on his chest. Seeing this, Shuang-er's heart was filled with grief. Had Xiong-da's heart been ripped out by the evil being? She quickly tore off a piece of cloth, wiped away the blood, and applied Yunnan Baiyao. Xiong-da trembled in pain. Shuang-er comforted him, saying not to be afraid, the bleeding would soon stop. But Xiong-da suddenly grabbed his mother's hand and told her not to bother anymore. He couldn't feel the pain anymore. "Mother, don't be sad. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have known that I could also become so strong. Living in this forest is too tiring. I haven't been able to hold on for a long time." Before Xiong-da could finish speaking, Shuang-er's tears flowed uncontrollably. Long Ma-sheng, with a pained expression, stepped forward to comfort her. Xiong-da slowly spoke, telling his master to protect his mother well, that you're too weak. "You always need my mother to save you. Master, you need to work harder." Long Ma-sheng choked back tears and agreed. Suddenly, a bird's call came from the sky. Xiong-da knew that someone was catching up. He told his mother to leave quickly. He then pointed ahead, saying, "Not far ahead is the center of the barrier. I saw it when I grew bigger. If there's a next life, will you be my mother again?" Shuang-er just frowned at Xiong-da. Then she and Long Ma-sheng exchanged a knowing glance. Without speaking, they reached an agreement. Long Ma-sheng took off his outer garment. He said that Shuang-er and he were thinking the same thing. They would take Xiong-da with them. Xiong-da tearfully scolded them for being foolish, saying he was too heavy and would be a burden. But Long Ma-sheng ignored him and wrapped the garment around Xiong-da. He then gently dragged Xiong-da onto his back. He was determined to take this bare child out, no matter what. Because how could a mother abandon her child? Hearing this, Xiong-da's eyes burned and tears fell like broken beads.